Introduction. Under the auspices of enlightenment, the towering mountains became transparent, and the subtle variations of the fiery spiritual energy were laid bare. With such an extraordinary ability at hand, the quest for the origin of the fire vein became significantly more accessible. In merely half a day, he arrived at a colossal fire vein, which, under the scrutiny of his celestial gaze, aligned perfectly with the origin of the fire vein described in his notes. Changsheng's figure flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished into this fiery realm. What appeared to be an unremarkable mountain from the outside transformed into a cacophony of rumbling sounds upon entry. To his astonishment, Changsheng beheld a torrent of molten rock bubbling like a simmering broth, with effervescent bubbles rising incessantly. Chapter 1. The King's Retinue. Carl Stone adjusted the sheepskin gloves he had just donned, feeling the awkwardness that entwined his fingers gradually dissipate. He then clapped his hands, brushing off the clumps of dirt that had inexplicably adhered to the gloves, before turning to gaze distantly at the king's retinue behind him. This assembly resembled a resplendent river forged from gold, silver, and steel. Under the sunlit skies of King's Landing, it shimmered brilliantly, a spectacle to behold. However, this flowing river, with its throng of over 300, currently resembled a semi-melted amber, quivering in place, uncertain of when it would begin to flow. As Carl observed the procession, his deep blue eyes flickered with a hint of contemplation. Yet, such musings were fleeting, and his gaze did not linger long on the gathering. He then turned away, a smile gracing his lips, as he lazily leaned against a barrel purported to contain sweet red wine from the riverlands, clearly showing no inclination to approach the group. As for the barrel beneath him, he was oblivious to whether it belonged to the Lannisters' misshapen dwarf or the rotund king, whose girth nearly matched his height. In any case, he was indifferent. Though he was technically a member of this retinue, his status paled in comparison to the lords within. Indeed, he was merely the captain of a band of mercenaries hired by the king. This illustrious river comprised the king, queen, prince, princess, and their proud vassals and knights, along with the sworn knights. In this grand assembly, he was but an inconsequential commoner. The status derived from his identity relegated him to tasks deemed undesirable by the knights and nobles. Fortunately, Carl and his men were primarily tasked with scouting and providing early warnings along the journey. Serving as scouts and vanguards, essentially the military doctrine of forging paths through mountains and bridging waters, albeit less critical for the king's road. As they awaited the moment to traverse the river and set foot on the northern territories. It was precisely this juncture that demanded Carl and his companions' utmost diligence. Contemplating the tasks that lay ahead, Carl's gaze inadvertently lingered upon the proud and ostentatious entourage before him, their air of superiority palpable. His deep blue eyes subtly shifted, drawn to the banners that adorned this formidable procession. Dozens of golden flags were held aloft, fluttering majestically in the breeze, each emblazoned with the crowned stag emblem that represented House Baratheon. Carl himself possessed 2 such banners, bestowed upon him by a member of the King's Guard draped in a snowy white cloak, accompanied by 2 attendants, although the time for their display had not yet arrived. These banners would serve to signify his identity as he navigated through the territories of various lords in the days to come. Chief, as Carl pondered the thoughts swirling in his mind, a burly man clad in tattered brown and black leather armor approached him. This man, likely in his 30s, bore a physique neither stout nor slender, his gray-blue eyes glinting with a hint of cunning intelligence. Upon drawing near, he cast a glance at Carl before his attention was instinctively captured by the immense throng behind them. With a tone laced with curiosity, he inquired, "Are we prepared to set off?" "We must await the king's command." "Has Fox been brought over?" Carl replied, retracting his gaze from the procession to regard the man, who barely reached his shoulder. Carl possessed not only deep blue eyes but also a mane of coal-black hair. And most notably, he stood an impressive 6 feet 8 inches tall, rendering him nearly as towering as standing Kasi, even when seated atop a barrel. His stature was complemented by broad shoulders and a muscular physique. His arms were as robust as timber. Remarkably, he bore an extraordinary handsomeness, his powerful frame exuding a gracefulness rather than clumsiness. When Carl inquired about his steed, Kasi shrugged, his gaze drifting towards the distance where the 2 had been standing. "Young Owen is preparing the supplies you'll need for the journey and is also giving him a grooming. He should bring it over shortly." At Kosi's response, Carl's eyes traversed the crowd, but he merely nodded in acknowledgement, choosing silence over further dialogue. The fox he mentioned was a similarly imposing warhorse, muscular and adorned with a chestnut coat. When groomed and basking in sunlight, its skin reflected a metallic sheen. It was a prized possession that Carl had specifically brought back from across the narrow sea, a cherished companion. The name Fox was not derived from its being a mare, on the contrary. It referred to a stallion. This was a reference to the past. Due to having been castrated prior to following Carl, it sadly became a gelding. However, this fact held little significance. Carl cherished it and believed that this was a genuine expression of his affection, certainly not motivated by the 30 gold coins required to transport it from the free trade city-state. It is worth noting that for the same price, one could acquire 3 equally splendid steeds in Westeros, while a decent suit of armor would cost merely around 15 gold dragons. As for the reasons behind Fox's castration, Carl had inquired. The merchant who sold it to him explained that, on one hand, it was necessary for it to be battle-ready, thus tempering its temperament. On the other hand, it was not sold at the price of a stallion. Poor Fox. The merchant, seemingly fearful that Carl might haggle, then quietly added that castrated horses exhibit reduced hormonal influences, making them easier to train and less volatile, which is indeed an advantage. After all, at that time, Carl was merely a wandering mercenary in the free trade city-states, subsisting on odd jobs. In response, Carl expressed his sympathy, but still managed to negotiate a reduction of 5 gold coins from the price. In the days that followed, he speculated that perhaps Fox's predicament was also linked to its departure from its homeland of Dothraki, though he was uncertain if Fox had ever laid eyes on the vast steppes of the Dothraki Sea. Fox, Corsi was not mistaken. Shortly thereafter, young Owen led Fox over. He gazed up at Carl, pursed his lips, and mustered the courage to speak. "Captain Carl, can I really not accompany you? I could be of great help." Corsi's young Owen was merely 12 years old, appearing rather short and somewhat malnourished. With a mane of curly brown hair and the faintest hint of soft, sparse, boyish whiskers at the corners of his mouth, he stood before Carl, looking somewhat aggrieved, yet stubbornly determined not to lose this opportunity. Even while seated, Owen lacked Carl's height, and upon hearing his pleading tone, Carl resolutely shook his head, reaching out to touzle the boy's nondescript curls. "The north is exceedingly cold, colder than you might imagine," he said. "Perhaps you should reconsider such matters after you've experienced your first winter." Carl did not outright refuse Owen's request. Rather, he offered a gentle yet firm reassurance to this boy who had to fend for himself while caring for his ailing mother and sister at home. Beside them, Corsi grinned, revealing a gap where a tooth was missing, as if mocking those who had never endured winter, labeling them as lambs raised only in summer. Meanwhile, Carl rose to his feet, the clanking of his armor echoing around him. He then reached into his belongings and produced a small pouch, placing it into Owen's hands. "Take good care of your mother and sister, they still need you. However, after we depart, you may study at Tob mode. I have already covered your apprenticeship fee." As Carl spoke, he affectionately patted Owen's head and, with a gentle smile, took the reins of Fox from his hands. Chapter 2. Northward. The kings of the 7 kingdoms, tasked with safeguarding Robert Baratheon I, did not linger long in King's Landing as they set forth on their northern journey. Perhaps the king was pressed for time, or perhaps he simply abhorred squandering life on trivial matters. Regardless, within half an hour after Carl had sent young Owen home, the king commanded the expedition to commence. As the vanguard of the contingent, Carl and his companions were required to set out ahead to scout the path. Thus, under the orders given, Carl promptly mounted his horse, leading his men into the fray. This mercenary band, summoned by Carl for this mission, comprised a mere 15 individuals, sparse and a mix of quality. Yet this motley crew was all that he had managed to assemble in the past 6 months since arriving in King's Landing, scarcely qualifying as a proper mercenary company, more a disorganized throng than anything else. After riding along the King's Road for approximately an hour, Carl ordered the group to pause and rest temporarily. In contrast to the large entourage behind them, it was evident that this lightly equipped mercenary group, named after Carl, moved with far greater swiftness. However, as the vanguard, Carl could not simply rush ahead without consideration, and their leisurely pace, requiring no forced march, allowed each man one horse. Perhaps King Robert sought a more rapid advance, but the royal procession, comprising Cersei Lannister and her young children, could not hasten their progress. After all, they traveled in a grand double-decker carriage, which, even on the King's Road, left a significant imprint on the surface beneath its wheels. Constructed from polished oak and adorned with gilded metal, this carriage boasted an interior akin to a luxurious chamber, ensuring the Queen and her progeny experienced little change in their standard of living. This opulent mobile palace required the strength of 40 noble steeds to draw it forth. Thus, After an hour of travel, Carl saw no fault in commanding his group to pause for a respite. Both horse and rider required rest, and it was prudent to await the arrival of the rearguard. As Carl led Fox to the shade of a large tree, tossing the reins over a branch to allow the horse some freedom, he sought a sizable stone to sit upon for a brief reprieve. At that moment, Corsi approached, handing his horse to another, and carrying a water pouch as he made his way toward Carl. Cousin wore a cheerful expression on his face, grinning widely despite the absence of a front tooth. With a playful demeanor, he swiftly removed the stopper from the water pouch and handed it to Carl, then casually uttered a rumor he had seemingly picked up from somewhere. "Boss, I've heard that the Queen doesn't seem to favor you." Upon hearing this baseless claim, Carl shot him a glare but effortlessly accepted the water pouch he offered. Bringing it to his lips, he took a small sip, letting out a satisfied sound, and then his gaze drifted nonchalantly towards the scenery nearby. A group of young maidens appeared to be engrossed in some playful activity, seated on a blue carpet laid upon the grass, laughing and teasing one another. It seemed they had noticed Carl's party as well, occasionally glancing their way before whispering among themselves again. Carl observed them, perceiving that they were enjoying themselves, especially as a few young lads among them pranced about like springtime creatures, circling the girls, their noses nearly twitching with curiosity. Carl, however, felt no kinship with their merriment. He simply believed the group needed a moment to pause and regroup. His gaze lingered unabashedly on the maidens' lovely figures, and he took another small sip of water, swirling it in his mouth for a while before swallowing. He then turned his attention back to Cousin, who had been watching him, and spoke in a calm tone. "Who told you that? What do you mean the Queen doesn't like me? Rumors should not be spread recklessly. If they reach the ears of someone with ill intentions, it could cost us our heads. Be aware that the current royal enforcer is not one to engage in idle chatter." As he spoke, Carl's gaze shifted back to Cousin, who was looking at him with a fawning expression, as if receiving a gentle reprimand. However, upon hearing Carl's words, Cousin subtly smirked at the mention of the executioner, showing a hint of disdain for the insinuation. Yet, despite his inner feelings, he did not openly display his contempt. Instead, as a seasoned schemer, he appeared taken aback by Carl's words, hastily shaking his head before nodding in agreement. "That's not what I meant, boss. I merely heard that you have a decent rapport with the Prime Minister. You know, your name's Stone, Carl Stone, and you're different from us common folk," Cousin thought to himself. Carl's surname, Stone, was well known in Westeros as the name of a noble bastard from Vale. Commoners had no right to a surname. Since this young man arrived in King's Landing, he had led a vibrant life, further amplified by his apparent connection to the Prime Minister, leading to various speculations about his identity. Some claimed he was the illegitimate son of Prime Minister Jon Arryn, while others adamantly insisted he could not be. If Prime Minister Jon Arryn truly had such a bastion, he would have long since named him Carl Arryn, rather than some absurd Carl Stone. It is essential to recognize that the common folk possess a general understanding of Jon Arryn's circumstances, for he is the sole hand of the king who, unlike the monarch seated upon the throne, actively listens to the voices of his subjects. He inquires about the lost sheep of shepherds and the fate of the stolen goods, administering justice on behalf of the king against rapists and thieves. He is deeply cherished by the populace. Thus, the people are largely aware that the Duke of the Eyrie has undergone 3 marriages throughout his life as the protector of the Vale. Yet the first 2 unions tragically ended without offspring, with many of his designated heirs perishing before him. His first wife died in childbirth, leaving him with a stillborn child. His second wife bore no children and succumbed to a chill. Even the child he later appointed from his brother's lineage was executed by King Aerys II before the War of Usurpation. For this venerable man, who has dedicated his life to serving the realm, heirs seem to be a curse. Therefore, if he indeed possessed such a robust, illegitimate son, it would be inconceivable that he would not legitimize his bloodline, even if merely as a nominal heir. By the time of his 3rd marriage, he was aged, with half of his teeth lost. Presently, the child he has, frail and sickly, was finally granted to him by Lisa Tully after multiple miscarriages. Upon hearing Corsi's remark, Carl gazed at him with a look of eager anticipation and an expression of hesitance. He then feigned a cold huff, displaying his displeasure. "The former hand of the king, Jon Arryn, is dead. Do you know why we are heading north now?" Noticing Carl's displeasure, Corsi seemed to realize his faux pas and appeared somewhat abashed. At that moment, Carl returned the water pouch he had barely touched, his tone icy as he admonished loudly. "Speak with caution in the future, lest those in power hear and sever your tongue. Consider how you lost your teeth." While Carl uttered these words, his gaze drifted past Corsi, focusing on a group of individuals nearby who were surreptitiously observing them. These were Karl's recruits, gathered after Corsi. Chapter 3. The Bastard Stone of Kasai. Kasai was the first to follow Karl, finding himself in a state of utter desolation, forced to engage in nimble tasks in squalid places to make a living. Their initial encounter was nothing short of theatrical. Upon seeing Karl for the first time, Kasai was convinced that this young man required his assistance, and he approached him to extol the virtues of the Silk Street in King's Landing, insisting that any newcomer must experience its allure. He was indeed correct. Karl was visiting King's Landing for the first time, marveling at everything around him. As for the Silk Street Kasai spoke of, Karl would later come to learn of its true nature. However, contrary to Kasai's expectations, Karl ended up residing most of the time in a brothel named Shataya, nestled behind the Rennies Hills within the city. The proprietor was a tall, dark-skinned man from the Summer Isles with sandalwood-colored eyes, aptly named Shataya. King Robert took a particular liking to this establishment, and the Lannister family's dwarf was a frequent visitor. This place was beyond the reach of the Master of Coin, Peter Baelish, and the spider's web of the Master of Whisperers barely reached here. As for Kasai, when Karl inquired if he would join him instead of continuing his side job as a pimp, he quickly realized that this young man was no ordinary individual and felt no hesitation in aligning himself with him. Working with anyone was preferable to the aimless existence he currently led. Karl, on the other hand, was drawn to Kasai's cleverness, which had reportedly led to the loss of a front tooth after being caught stealing, and he happened to need someone familiar with King's Landing. After acquiring this capable aid, Karl resolved to resume his former trade in King's Landing, engaging in the mercenary business he had practiced for 5 years in the free cities of Essos. Kasai, being astute and resourceful, though lacking formal education, possessed a unique insight into reading people, honed through his streetwise experiences. When Kasai boldly expressed his thoughts, Karl understood the implications. After all, the king who had once sheltered him and helped him establish a foothold in a place like King's Landing had mysteriously passed away, and the rumors about the queen's disdain for the bastard known as Karl Stone undoubtedly stirred different sentiments among the mercenaries, who were already known for their fickle loyalty and penchant for living in the moment. No one would heed the commands of an 18-year-old boy unless he reeked of gold dragons. Both Kasai and Karl were aware of these dynamics. Yet, Karl remained indifferent to their opinions, imposing only a modicum of discipline without excessive restrictions. What took Karl by surprise, however, was Kasai's burgeoning concern as these sentiments began to surface. As Karl contemplated this, he cast a glance at Kosi's departing figure, a faint smile gracing his lips before he turned his attention back to the scenery nearby. Dog-toothed Kosi, you must have received quite the scolding. I warned you to keep your mouth shut, lest the winds carry forth all that should remain concealed within your trousers. Even Mary from the Simon Tavern has complained that your mouth resembles the stench of a decaying fish in a muddy gutter. Oh, I thought I was the only one who felt that way. Just as Kosi returned to the group, those who had witnessed his eagerness to seek out the captain began to jest at his expense. Their mouths spewed forth a torrent of vulgarities, accompanied by jokes that stirred their spirits. Hearing their taunts, Kosi could not help but smile, revealing his toothless grin that earned him the moniker Dog-Toothed. However, upon hearing a scoundrel claim that Mary likened his breath to that of a dead fish, his demeanor shifted. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "Don't tell me, you filthy bastard, that you've been courting Mary behind my back. Be wary, or I shall inform Simon. Hey, you two. I distinctly saw you pinning Mary to the table that night when I got up to relieve myself. Even if Simon knows, he'll first come after you." The man who had just likened Kosi's breath to that of a dead fish shot back in irritation. "The truth is, Mary didn't say such things while she was with me. Could it be that what you possess is far more agreeable than your mouth? What? I thought I was the only one indulging in that." After Kosi's return, the previously somber team was imbued with a newfound liveliness, and the anxious thoughts that had accompanied their journey with the king seemed to dissipate. Hearing the commotion, Karl merely smiled. His earlier admonition to Kosi had inadvertently granted these rascals a sense of ease. They were a bunch of rascals, indeed. Upon hearing their colorful profanities, Karl cleared his ears and, lifting his chin, bellowed at the rowdy group. "You lot, who ought to be stuffed into a woman's black bread, take a good rest. We shall resume our journey in 20 minutes. We must secure a tavern that can accommodate the king and his ample girth before nightfall." Karl unabashedly directed his scathing remarks, simultaneously outlining the tasks ahead. Upon hearing his orders, the rough men chuckled and responded in unison, "Aye, boss. Though, might I use something else to stuff it? Save that for Dog-Tooth's dental hygiene." With Karl's commands issued, the atmosphere quickly transformed into one of vibrant revelry, as he announced a brief respite before continuing their expedition. His gaze once more fell upon the graceful figures of the young women in the distance. However, if one were to glimpse into his eyes at that moment, they would notice that there was no focal point, his gaze appearing vacant as if he were lost in contemplation. At this juncture, Carl found himself unwittingly transported back to a time long past, his thoughts drifting in response to Corsi's earlier words. Corsi was indeed correct. Carl was familiar with John Arryn. Having known him since childhood, he had grown up in the Vale, specifically in the Eyrie, and although Robert had summoned him to serve after ascending to the Iron Throne, his subsequent residences remained within the Vale, including the Eyrie and Moonlight Hall. Yet, when it came to recalling memories of these individuals, a certain haziness enveloped him. They were not vividly clear. This was due to the fact that these memories ceased before he turned 12. Everything that followed was born from his arrival in this world. And fortunately, he had inherited the memories of the original occupant of this body, Carl Stone. Such was the name bestowed upon him in this realm. Chapter 4. The Northern Journey. Upon inexplicably crossing over, Carl naturally inherited all that pertained to this life. The previous iteration of Carl had greatly enjoyed the saga of A Song of Ice and Fire. He had read the original works, watched the uncut television series, and absorbed countless analyses by various content creators regarding the tale. While he would not claim to possess profound knowledge of the vast world crafted by George Martin, he at least retained a general impression of the overarching narrative. However, the name Carl Stone struck him as unfamiliar. It was not that those bearing the surname Stone were necessarily the same as those chronicled in the books. Such a notion was implausible, for in this wretched world, illegitimate offspring were not inherently shamed in the eyes of the lofty nobility. In certain contexts, it could even be a point of pride. Nevertheless, the temporal and environmental circumstances of his arrival in this world rendered the name Carl Stone peculiar to him. The surname Stone was one typically associated with bastards born in the Vale. The meaning of the surname was simple, it denoted stone. When Carl entered this world, he had just turned 12, serving as a young boy in Moonlight Hall, tending to the Arryn family. His primary duty involved caring for donkeys, which were employed to transport fresh provisions such as eggs, bacon, butter, and various fruits and vegetables to the Eyrie. In addition, he occasionally acted as a guide, escorting visiting nobles and knights along treacherous mountain paths aboard donkeys into the Vale, though such instances were rare. Yet, upon his initial arrival in this world at the tender age of 12, he managed to learn the art of survival in this manner, gradually acclimatizing to the medieval way of life. However, as an individual possessing memories of a past life, Carl's perspective naturally extends beyond the limited confines of his immediate surroundings. As he gradually acclimates to a stable existence, his gaze instinctively yearns to explore the world beyond. Thus, he embarks on a quest to uncover the mysteries of his lineage. Having inexplicably traversed into this realm, he harbors a desire to ascertain the identity of his father. Much like Jon Snow, the illegitimate son from the north, or the bastards of the Vale, he too, named Stone, surely has a noble father whose status eclipses that of a commoner. During this journey of self-discovery, he uncovers the unsettling truth that a girl, who should bear the same name as his, Mia Stone, appears to be a phantom, a figure lost to time. Through indirect revelations from others, he learns that it is not that Mia Stone does not exist, rather, he himself is the illegitimate son conceived by Robert Baratheon when he was yet a mere lord in the Vale, raised as Jon Arryn's ward, rather than the supposed illegitimate daughter, who is in fact Robert's eldest offspring. As he delves deeper into his ancestry, it becomes evident that those around him possess a clear understanding of his identity, and Carl, too, recalls glimpses of a towering dark-haired man from his memories, a figure who often tossed the young boy into the air in playful exuberance. Upon this realization, Carl comprehends that he has not only become Robert Baratheon's firstborn, as depicted in the original narrative, but also, for reasons unknown, this child, originally destined to be a girl, has transformed into a boy. This boy, at the tender age of 12, fell into unconsciousness after a kick from a donkey, only to awaken with a different soul inhabiting his body. The unfolding of these events is strikingly theatrical, akin to the spontaneous creation of a novel. Yet for him, who has supplanted Mia Stone to become Carl Stone, this is an undeniable truth. The recollection of this past, even after a span of 6 years, still evokes a wince of pain from Carl. Habitually, he pinches himself to confirm the reality of his existence, before shaking his head in a bemused smile. Goodness, this tale, if shared while intoxicated, would elicit disbelief. Carl dismisses the notion with a shake of his head. He then refrains from looking at the girls nearby, who seem to cluster together, eager for companionship. With a sudden clap of his hands against the stone beneath him, he rises to his feet. Pouting slightly, he emits a loud whistle. Hush, have you miscreants rested enough? If we don't set off soon, beware of the king who might come to kick your behinds tonight." With a sharp whistle, he turns to the group, who, after exchanging playful banter, disperse to attend to their needs. Koshi had been subtly attentive to his surroundings, perhaps emulating Karl's own way of appreciating the scenery. Thus, the moment Karl rose, Koshi instinctively turned his gaze in that direction. Upon hearing Karl's command to mobilize, the lethargic group around him stirred into action, erupting into a cacophony of chatter. "Boss, I've heard that the queen is the fairest maiden across the 7 kingdoms. I wager that the moment the king opens his mouth, this noblewoman of Lannister lineage would kneel before him." They mused. If the king fails to find solace with the tavern maidens tonight, surely he wouldn't take out his ire on us, would he? These rascals, ever so indiscreet, rose to their feet at Karl's command, seeking their mounts, yet their tongues remained unbridled, spewing crude banter. Karl reached for the reins of Fox, who had instinctively trotted over at the sound of his whistle. Hearing their words, he turned to glance back, discovering that the speaker was none other than the earlier provocateurs, Koshi, Simon, and a few other rascals who had allied themselves with them. A faint smile graced Karl's lips, revealing his gleaming white teeth. "Powell, when the white robes come to seize you by the neck, I trust you won't embarrass yourself beneath the skirts of this renowned beauty." Karl jested. But before Powell could muster a retort, Koshi interjected, his mouth forming a wide grin as he bared his canine teeth, barking like a dog. "Boss, I reckon that the white robes needn't even grab him by the neck. He'd likely be eager to kneel before them and pry open their armor, yearning to find a warm spot for them." Koshi burst into laughter, his expression decidedly lewd, perhaps driven by a desire to avenge Powell for pilfering the bread from his plate. As Koshi's words hung in the air, others began to chime in with their own interpretations of the topic. "If I were one of the white robes and Powell acted thus, I assure you, I would place my longsword firmly in his mouth." Despite the mockery, Powell stood firm, glaring at the group as he proclaimed loudly, akin to reciting a sacred vow, "You lot are nothing but misfits." The mercenaries, unwilling to yield, responded with their own brand of derision. "Ha ha. You're only worthy of sniffing the tail of the boss-ass fox." At the sound of such coarse language, Karl couldn't help but shake his head. This band of rascals, whenever the conversation drifted to topics of that nature, became a torrent of witty remarks. The banter continued, spiraling from where Powell ought to place his tongue to whether he was merely dreaming of tasting his own urine to utter such nonsense. The conversation then shifted to the revelation of each other's past misdeeds, with playful banter exchanged back and forth. When the topic arose regarding whether Cersei truly deserved the title of the most beautiful woman in the 7 kingdoms, they each shared their opinions before ultimately returning to the discussion of how exquisite Mary truly was. Karl, however, showed no inclination to engage in their discourse. Instead, he focused on reorganizing his belongings, preparing to continue along the King's Road. He aptly remarked that they indeed needed to secure a comfortable resting place for the king, who was burdened by his ample physique, before nightfall. As for themselves, they were content to wrap themselves in rough burlap mats tethered to their horses' tails and find a flat patch of ground to rest upon, provided it did not rain. The thought of stables, however, was a distant dream, reserved for the proud knights behind them, who surely preferred not to gaze up through the leaves at the stars above. Even the soldiers of House Lannister possessed their own tents, made of waxed canvas, a luxury in its own right, while Karl and his companions had similar accommodations. As previously mentioned, they were not overly concerned with such comforts as long as the rain held off, for the nights in the realm were not particularly frigid. As for the journey across the riverlands, Karl and his comrades were well prepared. They were not delicate flowers that had only known summer. Despite the playful teasing, those who made their living through toil were remarkably swift and adept. By the time Karl finished organizing himself and mounted his horse, the rest of the group had also readied themselves. The roads near the Crownlands were well traveled, with the King's Road emanating from King's Landing, traversing the entirety of Westeros from north to south, reaching as far as Storm's End. In Karl's estimation, it could be likened to a highway of the 7 kingdoms, constructed during the reign of the Arbiter, Jaehaerys. It stretched nearly 2,000 miles, beginning at the Night's Watch's Black Castle on the Wall, passing through the royal capital of King's Landing, and extending to the southern Storm's End. Therefore, the distance they faced was hardly daunting, making their journey quite effortless. Additionally, due to the road's characteristics, they occasionally encountered inns and taverns along the way. Thus, Karl and his motley crew successfully located a suitably sizable place to temporarily settle before dusk. One could only hope the king would find it to his liking. As he emerged from the inn, Karl gazed up at the sun, which was soon to set, stretching his legs as he spoke. Rising early and riding throughout the day had naturally left him weary. Despite his efforts to periodically halt the procession for brief respites, one to rest the horses and the other to ensure the road remained safe. The rest for the men was merely a secondary consideration. Even while traversing the outside world, their midday meal consisted solely of the hard, unyielding bread they carried, capable of inflicting grievous harm. As for the barley and other grains they bore, those were merely fodder for horses. Humans were of lesser value than steeds. I surmised that the king harbored no discontent, for this place felt regal to me. With Kosi's casual remark, it became evident that Karl, having merely curled his lip and shrugged, had confirmed their stop at this inn. His purpose was simply to inform the innkeeper of the need to vacate his establishment in preparation for the king's arrival. They were merely the advance guard, arriving first to ensure the location was suitable. However, one detail Karl withheld from everyone was that this seemingly arbitrary choice of lodging was anything but random. In truth, he had long received intelligence about where they ought to pause. He merely needed to feign that this inn was chosen at whim, as the bald, rotund spider had instructed him prior to his departure. This peculiar creature had also handed him a precious map crafted from soft deer hide, which contained notes indicating the most comfortable stopping points along their journey, as well as strategies for handling mishaps such as missed timings. Regarding Varys's actions, Karl chose to remain oblivious to his intentions, focusing instead on fulfilling his own responsibilities. Though he was uncertain how this perfumed eunuch presumed he could decipher the map. As for Kosi's envious comments, Karl refrained from responding, merely turning to pat him on the shoulder. Keep an eye on those long-haired ruffians, if all else fails. I permit you to stuff their mouths with the dung underfoot. Remember, when we are alone on the road, anything goes, but at certain times, one must act with prudence. Karl earnestly cautioned Kosi, casting a stern glare at the fools nearby who had overheard his words and were chuckling foolishly. His voice had not been lowered, and they were not far apart. Karl then remounted Fox and turned back towards the path they had come. Having assessed the situation here, he needed to report back. For this was indeed a military march. Chapter 5. The Peasant's Aspiration, and since it was a military march, Karl, as the Pathfinder, was naturally required to report his daily progress to the king. Thus, this was the task he currently undertook. However, as he rode back along the way, with the sun having descended significantly towards the western horizon, Karl languidly stroked Fox's mane while his thoughts drifted back to the time when he tended to donkeys in the valley. Fox seemed to sense his distraction, slowing his pace, snorting lightly, and kicking up dust as he ambled along the road. When Karl traversed into this world, he was merely a wounded 12-year-old child. However, his survival and evolution into the person he is today cannot be attributed solely to his isolation. Based on the plethora of novels he had read in his previous life, it seems that every author's protagonist who travels through worlds possesses some form of extraordinary advantage. Some have a wise old man residing in a ring. Others wield a bottle that produces medicinal herbs, and some belong to a chat group that allows them to converse with individuals across dimensions, summoning allies for battles. Ultimately, there are those who simply acquire a system to facilitate their journey. It appears that without such devices, those struggling web authors would find it challenging to craft a compelling narrative. Though it seems rather absurd, Karl, who inexplicably became a traveler, was no exception. After his arrival in this new realm, he discovered that he indeed possessed an advantage. To be honest, Karl was uncertain how he had traversed into this world. Perhaps it was a jest or some other phenomenon. Nevertheless, 6 years later, having gradually acclimatized to this lifestyle, he no longer pondered the matter. After all, dwelling on it was futile. Embracing the flow of life proved to be a form of wisdom. As for his advantage, it was actually a simple game he had been playing before his journey. For reasons unknown, this game had inexplicably followed him into this world, becoming the cornerstone of his existence here. The game's name was rather unremarkable, even somewhat quaint: The Pursuit of a Farmer. Many might have never even heard of it. Only a select few, well-versed in such matters, might recognize this delightful game that provided solace to weary souls returning home after a long day's labor. This game was fundamentally a straightforward adventure role-playing game that combined farming with monster slaying and leveling up. However, unlike others such as Stardew Valley, it placed greater emphasis on narrative depth, having been meticulously crafted with exquisite details to enhance both playability and immersion. Consequently, other elements were relegated to a minor role, rendering them somewhat dispensable. Karl felt confident in asserting this. Hence, he welcomes more readers to give this engaging game a try. Once this game became his advantage, it transformed into a personal space. To be more precise, it evolved into a dimension that was intrinsically linked to him, where everything within transitioned from the virtual realm to tangible reality. Thus, This once humble game metamorphosed into an impressive personal space, simultaneously serving as a fragmented, rule-deficient microcosm. Carl, possessing the unique ability to perceive and interact with this realm, could enter and exit freely. As for why Carl perceives this world as a fragmented and imperfect realm governed by incomplete rules, it is because, despite its outward semblance to a genuine reality, everything within it, including the inhabitants, exists as entities reliant solely on certain fixed parameters for their existence. They are akin to the hosts in a real-life version of Westworld. It would be a stretch to classify them as true life forms. In this realm, creatures of the wild and those dwelling in the forests can be slain only to reappear in due time. Meanwhile, specific, ostensibly sentient individuals, be they human or otherwise, are condemned to lead lives predetermined by their programmed existence, regardless of whether that entails remaining stationary. Thus, for Carl, although this world mirrors the tangible reality, it exudes a pervasive sense of artifice. Here, he alone stands as the genuine human. Moreover, within this miniature universe, reminiscent of a game, there exists a distinctly defined map. Despite the world's tangible nature post-transformation, it is not the kind of place where one can traverse from east to west in under a minute. However, the overall structure remains unchanged, confined to a handful of sectors. Carl has indeed endeavored to explore beyond these confines, but to no avail. For in this world, the edge is thwarted by an invisible barrier akin to a game's air wall, and peering beyond it reveals nothing but dense fog. This only reinforces Carl's conviction that the world is, indeed, limited in scope. Nevertheless, despite its myriad dissonances, this world presents a significant advantage for Carl. He possesses the ability to freely enter and exit this realm, transforming it into sustenance for himself. The method of ingress and egress resembles that of engaging with a game. He simply clicks continue on the interface and selects the desired save file to load. Additionally, Carl has discovered that the concept of time holds little significance in this realm, although it acknowledges the passage of time and continues to flow. The crops and creatures therein behave according to their predetermined scripts, with time having no impact on matters beyond those confines. Carl observes a time dial in the upper right corner of his vision, indicating the cycle of day and night, alongside a numerical representation of how many days have elapsed. This time dial synchronizes with Carl's reality, adjusting its numbers in accordance with the changes within the world. However, this is not the most bizarre aspect. The true peculiarity extends beyond this, as the interface that should belong to the game can also be utilized by Carl in the real world. Regardless of whether it is an item from the game or reality, Carl possesses the remarkable ability to store these items in his panel's inventory and subsequently retrieve them. This implies that Carl can transport items from the gaming realm into the tangible world. Yet, a slight drawback exists. While items from the real world can also be brought into the game, they appear to serve little purpose due to the absence of such mechanics in that realm. Nonetheless, this minor flaw does not significantly impact Carl. Although Carl can indeed employ the panel in both worlds, the functionalities available in the real world are limited to merely the inventory, skill bar, equipment bar, and status bar. Beyond these four features, all other functionalities remain inaccessible to Carl in reality, much like the incompatibility of those features with the real world. Even so, this limitation is already extraordinary. To elaborate, simply relying on the inventory function enables Carl to engage in trade between the two worlds, potentially amassing wealth effortlessly. Furthermore, he can leverage this ability to conduct business in the real world that typically necessitates substantial manpower, numerous ships, and even livestock for logistical purposes. In essence, one could succinctly describe this phenomenon as extraordinary. However, there is a regrettable aspect. The currency from the game cannot truly be extracted. For Carl, it merely exists as a sequence of numbers recorded on the panel. This represents a minor shortcoming of this reality-merged pursuit of the farmer's dream. Nevertheless, it cannot be deemed entirely useless, as these numbers can still facilitate transactions within the game world, allowing him to procure goods that can subsequently be retrieved, albeit with some inconvenience. Yet, this is but one facet of the situation. After all, the items that can be purchased with this currency are not merely ordinary supplies. The shops within the game world offer a variety of peculiar items, such as magical potions and enchanting equipment. In summary, this reality-merged game world that accompanies Carl serves as an inexhaustible goldmine for him, ripe for exploration and discovery. This is one of the reasons Carl is able to live with such carefree exuberance. However, prior to this, upon his arrival in this world, he was merely an ordinary child, albeit a legitimate offspring injured by a donkey. Even after discovering his extraordinary abilities and the potential to enter the realm of the farmer's dream, he remained, at heart, just a child. In this realm of gaming, he inadvertently returned to the initial phase of account creation, with all progress lost. This meant he had to once again engage with a game that had become his reality, painstakingly reclaiming each saved file. Subsequently, Carl's life transformed. During the day, he toiled for the Royce family, tending to donkeys and fulfilling his obligations. Each night, he ventured back into the game world, embarking on the meticulous task of developing a universe that belonged solely to him. Yet, reality remained reality, even if it was merely a world rendered tangible through a game. At the outset, he dared not approach the goblin forest to the east of Quamuk village. Instead, he labored daily for Farmer Jacob, exchanging his efforts for meager coins and food, with a barn to rest in at night. He could not gamble on whether dying in this game-turned reality would result in true loss. Moreover, there were no cheat codes in this world to catapult him to success. Even if he stripped the flowering plants near the tree stump in the southwestern corner of the village, it would yield no benefit. Thus, in the early stages, Carl was relegated to being a mere workhorse on Jacob's farm. After a month's grueling labor, clocking in 8 hours a day, he barely managed to save 450 coins to rent a room from the village chief, finally securing a place of his own. He could not afford to treat this game world as a mere game, adopting a nonchalant attitude, believing he could casually respawn while adventuring. Consequently, he remained in Quamuk village, focusing on work that was both feasible in this world and beneficial for him. Among these pursuits, the blacksmith shop occupied a significant portion of his time after the farm. Here, he not only earned money but also accrued invaluable experience, for leveling up was paramount. The importance of leveling up hardly requires elaboration. Although the experience gained from blacksmithing was scant, it sufficed for Carl, who sought safety above all else. During this process, he realized that he was not merely wasting time in exchange for minimal experience and coins. After 2 to 3 months of hammering iron, Carl discovered he had genuinely mastered the craft. He could now forge a variety of items. While this may sound incredible, it was entirely comprehensible, given the time he had invested in honing his skills. Each strike of the hammer, accompanied by the sparks that flew, and the waves of heat that brushed against his face, were testaments to his efforts, undeterred by the imperfections of this world. Thus, Carl dedicated his early days in this realm to diligent cultivation and growth. After establishing a certain foundation, he took advantage of his position to procure iron ore from the blacksmith, crafting a complete set of armor for himself. Gradually, he embarked on his true journey within this world, undertaking quests that were meant to unfold naturally along the storyline. The passage of time in the game world relied on its own temporal framework. After all, each time he entered, he had to load a saved file. The disparity in the flow of time between the real world and the game realm afforded him the opportunity to develop. As for the ratio of time flow, Carl could not precisely calculate it, but he estimated that 2 hours in the real world roughly equated to a day in the game world. Thus, Carl led a life of labor during the day and continued to work at night, as time gradually slipped away. A year passed in reality since he arrived in this world. During this year, he remained unaware of how many years he had spent in the game. Not only had he completed all the quests in the game world, but he had also exhausted every possible task. Moreover, his real-world self had undergone monumental changes due to the years spent in the game. The once 12-year-old, frail boy, who could be easily knocked unconscious by a donkey's kick, had transformed into a nearly 6-foot-tall man in that truly fantastical realm. He now appeared robust, his muscular physique capable of delivering a blow strong enough to fell a bull. At this juncture, Carl resolved to make a decision he had long contemplated. He yearned to leave behind the world where he could only gaze up at a capricious sky, surrounded by the monotonous gray and brown stones, and the endless expanse of green grass and trees, all while being incessantly bombarded by the jarring brays of donkeys. He wished to venture forth and discover what the true world was like. With all preparations and decisions in place, he tendered his resignation to the island family, who had provided him with employment. He casually packed a few inconsequential items, merely to serve as a facade, and bid farewell to his mother, who had once tasted forbidden fruit with Robert Baratheon and gave birth to him. She appeared to be a peasant woman, her past beauty still discernible, and had since rebuilt her life, marrying a shepherd and raising 4 more children. This family held little significance for Carl. In fact, this was his first visit. After all, he had no real connection to them. As Robert's illegitimate son, he had grown up in Eagle's Nest and Moondor Castle, relying on himself and the affection once bestowed upon him by Lina Island. It was due to these circumstances that he had scarcely seen this peasant woman, relying solely on vague memories to recognize her. Thus, Carl's departure was remarkably unremarkable, although the woman who bore him, his mother, expressed her concerns regarding his choice. As an illegitimate child, he was expected to reside in the place where generations of his family had dwelled, destined to become a donkey herder or a farmer. Yet, he embarked on a quest for something greater in this world, a farmer's quest. Chapter 6. The wife of Dorn. The wife of Dorn was as radiant as the sun. Her kisses warmer than the gentle spring. Yet, the swords of Dorn were forged from black iron, their embrace terrifyingly lethal. While bathing, the wife of Dorn would sing, her voice as sweet as ripe peaches. Conversely, the swords of Dorn possessed their own haunting melodies, sharp and cold as leeches. He fell to the ground, darkness reverberating around him, tasting the metallic tang of blood on his tongue. His brother knelt in prayer for him, while he laughed and sang aloud, "Brother, oh brother, my end draws near. Dorn has claimed my body, yet it matters not, for mortals must face death, and I have savored the wife of Dorn." Carl rode upon the back of Fox, humming a tune imbued with exotic charm. Beneath him, Fox extended his neck slightly forward, breathing steadily as he trod with small, alternating steps. At the horizon's edge, a vast procession came into view. Even as twilight began to descend, the advancing army, raising a long plume of dust behind them, appeared resplendent, akin to the fluttering black and gold stag banner. Upon sighting this procession, Carl ceased his humming, pursed his parched lips, straightened his posture, and his demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness, no longer languid. He had just been humming a song of unknown origin, titled The Wife of Dorn, which he had learned during his wanderings through the free trade city-states of Essos after departing from his valley. If memory serves, it was sung by a minstrel who resided in a brothel at the time. As the melody wafted through the air, laughter and coins were tossed toward the bard. The song, true to its name, narrates the tale of a man who lay with the wife of Dorn and subsequently succumbed to wounds sustained in an honorable duel with a Dorn man. It may sound far-fetched, yet such is the tale. Carl was uncertain whether the song was intended to mock the Dornish or if men simply had a penchant for such stories. Nevertheless, it enjoyed considerable popularity. After much wondering, Carl had managed to learn it. Yet, it must be said, it was indeed catchy, and one could only surmise that the composer was a person of remarkable talent. Coming to a halt, he gently shook the reins in his hand, signaling Fox to move aside onto the road. As soon as he halted, a procession of silver-armored knights surged past him, led by a knight in shining armor, continuing onward along the path. Carl's gaze lingered briefly upon them before he turned to seek out his objective within the ranks, eventually spotting a rotund figure trailing closely behind the cavalry, flanked by two members of the Kingsguard draped in snow-white cloaks, walking before the grand wheelhouse. Observing the figure's dark hair, reminiscent of the manner in which Fox huffed, Carl inhaled deeply. However, as he opened his mouth to speak, he was abruptly choked by the dust kicked up by the passing throng. Damn it. Perhaps I should compose a ballad about how much dust those who walk at the back of a march consume, he muttered under his breath, only audible to himself. He then gently tugged the reins, signaling Fox to proceed in the direction he desired. Fox flicked his ears, seemingly displeased. Beneath the king's posterior was a robust black stallion, though 3 of its 4 hooves were pristine white. The horse was indeed well-muscled, as any lesser creature would struggle to bear the weight upon its back. Meanwhile, Robert's attention was drawn to the silver-armored knights stationed by the roadside, awaiting the procession. The knight's dark hair, initially prompting Robert's rising impatience to urge the group to hasten, now elicited a smile upon his face, albeit obscured by a thick, bushy beard and the double chin hidden beneath it. "Your Majesty, in just 5 more miles, you will reach the inn where you shall be staying tonight. Everything has been prepared for your comfort." Riding alongside Fox, Carl remained mounted as he reported the situation to King Robert, slightly trailing behind by about half a horse's length. Yet, between him and the king stood a member of the Kingsguard, obscured by a high white helmet, casting an indistinct gaze in his direction. Upon concluding his report about the remaining distance to be traversed, Carl noticed the watchful eyes upon him and instinctively returned the gaze. Fixated on the knight clad in white robes and armor, bearing sword and shield, his attention inadvertently fell upon the knight's short leg, which curved outward as he sat astride his steed. Despite not being able to see the face concealed beneath the helmet, from the stout build and that leg, Carl recognized the knight's identity. Sir Boros Blunt, a knight of House Blunt, served as one of King Robert Baratheon's Kingsguard. He was accompanying the king on this journey to Winterfell alongside his sworn brothers, Ser Jaime Lannister and Ser Meryn Trant. Unperturbed by the malevolent gaze directed at him, Carl chose to ignore it, feigning ignorance, his countenance betraying little change. After all, in his estimation, the man he frequently encountered on Silk Street was likely as loyal to the master of the Red Keep as to King Joffrey, if not more so. Thus, He felt no surprise at such scrutiny. Kersey's words, at times, were not merely baseless. Seven hells. I am on the verge of forgetting the last time I wielded a hammer from atop a steed. The wind that whisked past my face back then must have been far cooler than this swelter, which leaves my back drenched as if I had soiled my trousers. Damn it, I would far prefer to ruin those tattered sheets than endure this. Upon hearing Carl's lament, King Robert paused momentarily, then raised a hand to support his weary back, his gaze drifting past Carl to the front of the procession as he muttered curses between clenched teeth. Though it was merely the first day of their journey, and the route from King's Landing was among the easiest. For a king who had long been deprived of such a lifestyle, the endless path had already begun to vex him, especially after enduring such hardship. Carl pretended not to hear the king's invectives, lowering his head slightly and retracting his gaze from the Kingsguard. Noticing that the hired knight he had specifically summoned was unresponsive, Robert clicked his tongue in irritation and instinctively turned to look back at the imposing red keep. Suddenly, he erupted, boring people, tedious journey, and that infernal cacophony. By the gods, I ought to summon my wine. Though no one paid heed to the king's tirade, those who could hear understood exactly whom his curses were directed at. At that moment, all were as silent as if they had been silenced by the mad King Ares too, for silence was their expected conduct. Moreover, for the Kingsguard, as long as the king did not require their voices, they were to remain mute. Given the tedium of the company and the arduous journey, Robert's patience had reached its limit. Those damned bastards. Urge them to quicken their pace. I do not wish to sit at the table and find myself relying on a flickering candle that barely illuminates a woman's bosom to discern whether my plate holds venison or some dismembered fingers. With the king's command, the procession hastened once more. At that moment, a squadron broke away from the main body, galloping towards the location Carl had just reported. This contingent was tasked with ensuring all arrangements were in place before the king's actual arrival. Carl did not linger by Robert's side for long, nor did he wish to hear his complaints. He found himself at a loss for words with this man, who was supposed to be his father, yet was a stranger to him, one whose foul language and acrid breath, reeking of alcohol, accompanied by flying spittle, were all too familiar. To him, there was little distinction between the king and the patrons who spent silver stags to employ him for various tasks. Although the offers he received were all in golden dragons, impressively generous, such matters would have once brought him joy. He might have invited Kosi and others to Silk Street, cheerfully declaring that all expenses for the evening would be covered by young Master Sherdong. However, it was evident that such notions were ill-suited for the present moment. Thus, after completing his assigned duties, Carl withdrew amidst Robert's grumbling and mounted his horse, trailing not too far behind the earlier group as he prepared to return to the inn. Yet, as he journeyed back, his thoughts turned to what he might dine on that evening. Perhaps he could indulge in a large mug of ale, accompanied by a feast fit to fill 3 wooden platters with bread and meat. As for the type of meat, Carl had no particular preference, maybe rabbit, perhaps lamb, or if fortune favored the innkeeper, wild boar or venison procured from a hunter. Such meats would require merely a brief marination before being set to roast over the fire. At the appropriate moment, a chunk of meat, bones included, would be placed into a pot alongside onions, carrots, and water. If one wished to be extravagant, a sprinkling of salt and a touch of mint or rosemary could be mixed in. A simmering period of at least half an hour would be necessary until the carrots became tender, and the meat, still attached to the bones, would reach a delightful tenderness, easily falling apart at a gentle touch. Then, all that would be needed were 2 pieces of bread or perhaps freshly baked potatoes. Pour the rich, stewed meat broth over the top, accompanied by a raw carrot and a large mug of ale. Such a meal would be a fitting reward after a day of toil. Should he find himself still hungry, Carl could, under the cover of night and unnoticed, feign a trip to relieve himself and sneak into the realm of gaming for another round of sustenance. For Carl, as long as the food was delectable and satisfying, he held little regard for anything else. Even the most meager fare, provided it wasn't the scrawny, meatless rat, would suffice, regardless of what was on the menu. After a day of exertion, his protesting stomach seemed ready to accept anything. As for whether he would partake in food prepared by the king's chef, Carl did not entertain such lofty expectations. With a heart filled with delightful visions, he quickened his pace and soon found himself back at the inn. However, as he had just arrived, Kashi called out to him, "Boss." He grinned widely, revealing a gap-toothed smile dubbed dog-tooth, and hurried over to Carl from beneath a large tree. Dismounting and hearing the labored breaths of focus, Carl first patted the horse's neck to soothe it before turning his gaze towards Kashi. "Nothing happened, right?" Carl inquired, his eyes drifting towards the inn where the individuals who had arrived before him, following orders from abroad, were bustling about. Among them stood a man, seemingly in charge, shouting instructions at the workers in the courtyard. In the midst of Karl's conversation with Kashi, one of the men, slow to respond, received a kick to the rear from the overseer. Kashi understood Karl's subtle reminder. He chuckled and then pointed with his rough fingers in a particular direction. Following his gesture, Karl looked over to see a small grove adjacent to King's Avenue, where his team had chosen to settle down. We have already selected our resting spot. Boss, hand focus over to me. I'll take it to get some water. After indicating the chosen resting place, Kashi revealed the purpose of his wait. It was a decent shelter from the wind, allowing for a constant watch over the surroundings. Quite commendable. Observing the location, Karl smiled and handed over the reins. Give Focus plenty of oats and add some beans. We have no shortage of those. Naturally, if he loses even a pound, the value of my flesh and bones combined wouldn't equal that. Kashi replied earnestly, his gaze on Focus akin to regarding a walking golden dragon. Unable to restrain himself at Kashi's nonsense, Karl playfully patted him on the back, causing Kashi to stumble unexpectedly. Focus, witnessing this comical scene, shook its hide and flipped its lips in a mocking manner, reminiscent of a donkey that Karl had once owned, its braying sharp and piercing. Enough with the nonsense. Get to work. With that, he dismissed the playful Kashi. Watching the duo depart, Karl noted the mischievous grin had vanished from Focus's face, replaced by a grimace from the unexpected slap on the back. The smile that had faded from Kashi's face seamlessly transferred to Karl's countenance. Shaking his head, he adjusted the hilt of his sword at his waist before re-entering the inn. Chapter 7. Dinner. The inn by King's Avenue certainly lacked the presence of any nobleman's wife, and Karl had no intentions of indulging in frivolity with a nobleman for such a reason. However, upon stepping back into the establishment, he raised his gaze to survey his surroundings, immediately noticing not only the lively hustle and bustle, but also the presence of a dozen or so women he had not seen before. As Karl observed their revealing attire and the predatory glances cast upon the soldiers, he raised an eyebrow, soon realizing the intentions of these individuals. This inn, situated merely a day's journey from King's Landing, found its proximity a boon, especially given the slowed pace of the king's procession. In such a strategic location, it was inevitable that those engaged in certain professions would make their presence felt. Moreover, Karl noticed not only the women but also two bards in a corner of the inn, merrily clutching their instruments and exchanging laughter over the antics of the women. It appeared that Robert's expedition had presented these merchants with a lucrative opportunity. Pondering this, Karl nonchalantly withdrew his gaze and moved to a modest corner of the inn to take a seat. His arrival and scrutiny did not go unnoticed by the others. However, compared to the resplendent knights adorned in crimson and gold, Karl's armor seemed rather understated. Its once lustrous sheen had dulled, and the visible signs of wear suggested he was not of considerable wealth. Perhaps, under normal circumstances, someone like Karl would shine brightly in their eyes, but today, he evidently fell short. Hey there, mate, what's on the menu? As soon as he settled down, Karl removed his helmet and unsheathed the long sword that hung at his waist, placing it within easy reach. Just then, he swiftly grasped a plump lad who had rushed past him. The lad, caught off guard and feeling as if ensnared by a giant's grip, turned to the source of the voice with a start. Sir, we have prepared an abundance of food. What would you like? Upon recognizing Karl and realizing he meant no harm, the lad quickly regained his composure, steadying his breath to speak more clearly. Hearing the title, Karl chuckled. I am not a knight. What do you have? Please, elaborate. The lad stroked his chin thoughtfully, unfazed by Karl's modesty or his potential misaddressing. He possessed ample experience in conversing with travelers and knew well that anyone bearing a longsword relished being addressed as a knight. He glanced upward, recalling the preparations his father had made for this grand occasion. Well, we have crispy hot bread, fried bread, onion and cheese pies, and hardtack, all freshly baked. The dishes include honey garlic snails, roasted suckling pig, grilled trout, and creamy quail, among others. Perhaps you might also enjoy a delightful mushroom and butter snail soup, as well as oxtail soup, all freshly prepared with the finest ingredients. Oh, and we have wine, both red and ale, for your tasting pleasure. The red wine hails from the summer harvest of Dorne. Upon hearing the chubby little fellow rattling off such an impressive array of offerings, Karl could not help but be captivated by his rosy cheeks. After all, the sheer variety of dishes he mentioned was enough to rival even the most well-stocked city taverns, let alone a humble inn. It was evident that meticulous preparations had been made in advance. Such a lavish spread? No wonder the proprietor could manage such a grand establishment. Karl mused quietly to himself. As for why the owner was so well prepared, Karl was not surprised, for the map Varys had provided him spoke volumes. However, he wondered if Peterburus had a hand in this as well, considering that as the Chancellor of Finance, he was responsible for the king's coffers. I shall have a mug of ale, followed by a serving of grilled trout, creamy quail, and some hard bread. As for the soup, I would like the mushroom and butter snail soup. By the way, did you send an army to conquer a nation of snails? After placing his order, Carl jested lightly, noting that while he had yet to see any of the fine dishes, the snail seemed abundant enough to hold a conference. Interestingly, he found himself particularly intrigued by the snails, as their meat possessed a delightful chewiness. Very well, sir, please hold on for a moment. Upon hearing Carl's order, the little portly fellow hastily darted into the kitchen, and soon Carl could hear his cheerful shouts. Before long, the ale Carl requested was brought to him by the same little fellow. Surprisingly little water added. He raised the horn cup and took a hearty gulp, almost as if quenching his thirst with water rather than indulging in ale. Following that refreshing drink, Carl wiped the froth from his lips and offered an unexpected compliment, noting that he was fortunate to partake in such royal flavors. With the ale easing his fatigue, Carl's ordered dishes began to arrive one after another, though this time they were delivered by a different server. Including the snail soup, the main courses and side dishes were presented by a young woman with chestnut-colored hair. Although she wore a half apron tied at her waist, her youthful features were quite charming. After setting down the food, she cast Carl a flirtatious glance. The owner, of course, would not let such free labor go to waste. In addition to their primary duties, they were also able to serve as waitresses. Carl was not surprised by the woman's appearance. Although his attire seemed far more shabby compared to those soldiers, he displayed a generous spirit in his choice of food. After all, no one harbors animosity towards a mere coin. As he took a seat and removed his helmet, he couldn't help but feel the curious gazes directed towards him. It must be said, without a hint of vanity, that he could be considered quite handsome. Thus, facing the lingering looks that seemed to devour him, Carl offered a polite smile and gently patted the woman's rear, a gesture he deemed a small tip. My name is Melinda. I believe Bill may have forgotten to mention that we have other dishes as well. Handsome knight. The woman, identifying herself as Melinda, did not immediately leave after placing the food down. Unfazed by Carl's playful advance, she instead graced him with a brighter smile. She set down the platter she had been holding and untied her apron, then turned and gracefully sat on the table before Carl, showcasing her assets. Observing the delightful curves before him, Carl raised an eyebrow and, following suit, let his hand rest on her thigh. The skin was firm and pleasantly elastic. Gazing at the 2 servings of food laid out on the table, Carl felt his appetite stirring, and he spoke up, if needed. I believe I shall desire a late-night snack later. However, currently, I must first address the protestations of my stomach. For serving the king is not always as simple as merely being a bodyguard for a merchant. Upon hearing Carl's words, the woman's gaze shifted from him to the food on the table. Her expression softened, and she playfully traced a finger gently across the back of Carl's hand resting on her thigh. I shall wait for you. Her lips, tinted a rosy hue, parted to reveal a cheeky little tongue that danced around them. Her sultry voice dripped with allure, making Carl feel it was more tantalizing than the soup on his table, though he was certain he was far tougher than the bread beside it. Just as they were solidifying their agreement, a voice unexpectedly interrupted their moment. Though it may be impolite, might I taste a morsel before you serve dinner? Chapter 8. A stubborn pony proclaims it is a lion. Wow. I seem to have heard someone speaking, yet I see no one. Carl thought, vexed. Damn it. Is my hunger causing me to hallucinate? He merely tilted his head to see who was addressing him. However, he would not indulge anyone attempting to pilfer from his bowl. After all, if he had indeed bedded the lord's wife, then the one lying down in the song he had previously hummed could not possibly be himself. Indeed, one cannot simply recline upon the table. However, regarding Carl's provocative remarks, the dwarf from House Lannister, who had been observing Carl since his entrance, approached with measured steps. Displaying no sign of anger, he chose to disregard Carl's disparaging comments and instead retrieved a silver stag from his belt. Rising onto his toes, he boldly inserted the silver coin, along with his hand, into the deep, pale bosom of Melinda. Reluctantly withdrawing his hand, Tyrion inhaled deeply, savoring the lingering scent, before gently shaking his head and speaking with an expression of infatuation. I beg your pardon, my lady, but could you grant me and this impolite fellow a moment of space? I intend to challenge him in the name of the gods, with you as the reward. Upon hearing Tyrion's declaration and feeling the chill of the silver coin against her chest, Melinda's face blossomed with radiant delight. Swiftly, she lifted herself slightly and leapt down from Carl's dining table. However, after landing, she promptly bent down, unashamedly pressing her lovely face close to the dwarf's, and then, with a playful pout, took a bite. Carl glanced over, perceiving her as if she were gnawing on a misshapen apple that had yet to bask in the sun. Nevertheless, unperturbed by the apple's taste, Melinda, after her playful nibble, cradled Tyrion's head, her expression blooming into an exuberant smile. "Of course, my lord." Her voice was as sweet as honey. Having just forged a pact of mutual assistance with Carl, she gazed at the dwarf's head in her hands as if it were a nugget of pure gold, and continued, "If you desire, I shall be yours until your departure. I have every faith that you shall emerge victorious." With this, she winked one bright eye, her gaze brimming with alluring charm. Fortunately, she recognized that the two men were acquainted and had matters to discuss. So after bestowing her compliments upon Tyrion, she gracefully gathered the plate she had set down, swaying her form as she prepared to leave. Yet, as she stood, Tyrion's other hand deftly found the spot where Carl's gaze had recently lingered. With a lecherous arch of his brow, the dwarf remarked, "My queen of love and beauty, if it would not be too much trouble, might you procure me some sustenance, and perhaps a glass of red wine as well?" After conveying Melinda's thoughts, Tyrion patted the remarkably elastic spot he had just pinched before advancing toward Carl. Ensconced in the lingering gaze of the enchanting maiden, straining slightly, he settled himself into a chair. At this moment, Carl, having already begun his meal, picked up a hard bread roll, puncturing it with his fingers to create several holes, before ladling mushrooms and escargot from his soup into the bread, crafting a delightful mushroom and snail pie. After taking a bite of his latest invention, Carl leisurely directed his gaze towards the blonde dwarf before him, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he observed the dwarf's labored attempt to position himself in front of him. It was only then that Tyrion found the opportunity to look up at Carl. However, upon noticing the unabashed derision etched upon Carl's face, Tyrion merely shrugged his shoulders in resignation, stating, "As a half-man, I apologize for not making my presence more immediately apparent to you." He then raised a finger and shook it playfully, adding, "I have a splendid suggestion for you. Perhaps next time, you might consider crawling on the ground. That way, you may catch a glimpse of a different perspective, for then, you might just spot a lion at first glance." As Tyrion spoke these audacious words, a smirk danced at the corners of his mouth, his arms crossed as he regarded Carl, who was delivering what seemed to be reasonable advice. Yet, in response to the Lannister dwarf's insolence, Carl swallowed the morsel of bread lodged in his throat, took another swig of ale, and cast a sideways glance at him, his eyes downcast. "A lion? Are you referring to one that, due to its failure to satisfy the mating desires of a lioness, appears as dejected as a dog adorned with a crown of weeds? If that is the case, I regret to inform you that your suggestion is commendable, but I advise you to refrain from offering such counsel in the future." Carl continued to chuckle mockingly as he uttered his disdainful remarks, prodding at the bread stuck between his teeth with his tongue. However, before the dwarf, whose smile had begun to falter in preparation for a retort, could voice his protest, Carl abruptly set down his bread and leaned slightly closer to Tyrion. After smacking his lips, he shifted the topic, continuing his mockery. "But I believe I just heard a certain boastful footstool proclaiming something about a duel. Forgive me, the illustrious giant Tyrion Lannister. Have you seen this arrogant stool? I believe I could capture it and sell it to a circus. Trust me, it would fetch an excellent price." Observing this unwelcome dwarf, who audaciously sought to undermine him, Carl's vocabulary proved to be far from impoverished. As for the footstool he referenced, he was certain that the dwarf seated before him understood precisely what he meant. After all, he needed this very contraption to mount a horse. Indeed, Carl had even speculated that, should it be convenient for him, he might take it along to his favorite places, for with this treasure in hand, he could stand upon it and engage in certain activities at the edge of his bed, if memory served him correctly. This method was indeed one he had previously suggested to Tyrion, so Carl was not concerned that the dwarf would fail to grasp his implication. However, in response to this glaring mockery, the dwarf from House Lannister appeared as though it was the first time he had heard of such a matter. He stroked his chin, and after his mismatched eyes each rolled around in their sockets, he looked at Carl with a puzzled expression. "I apologize, Lord Stone, but I seem to have overlooked the stool you mentioned. However, I dare say, should you manage to catch it, you might sell it to House Lannister. For their wealth is undoubtedly unrivaled across the Seven Kingdoms, is it not?" As Tyrion uttered these words, his comically exaggerated eyebrows danced with emphasis on certain phrases. After delivering a calm retort to someone's attack, a rather incongruous grin emerged beneath his nose, which seemed to smirk with mischief. Observing Tyrion's unflappable performance, Carl, who had been joyfully preparing to resume his meal, suddenly froze in his tracks. He felt as though something had lodged in his throat. Otherwise, how could he find himself suddenly devoid of appetite in the face of such delectable fare? Thus, he turned his gaze upon the diminutive figure before him. "You wretched scoundrel, Golden-haired monkey, believe me, if I were to catch that stool, I would certainly sell it to the Lannisters. Allow me to preemptively thank you on their behalf. Moreover, that lion is not as woeful as you claim. Chapter 9. Incomprehensible Nonsense. Tyrion faced Carl's derision with the same ease as one might greet a morning by opening a window and relieving oneself into the garden. Not only that, but after completing his act, he could even smile and marvel at how the gentle breeze felt more pleasant against his cheek than it had the day before. Thus, his countenance bore only an air of indifference. Oh, is that so? In reaction to Tyrion's serene demeanor, Carl paused slightly, then squinted his eyes in a questioning manner, responding with a smirk. As he spoke, he chewed on his food, and a crumb fell from the corner of his mouth, which he deftly caught and tossed back in. With a smile still gracing his lips, he tapped his spoon against his horn of ale and continued to regard Tyrion. If the little lion you speak of is truly more precious than solid gold, then I concede you have a point, Carl declared. Of course, regardless of the bids others might make, I assure you my offer will certainly be double that. Tyrion spread his hands, as if dismissing the matter entirely. Upon hearing this, Carl swallowed his food and suddenly halted, his eyes darting as he scrutinized the treasure before him, his chin slightly nodding in a pose of earnest contemplation. Perhaps I can anticipate others offering me the price of a castle. With this remark, Carl's amused gaze remained fixed on the audacious Lannister, who sat before him, seemingly rendered speechless. Upon hearing Carl's remarks and observing the expression on his face, Tyrion paused briefly, only to quickly recover with a smile and a gesture of open hands. Clearly, he had no intention of retracting his promise. At that moment, while the two engaged in a conversation that was half jest and half earnest, Melinda returned, carrying a platter. My esteemed Lord Lion, I have arranged for you some crisp hot bread, stuffed goose drizzled with mulberry sauce, and salted pork seasoned with pepper. Oh, and there's a rich cream soup as well. As she set down the food, Melinda graciously introduced each dish. Wow, this looks quite ample. It seems someone is anticipating that I will need sufficient strength for the tasks ahead, Tyrion exclaimed, his delight evident as he surveyed the bountiful spread before him. Seizing the opportunity while the maid was busy, he discreetly pilfered a couple of morsels, causing Melinda to blush with a charming shyness. Watching Tyrion's audacious display, Carl seized the chance while Tyrion was preoccupied. With lightning speed, he reached out and yanked a goose leg, stuffing it into his mouth. If you find it excessive, I wouldn't mind lending a hand, he mumbled, his mouth full of succulent meat. Tyrion could only stare in bemusement at the half-eaten goose leg that had been so brazenly taken from him, shaking his head with an amused expression. Although the portion was priced at double what others would pay, fortunately, Carl's appetite evidently matched the extravagance. Tyrion, retrieving his hand, brought it to his nose and inhaled deeply, then shrugged with satisfaction. So, I would say he does not mind sharing his food. Moreover, it is with a friend, is it not? Tyrion's face bore no trace of discontent. Rather, he appeared quite pleased. Yet, after expressing his thoughts, he turned his attention back to Melinda. Madam, could you kindly fetch me some red wine? I fear I might go hungry otherwise. At your command, my lord, she replied. The golden lion emblem of House Lannister was unmistakable, and coupled with his stature, golden hair, and generous disposition, Melinda had long recognized this diminutive dwarf. Perhaps this was also the reason she had turned away from the allure of beauty to embrace the allure of wealth. Nevertheless, it was true, the self-proclaimed little devil, who boasted of paying double, indeed served as another calling card for House Lannister, albeit one with a somewhat peculiar reputation. Yet, this did not diminish the sweet and warm smile that graced Melinda's face. What delightful beverages do you have? Carl inquired, watching Melinda sway away with her graceful figure. After finishing the meat, he spat out the bone and posed the question once more. Although he did indulge in red wine and could appreciate its flavor, he expressed a distaste for its tartness. As drinking it at least ensures I won't suffer from diarrhea, I maintain a prudent attitude regarding the water I consume, wary of whether it has been drawn from a trough. In response to Carl's inquiry, Tyrion merely picked up his knife and fork, glanced at the array of food before him, and with a slight grimace, articulated his reason. He then divided his warm bread with the utensils and placed a slice of salty pork atop it, adding that he relished that sensation. Having said this, Tyrion finally stuffed the bread into his mouth. However, as he spoke, a faint trace of sorrow shadowed his expression, indicating that Carl's question had evoked memories of something that brought him sadness. In reaction to his answer, Carl merely furrowed his brow slightly and nodded in empathetic agreement. It seemed fortunate that the dwarf did not have to wash his own trousers. At this juncture, both fell silent, losing their desire to converse, instinctively descending into a quietude. Soon, neither spoke further, and they tacitly bowed their heads to consume their respective meals. Carl astutely noticed that this individual seemed reluctant to touch the bowl of creamy soup. After several rounds of wine and a variety of dishes, Carl polished off his meal and gulped down the remaining escargot soup, finally rinsing his mouth with the leftover ale in his horn cup before spitting it onto the ground beside him. He then turned his head to regard Tyrion, who ate in a manner that struck Carl as somewhat effeminate. Setting down his horn cup, Carl tapped the table with his finger, stating that he had finished reading the book he borrowed from Tyrion, The Sky Kingdom, and inquired if they might exchange it for another. This unexpected remark interrupted Tyrion's meal. "You finished it?" Tyrion swallowed the food in his mouth, wiped his lips with the silk napkin from his pocket, and lifted his cup to gaze at Carl. His eyes tinged with curiosity. "Did you understand it?" Shaking his head, Carl admitted confusion, adding, "That thing is utterly nonsensical." At least, that was his perspective. Thus, his response was only natural. Chapter 10. Civilize the spirit, brutalize the body. "I believe you. You are absolutely correct." Tyrion, just about to raise his cup to his lips, found himself in a most awkward predicament due to Carl's sudden interjection. He set down his cup and hastily grabbed the silk napkin to wipe the red velvet garment he wore. Yet, once he completed this task, he affirmed Carl's statement. The Sky Kingdom is a work penned by Dr. Linman. It is said that Aegon Targaryen III developed the habit of gazing at the stars while in wolf form at the onset of his reign, prompting Maester Munkin to present this book by Dr. Linman to the king. However, Tyrion expressed disinterest, as the content of the book merely discussed celestial bodies and interspersed subjective opinions along with a few stories related to them. It can be said that the academic content constitutes about 80% of it, rendering the reading experience exceedingly tedious, akin to chewing on a wooden plank while attempting to extract a drop of oil from it for flavor. "So, you actually managed to finish it?" Tyrion inquired once more, for Carl's assessment was utterly nonsensical. Tyrion, who had fortuitously met this bastard of the Vale in Silk Street and formed a close friendship, was genuinely astonished that this seemingly brutish fellow, who appeared only capable of wielding a sword, would actually harbor an interest in reading. Moreover, he found it difficult to envision a towering man of nearly 7 feet, engrossed in a hefty tome, a sight as absurd as a dwarf, meant to perform at a circus for amusement, delighting in the embrace of a book larger than his own head. Driven by curiosity, the little demon could not refrain from posing a question. However, Tyrion distinctly remembered that before Carl responded to his inquiry, he turned the question back on himself. His answer at that moment was, "My brother possesses a tall stature and handsome features, which have garnered women's initial favor. At least he does not require the expenditure of gold dragons to achieve the same starting point as that of some ugly dwarf, though he harbored no interest in such frivolous amusements. Furthermore, the identity of the King's Guard restricted him from frequenting such places where he would discard his long sword like a maggot, shed his white cloak, and plunge into the tumult of revelry. Yet, as his earlier response suggested, I lack his appearance and the robust strength to effortlessly wield a long sword. Thus, the dwarf can only grasp a book, using it to enrich his mind, attempting to wield this knowledge as if it were his own sword. Fortunately, the dwarf possesses a serviceable, albeit modestly capable, intellect." Tyrion seemed to place great significance on the answer to this question, even in his inebriated state. He eloquently expounded upon his reasons for reading. However, upon finishing his discourse and turning to Carl to await his response, he found Carl's gaze utterly inscrutable. He extended a finger, pointing to a scene before them, where a naked woman, holding her sheathed longsword upright, was engaging in a sensuous dance, her legs entwined in rhythmic motion. Tyrion then heard Carl speak in a tone that was calm yet resonant. "I do not read for your reasons. My purpose in reading is simple. I merely wish for others to listen to my reasoning with composure." "What if you encounter someone unreasonable?" Tyrion asked, perplexed. "If I encounter an unreasonable person, I shall utilize my longsword to compel them to listen to my reasoning." What a remarkably unadorned rationale. At that moment, Tyrion was left utterly astonished by such a crude justification. Yet, he could not help but concede that it indeed possessed a certain logic. Thus, he generously declared that the expenses incurred by Carl this day would be settled by the diminutive demon prince, followed by a hearty laugh. However, such remarks were merely jest. What truly shifted Tyrion's perception of this seemingly inconsequential bastard was Carl's seemingly inebriated words, uttered while he embraced a woman and glanced back at him before departing. A comment that appeared casually thrown out and of little significance. Civilize the spirit, but savage the body. In that fleeting moment upon hearing those words, Tyrion felt every hair on the back of his neck stand on end, and even the intoxication that clouded his senses dissipated significantly. From that day forth, Tyrion not only gained a companion for his indulgences, but also a literary confidant, and indeed, a true friend. Hence, when he later heard Carl's assessment of the book, curiosity stirred within him. Why would it be considered nonsense? However, in response to Tyrion's inquiry, Carl remained silent, though the bitterness etched on his face was unmistakable. Tyrion could only shrug in resignation, setting aside the wine he had intended to pour more of. Let us proceed. My luggage should have arrived by now. I am eager to see what I have brought along. With that, Tyrion folded his silk handkerchief, rose to his feet, planted his feet firmly on the ground, and stepped towards the inn's exit. Carl had no objections. They had dined and imbibed, leaving only the question of how to pass the remaining hours. Just as Tyrion was about to step out the door, however, the diminutive blonde suddenly halted, raising his head and shifting aside to gaze at Melinda, who was smiling radiantly and beckoning him. Tyrion then quietly remarked to him, "What I said earlier was merely jest. She remains yours, my friend. Let the expense be mine." Nevertheless, Carl merely shook his head at the dwarf's kindness. "Never mind, I have little interest. Unlike you, I can leisurely regard this as a spring outing," Carl replied, turning his gaze towards the woman, casting flirtatious glances in their direction. "The king will undoubtedly make considerable efforts to dispatch us. I can almost foresee him appearing in the cellar of Winterfell at any moment." With a sigh, Carl could not help but run a hand through his hair. "That is the burial ground of House Stark, all the Starks, mind you. The current situation is already bizarre enough." Tyrion, ready to counter Carl's words, found himself compelled once more to express his agreement. Chapter 11. Cersei. Tyrion, with a resigned gesture towards Melinda, turned and stepped over the threshold, lifting his gaze towards the grand, albeit tardy, wheelhouse. The wheelhouse was conspicuous, particularly amidst the throngs of people encircling it, creating an unexpectedly vibrant atmosphere. After all, the 40 warhorses hitched to the carts alone would keep the drivers and servants occupied for quite some time. Tyrion paid little heed to this commotion. Instead, he raised a hand to rub his face. He remained remarkably energetic, yet for a dwarf, riding a horse meant he could only confine himself to the saddle, regardless of his vigor, as if he could tend to the affairs of 5 courtesans simultaneously. Thus, he endured the monotony of the friction between his thighs and the steed beneath him. Although, as the brother of the queen, no one would restrain his freedom of movement. Such liberties were not easily afforded to a dwarf, were they? Moreover, the king had yet to master the art of concealing his emotions. Or perhaps he simply held them in contempt. Everyone could perceive the king's impatience from the rotund face hidden beneath his bushy beard, especially given how often the term hell on earth had escaped his lips today. Therefore, Tyrion had mentally prepared himself for the discomfort that would inevitably accompany Cersei's foresight. With a soft sigh, he waved his hand, signaling Carl to follow. After all, the items they sought should lie just beyond the wheelhouse. Carl remained noncommittal, pursing his lips as he trailed behind. Thus, the unlikely duo, one tall, one small, ambled into the increasingly crowded throng, which had begun to resemble a bustling marketplace. Along the way, the pair attracted fleeting glances, but neither Tyrion nor Carl paid them any mind. However, as they squeezed through the crowd and prepared to circumvent the wheelhouse towards the rear, where provisions were being conveyed, the opulent doors of the wheelhouse suddenly swung open. The wooden doors, edged with metal and sufficiently lubricated, emitted little more than a whisper of sound. Yet, even this subtle noise pierced through the cacophony of voices, capturing the attention of all present. Instantly, the bustling crowd fell into a hush, all eyes drawn towards the entrance, including Carl's. Poor Tyrion, standing amidst the towering figures, could see nothing but the backsides of those around him. Thus, even as he sensed the sudden stillness, he was compelled to look up at Carl, hoping for an explanation of the unfolding scene. Carl, oblivious to Tyrion's gaze, instinctively halted upon sensing the shift in atmosphere. As he followed the collective gaze towards the wheelhouse, he noticed a particular individual, the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, dressed in resplendent white armor and draped in a flowing white cloak. He stood as a stalwart guardian, tasked with the sacred duty of protecting the queen. Positioned before the grand carriage, he awaited the ceremonial opening of the door. However, the throng of onlookers seemed oblivious to his striking presence, tall and gallant, with flowing golden locks and piercing azure eyes, complemented by a smile sharp as a blade. Instead, their collective gaze instinctively shifted past him, drawn inexorably to the now opened carriage door. In the next moment, a breathtaking woman emerged from the opulent carriage, clad in a lavish, off-the-shoulder crimson gown adorned with exquisite gemstone and gold jewelry. As she stepped forward, Jaime hastily turned, extending his hand to assist her, ensuring her descent was steady. Carl's attention followed suit, captivated by the beauty of the woman who had just exited the carriage. She was strikingly lovely, and her opulent attire only accentuated her allure. This enchanting figure was none other than Cersei Lannister, the queen and twin sister of the regicide, Robert. Upon beholding Cersei, Carl could not help but acknowledge her remarkable beauty. She possessed the quintessential features of House Lannister, golden curls framing her face and vibrant green eyes, complemented by a slender figure and fair complexion. Contrary to the formidable and acerbic persona portrayed in the series, she exuded a surprising warmth. Far from embodying arrogance or malice, her smile conveyed a unique charm, rendering her sweet, gentle, and approachable. Her cascading golden waves shimmered like coins basking in the sun, radiating brilliance. As she stood among the crowd, she became the most luminous star, drawing all eyes towards her. Although the passage of time had etched its marks upon her from bearing 3 children, these very traces only served to enhance the allure of the realm's most beautiful woman. Yet, as if sensing an unusual gaze amidst the throng, Cersei, having just steadied herself, instinctively turned her verdant eyes toward the source of this unfamiliar, yet increasingly familiar presence. Through the crowd, she caught sight of a man whom she should not have known, yet who had inexplicably become a figure of recognition over the past 6 months. Upon locking eyes with his deep blue gaze, Cersei's previously warm smile instantly froze into a frosty demeanor. Jaime, still supporting her, immediately sensed her unease and followed her line of sight. His gaze fell upon a tall man, impeccably groomed, with an enchanting and clear-eyed demeanor, who stood head and shoulders above the rest in the gathering. Combined with his undeniable handsome appearance, he became equally conspicuous, which is why James noticed him at first glance. Upon seeing this individual, James immediately understood why Cersei's expression had soured so dramatically, but he could only manage a wry smile in response. Cersei was acquainted with this man, and naturally, so was he. In fact, due to Tyrion, he had engaged with this gentleman on numerous occasions. However, for both parties, this man's identity was a thorn in one's side, yet seen as a promising youth by the other. Amidst the crowd, Carl observed that Cersei had fixated on him, her expression turning notably unpleasant. He could only lower his head slightly, pretending he had seen nothing. "Come on, little one, you see nothing," he thought. "But before you find a circus that can custom make a pair of stilts for you, I believe we should proceed with our intended business." Chapter 12. Family Maxims and Emblems. Noticing that Cersei had so brazenly locked her gaze onto him, her face akin to one who owed her a fortune, Carl promptly prepared to slip away. He had no desire to provoke this madwoman, no matter how striking she appeared. Given his current standing, he would prefer to avoid any encounter with her, steering clear of unnecessary troubles that could mar his mood. However, as he lowered his head and beheld Tyrion, who stood before him looking utterly bewildered amidst the throng, Carl could not suppress a chuckle. At that moment, Tyrion resembled a hapless marionette, his golden hair accentuating his sly and cunning demeanor. "Come on, little one, you see nothing. Before you find a circus to craft a pair of stilts for you, we ought to pursue our intended endeavors. Otherwise, there will be no bananas for you." Amidst the crowd, although Tyrion could generally deduce what was occurring, he remained oblivious to the specifics. Nevertheless, when Carl jested that he resembled a monkey, Tyrion could not help but roll his eyes. Yet, in the next moment, he reversed his gaze, scrutinizing Carl with earnestness. Soon, a mischievous grin graced Tyrion's face, enhancing his already roguish charm. With a casual flourish, he raised his hand and gazed toward the heavens as if there were an enchanting spectacle above, absent-mindedly twirling the golden ring adorned with a lion's head on his finger, and spoke in a nonchalant tone. "Carl, you are indeed correct. Thus, the unfortunate half-man, prior to acquiring his stilts, must temporarily rely on books to elevate himself. Although he may still only view a fixed panorama, at least this way, he will not be a blind man among the sighted, will he?" As Tyrion concluded his statement, he paused deliberately, casting a sidelong glance at the somewhat perplexed bastard observing him. Then the corners of his mouth curved into a higher arc naturally. "I believe that a golden dragon or a high stool could achieve the same effect. The one referred to as the little demon possesses an agile mind and sharp tongue, seemingly never at a disadvantage." Even when faced with Carl's teasing remarks, he could invariably find a new angle to elevate himself. In response, Carl simply shrugged, acknowledging the remark with a raised middle finger. A single golden dragon holds more value for a Lannister than for an ordinary person. As soon as he finished speaking, without allowing Tyrion the chance to haggle, Carl abruptly seized the collar of Tyrion's shirt. Like lifting a kitten, he hoisted him up and casually placed him upon his shoulder. Caught off guard, and amidst a whirlwind of confusion, the Lannister dwarf, who had astonishingly grown over 5 feet tall, glimpsed the alluring vista he sought under the temptation of promised rewards. However, when he finally discerned the view for which he had paid, he could only twitch his mouth and gag, nearly expelling the food he had just consumed. He then raised his trembling hand, pointing shakily in the direction that had drawn the gaze of the crowd. I regret this. It is hardly worth a single golden dragon. For the same price, I could indulge in 10 such harlots, all guaranteed to possess golden hair. Furthermore, the procurer would provide me with divine-like services. Seeing Tyrion's regret, Carl remained unfazed, even displaying a mischievous grin. He grasped the dwarf's feet to ensure he remained secure. I apologize, but in this world, there exists no remedy for remorse. I have yet to encounter any merchant offering such a commodity. Moreover, adhering to contracts is part of my integrity as a mercenary. It is through this that I have built my current company. Hearing this shameless justification, the dwarf clenched his teeth and retorted, "If your hand were not resting on the hilt of your sword while you utter these words, I might believe you. This is also my way of fulfilling my contract." Carl paid little mind to this trivial detail. He merely carried the dwarf and indifferently turned to rejoin the throng. Having never seen the tops of others' heads while walking, Tyrion felt a twinge of fear, instinctively gripping the edge of Carl's armor, his face paling. Although his legs felt weak, it did not hinder his sharp tongue. "By the 7 hells, should you ever establish a family, I suggest your motto might be words of gold, but only beneath the sword." In the face of the dwarf's insult, Carl continued with an expression of calm, shouldering his way through the crowd towards his destination. As for the dwarf's suggestion, Carl nodded thoughtfully before shaking his head. "It is a commendable suggestion. However, if I were to establish a family, perhaps I would modify the family motto to truth lies only beneath the sword, while dignity resides above it." Upon hearing those words, Tyrion fell silent once more, momentarily oblivious to the fact that he, too, had become a giant under the onslaught of the golden dragon. As Carl navigated through the crowd, Tyrion, lost in thought, finally parted his lips again. "Damn it, perhaps you ought to become a poet or join the Citadel. Believe me, you could certainly become a distinguished scholar rather than languishing here as a wretched mercenary, extorting a poor dwarf. I dare say Robert would be quite eager to have you join his council in such a manner." However, just as Tyrion reached this point, he abruptly froze. He then turned his gaze toward Carl's still impassive countenance. "Or perhaps you should unsheath your long sword and cleave someone's skull, then seize their white cloak to drape about yourself? I suspect Robert wouldn't mind having a bastard from the Vale standing beside him." Tyrion brazenly suggested to the young man before him, as if the words escaping his lips were mere musings about what to drink next, rather than matters concerning a king and the gravitas of his counsel. Yet, in response to the half-man's counsel, Carl merely cast him a glance and chuckled, subsequently yanking his collar and unceremoniously depositing him back onto the ground. Thus, the dwarf, who had finally paid a price to stand tall, was once again confronted with the harshness of reality. Carl, still maintaining a faint smile, grasped Tyrion's head as one would an apple, fixing it to face him. Then, in a calm tone, he spoke, "Hey, mate, listen. I know you're envious of my possession of a giant as towering as yourself, but I hardly believe that justifies pushing me into the fire pit." He continued, "Rather than being the one responsible for brewing that damned moon tea for the adulterous noblewomen or maidens, or standing guard for a rotund man capable of crushing 5 maidens, only to hear his lamentations over women, I would prefer my brother to have more freedom. I must admit, at times, his counsel proves far superior to that of a dwarf." Upon hearing this damned bastard compare himself to some object and witnessing the forced gaze of the dwarf, whose leather trousers and armor could not conceal his bulging form, Tyrion's expression flitted through a spectrum of colors. No matter how Carl taunted and teased, the ever-composed Lannister dwarf found his defenses truly breached at that moment. After all, it is not lies that wound, but rather the truth that cuts like a knife. Thus, Tyrion was left with no choice but to fixate on the imposing figure before him, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. With an expression that seemed to convey a desire to devour the object before him, he remarked fiercely, "Cursed bastard. I suggest that once you establish your family, you might consider depicting a high stool adorned with gold coins as your family crest, with a monkey perched upon it. Ideally, a golden-furred monkey. For from this day forth, I shall refer to you as the illustrious High Stool Carl." Chapter 13. I wish to stretch my limbs. Well, that is a splendid suggestion, but I advise you to refrain from making any more. Observing Tyrion's vexation over his size, Carl maintained a calm demeanor as he withdrew his hand and spoke in a measured tone while stroking his chin. He then averted his gaze from Tyrion and straightened up, directing his attention to the wagons being hauled at the rear of the convoy. These wagons were intended for transporting supplies for the group. while Tyrion occupied the space of two of them. One wagon was filled with an abundance of fine wine and a modest selection of delicacies, while the other contained only some essential clothing and a plethora of books. As Carl surveyed the scene, he instinctively began to calculate the worth of the provisions Tyrion had brought. However, despite his thoughts drifting towards the meager wealth of the dwarf, he felt compelled to address the matter of the family crest that Tyrion had mentioned. And even if I did need to design my own crest, I would certainly not feature a monkey sitting on a stool. As he spoke, Carl shifted his gaze back to Tyrion, who then observed him drawing a circular shape in the air with a finger. However, I might consider incorporating a spinning wheel. After all, my moniker is not High Stool Carl, is it, Lord Tyrion? With a slight squint and a faint smile, Carl spoke as if presenting an undeniable truth. After delivering his statement, he shrugged and resumed his journey toward their original destination, leaving a bewildered and helpless dwarf standing in place with wide eyes. If one were to inquire about what in this world might cause the deepest sense of vulnerability, it would likely be the lingering echo of a final whisper. Thus, in response to Carl's confident assertion, Tyrion not only felt a dimming of light in his eyes, but even the once sharp mouth atop his small head opened in silent astonishment. Unable to utter a single word, silence enveloped the inn that night. Amidst the bustling thoroughfare of King's Road, Tyrion Lannister felt an acute sense of solitude, utterly incongruous with the world around him. The seven gods are unjust. If I were as tall as you, surely my strength would surpass yours as well. After a moment of contemplation, watching Carl stride ahead, Tyrion, having ruminated on the unfairness of the seven, hastily scurried to catch up with him, defiantly uttering a statement that barely salvaged his pride. I recall a certain dwarf who never complained about external conditions. Carl's tone remained as unruffled as ever. He glanced down at the half-man who had followed him, and he would never grumble about the seven gods. For it seemed to me that he had always preferred to trust in himself. Yet, I suspect this may simply be my own wishful thinking, as he now appeared to be acting rather like a woman. Damn it! Upon hearing this, Tyrion mimicked Carl's gesture of raising a middle finger, uttering auspicious words. Before the wheelhouse, Cersei Lannister's expression grew increasingly grim, dark as if it might soon drip with malice. Watching the two individuals she despised walking together only stoked the flames of her unnameable rage. Cersei? Noticing the discontent on Cersei's face, Jaime quietly reminded the queen, whom he was supporting, and squeezed the hand he held. Jaime Lannister was neither blind nor foolish. He was perfectly aware of the reasons behind Cersei's fury. However, he felt powerless to address the matter, knowing that any words would be in vain. After being roused by Jaime, Cersei instinctively glanced around before reluctantly suppressing her anger. Yet, she quickly shot a venomous glare at the two departing figures before turning her resentful gaze back to Jaime, who stood before the wheelhouse. Let's go? Cersei spoke tersely, raising her free left hand to lift her skirts and issuing her command coolly. Seeing that Cersei did not erupt immediately, Jaime felt a sigh of relief within him and hurriedly assisted her down from the wheelhouse. Just then, a small head adorned with golden hair, carefully styled, peeked out from the doorframe. Hey, Mama, where are you and Uncle Jaime going? Myrcella Baratheon leaned out, her curious eyes fixed on her mother and her uncle, a member of the Kingsguard. The two, lost in their own thoughts, halted at the sound of Myrcella's voice and turned to face her. A beautiful little girl, with skin as pale as milk and cascading golden curls, appeared before them. Upon hearing her daughter's voice, the frost on Cersei's face melted away. Myrcella, stay inside the wheelhouse with your brothers and do not come out. Someone will bring you food shortly. After you eat, you can rest well. Cersei did not divulge her destination to Myrcella, but instructed her to remain within the wheelhouse. Having spent the day inside, Myrcella pouted in discontent at her mother's command. Initially, the excitement of departing King's Landing had thrilled her, but after a day of gazing at the unchanging scenery and feeling the jostling of the road, fatigue began to settle in. After a long-awaited pause, her curiosity about the world outside overshadowed the fatigue that enveloped her. She was eager to learn what the inn was like, yet it was clear that her mother had no intention of taking her along. Thus, all that Myrcella could do was lower her head and murmur, "All right, Mother, I will rest after dinner." Though merely 8 years of age, Myrcella appeared delicate. Yet she remained both beautiful and polite. After a brief moment of hesitation regarding her mother's command, she acquiesced. Upon witnessing the adorable little head retreat once more, Cersei and Jaime instinctively smiled. However, Cersei quickly retracted her smile, turning away, her expression once again icy. Let us move a bit further and stretch. This bumpy journey has nearly shattered my bones, Cersei declared, her lips tinged with a rosy hue, casting a fleeting glance at Jaime. Upon hearing her words, Jaime hesitated. He surveyed their surroundings before lowering his voice. The earlier party should have prepared food for you and Robert. I believe you ought to eat something first. Yet, the moment Jaime uttered these words, the pent-up fury that Cersei had accumulated throughout the day in the Red Keep surged forth. She forcefully shrugged off Jaime's supportive hand, raising an eyebrow as she scolded him sharply. I cannot even swallow a drop of water right now. Damn it. Why must I accompany that fat pig to that wretched place? The snow there could freeze a person solid. One might need someone to watch over them while they relieve themselves, lest they end up frozen along with their belongings. Despite Jaime's refusal, Cersei could no longer contain her ire, loudly venting her frustrations at him. Fortunately, she retained some semblance of composure. Her voice initially rose too high, but she subsequently lowered it, gritting her teeth as she continued to complain to Jaime. Jaime chose silence, refraining from responding. He understood that Cersei's ire, seemingly directed at him, was merely a veiled expression of her deeper grievances. However, his silence stemmed from more than just this understanding. It was common knowledge that Robert Baratheon's expedition north was driven by a singular intent. Everyone was aware of the reasons behind his arduous journey to that frigid wasteland. Yet, as a Lannister, he found it inappropriate to engage in public debate with Cersei regarding this matter. He was equally aware of her frustration about the situation, for in the Queen's eyes, the vacant position of Hand of the King should rightfully belong to the Lannisters, to their father Tywin. How much had the Lannister family sacrificed for the Baratheon family? And yet, how had the king repaid them? He sought to placate the guardians of the Westerlands with mere remnants from the valleys. Turning away, she prepared to venture into the frigid north in search of that accursed Stark. Thus, Cersei's ire was not solely directed at the immediate situation, but rather a culmination of all her frustrations. Particularly vexing was the necessity of accompanying Robert on this arduous journey to that wretched place. However, after a bout of explosive anger, Cersei managed to temper her rage, refraining from further public displays of indignation like a shrew. Instead, she pursed her lips and shot a glare at Jaime before turning on her heel, lifting her skirts as she strode purposefully towards the distant woods. Jaime, resigned, stood rooted in place, offering a wry smile and shaking his head as he adjusted the sword at his side and followed suit. I have fallen for a maiden as radiant as summer, with sunlight dancing upon her tresses. I have fallen for a beauty as striking as autumn, with the setting sun casting a glow upon her hair. I have fallen for a girl as pure as winter's snow, with moonlight gracing her delicate features. Carl, having just exchanged barbs with Tyrion, perched himself upon the framework of a cart, gazing up at the descending sun. A blade of grass idly held between his lips as he hummed a tune from Mill. One could tell he was in good spirits, having dined well. Meanwhile, Tyrion struggled to climb onto the cart, rummaging through a chest filled with books, pondering which tome might delight Carl. Suddenly, he was halted by the sweet, melancholic strains of song that should have graced the air. His hand froze mid-search, a vacant expression overtaking his face as he listened intently to the melody. It was not until the song faltered, interrupted by a forgotten lyric, that he regained his composure. No longer preoccupied with his earlier thoughts, he casually selected two books, disregarding their titles or contents. With his expression now calm, he descended from the cart, cradling the volumes in his arms, and approached Carl. Yet, instead of promptly presenting the books, he gazed up at the man leisurely swinging his legs in the sunset, and spoke. If you sing this song 100 times, perhaps I shall consider bestowing upon you another golden dragon. At this, Carl instinctively paused. Turning his head, he rolled the blade of grass between his tongue, then lowered his gaze, peering at the dwarf with an odd expression. For nearly half a minute, he scrutinized Tyrion, who appeared to have lost his wits. Finally, in a tone tinged with confusion, he remarked, first and foremost, I am currently a mercenary, earning my keep through the edge of my blade. Moreover, I believe there is no harm in occasionally moonlighting as a bard, for many noble ladies seem quite fond of men with a silver tongue. Thus, with a glint of curiosity in his eyes, Carl appraised Tyrion from head to toe and queried, Are you certain your mind has not been addled by a kick from a mule, or something similar? Upon concluding his statement, Carl swiftly turned over, clenching his fists and casting a menacing gaze at the trembling dwarf before him. How audacious of this rascal to regard him as a mere songbird. Nevertheless, Tyrion regarded such threats with utter indifference. He casually tossed the two books he had been cradling beside Carl, dusted off his hands, and stepped forward. Turning, he leaped to sit beside Carl, his gaze shifting to the sun suspended upon the mountain peak. Do you know the title of the song you're singing? Tyrion inquired, his tone casual as he admired the scenery without glancing at Carl. However, after posing the question, he did not await an answer but continued speaking to himself. It is called My Season of Love, a melody from the mill. Yet, its rendition is not one of your forceful declarations. Rather, it embodies a sweet lament, as if weeping and pleading, yearning to reach out but unable to grasp, much like the moon floating upon the water's surface, merely an illusory deception. A deception that a single golden dragon could shatter with ease. Tyrion's voice took on an unusual seriousness, as if genuinely engaged in an academic discussion regarding the song's style. However, as his words faded, silence enveloped them. After a prolonged pause, noticing Carl's lack of response, Tyrion turned his gaze back to him, a look of puzzlement crossing his features. Seeing Tyrion's attention shift, Carl removed the blade of grass he had been chewing, straightened his posture, and fixed an intense gaze upon the dwarf beside him. From the dwarf's voice, Carl discerned a hint of sorrow, akin to a fishy breeze drifting across the Blackwater River, yet colder than the snows of the north. Carl refrained from exchanging banter with Tyrion, and his sudden, cryptic remark felt out of place amid the atmosphere. Yet, within his gaze directed at Tyrion, there was an unusual seriousness. The half-man, initially perplexed by Carl's silence, found himself momentarily stunned by this unexpected sentiment, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. However, soon after, as if struck by a humorous thought, he raised his chin, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. His look at Carl tinged with disdain. "Little brat, I wager you've scarcely seen snow. Pray tell, do you even recall your first winter?" Chapter 15. I want you to kill him. Carl did not engage Tyrion in a discussion about whether he had seen snow or if he recalled his first winter, for he truly had no vivid memories of it. However, upon noticing the dwarf's peculiar emotional state, he realized the gravity of the matter at hand. Singing one's own song could indeed evoke a tempest of emotions in the Lannister dwarf, and Carl, with a mere flick of his thumb, could surmise that this matter was undoubtedly linked to a woman. Which woman could possibly linger so persistently in Tyrion's thoughts? It must surely be his former wife. Thus, leaving behind a bottle of exquisite red wine from the elves, he turned on his heel, clutching the borrowed tomes, devoid of any inclination to discuss the matter. Tyrion's self-deprecation was not unfounded. At times, he truly felt like a pitiful half-man, a dwarf indistinguishable from a bastard. All that Carl could offer his friend was a fine bottle of wine and a moment of solitude, for when a man finds himself in the throes of despair, these two items serve as the most effective remedies. However, upon returning to the inn, Carl found himself reconsidering his decision. "Melinda, I believe your little lion is in dire need of you right now. Indeed, at this very moment. So put down that damned plate and rise from that soldier's thigh." A good deed done anonymously. The plight of a man, after all, is often encapsulated in simplicity. Carl was convinced that by adding a woman to the previous two remedies, it would take but a single night for Tyrion to revert to his true self. A panacea, swift and unfailing. After all, Carl's long-held motto was that no sorrow could withstand a good foot wash. Feeling a renewed sense of optimism, Carl joyfully grasped the books in hand and made his way back to his mercenary encampment. As for the encounter with Cersei, it was merely a happenstance that did not weigh on Carl's mind. This was not his first meeting with her, yet he had never exchanged a word with Cersei. For this woman, Carl had always harbored the sentiment of keeping as far away as possible, hoping to avoid any unwelcome entanglements. Now as then, it was preferable to maintain that distance. After greeting Melinda, Carl indicated he would not intrude upon her forthcoming appointment, and thus, with his books in tow, he sauntered back to his mercenary camp. "Boss," Kashi greeted him with his usual warmth, rushing to meet him upon his return. The members of the Blackstone Mercenary Company, having completed a day of toil, also chimed in with their salutations. Carl reciprocated each greeting and remained to engage in casual conversation with the group that dined alongside him. Gradually, the dialogue shifted from mundane inquiries about meals to discussions of the attributes of colors, and soon, peals of laughter filled the air in joyous unison. Indeed, Carl had named his mercenary company the Blackstone, a title that conjured images of a mysterious construction material recognized by the masses in this world, imbued with an enigmatic essence. In every corner of the known world, where ancient wonders dwell, there mysteriously appears this enigmatic black stone. This stone boasts a pitch-black exterior, imbued with an oily texture. However, unlike the obsidian or dragon glass that Carl once envisioned, it resembles a form of jade. Although this stone shares similarities with the rocks of Valyria, and those forged by Valyrian dragon fire, the latter are dry rather than oily, setting them apart. As Carl is aware, the towering edifice on the battlefield of Old Town is constructed from a labyrinthine fortress of molten black stone. Additionally, the Ironborn of the Iron Islands have their sea stone seats, along with numerous other mysterious structures rumored to be built from this material. Carl has encountered this substance and has even collected a few specimens. Thus, no one finds it peculiar that he named his mercenary company after this black stone. Little do they know that he has taken it a step further, bestowing upon himself a resounding moniker, Wheel of Carl, in the Silk Street of King's Landing. This is what Carl discussed with Tyrion regarding his nickname. Regrettably, the only shortcoming is that no one in this world comprehends his peculiar sense of humor. Nevertheless, this does not hinder the connections forged between the two. For whenever Black Stone is mentioned, Carl comes to mind, along with his illustrious feats as the Wheel. Conversely, the association is equally reciprocal. In essence, Carl's endeavors stem from a desire to elevate his reputation. After conversing with his comrades for about half an hour, Carl finally rose to depart, making his way to the resting place prepared for him by Cassie. It was a sheltered nook, shielded by large stones, where a simple hammock was securely tied between two robust trees. This method serves as the swiftest means for mercenaries to rest while on the road. Yet, before reclining, Carl's gaze could not resist casting one last glance at the nearby inn. Outside the tavern, a multitude of tents belonging to Lannister soldiers sprawled abundantly, their vivid crimson hue reminiscent of mushrooms eagerly pushing through the fallen branches and leaves after a rainstorm in the valley. The vibrant colors were striking and impossible to ignore. Clutching a book borrowed from Tyrion's collection, Carl withdrew his gaze. Having lived in the valley for so many years, he is acutely aware that the more alluring and vibrant an object appears, the more likely it is to be deceiving. You may be captivated by its beautiful facade and attempt to approach it, but once you consume it, or even merely touch it, it often demands a price. Certainly, nothing is absolute. If your methods are appropriate, you may indeed find yourself enveloped in an ineffable joy. I demand that you take his life. Cersei traversed the path, weaving through the throngs of people before entering the woods, ultimately pausing beside a stream where crystal-clear waters flowed. As the footsteps behind her drew nearer, she did not turn to ascertain who followed, instead keeping her gaze fixed on the stream before her, her tone icy as she uttered those words. Jaime Lannister, who had followed her to this secluded spot, was momentarily taken aback by Cersei's declaration, pondering for a moment before realizing whom she referred to. Cersei, he is but a child. He knows nothing. Jaime struggled to find the right words, observing Cersei's silhouette, hoping to dissuade her from her dark intentions. Upon hearing Jaime's words, Cersei abruptly whirled around, her eyes piercing as she fixed him with a fierce stare. A child? Do you know how old he is? 18. Remember, you were merely 15 when you were knighted by Sir Arthur Dayne for your valor in the battle against the Kingsguard. Look at his towering physique and tell me, who would deem him a child? Chapter 16. The Origins of Suspicion and Murderous Intent. Cersei glared fiercely, her voice raised in indignation towards Jaime. Faced with her inexplicable fury, Jaime Lannister felt a sense of helplessness. Cersei, he has done nothing. Jaime sighed softly, stepping closer to gently rest his hand on her shoulder. His expression earnest as he continued to soothe her. He has just returned from the Free Cities, and he has only been in King's Landing for half a year. He knows nothing. He merely strives to improve his life. Perhaps influenced by Tyrion, Jaime's perception of the boy was not as extreme as Cersei's. In fact, it was quite the opposite. He held a certain admiration for the lad who dared to cross the sea to seek his fortune in the Free Cities at such a tender age. Courage is the first trial a boy must face to become a man. It is a mark of honor. His own knighthood was similarly born of courage. Yet, upon hearing Jaime's words, Cersei narrowed her eyes, regarding him with a look of betrayal. Finally, she forcefully brushed aside Jaime's hands from her shoulders, continuing her vehement tirade. Listen, Jaime, no one is a fool. He knows everything. If not, why would he not return to that damned valley and keep company with Donkey Dong? Instead of choosing to come to King's Landing? Don't tell me it's because he thinks the whores here are less debased than those in the valley. Clearly, Cersei did not believe a single word of Jaime's reasoning. Upon the sudden emergence of Robert's illegitimate son in King's Landing, Cersei was immediately filled with discontent. Her inherent disdain for Robert only intensified her visceral aversion towards this unwelcome offspring. If it were merely this, it might have been tolerable, for she was well aware of Robert's character. Over the years, it seemed that Robert's bastards could easily populate an entire brothel. Although this was common knowledge throughout the Seven Kingdoms, Cersei chose to feign ignorance and did not dwell on it. She was acutely aware of her desires. However, this time felt markedly different. With the arrival of Carl Stone and subsequent developments, a subtle sense of crisis began to creep in. This inexplicable unease made her instinctively restless, as if her sanctuary in the Red Keep was no longer secure. The sensation left Cersei agitated, as though the only remedy for her turmoil would be to pierce the wretched bastard's heart with a sword, followed by severing his head and placing it before her. Yet, she found herself powerless due to Jon Arryn's protection of the insufferable boy. Had it not been for Jon Arryn's presence and covert interventions, she would have long since expelled the detestable bastard from King's Landing. In fact, if he had shown any insolence, she would not have minded the addition of another corpse to the floating debris in the city's sewers, including those of Robert's other illegitimate children. This frustration over the years, despite her discontent with Robert and his bastards, was the reason she had been unable to act. However, before she could summon the resolve to take action, Jon Arryn unexpectedly perished. Yet Robert promptly brought Karl Stone to his side. Though unspoken, Cersei perceived this maneuver as indicative of Robert's ulterior motives. It only solidified her resolve to kill. After a tirade of curses, Cersei took a deep breath to regain her composure. She then raised her gaze to Jaime and coldly remarked, "So, you don't think it's peculiar that Jon Arryn just died?" And Robert immediately brings his bastard to his side, merely out of a need for an extra hand? Or perhaps he simply wishes to compensate for the love he lost for his child. As she spoke, a derisive laugh escaped her lips, as if amused by her own jest. "Don't be a fool, Jaime. What is he truly after?" Cersei scolded, her finger jabbing into Jaime's chest. And with another cold laugh, her expression grew increasingly severe. "Do not assume I am unaware. That wretched bastard Robert has harbored such thoughts in the past." Cersei ground her teeth as she spoke. As Cersei articulated her analysis, Jaime found himself at a loss for words, his brow furrowing slightly. The emergence of Karl Stone had indeed been rather peculiar. Upon his arrival in King's Landing, he had proactively sought out Jon Arryn, the Hand of the King. Under Jon Arryn's protection, he established himself in the capital as an outsider. Yet, beyond this initial maneuver, he had undertaken nothing else, never even having met Robert, instead focusing solely on his own pursuits. It was as though all matters beyond his immediate interests were of no consequence to him. Whenever he was unoccupied, he seemed more inclined to indulge in the pleasures of the brothels. Jaime mused, finding nothing amiss in this behavior. After noticing Cersei's concern regarding Karl, he had discreetly broached the subject with his brother Tyrion. Their shared camaraderie and burgeoning friendship were hardly secrets, especially not to him. According to Tyrion, however, it appeared that Karl was genuinely oblivious to the identity of his father. Moreover, Tyrion claimed that Karl was indifferent to his past, his origins, and the stigma of being a bastard. Consequently, it seemed he was even less concerned about the identity of his scoundrel of a father. This fellow had once remarked that relying on mountains leads to their collapse, and depending on people is even more absurd. In this world, only oneself is truly reliable, for only oneself will not betray oneself. Reflecting on this, Jaime recalled Tyrion's words about his friend and how Karl perceived his status as a bastard. Jaime was convinced that Karl did not possess the naivety of youth. He exhibited a unique maturity and possessed keen insight into the workings of the world and his own nature. Therefore, after contemplating Cersei's arguments and accusations, Jaime ultimately shook his head in disagreement. He had committed no wrongdoing. We cannot condemn an innocent child simply due to his lineage or out of jealousy. Listening to Cersei, he noted that Karl was unaware of much and posed no threat to her or Joffrey. Moreover, even if he were to learn the truth, what of it? Only the bloodlines of Lannister and Baratheon held the future of the Iron Throne. Everything else was mere illusion. Chapter 17. Doing What We Must. Jaime Lannister remained unconvinced by Cersei's perspective, despite her repeated grievances on the matter. Although this instance was particularly extreme, it was precisely for this reason that Jaime wished to shield Cersei from such troubles. After all, Robert had not truly shattered the Fade, nor had he brought the bastard into his household. Perhaps Robert merely wishes to atone for his children, devoid of ulterior motives. Even Jaime perceives this situation as a mere whim of Robert's, believing that, much like the women he once adored, he would forget all promises made under the moonlight in a single night. As Robert's loyal protector, Jaime has witnessed such occurrences frequently, many times. The gold dragons spent by the king were drawn from his own pockets. Jaime understands that Robert is not inherently benevolent, while he indulges in pleasures. As a nobleman and king upon the Iron Throne, he is acutely aware of his responsibilities. Moreover, his affection for Joffrey and the others is genuine. Yet, in response to Jaime's remarks, Cersei merely scoffs coldly. "How righteous and self-righteous you sound." The frigid smile on Cersei's lovely face grew even more chilling. "Yet perhaps you have forgotten something. Shall I remind you?" The Kingslayer, faced with Jaime's refusal, Cersei offered him no kindness, ultimately resorting to a name laden with disdain and contempt for the Lannisters. "That is not my sentiment, Cersei." Jaime instinctively defended himself against her mockery. However, Cersei interrupted him yet again. "Jaime, we both know the truth. Spare me your words. which are no more than rags used by a whore to wipe herself. They only nauseate me. Cersei was genuinely angered this time, her expression devoid of warmth as she regarded Jaime, her voice turning icy. Had she not previously intervened, that wretched bastard might have brazenly lived under her very nose. Thus, upon seeing Carl Stone, she was consumed by the desire to eliminate this threat. Once protected by Jon Arryn, she had failed to act, but now, with Jon Arryn dead, Robert's decision to bring his bastard into their midst only heightened her unease. Not even a single hair of Carl Stone's presence was something she wished to tolerate. Consequently, her murderous intent towards this accursed bastard intensified. It was the very first day of their journey, and she could no longer endure it. This urgency was why she had dragged Jaime here, neglecting even her meal to conspire. She must eradicate this threat, or she would find no peace, especially as their company ventured ever closer to the north. Thus, Jaime's refusal to heed her words, even to stand by her side in support, provoked her into a torrent of harsh invective. Hearing Cersei's scathing words, Jaime Lannister could only helplessly pinch the bridge of his nose. Cersei had lamented about this matter to herself more than once, and on one occasion. She even engaged in a fierce argument with Robert Baratheon. In response to her unreasonable tirade, Robert delivered a resounding slap to her face. At that moment, Jaime stood just outside the door, listening, and for the ensuing week, Cersei refrained from socializing altogether. Thus, Jaime understood that Cersei's animosity towards Khal Drogo had not merely arisen overnight. From the very first day Khal Drogo arrived in King's Landing, to the moment she learned of Robert's illegitimate son, conceived during his time in the Vale, this individual had become a thorn in her side. Cersei's derisive laughter and subtle remarks were not lost on Jaime. After all, no one knew better than he the true nature of Cersei's and Robert's 3 children. Yet, constrained by his own sense of honor and various other reasons, Jaime was reluctant to become the executioner. And he certainly did not wish to exacerbate the rift between Cersei and Robert. Moreover, he was a knight. However, as Jaime furrowed his brow in distress, he noticed a slight smile gracing Cersei's lips. With a sigh, she leaned closer to him, reaching out to caress the face of her twin brother and lover, her tone softening from its previous harshness. Once, Joffrey had merely been curious and had used a dagger to dissect a cat to see the kittens within. But what had Robert done? He had actually knocked out 2 of Joffrey's baby teeth. Furthermore, he intended to bring his damned bastard, Khal Drogo, to the court. At this point, Cersei paused, then extended her other hand, cradling Jaime Lannister's face in her palms, compelling him to meet her gaze. Their verdant eyes locked, and her voice grew increasingly tender. Jaime, Joffrey is our child, and the Iron Throne rightly belongs to him. Yet now, that scoundrel Robert harbors suspicions against the Lannisters. Due to Jon Arryn's death, he distrusts his father, and even me. He refuses to trust anyone bearing the name Lannister, or anyone with golden hair. He is determined to journey far and wide to the very place that could freeze your twin brother's eggs, seeking out that damned Stark. Though Cersei Lannister attempted to soften her tone, her voice grew colder with each word. After articulating this, she halted once more, leaving her thoughts unspoken. She gazed at the man who bore such a striking resemblance to her, her breath becoming increasingly labored. She then closed her eyes and leaned towards Jaime's face, seeking those familiar soft lips while softly whispering, "Thus, we must do what we are meant to do. Tell me, Jaime, you would not allow such a thing to occur, would you?" As Cersei's words fell into the twilight, the last glimmer of light on the horizon vanished completely beyond the mountains. In the darkness, Jaime, faced with Cersei's demand, kept his eyes open, filled with hesitation and struggle within. Yet, as a nimble fish slipped into his mouth, guided by its skilled teasing, the Kingslayer succumbed to the heavy breaths, lost in the moment. The bright moonlight illuminated the King's Road, and not far off, a few birds suddenly took flight from the woods, singing sweetly with their crisp calls. Chapter 18. Carl's Magic. The moon hung high and sparse stars dotted the sky. The camp's bustle gradually faded into a serene quiet. The silvery moonlight poured over the land, extinguishing much of the light from the lamps within the houses, leaving only the flickering bonfires to provide illumination. Carl glanced at the timepiece in the upper right corner of his vision, noting that the moon had reached its zenith. This signified that midnight had arrived. Closing the book, Carl lifted his head and surveyed his surroundings, apart from the rustling leaves stirred by the wind. The only sound left was the rhythmic chorus of snores. If one could overlook the noise, it almost resembled a symphony in unison, or perhaps merely a competition of sorts. In any case, the snores of this group grew louder and more boisterous, each one outdoing the other. Shaking his head in exasperation, Carl sat up from his hammock. He then raised his hand, and the hefty tome he had borrowed from Tyrion abruptly vanished from his grasp. The book did not disappear into thin air. Rather, it was placed into his inventory. Carl had mastered this ability with considerable skill, though he only employed it in solitude. After securing the book in his inventory, Carl did not cease his actions. Instead, he carefully rose and scanned his surroundings. Once he confirmed that Cersei and the others were sound asleep, he raised a finger and began to draw circles in the air. Instantly, under the bright moonlight, flecks of green light appeared in the darkness. These luminous points danced like fireflies, swirling around Carl's fingertip. In a heartbeat, as if imbued with a spirit of their own, they circled around his finger a few times before gently drifting outward to settle upon those nearby. In the next moment, the already profound snores resonated with even greater depth. Observing his thoroughly slumbering subordinates, Carl smiled with satisfaction. After casting a distant glance at the sentinels stationed near the inn and confirming their vigilance was unperturbed, he retracted his form and quietly vanished into the woods behind him. The flickering green luminescence he had just conjured was, in fact, a manifestation of his magic. It was one of the 6 spells from the 8 in his skill repertoire that could barely be wielded in the tangible realm. The spell he had just employed was the stun ability. Its function, as its name implies, was to induce unconsciousness and a profound slumber in sentient beings, particularly humans. This magic inflicted no harm and posed little challenge in its casting. For Carl, after years of practice, the spells he had learned in the gaming world flowed from him as effortlessly as the basic acts of eating or drinking. The only cost incurred was the expenditure of his mana. The remaining 5 abilities included minor healing, lightning, wither, weapon enchantment, and a rather unique spell known as soothing. The first 4 skills were aptly named, reflecting their functions. Minor healing could mend superficial wounds, though Carl had yet to ascertain its precise limits. As long as the animals he covertly experimented upon did not perish on the spot and his mana was sufficient, he could restore their injuries. However, this magic was exclusively effective for external wounds. As for lightning, despite its imposing name, it proved less beneficial in practice than minor healing. The sensation of employing lightning in reality resembled that of an electric eel from Carl's previous life in the deep sea, relatively potent, indeed. Upon contact, it would incapacitate the target akin to a needle prick, rendering them paralyzed. Notably, this did not refer to the Canadian electric eel, but rather to the robust and ferocious deep-sea eels. Carl had tested this skill on humans. When used at close range, it delivered a formidable blow capable of incapacitating an individual. However, at a distance, its range was limited to a mere 2 or 3 meters, significantly diminishing its potency to merely paralyze, inflicting no fatal harm. Nonetheless, this skill possessed an admirable quality. It essentially functioned as an area of effect damage spell. Indeed, Carl occasionally found it quite effective for electrocution while fishing in water. As for the remaining spells, wither and soothing, to be frank, Carl had not fully grasped their intricacies. Upon casting, their essence seemed to impart some inscrutable influence on individuals. Among the abilities, the one termed Wither manifests as a comprehensive debuff upon its activation, rendering the affected creature akin to one in the throes of a terminal illness. The vitality of a previously robust individual plummets drastically, with all physiological functions experiencing a notable decline. The duration of this affliction varies, gradually dissipating and restoring the individual to their original state, contingent upon their intrinsic physical resilience. Carl, lacking a thorough understanding of this skill, perceives it merely as a means to induce impotence. This infallible technique, when combined with some of his remarkable potions, has indeed brought him a modicum of fortune. Next, there is the rather peculiar skill known as soothing. Carl opines that this ability would be more aptly named flirting, arousing, or even lust-inducing. Its effects are equally potent regardless of whether it is directed towards men, women, or beasts, aligning perfectly with its nomenclature. These 2 skills, one external and one internal, one overt and one subtle, can indeed yield remarkably advantageous outcomes in certain situations, earning Carl a commendable score of 10. As for the final skill, weapon enchantment, Carl regards it as the most exceptional among the 6, second only to minor healing. He believes that, should it be unleashed in public, it could justly be deemed a miracle, for minor healing lacks the same immediacy of effect. Carl contemplates renaming weapon enchantment to Blade of Spells, as it presents 2 distinct applications. One can either cast it upon oneself or upon a weapon. When applied to oneself, it manifests as a unique energy weapon in Carl's grasp, resembling a luminous, ethereal longsword. However, this approach comes with a notable drawback. The summoned blade dissipates rather quickly, and its damage is not as formidable as one might expect. The sensation it imparts is akin to wielding a weapon composed of pure energy, distinct from physical attributes, much like a burning torch or a heated iron clamp, yet devoid of physical substance, leaving one with a weightless, intangible feel. Conversely, when this enchantment is cast upon a weapon, such drawbacks vanish. Not only can the enchantment persist for an entire day, akin to the mechanics of a game, but it also significantly enhances the weapon in various aspects following the infusion of magical energy. It can transform Karl's once ordinary longsword into an instrument of remarkable resilience, significantly enhancing its durability. Moreover, its sharpness will be greatly amplified, ensuring that even the most forceful strikes against other weapons will not result in a dull edge. Most importantly, it becomes lighter and more ergonomic, facilitating ease of use. In essence, it bestows a comprehensive enhancement upon any weapon, and even armor, enabling the equipment to transcend the limitations imposed by its original materials and craftsmanship. It sharpens weapons and fortifies armor. Chapter 19. The Dragon Maiden. After rendering a group unconscious, Karl stealthily advanced into the night, slipping into the shadows as he traversed a short distance until he entered the forest. He carried no torches or sources of illumination. However, darkness could not obscure his vision. As long as it was not absolute darkness, Karl could discern his surroundings with clarity, owing to his innate night vision ability. In the game The Farmer's Pursuit, players reach a midpoint where, upon completing a quest titled Dust to Dust, they can subsequently undertake another quest called The Power of Blood to learn how to concoct a unique potion. This potion is known as Vampire's Blood. Its primary ingredients include moonflower pollen, bloodgrass, marsh toad, and a bandit. Upon consumption, this potion not only bestows practical enhancements to physical strength, but also grants a portion of vampiric abilities, including night vision. However, akin to a true vampire, those who consume this potion must avoid sunlight, as exposure will inflict burning damage until the effects of the potion wane. This minor flaw can easily be mitigated with the application of sunscreen. Of course, Karl has no intention of utilizing such a potion in reality, as it is entirely unnecessary. His physical prowess requires no enhancement at this juncture. Nevertheless, this does not hinder Karl from acquiring some vampiric abilities without adverse effects, thanks to a subtle hidden mechanism within the game. Prolonged use of the vampire potion gradually evolves the character's night vision capability while simultaneously enhancing overall physical attributes, such as speed, strength, defense, and health. However, it lacks the core ability to drain blood. Yet, Karl has no need for such a trait, as he is a human and not a vampire limited to transforming into a bat. In addition to these tangible abilities, the practical advantages in reality are equally noteworthy. For instance, Karl's fair and delicate skin remains unblemished by daily exposure to the elements, requiring no maintenance whatsoever, though his skin was as tough as leather. The sounds of insects chirping in the nighttime forest surrounded him. Once he confirmed that he was alone and secure, Karl's gaze shifted, and in an instant, his figure vanished into the darkness as if it were merely an illusion. Karl himself had re-entered the game world. As the world transformed, his surroundings underwent a sudden shift from darkness to light, causing him to instinctively squint in discomfort. He then unconsciously glanced at the time display in the upper right corner of his vision, which had abruptly changed from midnight to daylight due to the transition. However, Karl paid it little mind, as he had long grown accustomed to such fluctuations in this world. The location he found himself in was the very house in Guemu village that he had claimed as his own the last time he had departed. He had saved his game here, thus time had paused at that moment. Now, with his return to the game, time resumed its flow once more. Despite the familiarity of the house before him, Karl had no interest in meandering about. Instead, he went directly to the bedside and lay down. As darkness enveloped him and he reopened his eyes, 8 hours had passed in the most mundane manner, erasing the fatigue accumulated from a day of marching with Robert. Glancing at his restored state, Karl smiled contentedly and rose to descend the stairs. Although his house was among the largest in the village, its layout was quite simple. The upper floor contained the bedroom and study, while the ground floor comprised the living room and kitchen, divided into just 4 areas. Yet it still spanned an impressive 400 to 500 square meters. Upon reaching the first floor, Karl made his way to the dining table in the living room. He casually chose a seat, pulled out a chair, and sat down. In the next moment, he waved his hand lightly over the table, and a dish of stewed vegetables made of carrots and potatoes appeared before him. Accompanying it were a grilled steak, a slice of honey-topped toast, and a bottle of elven wine. The food, retrieved from his inventory, was still steaming as if freshly prepared, forming a delightful breakfast for Karl. despite the fact that the in-game time was now evening. After swiftly finishing the meal, though delicious, Carl felt a twinge of boredom with the game's standard fare. Wiping his mouth, he stood up, disregarding the vanishing dishes, and strode purposefully toward the door. Exiting outside, Carl took a moment to survey the surrounding houses and the deserted street before decisively turning right and quickly walking westward along the road. Emerging from the peculiar village of Monsterwood, Carl ventured westward, where he encountered a cave inhabited only by a solitary ogre. However, he harbored no intention of lingering and continued his journey west. After traversing the forest along the winding path, he arrived at a crossroads, marked by a stone meant for teleportation, adjacent to a graveyard patrolled by his soldiers. Yet, undeterred, Carl pressed onward, steadfast in his pursuit of the western route. Upon crossing the intersection once more, he found himself enveloped by another forest. In the distance, a tavern came into view, and a flicker of joy illuminated his countenance. For he was nearing his destination. Deciding against the road, he veered left, heading southward. After a considerable period of navigating through the trees, he arrived at the mouth of a cavern. Gazing upon the vast entrance, a smile graced Carl's face. Before him lay the dragon's lair from the gaming realm. Within this lair resided a magnificent dragon, capable of transforming into a humanoid form. Shaking his head, he inhaled the air tinged with an indescribable essence and boldly stepped into the dragon's abode. The cave was profound, growing darker with each step taken beyond the entrance. Yet, endowed with night vision, Carl required no torch for illumination. As he ventured deeper, his eyes were met with the stark contrast of the obsidian rock walls and the scattered remains of humans and animals alike. Unfazed by the macabre sight, he pressed forward until a dazzling golden hue captivated his attention, revealing an expansive chamber that opened before him. In this radiant space, he beheld a trove of treasures, mountains of gold and jewels, alongside a colossal dragon, nestled atop the glittering bounty. Arcturus. Chapter 20. The Dragon Egg. Before the resplendent display of gold and jewels, Carl's gaze was fixated upon the slumbering dragon, whom he referred to as Arcturus, even curled upon the mound of wealth. She appeared as massive as a truck from his previous life. Her head was buried within her wings, and her heavy breathing echoed throughout the cavern, mingling with a faint scent of blood that permeated the air. At the sound of Carl's exclamation, the dragon stirred from her slumber, slowly lifting her head to fix her crimson gaze upon him. Carl. As he discerned who was calling him, Artax let out an exuberant roar that reverberated through the cavern, causing Carl's ears to ring with a resounding buzz. Instantly, the entire cave echoed with Carl's name. I understand. I understand. Please lower your voice. Carl, taken by surprise by Artax's thunderous shout, hurriedly raised his hand to gesture for her to quiet down, the force of the roar causing his hair to flutter backward. Afterward, he rubbed his ears, feeling a considerable relief. In this game world, the dragon was not akin to the creatures from the realm of Game of Thrones. Instead, she was a four-legged dragon, adorned with horns upon her head and wings upon her back, a quintessential creature of Western fantasy. Unlike the bipedal dragons of Game of Thrones, resembling lizard-like reptiles, she possessed the ability to speak, wield magic, and transform into a humanoid form reminiscent of elves or succubi. Though her true form was that of a dragon, her bipedal guise did not conform to the slender and delicate appearance typical of elves or succubi. Nonetheless, this did not detract from her allure. Most importantly, the dragoness, now rendered in reality, was far from the grotesque depiction often found in games. Otherwise, Carl would have seriously doubted his own courage to undertake the task at hand. Upon hearing Carl's words, Artax ceased her exuberant shouting, opting instead to gracefully descend from her golden mound and approach him. Leaning her magnificent head closer, she inquired, Carl, what brings you to seek me? Are you hoping to? Hastily interrupting her before she could finish, Carl, slightly alarmed, exclaimed, actually, I came to find you for another matter. With that, he awkwardly rubbed his nose. Another matter? Artax queried, her curiosity piqued. Could it be related to that worthless stone you brought? She tilted her head towards the cozy spot where she had been resting, revealing a cushion of red velvet and cotton, at the center of which lay a golden object, approximately the size of a soccer ball. Artax, that is not a stone. It is a dragon egg. Carl sighed, somewhat exasperated by Artax's insistence that the precious item was merely a stone. As he spoke, his gaze instinctively followed hers to the cushion. This treasure was the culmination of 5 years spent in search of it after departing the valley, journeying to the continent of Essos. His time as a wanderer in the free trade city-states of Essos was not merely a leisurely pursuit of a carefree life as a mercenary or a whimsical exploration of the world. After all, This was a medieval Western world, and despite its splendor, it was ultimately limited in its offerings, presenting Carl with more inconveniences than joys. Thus, from the moment he resolved to leave the valley and venture across the narrow sea, his primary objective had been to seek out this very treasure. Ultimately, fate rewards those who persevere. After 5 arduous years of clandestine inquiries, he finally acquired the seemingly golden dragon egg from an adventurer. Exchanging it for a sum of gold sufficient to procure a ship, Carl harbored no doubts regarding the authenticity of the egg, dismissing the possibility that the adventurer had deceived him with a mere stone carving. For even if the dragon egg were to be transformed into stone, its distinctive appearance would remain unparalleled. Furthermore, Carl possessed certain methods to discern its genuineness. The dragon egg, cradled in his hands, bore the weight of a dense metal or stone. Its exterior, adorned in a hue reminiscent of gold, was embellished with intricate patterns. These decorative motifs adorned the egg like jewels set upon a golden orb. The surface shimmered with a brilliance akin to fine ceramic glaze or glass infused with fragments of mother-of-pearl, exuding an exquisite allure. Additionally, the shell was covered with minuscule scales, imparting a unique tactile sensation when touched. However, caution was warranted, for the edges of these still-sharp scales could easily inflict wounds upon careless hands. Thus, even if this dragon egg were merely a stone, it would still stand as a singular masterpiece. Having obtained this cherished object after 5 or 6 years of longing, Carl resolved to conclude his wandering journey and return to Westeros. This explains his prolonged stay in King's Landing for half a year. Yet, after acquiring the dragon egg, he found himself unable to activate or incubate it. Even when placed in a blazing fire, the egg merely grew hot without undergoing any transformation. Carl understood that the true essence required for the dragon to hatch was the intangible magic that existed in this world. Although he possessed a form of magic not native to this realm, his attempts to nurture the egg with his own power, to douse it with potions, or to employ minor healing, yielded no response. After exhausting various experiments that proved futile, Carl contemplated the dragoness, a Turks. He believed that she could facilitate the hatching of the egg. However, in the span of 6 months in reality and 2.5 years in the game world, the egg remained utterly unresponsive. Carl dedicated each night to maintaining the flow of time in this world, hoping to afford the dragoness the opportunity to hatch the egg. Yet, it appeared as though his efforts were in vain, akin to a pregnant dragoness unable to give birth. Thus, Carl found himself questioning whether the lack of cohesion in the world's rules and the absence of updates regarding the unfolding narrative of the Dragon Maiden were the reasons behind the continued dormancy of the dragon egg. This uncertainty weighed heavily on him. Chapter 21. A double loss. Perhaps I should seek out those 3 vampires. I recall that their offspring are gargoyles and possess blood magic. No, that would be unwise. These vampires are creatures of darkness and should not be trifled with. Alternatively, the temple might hold some answers. And perhaps the knowledgeable elves could provide insight as well. As Carl grappled with the elusive cause, he fell into deep contemplation, desperately seeking a remedy. Just then, a faint sound, akin to a gentle exclamation, pierced the air. Startled, Carl instinctively looked up. He witnessed a flash of light at the location where Atax had stood, and after a subtle ripple in the air, the grand form of Atax vanished without a trace. Familiar with such occurrences, Carl did not panic but instead directed his gaze downward. As his eyes shifted, he beheld the massive dragon, resembling a truck in size, transform before him. Remarkably, Atax morphed into a figure clad solely in a garment fashioned from golden metallic links, barely concealing her form, which was extraordinarily voluptuous and inhumanly alluring. With petite horns adorning her head, her hands and feet retained the scaled appearance of dragon claws, complemented by green skin and pointed ears. The seductive demon approached Carl with an agile stride. Now in her humanoid form, Atax wrapped her arms around Carl's, her gaze fixated upon the golden egg. I certainly recognize this as a dragon egg. While I am unaware of its origin, it remains nothing more than a useless stone, she declared dismissively. Even if it is not merely a stone and hatches, what emerges will be nothing more than a mindless subdragon. Atax's words dripped with disdain, clearly displeased that Carl had entrusted her with this seemingly worthless stone for incubation. In her eyes, this object was not akin to her kind, but merely a subspecies sharing a faint lineage. Moreover, she was already nurturing a nascent dragon within her own form, leaving her perplexed as to why Carl placed such importance on this egg. Upon hearing her remarks, Carl shook his head, a glimmer of disappointment clouding his eyes. His discontent stemmed not from Atax's assessment of the egg, but from the nagging doubt that he might indeed be unable to awaken the dragon slumbering within this stone. The 3 dragon eggs of Daenerys Targaryen hatched during the resurgence of magical tides. The Red Priestess had also foretold that, with the arrival of the prophecy, the dragon would break free from its stony prison. In the realm of ice and fire, the emergence and existence of dragons are undoubtedly intertwined with the presence of a mystical substance known as magic. However, despite having acquired a dragon egg and providing it with ample magical energy, even going so far as to enlist the assistance of a professional dragon for surrogate hatching, the egg remains utterly unresponsive, offering no sign of life. Pondering the crux of this perplexity, Carl gazes intently at the dragon egg, which rests serenely upon a cushion crafted from velvet and silk. It resembles a golden, exquisite piece of art, yet beyond that, it reveals nothing more. Observing the egg's indifference, regardless of his efforts, Carl can only sigh in resignation, wishing he could transport it out of this world. Turning his gaze, he finds himself captivated by the exuberant presence of Artex, who clings to his arm with palpable excitement. Setting aside other considerations, the mere thought of bringing her along fills him with joy, even if she were to do nothing but lounge as a mascot by his side. He would proclaim without hesitation to all of Westeros that he is the true Dragon Prince, the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. Indeed, in a world of ice and fire, after centuries of dominion by House Targaryen, dragons have come to symbolize a certain power. Possessing one would render Carl an indisputable king. Regrettably, despite the apparent ease of communication between Carl and Artex, she is, in essence, akin to a mere receptionist in this Western realm. She is bound by the fundamental logic that governs her existence, as she is inherently a part of the world's rules. Aside from engaging in some interactions with her, Carl finds himself powerless to effect any change. This is simply the nature of Artex's character, a reflection of the world's constraints. And Carl lacks the strength to alter such rules. Upon hearing Carl's sigh, Artex instinctively offers comfort, albeit without fully comprehending the situation. Carl, do not let these matters trouble you. Why are you fixated on the notion that a dragon can emerge from a stone? It is ultimately meaningless. Instead, you should look forward to your child. I can sense it growing steadily, and we miss you dearly. As dawn breaks and the chirping of insects fades, the harmonious calls of birds take over the melody of the morning. In a secluded corner of the once quiet forest, the air suddenly shimmers, and a figure materializes out of thin air. However, as soon as this individual lands, they stumble instinctively, as if weakened by the ground beneath them, regaining their balance only after grasping a nearby tree trunk for support. Alas, it is akin to a ravenous beast. The mere thought of spending another day in this gaming realm sends a shiver down Carl's spine. The real world is, after all, a far cry from the world of games, where one merely traverses through scripted narratives. In truth, should one embark on such a journey, it is likely that the most time-consuming aspect would be the individual seated before the computer, perhaps clutching a ball of paper or a chalice, preoccupied with their own affairs. This has undeniably transformed into a tangible reality, compelling Carl to engage with unwavering resolve, just as he would while walking. Moreover, in the realm of the farmer's pursuit, the notion of fatigue exists. In pursuit of time and to validate his suspicions, Carl relentlessly ventured to the vampire castle, the horror tower, the temple, and the ancient sanctuary. He even sought out both witches and the mother of elves, determined not to miss a single morsel of information. Yet, the outcome was disheartening. He returned empty-handed, often drained of his resources. It could be said that he suffered losses on all fronts, akin to a fruitless endeavor that left him feeling utterly depleted. Not only did he fail to yield any results, but others were also oblivious to the matters he discussed. Ultimately, Carl realized that he must return to the dragon's lair to glean any semblance of useful information. Attacks? Are you certain there are no other leads? He inquired. Clutching the dragon egg, his sunken eyes filled with despair. Sated and content, Attacks reverted to her dragon form, her eyes narrowing in blissful slumber. Responding to Carl's query with an unintelligible sound from her throat, soon followed by a series of deep, rumbling snores. Faced with the indifference of the dragon, Carl felt increasingly helpless, gazing at the dragon egg in his grasp, and then at the slumbering dragon upon her hoard of gold. An irate Carl could only scoop up a handful of gold coins and pocket them before turning to exit the cave. Consider it a sale. Chapter 22, Derry City Boss. Ahead lies the stronghold of the Derry family. Riding alongside Carl, Kosi exclaimed, pointing toward a small town in the distance. However, the wind whipping past him caused him to quickly close his mouth after shouting, as the gusts threatened to invade the gap left by his missing tooth. Unlike wine, this could lead to more than just a night of discomfort if overindulged. Carl nodded in acknowledgement, lifting his gaze to the small town and slowing his horse's pace. He had already spotted the settlement earlier. From a distance, it had appeared merely as a tiny black. Now, as they approached, it had grown considerably, revealing a castle-like structure suitable for habitation. What lay before them was none other than Derry City, marked on the map as the stronghold of the Derry family. This is a castle named after a family, belonging to a noble lineage from the Riverlands. Carl, mounted upon his steed, gazes ahead, his thoughts unwittingly drifting back to a tome he once encountered in King's Landing, titled The Genealogy and History of the Major Noble Houses of the Seven Kingdoms. This is indeed a monumental work, sprawling across the desk as if it could fill the entire surface. Yet, in stark contrast to its substantial size, the text on each page is inscribed in a font scarcely larger than that of a mosquito, rendering the words cramped and contorted upon the pages. The strain on Carl's eyes is palpable. Thus, he muses whether each letter occupies a space more precious than a gold dragon of the same dimensions. Otherwise, why would such a grand volume be so miserly in its typography, cramming such diminutive text that it appears stunted? Carl shares this sentiment with the little imp, eliciting a fit of laughter from the latter. It is said that this manuscript dates back over a century, authored by a certain Maester Merlin, a name unfamiliar to Carl. Yet this very obscurity is why it has been preserved within the Red Keep. Through the connections of Tyrion, Carl managed to acquire this legendary book, which had previously unraveled part of the narrative's enigma, leading to even greater calamities. Although it required considerable effort, Carl persevered and gleaned the essential information contained within. The tome also chronicles the historical tales of the castle's current lords. The history of House Derry can be traced back to the era when the Undulls triumphed over the First Men and seized control of Westeros, with their influence once flourishing around the Trident. Unfortunately, this family remained staunch loyalists to the Targaryens, supporting them during the Blackfyre Rebellion and the War of Usurpation. They even chose to defy their liege, House Tully, rather than align themselves with Robert Baratheon. Consequently, the loyal House Derry lost 3 heirs in the subsequent Battle of the Trident, including Ser Jon Derry, one of the Kingsguard to Aerys II. With the fall of House Targaryen, House Derry suffered the loss of more than half of their lands, the majority of their wealth, and nearly all of their power. Given these circumstances, Carl harbors a modicum of confusion regarding the current command. After all, the royal entourage's uninvited arrival can certainly be deemed as an intrusion. Although Raymond Derry has pledged fealty to the king, the Derry family has always rallied under the banner of Rhaegar's True Dragon, being one of the noble houses that fought valiantly for the king during the Battle of the Trident. All 3 of his brothers perished in that conflict. Otherwise, why would Raymond Derry be the current lord of Derry Castle? Carl does not believe that either Robert or Raymond Derry would easily overlook this matter. Thus, regarding the arrangement of this command, Carl found himself uncertain as to whether there was any trace of a thrush from King's Landing, or if it was merely a thread left behind by a spider that had wandered inadvertently. Perhaps both scenarios were plausible? Surely, Robert could not be so petty as to seek attention. Unable to fathom the matter, Carl merely shook his head to cast aside these chaotic thoughts. Let us proceed. We must have the Lord here to greet his king, Carl commanded, but as he cast his gaze around, he swiftly added, ensure the banners are held steady, so as not to disturb the common folk. For soon, the king's retinue would pause here to rest before crossing the Trident River to continue their journey. After all, the path beyond the Trident would not be as fortunate as the present one. As for the imminent encounter with House Dane, Carl felt little concern, for the current House Dane lacked any notable power. Westeros indeed valued personal connections, yet at its core, it remained a realm governed by might. This was true in the Dawn Age, in the Age of Heroes, and especially during the subsequent Undul invasions and Aegon's conquest. Thus, observing the modest town before him, Carl resolved to cast aside his grievances with these noble lords. He merely needed to fulfill his duties. With a deliberate reduction of his horse's speed, he led his band of mercenaries, proudly bearing the golden-crowned stag banner that represented the king, as they continued toward House Dane. As they drew nearer, Carl and his companions beheld the town more clearly. It was indeed a diminutive fortress, hardly comparable to other renowned castles. One might even argue that labeling it a castle was an exaggeration. From a distance, several banners fluttered above the settlement, depicting a farmer in black against a brown backdrop, diligently plowing the field. Upon witnessing this, Carl involuntarily recalled the adage, strength triumphs over toil. It was a striking emblem, and he sighed inwardly, his eyes carrying a tinge of melancholy. This was a family that had nearly lost everything, forced to toil away in obscurity. Slowing his pace, Carl's gaze drifted to the surroundings. Much like the sigil of House Dane, the fields encircled the town, with farmers busily tending to their crops. Fields, farms, and villages collectively painted the scene before him. Perhaps alerted by the approaching sound of hooves, the farmers, despite their small number, glanced up at the imposing procession. However, upon noticing that these sudden arrivals made no further moves and even deliberately slowed their pace, the farmers, who had initially intended to flee, fell silent. Their attention remained fixated on Carl and his companions, their expressions betraying a palpable unease. Sensing this, Carl once again issued a command to restrain Cersei and the others. At that moment, a response came from the distant castle, where a group of 7 or 8 cavalrymen galloped forth, kicking up a cloud of dust in their wake. Chapter 23. The Bison and the True Political Maneuvering Behind. Contrary to Carl's expectations, after Robert had taken the farmer's stronghold of Raymont Dairy, nothing further transpired. The king did not even request hospitality from his subjects. He merely spent a single night there before urging his departure at the break of dawn. Nothing occurred. As if his visit had merely been a superfluous ramble, the absence of incidents was indeed the most favorable outcome, especially since the local lord appeared less than welcoming towards the ruler known as Robert Baratheon, King of the Seven Kingdoms. Nevertheless, Sir Raymont Dairy, as the lord of the city, accorded the king the courtesy dictated by protocol. As Carl and his companions resumed their journey, traveling half a day to reach the southern bank of the Trident River, they awaited the king's entourage to cross together. After an additional half-day's travel, King Robert Baratheon unexpectedly commanded the camp to be set up at the Crossroads Inn. It was noteworthy that prior to this, they had been marching as far as possible until darkness fell before deciding on a place to rest. Although Carl had received a briefing regarding King Robert's intentions for this journey, it did not alter their pace of travel during that period. Departing early, the Queen's retinue and the King's royal guard settled at the crossroads and while the sky still glimmered with daylight. What could our king possibly be planning? Carl sought out Tyrion, foregoing any pleasantries with the diminutive figure, and directly posed the question that had been troubling him. In the original narrative, due to the sudden demise of Prime Minister Jon Arryn, Robert's northern journey was marked by an urgent, almost military haste. He had driven his party forward as if herding sheep. And it was precisely this urgency that allowed him to traverse the land from King's Landing to Winterfell in just a month. Thus, it was evident that this matter weighed heavily on his mind. Yet now, Robert had inexplicably halted, even ordering the camp to rest for a day, leaving Carl perplexed. It is noteworthy that it has been less than a week since departing from King's Landing, with the journey thus far covering only about a quarter of the distance, and that too along the most navigable stretch of the road. The narrative surrounding the expansive 3-story inn, constructed of white stone, aligns with the timeline when Robert travels south with Eddard Stark and his daughters. It is here that Arya Stark's dire wolf, Nymeria, inflicts a bite upon Joffrey Baratheon. Subsequently, Arya loses both her dire wolf and her friend, the butcher's apprentice, Micah. Eddard Stark, in a tragic turn of events, is compelled to slay his daughter's beloved wolf, Lady Queen Cersei Lannister. In this initial confrontation, temporarily gains the upper hand. This conflict ignites the burgeoning animosity between House Stark and House Lannister, setting the stage for future calamities. The escalating tensions lay bare the growing discord. Consequently, Sansa, who has just departed the Greenhouse Castle for the first time, learns her inaugural lesson about society and politics. The price she pays is the burial of her dire wolf, Lady, alongside the loss of her own innocence in this unfamiliar land. Reminiscent of the ruby that once adorned Rhaegar Targaryen's chest, shattered by Robert's hammer, now lost to the waters of the Trident. The narrative surrounding this extends beyond mere mention, but I shall refrain from elaborating further. Thus, regarding this unexpected halt, Carl is filled with perplexity, struggling to comprehend Robert's motives. Why would he, who ought to be hastily making his way to the north, command a day's pause here? This strange anomaly prompts Carl to ponder deeply. Hence, upon settling in, he promptly seeks out the ever-informative Tyrion Lannister, eager to unveil the mystery. Upon their meeting, he poses his inquiry directly. In response to Carl's confusion, Tyrion gracefully holds his silver goblet, swirling the red wine within, yet his gaze remains fixed intently upon Carl. Our noble king has heard of wild bulls in the vicinity. The imp provides his answer without any pretense. Carl, taken aback, momentarily falters at this revelation. The simplicity of Tyrion's response catches him off guard, for he had never anticipated such an uncomplicated explanation. However, he quickly regains his composure, his brow furrowing slightly. This cannot be right. Why would Robert choose to indulge in hunting for such a trivial matter? Although he is often perceived as a man who revels in feasting, drinking, and gambling, neglecting state affairs in favor of leaving all responsibilities to the ever-diligent Lord Jon Arryn, such a decision seems utterly perplexing. He was entirely engrossed in spending lavishly, relishing the pleasures of his life, all the while justifying his actions by claiming he did not wish to count coins. However, it was precisely for this reason that Robert should not have made such a decision at this juncture. In Karl's view, although Robert Baratheon appeared clumsy and brutish, akin to a simpleton devoid of cunning, anyone who truly underestimated him as a fool would be the real simpleton. After all, if Robert were indeed foolish, he would not have promptly resolved to summon his brother from the north for assistance following Jon Arryn's demise. He was lucidly aware that the only way to navigate the current predicament was to invite external forces into the fray, particularly individuals of significant influence whom he could trust, to take a seat at the political negotiating table, thereby averting the country's impending collapse. His intention was to extricate it from the precipice of chaos and restore stability. To this end, he even resolved, immediately after Jon Arryn's death, to send his foster father's son, Robert Arryn, to the Westerlands to become a ward of Tywin Lannister. Ostensibly, this was merely to educate Robert Arryn on how to become a competent ruler. However, at its core, Robert's motive was to stabilize the situation through a form of quid pro quo, ensuring Tywin's interests were met in light of his inability to secure the position of prime minister. Unfortunately, Lisa Tully undermined this delicate arrangement by secretly escorting Robert Arryn back to the Eyrie, thereby shattering the transaction. Cersei's fury erupted in a torrent of vitriol. Consequently, King Robert had no choice but to hasten his journey to the north. With Jon Arryn's passing and the historical issues that lingered, the Lannisters of the Westerlands were poised to dominate King's Landing uncontested. To mitigate this issue, his brother Eddard Stark of the North was pivotal, serving as the only antidote to the looming crisis. Chapter 24. Chaos is a ladder. Thus, when Tyrion remarked that King Robert merely wished to hunt wild bulls, it struck Karl as somewhat absurd. Admittedly, Tyrion's assertion was not entirely unfounded, for such antics were indeed in line with Robert's character. Conversely, Robert's urgent demeanor felt strangely out of character, as he typically seemed indifferent to matters beyond feasting and revelry. Yet, the timing of this urgency was indeed questionable. This led Karl to ponder conspiratorial possibilities, considering whether certain individuals were acting out of impatience due to particular circumstances. Perhaps it was related to him, prompting the butterfly effect to unfold. As his thoughts deepened, Karl began to speculate and eliminate possibilities regarding who might be the true mastermind behind this unexpected incident. Regardless of how he pondered the matter, he found himself at a loss. Firstly, the two elite players who had handed him the map in King's Landing seemed disinclined toward such actions. One saw no necessity for it, and it did not align with their interests. After all, one was primarily focused on maintaining stability, hoping that no incidents would arise, while the other aimed to orchestrate controllable chaos within an orderly framework, seeking to ascend the ladder of their ambitions amidst the veil of confusion. Thus, for these two individuals, it was inconceivable to take action against Robert at this juncture. They had already, to some extent, engaged in their own maneuvers. One successfully instigated chaos while remaining perfectly concealed in the shadows, and the other diligently worked behind the scenes to uphold the current state of affairs within the existing rules. Moreover, the prospect of Eddard Stark marching south was advantageous for both of them. Hence, from any perspective, the lurking figures in King's Landing, the Mockingbird and the Spider, could not possibly be the architects of this incident. As for the long-haired, reckless instigator, it was uncertain if they had truly reached such depths, although such tactics seemed within their capabilities. However, as his thoughts wandered to this point, Karl could not assert certainty. Could it indeed be Cersei? After all, she appeared to possess a genuine motive for such actions. Observing the confusion, bewilderment, and contemplation that followed his words on Karl's face, Tyrion could not help but chuckle, alleviating Karl's frustration stemming from the elusive nature of the issue. In response to Tyrion's laughter, Karl instinctively glanced down, bewildered by the cause of his amusement. Yet, in the face of the unspoken threat displayed by someone, the astute and clever Lord Tyrion Lannister merely sipped his wine, exhibiting no signs of fear. "Bastard, are you perplexed as to why Robert lingers here?" Seemingly sensing Karl's inner turmoil, Tyrion remarked casually. "Of course," Karl replied, not concealing his confusion. "Shouldn't we be hastening our journey to the north? Perhaps Duke Stark is preparing a grand feast to welcome the king. Yet the king seems intent on lingering here." As he spoke, Karl spread his hands, appearing merely puzzled. Perhaps he merely wishes to reflect upon his past glories? However, in response to Karl's inquiry, Tyrion shook his head. He then continued, speaking in a leisurely yet uncertain tone, and perhaps to rediscover that bygone sentiment, showcasing it once more to others. At Tyrion's words, Karl fell silent. Upon hearing Tyrion's deliberately emphasized tones on the words others and great achievements, coupled with the unabashed mockery reflected in the dwarf's face, Carl, who should have been oblivious to such an implication, suddenly became enlightened. Yet, his expression remained one of confusion, as if he comprehended the essence, but not entirely. Observing Carl's bewildered demeanor, Tyrion merely chuckled and shook his head. He then raised his goblet toward Carl, seemingly nonchalantly shifting the conversation to continue their banter. "Oh, how could I forget? Our generous king has proclaimed that whoever manages to hunt a wild bull single-handedly shall be rewarded with 100 golden dragons." As Tyrion uttered this, his disproportionately large head, accompanied by his prominent forehead and unappealing visage, contorted into exaggerated expressions, rendering him even less attractive. Carl pondered that perhaps becoming a sage was not his calling. He might be better suited as a grotesque creature in a circus, terrifying children rather than engaging in such nonsensical banter. It might even lead to those idle troubadours spreading tales of him far and wide, eventually becoming a cautionary tale recounted by noble nurses to frighten misbehaving children into submission. Regrettably, before Carl could articulate his thoughts, Tyrion feigned astonishment with an exaggerated voice. "Oh, by the gods, what a fortune! Even a half-man like myself cannot help but be tempted." He lamented that the offer was only valid for a day, and once missed, it would not return. After this theatrical exclamation, he mournfully gulped down another sip of wine, implying that should he choose to intervene, Robert's promised reward would undoubtedly fall into his grasp. Carl, who had always detested the pretentiousness of others, did not indulge Tyrion's antics. He swiftly retorted with a merciless jibe. "Is it really true that even mounting a horse takes you an entire day?" He regarded Tyrion with a serious expression, as though he genuinely believed such a notion. "No, of course not." However, as Carl uttered these words, Tyrion, the target of the ridicule, set down his goblet and smiled while shaking his head in denial. With a slight flick of his fingers, a dazzling golden dragon appeared in his palm. "For I have my high stool knight. With just one golden dragon, I can mount a horse faster than a healthy man." Faced with Tyrion's retort, Carl's lips twitched, and in a swift motion, he snatched the gleaming coin from the dwarf's grasp. With a stoic expression, he pocketed the still-warm golden dragon while turning to casually inquire further. "Wow, I have long heard of Robert Baratheon's generosity. Yet, I never imagined it would be so lavish. Bison, a creature I have yet to behold. Perhaps I too should partake in this endeavor. But do you know who informed the king of the bison's presence here?" Chapter 25. The Bastard and the Dwarf Before Dawn. Robert set out for the hunt, yet this occasion bore a stark contrast to his usual grand displays. Accompanying him were merely 2 members of the Kingsguard, with the rest of the entourage consisting of a handful of scattered cavalry and several male servants. Their primary duty, aside from safeguarding the king, was to ensure the tents were properly erected and that provisions, including food and drink, were readily available. After all, how could the king be expected to roam the hills in search of game? His role was to recline within the tent, savoring fine wine, and only when truly necessary would he brandish his spear to dispatch the beleaguered quarry. Thus, this sparse assembly appeared rather desolate when juxtaposed with the typically resplendent royal procession. Meanwhile, Carl, who had been observing this hunting party, chose not to follow. It was not that Robert wished to exclude him. Rather, it was Queen Cersei Lannister. Having learned from some unknown source, who vehemently protested the king's desire to bring along a lowly free rider, and even a bastard like Carl Stone, to assist in the hunt, this queen, perhaps afflicted by an ailment of the mind, stormed to Robert, her gown in hand, to voice her outrage. The specifics of their dispute were known only to the 3 Kingsguard stationed outside their chamber. The following morning, Robert, visibly perturbed, departed with his spear in hand, his bulk moving forth with little company. He even declared that the day's hunting would be curtailed to a mere half-day, vowing to return before dusk. Thus arises the question, how did Carl come to know of the unpleasant exchange between the king and queen, including elements of their quarrel? It was because, after their discord had reached an unsatisfactory conclusion, before the dawn of the next day, mere moments after twilight had passed and the moon had ascended, whispers of the altercation had already circulated throughout the camp and the nearby inn. Therefore, it was impossible for Carl to remain oblivious to the unfolding drama. What particularly captured the attention of the camp was the very reason for the king's and queen's dispute concerning the existence of a bastard. Consequently, amidst the gossip shared by the attending servants and stable hands, the camp buzzed with discussions about the implications of the king's illegitimate offspring. In a corner of the encampment, Carl, inexplicably the focus of attention, calmly watched Robert and his retinue depart. As if oblivious to the rumors circulating within the camp, he secretly sighed in relief. For the very fact that Cersei resorted to such tactics indicated that this incident was merely a spur-of-the-moment occurrence. This was indeed a positive development. However, once the figures of Robert and his companions vanished from sight, Carl found himself reflecting on whom Tyrion had mentioned as the one who informed the king about the presence of buffalo in the vicinity. Raymond Derry? Why Raymond Derry? Carl muttered under his breath, perplexed by the events that had transpired during that night in Derry. Tyrion had informed him that it was actually Robert who had summoned Raymond Derry, the current Lord of Derry, under the cover of night. It was said that their conversation lasted approximately a quarter of an hour, and remarkably, it was Robert who escorted Lord Raymond to the door upon his departure. Even more astonishing was that the previously stern-faced Raymond Derry, upon emerging, had warmly invited the king to extend his stay. It was utterly incredible. Only after being declined did he casually mention to the king the recent sightings of buffalo near the Trident. This was, in fact, the inception of the matter. Simultaneously, it caused Carl to question whether he was being overly suspicious. Thus, as he gazed at the retreating entourage of the king, he could only let out a silent sigh and murmur a prayer for them, hoping that Robert would not encounter any buffalo that day. Yet, while he remained in solitude, seemingly forlorn as he watched the king's hunting party depart, a mocking voice suddenly emanated from behind him. Did you know? If a noblewoman's husband brings his illegitimate son home to be raised alongside their legitimate children, the noblewoman has the right to humiliate the illegitimate child. In such cases, no one would dare to speak against it, not even their husbands. Tyrion approached leisurely, his hands clasped behind his back. Today, he adorned himself in a specially tailored garment of red velvet, intricately embroidered with golden threads depicting the sigils of House Lannister. This opulent attire accentuated the fact that the dwarf before him did not resemble the dwarfs of a circus, clad in garments dyed with inferior pigments. Consequently, despite his stature, he emanated an air of nobility. However, Carl felt that Tyrion was better suited for the circus than for delivering such sardonic remarks. Thus, with a frosty expression, Carl turned to confront the approaching dwarf. You see, my mother was merely an ordinary peasant woman, like many others. She rebuilt her life after awakening from a dream that did not belong to her. As Carl spoke, he suddenly paused, casting a glance at the dwarf before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. Thus, not only do I remain unaware of my father's identity, but I have also never indulged in the luxurious life of relying on others. It seemed fortunate, indeed. Tyrion tilted his head, feeling as though the word luxury was something Carl had squeezed from between his teeth. After offering a casual dismissal, Tyrion lifted his gaze to appraise Carl. Having been informed of a day off yesterday, Carl was not adorned in his usual armor. Instead, he wore a lightweight half-leather jerkin, and aside from a long sword still sheathed at his waist, he appeared considerably more agile. However, upon his inspection, Tyrion noted that Carl's expression, aside from the slight chill evoked by his words, bore no peculiarities. Feeling a twinge of curiosity, Tyrion glanced around at the passers-by, who occasionally cast strange looks in their direction, suddenly wondering if something was amiss. Carl merely nodded. I believe you are right. Should I confess that I somewhat envy you? Noticing Carl's lack of reaction to his statement, Tyrion decided to change the subject. That is certain, Carl reaffirmed. After all, if you were as handsome and tall as I, perhaps you wouldn't squander your days in the brothels of King's Landing. By the way, is your reluctance to return to Casterly Rock due to a disinclination to go back? Carl inquired, stroking his chin in contemplation. A heartless betrayal. A heartless betrayal. Damn it. I must have imbibed some foul wine to be concerned about some illegitimate child. Tyrion raised his middle finger, spitting words with indignation. So you are a scoundrel. Rarely did Tyrion's defenses falter, and at last, a knowing smile emerged on Carl's face as he stepped past the diminutive figure and made his way toward the tavern of the inn. Thank you for the compliment. However, the scoundrel intends to have some breakfast and treat his friend to a mug of ale. Those are my gold dragons, so I shall have 3 cups. Seeing the miser unexpectedly reach for his coins, Tyrion was not one to decline. No problem. Should you find that insufficient, Fox should still have plenty in stock. I imagine after a night of confinement, he is quite vexed about where to relieve himself of the ale. After all, I did feed him quite a bit of oats last night. Are you referring to that wretched gelding of yours? If you fancy it, you may keep it. By the way, where did you procure that exquisite red wine you last gifted me? Do you have any left? It was the finest red wine I have ever tasted. If there is a substantial quantity, I believe we could engage in trade. Then you could directly purchase a castle and have Robert knight you. By the way, have you decided on a name for your house yet? While I have no regrets, I believe it prudent to shift the conversation. Thank you for the girl you called for me. Curse it. Chapter 26. No, are there really bison? Carl decided to treat, and Tyrion, unreserved. even requested a roasted pig specifically to feast upon him. Damn, that was the most expensive dish at the Crossroads Inn. Yet, despite its cost, it was indeed of high quality. The meat was generously coated with pepper and accompanied by onions, mushrooms, and grated radish. Not only did it present a golden, crispy appearance with an enticing aroma, but the pig's mouth was also stuffed with various fruits. Thus, with this roasted pig coupled with a few mugs of ale, a splendid day commenced. After indulging and rubbing his belly while picking his teeth, Carl grew increasingly annoyed by the dwarf before him and promptly decided to mount Fox and explore the renowned ruby shore. Perhaps, if fortune favored him, he might even stumble upon some rubies. So, after bidding farewell to his only companion and confirming his direction with a serving girl at the inn, he ventured out alone to refresh his mind. Tyrion, already somewhat inebriated, expressed his admiration for Carl's plan before seeking a corner to peruse a book. Yesterday, during his visit to House Derry, he had stumbled upon a tapestry depicting the kings of House Targaryen in their cellar. This astonishing discovery led House Derry to present him with 3 books from their family's collection as a token of gratitude for his assistance. Indeed, it was a reasonable exchange. Meanwhile, after a considerable journey, Carl found himself wandering through the pastoral fields and suddenly recalled that the individual who had last assisted Daenerys Targaryen and her brother in fleeing Dragonstone for Essos was also named Derry. If memory served, having indulged excessively in food and drink, his mind felt a bit hazy as he pondered this. It took him a while, swaying atop his steed, to remember that the individual might have been called William Derry. Given that foreign names often bear many repetitions, Carl hesitated to be certain. After all, this person had merely been a background figure in the original narrative. However, it seemed that prior to the War of Usurpers, he had indeed served as a trainer at the Red Keep, and Rhaegar Targaryen had learned combat from him. Yet, aside from that, the most notable act he performed was conspiring with other loyalists to House Targaryen to surrender Dragonstone and prepare to hand over Daenerys and her brother to Robert. They had discreetly sent Daenerys Targaryen and Viserys Targaryen to the free cities of Braavos. There, Daenerys endured a few years of what could be considered a happy childhood. However, after his demise, the siblings, bereft of his protection, were cast out by servants and began their journey of wandering. Surely, they had lost all contact by now? Upon this contemplation, Carl scratched his head and instinctively flipped his hand, whereupon a magnificent crown materialized in his previously empty grasp. This crown, crafted primarily from gold, appeared as a delicate circular band, adorned with garlands of gemstones in 3 distinct hues that spiraled gracefully around it. Such embellishments rendered the crown reminiscent of an ornament suited for a woman. And indeed, this was precisely the case, for this was a crown meant for a lady. Once belonging to Rhaella Targaryen, the wife of the Mad King Aerys II Targaryen, and also his sister. It was, in fact, this very crown that Carl had procured directly from the hands of the beggar king, Viserys Targaryen. Though the moniker was bestowed upon him posthumously to mock the so-called Viserys III, Carl preferred to refer to him as the Sleeping Dragon. After all, this fellow, driven mad by the weight of reality, often lamented his so-called wrath of the Sleeping Dragon. At that time, Carl had just departed from the Vale, journeying towards Essos. And out of curiosity about the appearance of the Targaryen siblings, he fortuitously approached them just as they were compelled to sell their belongings for survival. Without fully understanding his own motivations, Carl impulsively acquired this Targaryen royal crown. It was during this encounter that he first laid eyes upon the then 8 or 9-year-old Daenerys. With her silvery golden hair and violet eyes, though she appeared young and somewhat bewildered, her beauty and charm were already evident. Yet beyond that, she was merely a timid and insecure young girl. At that time, her brother was diligently protecting her. After toying with the crown, which he had purchased yet did not know how to utilize, Carl returned it to his inventory, letting out a sigh. By now, Daenerys was likely to be wed to Khal Drogo, arranged by the wealthy governor of Pentos, Illyrio Mopatis, and her brother, Viserys Targaryen. If memory served, she was barely 13 or 14 years old. Damn, what a beastly situation. Reflecting on the timeline of events, Carl could not help but curse under his breath. Fox, sensing the disturbance from behind, snorted and flicked his ears, quickening his pace. Alas, this matter bore no relevance to him. Stirred by Fox's sudden acceleration, Carl shrugged off the errant thoughts swirling in his mind. He then lifted his gaze towards the nearby river. Finding a relatively flat patch of grass, Carl waved his hand, and a rather thick, albeit not particularly exquisite, carpet materialized beneath him. Skillfully tossing the reins onto the saddle of Fox, he signaled for the horse to entertain itself. Leaning against a large tree, he comfortably settled onto the carpet with his hands cradling his head. He slightly squinted at the stunning scenery nearby. The broad river flowed gently yet vigorously, producing a delightful sound of babbling waters. The sunlight was just right, and the blue sky adorned with white clouds reflected off the river's surface, creating shimmering scales that sparkled with golden and white hues. In the face of such tranquility, Carl couldn't help but let out a satisfied sigh, his mind blissfully blank. In the next moment, a bounty of fruits suddenly appeared on the carpet beside him. Their vibrant colors radiated freshness, and the sweet aroma wafted tantalizingly under his nose. Picking up a bunch of grapes, Carl tossed them into his mouth, consuming them whole, skin and seeds included. After finishing the grapes, a bottle of red wine encased in green glass materialized in his hand. This was the exquisite item Tyrion had previously mentioned, and it was also a special item in the game designed to entice the sprite guarding the holy water well. After all, this sprite was a notorious drunkard, and only by intoxicating her could one hope to win in the archery contest against her. However, just as Carl was about to uncork the bottle and take a sip, a massive shadow suddenly loomed into his field of vision. It bore large horns, the length of which would be difficult for an ordinary person to measure. Its long, dark fur almost brushed the ground, yet it still could not conceal its robust musculature. A wild bull. No, it truly was a wild bull. Chapter 27. Hunting. Faced with the sudden appearance of the wild bull, Carl instinctively froze for a moment. In the next instant, the bull, which was roughly the size of a small cart, transformed in his eyes into a dazzling golden dragon. If memory served him correctly, Tyrion had just mentioned that Robert Baratheon had offered 100 golden dragons as a reward for any brave soul who could hunt the bull alone. Carl had no qualms about hunting alone. He considered himself quite the warrior. Thus, in the face of such potential wealth, Carl thought little of lounging around. Preparing to waste away a beautiful day, he promptly set down the wine bottle, sprang to his feet, and dashed towards the direction of the wild bull. His speed was remarkable, each stride thundering on the grass as he sprinted like the wind. The grass swayed in the breeze, and he quickly vanished from sight. In that moment, he resembled a galloping steed, the previously serene air transforming into a tempest that howled past his ears. The muddy grassland beneath my feet appeared as if it had been ravaged by firecrackers, with each step creating a small crater. The crushed earth and grass fragments erupted into the air, only to descend like raindrops after Carl's departure. Halt! You, bovine creature, surrender at once. Allow me to skin you and carve your bones, transforming you into a roasted delicacy, thus fulfilling the bond between us. Before even approaching the wild buffalo, Carl could not restrain himself from bellowing. In his moment of exuberance, buoyed by the delightful fortune that felt akin to gathering wealth, he even resorted to the language of his past life. The sudden commotion startled the wild buffalo, which had been leading its herd to the river for a drink. It turned its head, eyes wide with apprehension, fixating on this evidently hostile human. Although it could not comprehend Carl's words, even a creature of its simplicity understood that this intruder harbored malicious intent. Surely, he aimed to bring it to its knees and transform it into his meal. Such predatory endeavors were not unprecedented, after all. Had this man wielded a long branch like the terrifying upright apes it had seen before, accompanied by a throng of others casting spells from afar, the buffalo would have fled without hesitation. Yet, this individual advanced alone, boldly charging forward rather than retreating, an audacity that was intolerable. Thus, upon recognizing Carl's intent, the largest buffalo in the herd stepped forth, mooing defiantly as it shielded its fellow females and calves behind it. It faced Carl head-on, lowering its massive head, digging its hind legs into the ground. Its eyes ablaze with fury, the nostrils flared, drawing in the wild winds, while its powerful muscles trembled in preparation for the impending assault. Carl, far from intimidated, felt his exhilaration intensify. He raised his right hand, fingers clenched into a fist, the knuckles glistening in the sunlight as they cleaved through the air, harboring thoughts of delivering a decisive blow to this imposing beast. The buffalo, enraged by Carl's fearless advance, let out a deep, resonant bellow from its chest. With its forelegs digging into the earth and its hindquarters coiling with visible tension, it charged forward, lowering its head to reveal the formidable horns that had earned it its esteemed position, barreling towards the audacious human without mercy. Ha! Come forth then, calf. Allow your grandfather to grant you a swift end. The sudden clash between man and beast rivaled the grandeur of fully armored knights wielding lances in a grand tournament. The distance that once separated them swiftly lost its significance. In the blink of an eye, the space between the man and the bull dissolved into nothingness. Neither paused. Neither did the bull falter. In their fight for survival, both faced the impending clash without a hint of fear. Yet, at the very moment of collision, there was a swift flash, akin to a bolt of lightning. The once thundering charge of both man and bull came to an instantaneous halt, transforming from fierce motion to utter stillness. At that moment of contact, the vast kinetic energy ceased abruptly. Collision. A tingling sensation coursed through Carl's scalp as a rumble echoed from the void. In that seemingly timeless instant, Carl's face still bore the remnants of his earlier excitement, while his clenched fist had firmly imprinted itself upon the bull's forehead. Yet, the bull's sharp horns remained a mere hand's breadth from Carl's chest, defining the very boundary between life and death. As the wind whispered past, time resumed its relentless flow. Carl's fist struck the thickest part of the bull's skull, and he felt his knuckles slightly sink into the bone. But before he could press further, the forces at play seemed too great for either to withstand. The bull, having charged at Carl in optimal form, now found its neck unable to bear the impact, tilting uncontrollably to one side, accompanied by a faint crack of breaking bone. The inertia from their combined momentum came to an abrupt halt at Carl's fist. In that moment, the unstoppable bull, propelled by its own momentum, pivoted at the point of contact with Carl's fist, flipping its massive body into the air, suspended for an instant before gravity reclaimed it. In that fleeting moment, raw power was displayed in the most direct manner, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The sheer force imparted a visual experience that allowed the bull to hover for nearly half a second before crashing down under the weight of its own body. Moo. Before it could fully comprehend the situation, the bewildered bull, struck senseless by Carl's blow, let out a final instinctive cry. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, this call would forever remain its last utterance in this world. As its limbs twitched uncontrollably, the once mighty ruler of the local bull herd succumbed to the finality of death. In the next moment, perhaps awakened by the final call of the leader before his demise, or perhaps by witnessing the defeat of the guardian of his kin, the remaining dozen or so cows and calves, without a hint of hesitation, turned and fled in a panic towards the distant meadow. Observing their flight, Carl felt no inclination to pursue. Instead, he withdrew his fists, placed his hands on his hips, and stood there, chuckling with delight. He relished this way of life, uncomplicated, free, and devoid of excessive contemplation. In the languid passage of time, not a single thought crossed his mind, leaving only the purest joy behind. It was akin to an ordinary afternoon when, stripped of thoughts, even the faintest notion could not tether itself to his heart. Yet, it was precisely this moment of unawareness that would later serve as a prelude to the haze of years to come. What is the purpose of life? Carl pondered. Power or desire? At that moment, all the tumult and vexations in his heart vanished with the force of a punch, and he felt as though he had returned to a bygone era. Lowering his gaze, he observed the cow, which lay twitching mindlessly after having created a pit in the earth. "Thank you, cow," Carl exclaimed, swiftly drawing the long sword from his waist and plunging it into the center of the cow's brow. Following a reflexive, muffled gasp, the creature's body tensed momentarily before relaxing, thus ending its suffering. As he gazed at the lifeless beast, Carl contemplated once more and delivered another strike to the cow's neck. With the incision made, warm blood gushed forth from the wound in a fervent rush. It is better to bleed it out, otherwise, the meat would surely be unpalatable. Yet, it is best to transport it back as swiftly as possible. Having decided how to deal with the fallen beast, Carl plucked a handful of wild grass nearby, meticulously cleaning the blade of his sword until no trace of blood remained, before sheathing it once more. He then grasped the cow's horns, his arm muscles bulging, and dragged the lifeless creature to the riverbank, facilitating the outflow of its blood. All that remained was to wait. However, Carl did not simply wait idly. He was already contemplating how best to transport the cow back and how to prepare it for roasting. Just then, an unexpected voice suddenly resonated from behind him. "What is this?" Chapter 28. Certainly not your father. Upon hearing the voice from behind, Carl instinctively turned to look. He beheld a boy, tall and fair, clad in a short robe of red and gold velvet, dismounting from his horse and gazing intently in his direction. He possessed a pair of emerald green eyes, his upturned lips habitually pressed together, now curious as he gazed at the fallen bison beside Carl. However, despite posing a question to Carl, he did not deign to look directly at him, as if the man before him was scarcely worthy of his attention. Merely standing there, he exuded an air of arrogance that was both irksome and contemptible. To put it succinctly, he was insufferable. Joffrey. Observing this impudent little brat who seemed to have emerged from nowhere, Carl was somewhat astonished to encounter this future monarch in such a place. Although the distance from the crossroads inn was not particularly far, it was far enough that even on horseback, it would take a while to arrive. Carl had come here simply to escape the tedium of the camp, where the antics of Cersei were indeed quite vexing. Strangely enough, this brat had quite the endurance. Perhaps it was due to being confined within the Red Keep during his time in King's Landing. However, as soon as Carl uttered Joffrey's name, the boy, who had been curiously observing the bison beside Carl, instantly exhibited a furious expression. The commoner dared to call his name, offended by the insolence of this low-born bastard. Joffrey immediately adopted a stern countenance and, without hesitation, began to rebuke Carl in a harsh tone. "You base-born bastard, you ought to address me as your esteemed prince, or Lord Joffrey Baratheon. Damn you, wretched spawn of a harlot." Upon hearing Joffrey's sudden ire, sparked by the mere mention of his name, Carl raised an eyebrow. Yet he remained silent, instead diverting his gaze toward the man behind Joffrey. This individual, a towering figure clad in ash-gray armor without a helmet, draped in an olive-green cloak, was dismounting from a dark steed. After alighting, he made no unnecessary movements, leading his horse while his eyes were fixed intently on Carl. Seeing that this formidable lowborn remained mute under his scorn, Joffrey's face broke into a pleased smile once more. "However, I shall spare you this time, provided you present me with your prey as a token of apology for your insolence. But should there be a next time, I shall have your tongue severed." Joffrey threatened with a smirk, clearly regarding Carl as inconsequential, believing that merely demanding the offering of his catch was a sign of his own magnanimity. Carl continued to hold his tongue, merely tilting his head slightly before casting his gaze back toward the imposing man behind Joffrey. Carl recognized him, Sandor Clegane, known as the Hound. Indeed, he was a loyal dog of House Lannister, possessing a cruel disposition and unwavering obedience to his master. However, Carl had never interacted with this individual before. Noticing Carl's reluctance to speak, Joffrey smirked. He then turned to Sandor Clegane, commanding, "Dog, remain here. I shall investigate what that is." With that, Joffrey brandished the whip in his hand nonchalantly before striding arrogantly towards Carl. Sandor, upon hearing Joffrey's command, said nothing but nodded and cast a glance at Carl before expressionlessly turning away, directing his gaze towards the spot where Carl had just been. There lay a conspicuous carpet adorned with fresh fruits and fine wine. Inhaling deeply, Sandor caught a whiff of the intoxicating aroma of the wine wafting through the air. He then stepped forward, observing the two men engrossed in their own actions, while Carl remained silent, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His attention shifted to the prince, who, after berating him, approached with the whip still in hand. It was only when Joffrey stood beside him that Carl finally spoke again. "What did the prince just ask me?" Carl inquired, feigning a lack of understanding. Curiosity about the prey had drawn Joffrey closer, and upon hearing Carl's audacity to request a repetition, his expression darkened further. "Are you deaf? I asked you what this is." Joffrey exhibited no comprehension of respect or courtesy, looking down from his lofty position at the lowly bastard before him, gesturing with the whip towards the quarry at Carl's feet. Meanwhile, Sandor, alerted by the commotion, glanced up. This time, he merely cast a cursory look before disinterestedly returning his focus to the items on the carpet. The wild boar lay lifeless, and with both himself and the bastard hired by Robert present, nothing here posed a threat to the prince. Thus, Sandor redirected his attention, his gaze inadvertently drawn to the bottle of wine that had been uncorked and left open. Simultaneously, he felt an irresistible, rich fragrance of wine, as if it were alive, penetrating his nostrils and igniting a yearning deep within him. Sandor Clegane casually released his steed, allowing it to roam freely, and unceremoniously plopped down on the prepared carpet. He promptly picked up an apple and bit off half of it. The hound then turned his attention to the wine bottle, grasping it in his hand. After a cursory glance, he brought it to his nose, inhaling the scent to confirm it was indeed the source of the enticing aroma, before swallowing the chewed apple. He then lifted the bottle, tilting his head back and pouring its contents down his throat, unbeknownst to him, as he tilted his head back to indulge in the wine. Even before his tongue could fully savor its exquisite flavor, a flicker of green light caught his peripheral vision. In the next heartbeat, Sandor Clegane collapsed onto the carpet with a heavy thud. The red wine, which had yet to touch his lips, slipped from his grasp, tumbling to the ground. The bottle's neck gushed forth a stream of vibrant crimson liquid, flowing towards the earth beneath the grass. Carl, with his back to Sandor, snapped his fingers without turning around, a peculiar smile gracing his face. Meanwhile, Joffrey remained oblivious to the commotion behind him, utterly captivated by the lifeless bison before him. Curiosity piqued. He extended his foot and kicked the motionless beast's rear with a forceful jab. Could this truly be a bison? Lost in thought, Joffrey asked, excitement bubbling within him. Perhaps, Carl mused, stroking his chin while casting a glance at the fallen creature. But I can assure you, this is certainly not your father. With that, Carl let out a peculiar chuckle. Taken aback by Carl's audacity to speak so boldly, Joffrey's initial intent to further insult the illegitimate child faded into astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief. However, the moment of surprise swiftly transformed into a seething wrath. You, damned commoner, wretched bastard, do you comprehend the words you utter? I shall sever your tongue and feed it to the dogs. Chapter 29, A Brat, to be done away with. As Joffrey regained his composure, fury surged through him upon hearing Carl's insolent remarks. He raised his whip, poised to strike Carl's face with a violent lash. Yet, in the face of this feeble gesture, Carl maintained his enigmatic smile. With a mere flick of his wrist, he effortlessly caught the whip strike. A gentle breeze caressed the stones, unruffled by the unfolding drama. With narrowed eyes and a knowing grin, Carl slightly crouched down to address Joffrey. Behold, our dear prince is enraged. However, I suggest you inquire with your mother regarding the true identity of your father. And do not forget to thank me for eliminating a falsehood from your mind. As he spoke, Carl tilted his head towards the bison, now drained of its blood. Rather than being incensed by Joffrey's insults, Carl remained remarkably courteous, offering the prince his most candid advice. Yet, faced with Carl's relentless humiliation, Joffrey, much like Cersei, whose emotions were easily unraveled and who could scarcely tolerate provocation, cared little for the gravity of the situation. This wretched bastard dared not only to resist, but also to continue belittling the dignity of his noble prince. Joffrey momentarily froze, but as he realized that his whip was firmly grasped by Carl, an instinctive urge to retract it proved futile. Unable to contain the surging fury within him, his once fair skin flushed crimson. What? Damn it, you dare to resist. He spat, his voice laced with venom. You wretched bastard, you wretched bastard. I shall have your teeth extracted one by one, only to embed them back into your bones. Joffrey glared intently at the contemptible bastard before him. His teeth gritted as he cursed. Having never encountered such humiliation throughout his life, his eyes burned with rage, and he was overtaken by a blind fury. Trust me, I will not allow you to die easily. You shall learn the price of insulting a prince. With the whip irretrievable, Joffrey discarded it entirely, reaching for the short sword, lion's tooth, from his waist. But before that, I will sever your hands and strip the flesh from your legs, leaving only the bones. You will repent for your foolish actions. With that, Joffrey glared fiercely, raising his sword to thrust it at Carl's chest. Yet, in the face of Joffrey's assault and his imaginative threats, Carl remained unflinching, his expression unchanged, simply smiling at him. As the short sword lunged forward, Carl slowly raised his left hand. Slap. Suddenly, the sharp sound of a resounding slap echoed along the banks of the Trident River. The sound was crisp and melodious, so piercing that it drowned out the surrounding whispers of the water. For a moment, it seemed as if the entire world resonated solely with the reverberation of that slap. However, the incident was far from over. Following the sound of the slap, there came the metallic clatter of a sword falling onto the grass. Clang. Observing Joffrey, who had been sent spiraling from the force of the slap, Carl couldn't help but chuckle. He then casually kicked the fallen lion's tooth aside. Joffrey, who had intended to deliver a grand strike to Carl, suddenly felt his vision blur, and before he could comprehend what was happening, he found himself uncontrollably soaring through the air. When he finally regained his senses, he discovered he was sprawled atop the carcass of a deceased bison. In such close proximity, he finally discerned the grotesque sight before him, a bison with formidable horns, its neck gored, staring with hollow eyes, its blood long drained. Joffrey thought to himself, so this is what a bison looks like. As the thought began to stir within him, Joffrey, lying upon the belly of the bison, could only gaze vacantly at the scene unfolding before him. His mind, overwhelmed by a persistent buzzing sound, rendered him deaf to all other noises. At that moment, both his consciousness and his surroundings were engulfed in a haze, with only the incessant buzzing reverberating in his head, gradually fading into the distance. He suddenly felt as if his awareness was slowly detaching from his body, which itself grew increasingly heavy, yet he harbored no desire to move. It seemed as though he merely wished to remain in this state and drift off into slumber. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, a demonic voice pierced through the air beside him. Hey, little prince, are you all right? Seeing Joffrey, who had been sent sprawling by his earlier slap, lying motionless upon the bison's belly, Carl hurried forward, anxious that he might have inadvertently struck him too forcefully. Joffrey, seemingly still responsive to the external world, opened his mouth and emitted an unconscious groan. Yet beyond that, he could not muster any further reaction. His pupils began to dilate uncontrollably, losing focus. Blood, frothy and uncontrollable, began to seep from his nostrils, ears, eyes, and the corners of his mouth. As blood flowed from his orifices, his body began to twitch involuntarily, and he lost control of his bowels. It was a disaster. He had indeed struck too hard. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Carl swiftly lifted Jeffrey from the bison's side, observing as the young man's pupils widened, his mouth gaping in unconsciousness, and his throat emitting a gurgling sound. Choked by the blood, Carl recognized that his earlier slap had indeed been excessive. He had not anticipated that Jeffrey would be so fragile, as a single strike had brought this once mighty emperor to the brink of death. At that moment, it seemed he was on the verge of meeting his ancestors. "Damn it! I told you to be more civilized. Why must you speak so foully?" Carl muttered in frustration, glancing at the gasping Jeffrey, whose breaths were shallow and labored. He then summoned a faint glow of green light at his fingertips. Chapter 30. Intimidation. As Jeffrey appeared to be on the verge of death, Carl, realizing he could not allow him to perish, had no choice but to cast his healing spell. With 2 consecutive beams of green light illuminating the scene, Jeffrey, who had been teetering on the edge of death, was forcefully pulled back from the clutches of demise by Carl. As life began to rekindle within him, Jeffrey's gaze remained somewhat vacant, having just brushed against the specter of death. He was in a state of confusion, staring vacantly at Carl, who was gripping him firmly. Before he could utter a word, a cough escaped his lips. However, as the blood that had been lodged in his throat erupted forth, Joffrey's pupils, which had been gradually dilating, slowly began to refocus. Upon witnessing his revival, Carl, while relieved, could no longer maintain his previous facade of a smile. His brows furrowed, and a smirk of cold amusement crept onto his face. "You wretched fool. Die." Perhaps it was the irritation at Joffrey's waste of his magical energy, or the frustration that this insufferable brat had proven so resilient. Thus, upon confirming Joffrey's survival, Carl, still seething with anger, seized him by the collar and delivered 2 sharp slaps across his face. This time, however, Carl moderated his strength, refraining from sending Joffrey's head into the depths of the Trident River. Having just returned from a brief excursion around the gates of the stranger's temple, Joffrey had yet to comprehend what had transpired, when he was suddenly struck with 2 resounding slaps from Carl, jolting him from his daze. Yet, before he could articulate a response, he felt his face growing numb and swollen. Additionally, he sensed an unfamiliar salty taste in his mouth, accompanied by the sensation of something gritty rolling around. Spitting reflexively, Joffrey expelled several shattered teeth, mingled with thick, crimson blood and saliva. As he gazed at the gruesome remnants that had emerged from his mouth, accompanied by the glaring scarlet, he stared wide-eyed, paralyzed by fear. With his head visibly swollen from the blows, blood mixed with saliva trickled from the corners of Joffrey's mouth. He attempted to speak, yet no words would form. Witnessing the audacity of this little bastard to spit blood and saliva upon him, Carl scowled and unceremoniously tossed the incredulous Joffrey to the ground. Joffrey, unprepared for the fall, let out a pained cry. Lying on the ground, he instinctively cradled his face, his eyes still dazed as they fixated on Carl, as if only now realizing that this contemptible bastard truly dared to lay hands on him. "What have you done?" Now aware of the pain and the sight of blood, Joffrey looked at Carl with a mixture of fear and trepidation. He lay there, resembling a frightened small dog, howling in desperation. It seemed that this was the only way he could grasp even a semblance of safety. His once proud demeanor as a prince was diminished, now reduced to a muddy, filthy figure, his eyes aflame with rage and terror. Mud and blood are indistinguishable. The highborn, once elevated, dragged down to the depths, share no difference with the maggots in a filthy pit. Thus, the prince succumbed to despair. "No, do not kill me. Please, do not kill me." His head swollen like a pig's, he could only mumble incoherently, his words barely discernible. Yet, this did not hinder his heart-wrenching cries, as tears and snot poured forth uncontrollably, streaming down his face. In a primal instinct, he flailed about on the ground, desperately attempting to distance himself from Carl. However, after only a few movements, Joffrey suddenly froze. In the next moment, he lifted his head to glance back at his previous position and shouted without hesitation, "Hound, save me. Quick, save me. You wretched bastard. How dare you fail to protect me? I shall have your head severed, and your hands chopped off, to be tossed into the flames." Suddenly realizing he was not without guardians, Joffrey, without a moment to wipe away his tears, frantically called out to Sandor Clegane for assistance, issuing threats in his panic. Yet, true to his nature, after hurling insults and threats at the hound, he immediately turned back, his face contorted in rage, and pointed accusingly at Carl. "I want you to slay this wretched bastard. I want you to kill this despicable bastard child, and then skin him to serve as my footstool." In the depths of his despair, crawling through his own hell, Joffrey suddenly realized he was not alone. He had his loyal guardian, the hound, chosen by his mother. Instinctively, he called out for the hound's protection. However, As his cries echoed into the void, the only response was an unsettling silence. With no reply, Joffrey instinctively halted and turned to scrutinize the direction from whence he had come. There, he beheld the hound, who had always been his steadfast protector, now lying motionless upon a carpet, unresponsive to his cries. It was as if he were dead. Joffrey, who had been pleading for mercy and then moments later had displayed a glimmer of hope upon realizing he had someone to save him, suddenly fell silent. Like a duck whose neck had been abruptly seized, Carl could not suppress a grimace at the sight. This wretched child changed his demeanor swifter than the turning of a page, to a degree that rendered Carl speechless. The detestable little scoundrel from the original tale indeed inspired revulsion. Thus, he tightened his grip on the riding crop, his expression morphing into one of menace. He stepped forward, leaning down to gaze at the wide-eyed, panic-stricken Joffrey, the once noble prince now crawling in the muck and filth. "Your Highness, the noble prince. Your hunting dog has fallen asleep. Let us not disturb him, shall we?" Carl gazed at Joffrey with a smile. The riding whip in his hand folded and making a sharp crack as he pulled it. However, as the sound subsided, Carl lifted Joffrey's chin with the whip, and his expression grew increasingly menacing. "Oh, by the way, as a reward for your earlier performance, we would like to invite you to participate in a little event we have. The event is titled Join Now and Receive 100 Draws." As Carl finished speaking, he unexpectedly raised his hand. The whip lashed out with a sudden swiftness, slicing through the air and producing a sharp crack. Joffrey was taken aback by this sudden action, frozen in place as tears streamed down his face once more. Carl then caught a whiff of a foul odor. Chapter 31. What I desire, I shall obtain with my own hands. Carl menacingly intimidated the little scoundrel before him without any sense of guilt. What he did not anticipate was that this little brat would possess such fragile mental fortitude. A mere fright sent him spiraling into despair. The pitiful sight caused Carl to halt the whip midair. He merely intended to terrify this psychologically disturbed little wretch who exhibited sadistic traits. His method was simply to administer a fright with the whip, leaving him in a state of helplessness. After all, that slap filled with fury had nearly knocked him out, allowing Carl to vent a significant amount of his anger. He was neither a deviant, nor did he possess Joffrey's neurotic tendencies. Thus, he had little interest in inflicting harm upon a child of merely 10 years, even if the child was indeed a rascal. But what did that matter to him? What transpired today was merely a consequence of this little brat stepping too close to him. Coupled with the chaos caused by his inappropriate mother, Carl could no longer contain his wrath. Yet, to his surprise, this little scoundrel, who had just been groveling moments ago, suddenly transformed into an arrogant brat once again, igniting Carl's fury anew. After pausing his actions, Carl contemplated whether it might be best to bury this worthless creature right here, as he felt that merely striking him with the whip would not suffice. However, upon realizing that his hunting dog could not save him and that the illegitimate child before him seemed intent on continuing his assault, the previously defiant Joffrey morphed back into a pitiful creature akin to a dog that had been beaten, whimpering in desperation. He came to his senses, hurriedly kneeling on the ground, grasping at Carl's pant leg and pitifully pleading for mercy. "Please, I beg you, spare me. Do not kill me. I can offer you everything. The Lannisters are immensely wealthy, and I can have my father knight you. No, not merely a knight. He can elevate you to nobility, grant you a castle, and bestow upon you countless golden dragons. The Lannisters possess mountains of gold." In a moment of sheer terror, Joffrey conceived a means of salvation and, without hesitation, uttered his plea. He fell to his knees, fervently bowing his head in supplication, his lips weaving boundless promises. Yet, Carl merely regarded him with an icy stare, unresponsive to his desperate entreaties. As Carl maintained his silence, Joffrey, still prostrating himself, but wary of the pain from his head striking the ground, cautiously lifted his gaze to Carl. Noticing his impassive demeanor, Joffrey resolved to escalate his offerings. "Carl, stone, if you desire it, we can provide you with anything. Yes, yes. You are still my brother, my true brother, and a child of the king. I can persuade my father to annul your bastard status and recognize your rightful place. The king has the power to ennoble you and legitimize your birth. If you spare my life, I will renounce my claim to the throne and make you the heir to the Iron Throne. Truly, you must believe me. I speak not a word of deceit. By doing this, you will no longer be a lowly bastard. You will be the king's legitimate child, a prince, and even bear the name Baratheon. In that moment, you will be the foremost heir to the Iron Throne. Just spare my life, spare me, and all I have promised will come to fruition." At that instant, as he pleaded for salvation from his protector yet received no response, and feeling the murderous intent radiating from Carl, Joffrey frantically racked his brain for a glimmer of hope. Without hesitation, he made his vows to Carl, even divulging Carl's true identity to bolster his credibility. These words were imparted to him by his mother, Cersei Lannister, who, in her fury, had vowed to eliminate this wretched bastard. However, in his desperation to survive, Joffrey was willing to relinquish even his claim to the Iron Throne. It was evident that despair had utterly shattered him. He wept, tears streaming down his face, pleading fervently for even the slightest chance of survival, all while making promises he could never fulfill. Upon hearing his desperate proclamations, Carl remained silent, gazing at the once proud prince now reduced to a pitiful, muddy creature. A far cry from his former grandeur. As Joffrey became aware of his silence, he raised his tear-filled eyes to look at him, finding him motionless and unresponsive. At that moment, a flicker of hope gradually emerged within his gaze. Yet, Carl merely smiled gently at the instant hope blossomed in Joffrey, then shook his head. Your promise is no more substantial than the flatulence of a donkey that has overeaten. At least that stench is palpable. However, Prince Joffrey need not fret. For everything you have uttered, I shall procure in my own manner. Moreover, I shall obtain it solely through my own efforts. Carl spoke with a smile, his eyes twinkling. He then knelt, extending his hand to delicately cradle Joffrey's chin. What I desire, I shall acquire with my own hands, rather than relying on the charity of others. For that which is obtained through such means will never truly belong to me. Yet, before I can proceed, I must undertake some necessary tasks. So, you shall cooperate with me, will you not? After delivering these words with a grin, Carl gradually rose before Joffrey's somewhat bewildered gaze. The previously lowered riding crop was once more raised high, then suddenly sliced through the air, landing upon Joffrey. Carl had suddenly realized that blunt force would not cause excessive pain. Instead, a method that made minimal contact with the skin would be far more effective. And now, he had ample time. Carl contemplated, flicking his fingertips once more, a glimmer of emerald light flickered. The magic of minor healing enveloped Joffrey, and a radiant glow manifested as his injuries visibly healed at an astonishing rate. His magical energy was still substantial, and there remained plenty of time before he needed to return. What I desire, I shall attain myself, rather than depending on the reckless promises of others akin to worthless drivel. As Carl relentlessly struck Joffrey, watching him writhe and scream in the mud like a wretched worm. A faint smile graced his face, while his deep-set eyes shimmered with a subtle light. Chapter 32. Speculations of the bystanders. Carl fashioned a makeshift sled from branches and vines, then hoisted the bison onto it. He subsequently tethered the contraption to his horse, Fox, as well as to Sandor Clegane's steed, the Hound. Thus, Carl utilized 2 horses to drag his quarry, transporting it from the banks of the Trident River to the crossroads inn. Sandor remained unconscious, and after pouring more wine into his mouth, Carl hoisted him up and laid him across, allowing his own horse to bear him. As for the Hound, aside from his ill temper towards others, it proved inconsequential to Carl. In fact, in Carl's hands, he was more compliant than even under the command of hunting dogs. Despite Carl imposing a heavy burden on him, the creature dared not rebel or express its displeasure. Instead, it obediently bowed its head, refraining from any erratic movements, allowing Carl to dictate its actions. As for the esteemed Prince Joffrey Baratheon, Carl placed him atop the back of a sturdy bull, permitting him to sit comfortably while following closely behind as they returned to the encampment. However, at that moment, Joffrey was drenched, his once opulent velvet attire nowhere to be seen. Clad merely in his undergarments, he sat shivering on horseback, his expression vacant, his body trembling uncontrollably, his face pale as death, and his lips tinged with blue, rendering him speechless. Thus, Carl rode on the steed that had originally belonged to Joffrey, leading the 2 men and the bull back to the crossroads inn. Yet, before they could approach the camp, as they emerged from the narrow path, they were spotted by the guards stationed outside the inn. At the sight of this conspicuous assembly, the soldiers instinctively turned their gazes toward them. Among them, a sharp-eyed Lannister soldier immediately recognized the disheveled Joffrey. Wait, is that the prince? Quickly. Although the prince was not adorned in his resplendent red garments, his striking golden hair made him easily identifiable. The soldier who first sensed something was amiss with the prince promptly called to his comrades, urging them to converge upon Joffrey. While Carl's conspicuous presence, accompanied by 2 horses dragging a wild bull, was indeed striking, the soldiers, primarily composed of Lannister guards, prioritized the prince above all else. Thus, although they noted Carl and the bull, their immediate concern lay solely with Joffrey. The young prince had sought to retrieve rubies from the riverbank, but lost his footing, tumbling into the Trident. I exerted considerable effort to rescue him. Hurry, take him back, and change his clothes to prevent him from catching cold. Carl succinctly relayed the situation as the soldiers, noticing Joffrey's sodden state and his disoriented demeanor, rushed to his aid. Though they harbored some confusion, their focus remained on the urgent task of saving the prince, with little regard for the particulars of the incident. Therefore, as several agile soldiers swiftly lifted Joffrey from his mount, they hurriedly ushered him toward the inn, intent on providing him with the care he so desperately needed. At that moment, a figure resembling a steward, having discerned the situation, promptly approached with purpose. He merely cast a brief glance before swiftly taking action. "Michael Jordan, you must report Prince Joffrey's condition to the king and queen at once. Owen, go immediately to find a skilled healer. We need him here to examine the prince without delay. Also, summon the inn's attendants to bring hot water. We must prepare a warm bath for the prince to restore his vitality, and ensure that enough thick garments are sent for the prince to change into clean attire. Hurry, move with greater urgency. Do you all not eat, you limping fools?" This steward, Carl, was unfamiliar to me, yet his adept and brisk command suggested he was indeed an experienced and astute individual. As the orderly messages were relayed, several individuals from the onlookers promptly turned and hastened away, evidently the ones who had been called upon. In a blink, Joffrey became like a marionette, vanishing before Carl and being escorted into the inn. This left behind a throng of spectators who had gathered, now realizing something was amiss, while Carl, full of pride, flaunted his catch. However, Carl remained unfazed, akin to an onlooker himself, observing with an intrigued smile as the commotion unfolded around him. Once the crowd had successfully taken Joffrey away, those not directly involved turned their gaze toward him. Noticing their attention, Carl seemed to awaken to the moment, raising a hand to indicate a person sprawled upon the back of a dark warhorse behind him. "I require 2 stronger men. There is a drunkard here that needs attending." Acknowledging the curious gazes upon him, Carl naturally beckoned them to assist. Ultimately, 3 soldiers of House Lannister, accompanied by 2 servants, managed to lift Sandor Clegane from the horse and carry him away. As they struggled with him, the surrounding crowd caught the unmistakable scent of alcohol emanating from his person. Coupled with the earlier appearance of the prince, it became evident that not only did those handling him show signs of concern, but the spectators could hardly contain their speculation. They could anticipate the difficult fate awaiting this grotesquely fearsome individual. As the prince's guardian, he returned soaked as if he had fallen into a river, while he himself had succumbed to drunkenness, also being borne back upon a horse. It was inevitable that, given the queen's temperament and the affection the king and queen held for Joffrey, Sandor Clegane would face a considerable reckoning. As for the precise outcome, the onlookers awaited with eager anticipation. A spectacle was at hand. However, as people became aware that the hound would consume the gossip, their gaze involuntarily shifted towards the illegitimate child, who had been the subject of much discussion that morning. They pondered how this young lad, who had been said to have fled due to unbearable scrutiny, could have unexpectedly accomplished such great feats. Not only did he slay a wild bull, but he also rescued the drowning prince. As events unfolded in such a dramatic manner, the onlookers could not help but speculate about the king's potential rewards for him. The allure of 100 gold dragons was indeed formidable. Such a sum would require a typical peasant family to toil for 30 to 40 years without sustenance to amass. Yet, in light of the extraordinary act of saving a prince, it was evident that 100 gold dragons would hardly suffice to honor such a deed. There was even a small faction among the informed who whispered in hushed tones, contemplating whether this illegitimate child might be knighted by the king as a direct result of his actions, or perhaps the king would acknowledge him as his own, recognizing him as his son. After all, despite his status as an illegitimate child, he remained a progeny of the current king, indeed, the firstborn. Chapter 33. The exciting reward on the horizon. In Westeros, it is not uncommon for nobles to father illegitimate offspring, and to a certain extent, they are expected to fulfill their responsibilities towards their illegitimate children, ensuring at the very least their healthy upbringing. This explains why Carl's biological mother neglected him entirely. Having established a new family, yet Carl was able to live independently in the Eyrie and grow up safely. However, this situation is characterized by the father's refusal to acknowledge his illegitimate child, allowing him to exist outside his life without revealing his paternal identity. This approach is the prevailing practice among nobles regarding their illegitimate progeny. Conversely, there exists a rare circumstance wherein a noble not only acknowledges his illegitimate child, but also brings him home to raise alongside his legitimate offspring. Such instances are exceedingly uncommon. An example of this is Jon Snow, who was brought to Winterfell by Eddard Stark and raised alongside his legitimate children. Nevertheless, This arrangement is not without its drawbacks. As Tyrion had pointed out to Carl that morning, if a noblewoman's husband brings his illegitimate children into the household and raises them alongside his legitimate progeny, the noblewoman possesses the right to demean the illegitimate offspring. This explains why Jon Snow grew up under the cold gaze of Catelyn Tully in the original narrative, with no one daring to challenge her treatment of him. Even a man of Eddard Stark's stature could only bow his head and pretend not to see Catelyn's disdain for Jon, allowing him to endure such a constrained existence, bearing his suffering alone in silence. Being born a bastard in Westeros is indeed a rather awkward predicament. Such individuals are often regarded as inferior, perceived as inherently greedy and hypocritical. Even those bastards born to parents of lowly origins are derogatorily referred to as wildlings or mongrels. A common adage in Westeros posits that bastards are the offspring of desire and deceit, growing at a faster pace than their legitimate counterparts, with their veins coursing with debauchery and treachery. However, there exists a somewhat more favorable circumstance. If the parents of a bastard are both of noble birth, their status is not deemed ignoble. A prime example is Edric Storm, whose mother, Delena Florent, hails from an esteemed lineage as the niece of Lord Alistair Florent. Consequently, due to his noble parentage, Edric's existence is acknowledged by Robert Baratheon, who not only recognizes him but also permits him to reside at Storm's End. Yet, this situation pales in comparison to the true embarrassment that bastards face, the issue of inheritance. According to law and custom, bastards possess virtually no rights regarding inheritance. Only in the absence of legitimate heirs and suitable relatives can a nobleman's bastard child inherit his estate and titles. This explains why the general populace often associates bastards with greed and hypocrisy, as the lure of ambition and desire can lead one to become a devil, committing acts unbound by morality. Nonetheless, a unique exception exists. If a bastard is legitimized by royal decree, they may gain the right to inherit. This process of legitimization is a traditional prerogative of the monarchy. For instance, Queen Rhaenyra Targaryen once legitimized her half-brothers, Adam and Alan, from Shell's Town on Driftmark, making them heirs to House Velaryon. Similarly, Aegon IV Targaryen, on his deathbed, acknowledged many of his noble-born bastards as legitimate heirs. Thus, it is far more common to recognize a bastard than to legitimize them. For example, Eddard Stark acknowledged Jon Snow as his son and a member of House Stark, but did not legitimize him as a true-born heir. Consequently, Jon retained his bastard surname and social standing, remaining outside the line of succession within House Stark. Furthermore, many bastards have never been acknowledged and remain unaware of their paternal lineage, such as Gendry and, similarly, the character known as Carl Stone. Due to his mother's status, the king did not recognize him as a legitimate bastard, unlike the other one in Storm's End. A small faction of individuals, privy to the circumstances surrounding Carl, began to unconsciously speculate whether he would gain King Robert's recognition due to this incident, perhaps even elevating his status to that of a knight. After all, saving an heir to the Iron Throne, especially the first in line, is a commendable feat worthy of reward. The nobility places great importance on lineage, particularly when it pertains to the succession of the Seven Kingdoms. It could be posited that even if Robert's reward were modest, his advisors would certainly counsel him otherwise. Regardless of whether the onlookers truly comprehended Carl's true identity, their eyes were fixed intently upon the young man poised for imminent elevation. In Westeros, for a commoner to ascend to nobility, prowess coupled with opportunity serves as the swiftest pathway to advancement. Observing the surrounding chatter, Carl opted not to engage, merely waving a hand in acknowledgement to the throng of spectators. He then turned to untie the ropes tethering the two horses behind him, his countenance still adorned with a serene smile. However, as he bent down, his back turned to the crowd, a glimmer of unspoken meaning flickered across his face. While he busied himself, an exuberant voice surged toward him, far more animated than his own. "Boss, hey, did you know your smile resembles the latrine at Lucy's brothel that won't close?" Without needing to look back, Carl recognized the lascivious laughter belonged to Cassie. The grinning Cassie approached, his expression one of utter confusion, evidently oblivious to the self-deprecating nature of his boss's comment. Carl's lips twitched in regret for having sought the company of someone so astute in speech and action, yet lacking the spark of comprehension in certain contexts. Thus, he extended his hand to pinch Cassie's lips together, forcibly closing the gap as he stated, devoid of inflection, because it not only leaks, but also reeks of filth. Cassie finally grasped the implication of Carl's jest, yet this did not diminish his mirth. He simply laughed even more heartily, despite his mouth being pinched shut. Dismissing Cassie's playful demeanor, Carl glanced back at the other subordinates who had surged forward upon hearing the news. As he faced his equally exhilarated comrades, he gradually retracted his smile and turned his gaze toward the prominent bison before him, drawing forth his long sword from his waist. By the way, has King Robert returned? With a sharp sound, Carl unsheathed his sword, casually inquiring of Kasi without looking back. The suddenness of this action startled Kasi, who only relaxed upon realizing that Carl was merely gesturing with the sword toward the bison, not intending to harm him. However, after instinctively retracting his neck, he no longer wore a playful grin. Instead, he closed his mouth and answered earnestly, "The king has just returned." But he seems somewhat displeased as he appears to have come back empty-handed, and then he went off to drink. He should be in the lobby of the inn right now. In response to Carl's inquiry, Kashi replied sincerely. Yet, observing Carl's movements, Kashi felt a flicker of curiosity and instinctively asked, "Boss, what are you preparing to do?" To Kashi's question, Carl did not respond immediately. He continued to probe the belly of the bison with his longsword, searching for something. The next moment, after confirming the position, Carl swiftly thrust the sword forward. With remarkable speed, he pierced the bison's belly precisely at the center, the blade sinking in about a finger's depth. Then, under Kashi's bewildered yet impressed gaze, Carl steadily gripped the hilt of the sword. With this intricate maneuver, he deftly sliced open a neat and elegant incision along the thick hide that had been cut. As the bison's belly suddenly revealed a gaping hole, its fat and organs tumbled out, liberated from the constraints of the skin, releasing an unusual odor. Satisfied that his precise thrust had not gone awry, even avoiding the delicate membrane atop the fat layer, Carl nodded with approval. He then turned slightly, a smile gracing his face as he explained to the curious onlookers, including Kashi, "This bison has been dead for a while. I must remove its entrails, otherwise the meat will not be palatable. Once an animal's body has been deceased for a certain period, if not promptly butchered, the residual warmth will cause its tissues to exude moisture, ultimately affecting the texture of the meat." Gazing at the neatly crafted incision, Carl nodded in satisfaction before sheathing his longsword. He then turned to the members of the Blackstone mercenary group, who had gathered upon hearing the news, and waved his hand. "So now I need to extract everything inside. But it would be even better if a few who are not solely devoted to drinking and chasing women would come up to help. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention, I plan to present this bison as a tribute to our king." After delivering this statement with a grin to these lazy good-for-nothings, Carl raised an eyebrow and subtly stepped back. Seemingly unconcerned, he added, "If rewards are to be given, those who lend a hand shall share in the bounty." As soon as Carl finished speaking, the crowd, previously astonished by his swordsmanship, fell silent. The members of the Blackstone mercenary group, who depended on Carl for their livelihood, instinctively paused for a moment. In the next heartbeat, they quickly reacted, their eyes gleaming with eagerness. "Choose me. My hands and feet are renowned for their agility." "Damn, Bryce. Don't listen to that scoundrel. He is so inept that even in an affair, he gets caught by another's husband at home. As foolish and clumsy as a maggot. Pick me. Chief, you know my prowess in the art of dexterity. Are you referring to the incident when you injured a courtesan and had to compensate the brothel with a silver stag? I've heard it was when he was filling shells, lacking finesse, and accidentally bit himself." As Carl finished speaking, the mercenaries of the Blackstone Company, initially gathered to witness the exchange, eagerly stepped forward to volunteer themselves. In their fervor to seize this evidently lucrative opportunity, they hurled insults at one another while racing toward the bison, even resorting to underhanded tactics against comrades they had just been drinking and boasting with mere moments ago. Kashi was right, they were all rascals. Thus, he remained silent, tripping one fool attempting to bypass him, and swiftly claimed the most advantageous position. Meanwhile, Carl said nothing, even yielding his own spot. With a serene smile, he leisurely removed a water skin from his waist, uncorked it, and brought it to his lips, feigning ignorance of the chaos around him. Observing Carl's quiet demeanor, the seasoned rogues quickly grasped his intent. Their eyes gleamed with ambition, and they disregarded any sense of decorum. Rushing forward in a frenzy, fearful of missing their chance to secure a place in the action. Amused by their eagerness, Carl settled to the side, sipping from his water skin and watching them flounder about with an air of nonchalance. In truth, Carl's earlier remarks were both accurate and misleading. For at least during the time since the bison's demise, there had been no pressing matters. Furthermore, Carl had drained all the blood. Thus, as long as the task was managed within a reasonable time frame, it would not compromise the quality of the meat. His actions were merely a means to justify sharing what had initially been his bounty. Carl was never one to hoard for himself. His vision extended far beyond such narrow-mindedness. He understood profoundly that to make a horse run, one must provide it with fodder. Moreover, He recognized that only through mutual benefit could lasting alliances be forged. This understanding was precisely why so many were willing to follow a mere lad in his teens. Even knowing that Karl's support had diminished, their concerns did not deter them. They all rallied together in response to the king's call to venture north into the frigid lands. It is not without reason that no one would willingly endure such suffering. Each individual possesses their own unique strengths. They are not the destitute and inept mercenaries commonly imagined. Those who navigate the complexities of King's Landing are far from ordinary. Furthermore, Karl requires certain individuals to have a moment of preparation. He sips cautiously from his water pouch, his gaze reflecting a sense of readiness. Chapter 35. The invitation from King Robert. A group of over 10 individuals set to work on processing a wild bull. Fueled by fervent enthusiasm, they accomplished the task in less than half an hour, leaving the bull impeccably prepared. Aware that Karl intended to present this bull to the king, Corsi and others hastily procured some wooden sticks to construct a framework, upon which they elegantly displayed the cleaned bull. With its entrails removed, the bull lay with closed eyes, its limbs bound to the wooden structure, exuding an air of tranquility as it awaited its fate, artfully arranged for presentation. At that moment, Corsi, who had mysteriously disappeared, suddenly reappeared and stealthily approached Karl. "Boss, the king has learned of the recent events, including your heroism in rescuing the prince," Corsi whispered excitedly, his voice barely concealing his exhilaration. "Just now, the king visited Prince Joffrey and has sent for you to meet him." Corsi spoke breathlessly, his expression brimming with excitement. Even more so than Karl, the central figure of the moment. Those around them had already noticed Corsi's fervor and understood the source of his excitement. The notion that one person's fortune could elevate those around him was palpable. Observing the illegitimate son on the brink of a life-altering moment, those who followed him recognized that they would soon become Karl's most trusted aides as he ascended. After all, those who chose to stand by Karl shared a bond of mutual trust. Corsi understood that as long as Karl prospered, so too would they, the others, typically indifferent, grasped this truth as well. Even for Corsi, who once toiled at the docks, facilitating less than reputable dealings to survive, he had never envisioned such a day would come. As he beheld Corsi's elation, those who had accompanied Karl for the past 6 months also gazed at him with bated breath. Just then, as Corsi finished his words, a sudden commotion erupted from the crowd beyond. Suddenly, a man with golden, shoulder-length hair, neatly arranged and flowing behind him, approached Karl amidst the throng of the king's guards. He was handsome and striking, and as the assassin drew near, Cersei instinctively murmured the word regicide. However, he quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Promptly silencing himself while stepping aside, his gaze intensely fixed on the newcomer. Cersei's voice was barely audible, yet within the crowd that had instinctively quieted at the arrival of Jaime Lannister, clad in the white armor of the Kingsguard and adorned with a flowing white cloak. The title of regicide reached Jaime's ears clearly. Unperturbed by the moniker, he did not cast a glance at Cersei, instead keeping his focus steadfastly on Karl until he stood before him, erect and composed. "King Robert is aware of the events that transpired earlier," Jaime announced. "He wishes to extend an invitation for you to join him at his feast, to personally express his gratitude." Karl was taken aback by the fact that Jaime Lannister, a member of the Kingsguard, had come to convey this message himself. Jaime's demeanor was serious, his expression devoid of frivolity, underscoring the formality of the summons. After delivering his message, a smile finally graced Jaime's face, his gaze softening as it fell upon Karl. In that moment, he appeared to be in good spirits, his eyes reflecting a warmth that was absent before, as he no longer merely regarded Karl as the unfortunate friend of his friendless dwarf brother. Faced with the king's invitation, Karl could hardly refuse, especially given that Robert had sent his Kingsguard to personally extend the invitation and express his desire to thank him in person. Thus, Karl, having anticipated this, nodded in acquiescence and rose to his feet. However, instead of immediately following Jaime Lannister to meet Robert, he turned around and gestured toward the wild bull, which had been almost comically adorned by Cersei and the others. "Noble Sir Jaime Lannister," Karl began, "I have a gift I wish to present to our king, as a token of respect for my comrades and myself. However, as we are rather uncouth and unfamiliar with courtly etiquette, I hope the king does not find this presumptuous." Karl's politeness and eloquence belied his mercenary background, evoking an impression more akin to that of a nobleman, a thought that subconsciously crossed the mind of the regicide. Upon hearing Karl's request, Jaime Lannister turned his gaze toward the now pristine wild bull. Gazing upon the meticulously prepared bison, a gentle smile graced his face, softening it further. "I believe that King Robert shall feel nothing but honor for your tribute. for this is a symbol of the valiant and formidable warrior's prowess. May the seven bless you. This is indeed the finest gift, and I trust the king will cherish it." Jaime did not dismiss Carl's notion. Instead, he expressed admiration, thus complying with Carl's request. Following this, Jaime Lannister, as a member of the Kingsguard, took the lead, with Carl Stone trailing behind him. Behind Carl followed several individuals, including Cosi, who were tasked with lifting the bison. This procession, apart from Jaime Lannister and his accompanying guards, bore a calm demeanor on Carl's face. However, for Cosi and his companions, they were almost bursting with excitement, as if they might sprout tails and leap into the air. The group, under the watchful eyes of a crowd of a couple of hundred onlookers, eagerly lifted the gift prepared by Carl for the king. Making their way towards the entrance of the Crossroads Inn, the king awaited Carl there. The Crossroads Inn was not grand, hence the distance traveled was not significant. After all, this was not the Red Keep in King's Landing, nor did it possess the solemnity of the Iron Throne. Jaime Lannister's personal invitation and Carl's polite inquiry before presenting his gift were merely customary gestures of this ceremony, even though Robert despised such formalities. As Carl approached the entrance of the inn, he soon caught sight of Robert. The king of the Iron Throne recognized Carl amidst the crowd almost instantaneously. Before Carl could draw near, Robert called out his name with a hearty voice. The boisterous and forthright Robert Baratheon, unlike a typical king, paid little heed to the niceties of etiquette. Without delay, after calling out Carl's name, he strode towards him with purpose. His imposing figure seemed to command the air as he moved. Observing this, the procession had no choice but to halt abruptly. Jaime Lannister immediately bowed in respect to his king. Yet, Robert Baratheon disregarded him entirely, not even acknowledging his presence, as he marched directly towards Carl, completely oblivious to the report being given by his Kingsguard. As he observed the interaction between the two individuals, Carl slightly lowered his gaze at Robert, who was approaching him, pondering silently within himself. He noticed that Robert's expression was rather stern, devoid of any discernible emotion, which left Carl somewhat perplexed regarding Robert's thoughts. However, it became evident that Carl was overthinking the situation. Upon reaching Carl, Robert refrained from making any unnecessary movements. Instead, he halted, scrutinizing Carl with a serious demeanor as his gaze roamed up and down, eventually revealing a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. As Robert regarded the boy before him, who was slightly taller than himself, he suddenly realized that this was perhaps the first time he had earnestly examined his grown, illegitimate son. Yet, as he continued to observe, an unexpected thought surged within him. By God, he bears a striking resemblance to me in my youth. No wonder he is my offspring. With this realization, Robert, who had been assessing Carl with a serious expression, unexpectedly tilted his head back and burst into hearty laughter. Subsequently, he raised his well-fed, plump hand and playfully slapped Carl's shoulder with considerable force, as if genuinely delighted. Carl, who had been contemplating how to initiate a conversation, found himself momentarily bewildered by Robert's sudden laughter and the unexpectedly warm familiarity. The words he had meticulously prepared in his mind were swept away by Robert's spontaneous gestures, leaving him at a loss for how to begin. After all, his prior interactions with Robert had been strictly formal and businesslike, never straying from the established boundaries. He had convinced himself to remain oblivious to certain matters, viewing himself merely as a fortunate free knight employed by the king. In truth, Carl sensed an inexplicable barrier of estrangement and unfamiliarity between himself and Robert. His memories recalled a time when this man, not yet so corpulent, had shown him affection, often holding him close to play and engage in endearing moments. Perhaps Robert had long since forgotten those inconsequential memories, or perhaps he had never truly valued them. After all, he was unaware of just how many illegitimate children he had. Meanwhile, Robert remained oblivious to Carl's thoughts as he gazed at the young man before him, who bore a striking resemblance to himself. His memories inadvertently began to drift back to the past. In reality, Robert still retained a moderately vivid recollection of Carl, his first child whom he had once cradled in his arms and accompanied for a time. It is worth noting that he had even entertained the notion of bringing Carl from the Valley of the Eagle's Nest to raise him in the Red Keep, though that endeavor ultimately proved fruitless. Moreover, this child has ventured to King's Landing alone to forge his own path. Consequently, after Robert received this news from Jon Arryn, he began to take a keen interest in this, his firstborn child. He was well aware of the experiences Carl had endured during his 6 months in King's Landing and had heard of his adventurous tales across the narrow sea in the free trade city-states. He had even learned of the legends Carl had left behind in the brothel he frequently visited, having witnessed Carl's performance firsthand, which had left him in fits of laughter. To be frank, Robert had often expressed his envy of such a life to his foster father, who also served as his hand of the king, John Aaron. He lamented that Carl was treated like a mere pig, forced onto a hard iron seat that he found utterly discomforting. John Aaron would often wear a pained expression while offering him consolation. Yet now, that comforting figure was no more. Gazing at Carl, through the familiar visage before him, Robert couldn't help but reflect on himself and the beloved foster father he had lost. After sharing a hearty laugh, he was unable to suppress a sigh, a shadow of sorrow crossing his face. Perhaps due to his connection with John Aaron, he felt an increasing desire to draw closer to this bastard son of his. Especially since Carl shared a significant bond with John Aaron, akin to that of 3 generations. However, recently, Cersei seemed to have lost her wits, incessantly stirring trouble and using Carl to provoke conflict. Thus, with the weight of recent events, Robert was thoroughly vexed, his inner fury swelling like an overfilled bladder, nearing the point of explosion. Yet, the discontent that had plagued him for the past few days dissipated the moment he invited Carl to meet him under such auspicious circumstances. This was why he couldn't help but burst into laughter upon seeing Carl for the first time. Carl's momentary astonishment quickly transformed into a respectful demeanor. He immediately knelt, bowing his head in reverence, prepared to greet Robert with the customary salutations. "Your Majesty, may the light of the 7 always shine upon you." However, before Carl could complete his greeting, Robert, who was scrutinizing him, swiftly caught him as he crouched down, exclaiming, "I loathe such nonsensical formalities. And I have no faith in those damned 7. They make me sick. 7 hells." Robert barely restrained himself from uttering a curse against the faith of the 7. Quickly closing his mouth, he then adeptly shifted the conversation away from the taboo topic, smiling as he looked at Carl, and continued, "And you, my lad, splendid. Joffrey is currently undergoing treatment from the maesters, but it appears he is merely frightened and otherwise unscathed. Currently, the Queen is attending to him, so I must express my gratitude on your behalf," Robert remarked, his smile becoming ever more genuine as he patted Carl's arm with increasing enthusiasm. Without waiting for Carl to respond, he seized Carl's arm and turned towards the lobby of the inn. "Come, accompany me for a few drinks. I have brought an abundance of fine wine." Robert, with his friendly demeanor, asserted control over the conversation from the moment he met Carl, leaving no room for polite refusals. He exuded an air of familiarity, swiftly exchanging pleasantries with Carl before pulling him along to partake in merriment. As Carl realized that Robert was eager to keep him from performing formalities, he was more than willing to oblige. However, he found himself at a loss for words in response to Robert's exuberance. Thus, under Robert's enthusiastic influence, Carl instinctively followed him into the tavern. Chapter 37. Flattery and Unexpected Rewards. In this manner, Carl found himself being led into the inn's grand hall by the overly spirited King Robert, who had taken a firm hold of his arm. The tavern was devoid of patrons, save for a few guards stationed in the corners and attendants awaiting the king's needs. Dominating the center of the room was a long table, which immediately caught Carl's eye as he entered. Upon this table lay an array of culinary delights, hastily prepared and artfully arranged. Various roasted meats, pies, and an assortment of dishes were strewn across its surface. A steaming basket of freshly baked bread filled a wicker container, and an array of vibrant, fresh fruits added a touch of color to the spread. Upon entering the hall, Carl was greeted by an overwhelming wave of enticing aromas that nearly knocked him off his feet. The delightful scents wafting through the air reminded him of a gift he had intended to present to the king. After all, that offering was worth 100 gold dragons, and he had nearly forgotten it. Realizing this, Carl quickly extricated himself from Robert's grasp, bowed slightly, and hurriedly spoke, "Your Majesty, please forgive my boldness, but today, as I visited the banks of the Trident River to pay homage to your glorious past, I was fortunate enough to encounter a herd of wild buffalo. Blessed by the 7 gods, they were preparing to drink, and I seized the opportunity to hunt down the mightiest among them. I have brought it back and ensured that my companions have prepared it properly." With sincerity in his gaze, Carl looked up at Robert, eager to convey his earnestness. "Thus, I wish to present this wild buffalo to your Majesty, as a means to express my admiration for your valor." Carl's flattery was indeed perfectly timed, causing Robert, who had previously been puzzled by Carl's intentions, to find his smile even more harmonious. Although he was indifferent to a wild buffalo or any other quarry as a king, he lacked for none of these things. However, the fact that Carl linked this act to the tale of Robert's own victory over the Targaryen dynasty, which had ruled Westeros for centuries, and the shattering of that legacy alongside the Red Gemstone, only heightened Robert's joy. In his life, Robert cared for few things: the pleasures of women, the savor of fine wine, and the satisfaction of smashing something with his hammer comprised a substantial portion of his happiness. Besides these, The act of personally vanquishing Rhaegar Targaryen with his own hammer undoubtedly occupied the remainder of his contentment. Perhaps he had once valued the Iron Throne. Or perhaps he was fundamentally weary of kingship. Regardless, Carl's well-placed flattery not only brought Robert comfort, but also struck a perfect chord. Especially considering it was the admiration of a young man, a mere child, towards a powerful figure that further delighted him. Moreover, this praise came from his own offspring. Ah, ha, Carl Stone, I have heard the tale. Perhaps it is your fortune that allowed that insufferable fool Joffrey to escape with his life. Robert laughed heartily, beaming as he praised Carl. He even unabashedly scolded his son in front of Carl, disregarding the fact that this foolish boy was the heir to the Iron Throne and the future king of the Seven Kingdoms. As if he were completely unconcerned about Joffrey's dignity. After extolling Carl, Robert turned immediately towards the entrance, where Jaime Lannister had dutifully positioned himself as a guard. Without hesitation, Robert commanded, Regicide, go inform the maester in charge of the Ravens to draft a letter to my master of coin. I wish to allocate 10,000 gold dragons from the treasury as a reward for our valiant warriors. Go now, and quicken your pace. Have your legs grown numb from boredom? Robert's tone was brusque, issuing a direct order to Jaime Lannister, heir to Casterly Rock. Jaime, upon receiving the command, glanced at Carl, nodded in acknowledgement, and departed. Gazing at the figure in a flowing white robe as it vanished from sight, Carl turned his head to glance at Robert. Momentarily taken aback, he had not anticipated Robert's generosity in bestowing upon him a sum of 10,000 golden dragons. This amount was a staggering 100 times the bounty of 100 golden dragons he had received for the Wild Bull. Furthermore, it was evident that this reward was not a direct result of Joffrey's recent incident, but rather a spontaneous act of lavishness stemming from Robert's delight. Such unexpected generosity was bound to astonish Carl. However, upon witnessing the bewildered expression on Carl's face after the Kingslayer's departure, Robert seemed less than satisfied. He furrowed his brow slightly before addressing Carl, explaining, I regret that I cannot place the golden dragons into your hands immediately, as it is impractical for me to travel with such a large quantity of gold. The Queen's carriage alone is already a source of considerable vexation. Damn it. If that wretched contraption were to break down, I would certainly make that woman ride alongside me. Robert's words served to clarify why he could not offer the coins at that moment. After all, there was no necessity for him to transport such an abundance of gold. Yet, as he spoke, his irritation towards Cersei resurfaced. To Carl, it seemed that Robert's disdain for the Lannisters rendered him prone to venting his frustrations in their direction. Naturally, Carl refrained from engaging in the conversation, merely bowing his head in a gesture of respect. At this point, considering the long journey that lay ahead for Robert, he could only let out a resigned sigh. He then deftly shifted the topic, continuing, You mentioned that your companions have also dealt with the Wild Bull? Each shall receive 50 golden dragons, a sum I happen to have on me. With this declaration, Robert's brow relaxed, evidently pleased with his strategy of utilizing this situation to win the loyalty of Carl's companions. In response, Carl expressed his gratitude, exclaiming, I extend my thanks to His Majesty for the reward bestowed upon those ruffians who only know how to fight and indulge in women. I am also deeply appreciative of His Majesty's recognition of me. Faced with a benefactor who so readily dispensed riches, Carl did not hesitate, his bow of gratitude swift and efficient. Seeing Carl's eager demeanor, Robert chuckled heartily, his spirits lifted considerably. In that case, let us instruct the cooks to roast the wild bull, transforming it into a splendid feast. Once it is prepared, I shall share it with everyone and proclaim the honor that belongs to them. At this moment, one could not overlook Cersei Lannister's penchant for enjoyment. At least she had not forgotten to bring the cook along for the journey. Hearing Robert's words, Carl's eyes sparkled with excitement, for he had instructed Cersei and the others to address the wild bull, anticipating the preparations for the forthcoming feast. In an instant, money was acquired, and meat was savored. What joy could be found in this? Chapter 38, Talent. Bestowal. The whole roasted cow, in Westeros, is an exceedingly lavish culinary practice. This dish is both time-consuming and labor-intensive, as it requires an entire cow to be slowly rotated on a spit, roasting for several hours. Thus, someone must vigilantly attend to it, continuously turning the cow as it sizzles over the embers. Given the considerable weight of the beast, at least 3 individuals are necessary to ensure everything proceeds without mishap. Ultimately, the head chef applies a rich layer of cream and herbs, returning it to the fire until the meat is exquisitely tender and fragrant, with juices flowing abundantly. This dish is one that Carl has never tasted. He has only heard tales of its opulence from others boasting of its grandeur. The closest he has come to this culinary marvel was a modest portion of roasted wild boar leg with leeks, which hardly warranted much discussion. The anticipation was palpable. The thought of such delectable fare brought an even more genuine smile to Carl's face. Observing Carl's enthusiasm, Robert chuckled heartily. Huh, come, let us drink. With that, Robert pulled Carl to sit down, and a nearby attendant promptly approached to pour wine for the two. Following Robert's command, the companions, who had been left in the courtyard awaiting Carl's return, were suddenly filled with exuberance. They had been lingering outside, bewildered, but now found themselves swept up in excitement at the unexpected surprise their leader had brought back in such a short time. Beyond the validation of their seemingly inconsequential efforts, who could resist the allure of 50 golden dragons? It was a substantial sum, enough that, even if they were to retire with it, these spendthrifts would enjoy a comfortable and carefree existence for several years. As for what to do once the money was spent, they could always return to the fray later. However, while Kashi and the others were exhilarated, they were also acutely aware of the origin of those 50 golden dragons, which had come to them as if they were merely picking up coins. Thus, their hearts brimmed with anticipation. Furthermore, those who had previously felt uneasy due to the demise of Carl's powerful ally and the inexplicable animosity from the queen found their spirits swiftly reassured under the golden glow of this fortune. Indeed, in Westeros, mercenaries are notoriously lacking in loyalty and discipline, with a reputation that often precedes them. But what concern was that to the Blackstone Mercenary Company? From this moment forth, they shall remain eternally loyal to their leader, Carl the Wheelmaster, loyal to their Wheel King, under the witness of the Golden Dragon. Unbeknownst to Carl, the tumult outside continued unabated. Within the confines of the tavern, as the wine flowed freely and the dishes were savored, no one intruded upon the solitude of Carl and Robert. Seated at the table, Carl indulged without reservation, drinking deeply as if he were the generous King Robert, casting forth gold coins. After all, given his current physical condition, alcohol no longer had a significant effect on him. As they exchanged toasts and engaged in hearty conversation, the subtle rift between Carl and Robert had long since vanished into oblivion. Then, perhaps out of joy or some other reason, Robert Baratheon, his face flushed and slightly inebriated, turned his gaze towards the long sword that Carl had set upon another table upon entering. Upon observing the weapon, Robert paused momentarily, setting down his cup. He unsteadily rose to his feet. Is this your weapon? A mere knife for a woman to cut meat? He lifted Carl's seemingly ordinary longsword, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Turning to Carl, he brandished the sword with a teasing shake. Perhaps you should try a hammer. Noticing Robert's jest, Carl's expression remained impassive. However, as Robert held his sword and suggested he should wield a hammer, a flicker of something inscrutable appeared in Carl's gaze. Contemplating the sword, Carl instinctively pondered for 2 seconds. Actually, my primary weapon is a two-handed warhammer. For reasons unknown, Carl chose not to conceal this truth, speaking candidly. He then gestured towards the longsword clutched in Robert's hand. However, carrying it in daily life is rather impractical, and there are many situations where a longsword can be quite useful. With that, Carl shrugged, his intent clear. Perhaps influenced by the alcohol or the ambience, Carl spoke an unvarnished truth. He had no need to deceive Robert. Due to the enhancements he possessed, Carl's physical prowess had long since reached its zenith. Although his statistics in the game had escalated to extraordinary levels through years of battling and leveling up, in reality, perhaps due to diminishing returns or some other reason, his physical capabilities, while still remarkably impressive, did not reach the extremes experienced within the game world. Nevertheless, even so, his innate attributes derived from his physical condition rendered his strength almost superhuman. Furthermore, this had given rise to several unique, game-recognized constant talents. Among the talents, one is the previously introduced night vision, derived from the use of narcotics. The remaining 3, which are relatively conventional, are heavy armor, two-handed weapons, and critical strike. The heavy armor talent enables Carl to don exceptionally thick armor without any adverse effects on himself. Although, given his current strength, wearing heavy armor poses no burden whatsoever. The acquisition of the heavy armor talent allows Carl to become akin to an Astartes, a space marine, where the armor he wears does not hinder his agility. It is as if he merely adorned his body with a soft and elastic undergarment. As for two-handed weapons, this talent allows Carl's hands to be equally adept, regardless of whether he favors his dominant hand or not. Additionally, when wielding a two-handed weapon or utilizing one weapon in each hand, he experiences considerable enhancements. While Carl has not attempted to engage in combat while urinating, he has successfully managed to ride a horse while simultaneously controlling 2 other steeds. urging them onward to the mountain's peak. Regarding the final talent, Critical Strike, its nature is quite straightforward. However, unlike the previous two talents, Carl must undergo a certain degree of warm-up to utilize this ability, and it demands considerable stamina. In the game, the description is simple and direct. Carl must accumulate a specific amount of rage to activate this prerequisite talent. He has experimented with its use, and in reality, it bestows a peculiar capability upon the weapon he wields, one that Carl does not fully comprehend. It is not akin to weapon enchantment. Rather, it manifests as an intuitive display. It resembles a unique energy that adheres to Carl's weapon, drawing from his own physical strength. Upon striking an enemy or any object, this extraordinary energy is transmitted in a manner that eludes Carl's understanding. This energy then erupts suddenly within the target, resulting in an implosive effect. Thus, it is entirely reasonable that this talent is designated as Critical Strike. In Carl's perception, it represents a form of magical assault based on physical strength rather than mana. Although it inflicts physical damage, its potency remains somewhat enigmatic to Carl, as he has yet to grasp its practical application. Unless he finds himself in a situation where he must wield a hammer to breach a gate, its utility remains largely theoretical. However, aside from these three innate talents of the game, in fact, within Carl lies two extraordinary talents that deviate from the original game's design, neither of which is displayed on the character's panel within the game world. One of these is known as Unburnt, while the other is referred to as Dreamwalker. The Unburnt talent radiates a constant glow, signifying that it is an activated ability, whereas Dreamwalker remains shrouded in a dull haze. This implies that the needle you wield is not one typically used by women, is it? Upon hearing Carl reveal that his primary weapon is not a longsword, Robert inexplicably felt a surge of joy. He lifted Carl's longsword once more, scrutinizing it before his gaze inadvertently settled upon Carl's face. Suddenly, a playful smile broke across his lips. With a swift motion, he drew the sword from its sheath and tossed the scabbard aside. Thus, King Robert, wielding the long sword that belonged to Carl, staggered towards the entrance of the inn. Observing Robert's peculiar actions, Carl felt a tinge of confusion. He sensed that Robert might be slightly intoxicated, prompting him to rise quickly and follow suit. Meanwhile, the guards stationed in the corner instinctively turned their attention to the two men. However, upon witnessing Carl's actions, the guards hesitated internally before deciding to observe the unfolding scene. "Your Majesty." Seeing Robert continue to stumble out, Carl called out with concern, instinctively reaching out to offer his support. Yet, as Carl extended his hand to assist him, Robert brusquely pushed Carl's arm away, raising the sword's tip to gesture towards an open space outside the Crossroads Inn. At that moment, the inn's courtyard was already teeming with 200 to 300 people. As twilight descended, the crimson sun dipped below the horizon, casting a breathtaking scarlet hue across the sky that mirrored the vibrant flames of the wild buffalo being roasted nearby. The charcoal flames that had been searing the buffalo danced upward with a gentle breeze, sending sparks soaring into the air, where they dissipated like the evening glow above, infused with the essence of earthly fire. As Carl Sherdong and Robert Baratheon suddenly emerged from the inn, those gathered around the bonfire, engaged in idle chatter, instinctively turned their gazes toward them. Simultaneously, the previously raucous atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. The expansive courtyard was left with nothing but the crackling of the burning coals, the whisper of the wind, and the hurried breaths of those who sensed an impending revelation. With a sizzle, a droplet of grease, unable to withstand the heat of the flames, fell onto the coals. "Carl Sherdong, kneel." Robert paid no heed to the surrounding gazes or the unsettling quietude. At this moment, his gaze was fixed upon Carl, who had just emerged behind him, concerned about the possibility of being inebriated and wanting to offer support. A serene smile graced his face, yet his eyes held a glimmer of anticipation, seemingly more eager than Carl himself regarding what was about to unfold. He looked toward the empty ground indicated by the tip of Robert's sword. Under the scrutiny of hundreds of eyes, Carl felt an unexpected wave of nervousness wash over him. He was certainly aware of Robert's intentions, but he had not anticipated that this moment would arrive so swiftly. The crowd's attention was entirely focused on the bastard from the valley. Perhaps the sound of their collective breaths was too loud, causing the flames of the campfire to crackle audibly. Carl's throat involuntarily bobbed. Nevertheless, he resolutely stepped forward, slowly approaching Robert and positioning himself where the sword pointed. He then placed his left hand over his heart, his right hand behind his back, while gently stepping back with one leg, bending both knees. Carl's right knee touched the ground before King Robert as he bowed his head. Simultaneously, the sword's tip rested upon Carl's right shoulder. "In the name of the warrior, I call upon you to be brave." The sword was raised, arching over Karl's head, moving from the right shoulder to the left. In the name of the Father, I call upon you to be just. As the calm voice resonated, the sword returned to Karl's right shoulder. In the name of the Holy Mother, I call upon you to protect the weak and the innocent. The motion was repeated, and the sword's tip once again landed on the left shoulder. In the name of the Maiden, I call upon you to safeguard all women. The remaining words were lost on Karl, for Robert's speech abruptly ceased at this point. Curiously, Karl lifted his gaze to meet Robert's. He found Robert frowning, a look of distress on his face, as if he had forgotten the next lines of the ceremony. Perhaps Robert had indeed completed the necessary incantations for the knighthood ceremony, for as Karl looked up at him, he lowered the sword from Karl's shoulder and directed his gaze into Karl's deep blue eyes, which reflected the evening sky. Rise, Sir Karl of Stone, Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. The evening breeze tousled Karl's dark hair. He gazed upon the king who had just conferred upon him the honor of knighthood, a smile blooming on his face. Yet, in that moment of harmony, a sharp, venomous voice shattered the solemnity of the occasion, forcefully intruding upon the scene. Damnable, wretched bastard. What have you done? Chapter 39, Accusation. Amidst the crowd's watchful eyes, the tall, handsome man at the center was being knighted by the king. At this moment, the atmosphere in the crossroads inn was one of solemnity and tranquility. All eyes instinctively converged upon the completed ceremony and the slowly rising figure of Sir Karl Stone. Among these gazes, there was not merely envy but a profound sense of anticipation. In Westeros, one is born a commoner and dies a commoner. The kingdom has not established any laws or regulations to facilitate commoners' ascent into the upper echelons of society. Thus, regardless of whether one is an extraordinarily skilled craftsman or possesses unique talents, as long as one remains a commoner, one remains so for life. Of course, this is not an absolute truth. Commoners do possess a few rare avenues for advancement. However, such opportunities are typically reserved for those who have garnered the favor of their lords through significant contributions or have proven their worth, subsequently being granted the title of knight and elevated in status. For others, such aspirations are akin to reaching for the stars. Yet, just as the king had conferred knighthood upon an individual and was preparing to let his knight rise in celebration amidst a harmonious atmosphere, an unexpected, sharp, and piercing exclamation erupted from the crowd, akin to a rusted blade thrusting into the solemnity of the ceremony, creating an indescribable sense of rupture. Hearing the sudden, familiar tirade, Robert Baratheon instinctively furrowed his brow and turned towards the source of the sound. Upon recognizing the figure, an uncontrollable surge of anger rose to his face. The crowd, which had earlier observed the king bestowing knighthood with a sense of envy, was startled by this unanticipated and vociferous outburst, akin to that of a shrewish woman. Instinctively, the crowd erupted into a brief tumult before turning to gaze toward the source of the commotion. As they discerned the intruder, they paused briefly before subconsciously parting to create a passage for the queen, whose furious demeanor and hurried steps, accompanied by 3 Kingsguard and over 20 soldiers of House Lannister, cut through the throng. Witnessing Cersei Lannister's grand entrance and her commanding presence, even Robert's typically placid temperament could not endure such blatant provocation. Moreover, his patience was already thin. Cersei's ostentatious display of seeking trouble ignited a reaction in Robert, who rose to confront her like a cat stung by a scorpion, blocking her path. With a fierce glare, he fixed his gaze upon his queen, his expression betraying a simmering wrath. "Woman, are you challenging my patience?" he seemed to convey as he gripped the sword he had just conferred upon Karl, his countenance reflecting a desire to cool this tempestuous woman's fervor, urging her to reconsider her actions. Noticing Robert's seemingly perilous actions, Jaime Lannister, who was trailing behind Cersei, wore a look of resignation. Yet, with no other choice, he stepped in front of Cersei, creating a barrier between the queen and the king, whose animosity was palpable from the moment they met. Observing Jaime's movement, Robert narrowed his eyes and raised his longsword, pointing it directly at the throat of the regicide. "Regicide, do you wish to spill the blood of yet another king whom you swore allegiance to?" Robert's voice was laced with suppressed fury, as if one misstep from Jaime would compel his blade to taste blood. Jaime Lannister, catching the strong scent of alcohol, remained motionless despite the humiliation of having a sword pointed at his throat. Instead, he wore a faintly awkward expression, raising his hands in a hasty gesture of explanation. "Your Majesty, I assure you, it is not as you perceive." Jaime attempted to clarify, but the chilling blade against his neck rendered him mute. "Not as it seems." Robert clearly had no interest in hearing any explanations. He pressed the sword's edge against Jaime's neck. "If I were blind and intoxicated, perhaps I might heed your counsel." But that would only be appropriate should you truly become the captain of the King's Guard. Or perhaps some lion is already growing impatient. Robert's gaze was menacing, his low voice tinged with derision and threat. The onlookers, bewildered by the unexpected confrontation between the king and queen, were filled with trepidation, their muffled gasps echoing through the air. No one could fathom why the sovereign and the queen had turned against each other, drawing swords as if Robert were poised to slay Cersei's twin brother, Jaime Lannister. Those with sharper wits recalled the queen's earlier curses, quickly piecing together the implications. Among this entourage, half comprised of court personnel brought by the king, there were certainly astute minds present. Their gazes turned curiously toward the illegitimate son, who had recently ascended from an inconspicuous mercenary to a knight, courtesy of the king's decree. Carl, however, maintained a stoic demeanor, tilting his head as if to observe the spectacle with an air of detachment. Feeling the cold steel against his neck and hearing Robert's taunts, Jaime, who had initially stepped forward to separate the two and prevent the situation from spiraling out of control, now wore an expression of distress. He had been tasked by Robert to convey news regarding Carl's rewards and was unaware of the unfolding drama. After delivering the order, he had anticipated that Robert would be preoccupied with feasting and drinking with Carl, thus he chose not to return immediately. Instead, he resolved to take this opportunity to check on Joffrey's condition. However, his decision to delay would soon prove to be ill-fated. As he had just arrived at the Queen's quarters, the events unfolding before him inexplicably surged in a direction he could not comprehend. Even before he could react, it became evident that matters were about to escalate dramatically, instigated by Cersei. The catalyst for this turmoil was the meticulous attention lavished on Joffrey by the servants, followed by a thorough examination conducted by the hastily arrived maester, who confirmed that aside from a state of shock, there was no significant harm done. The only recommendation was a few doses of calming herbal concoction, followed by several days of proper rest for recuperation. However, upon seeing his mother, the already pampered and now swaddled Joffrey, fresh from a warm bath and sent to rest in the quarters, suddenly collapsed into a fit of tears, as if he had only just returned to his senses. Amidst the bewildered expressions of those around him, he sobbed and recounted, in a stammering and exaggerated manner, a series of harrowing tales about his ordeal by the trident. Yet, Joffrey's lamentations were met with incredulity by those, including Jaime, Tyrion, and even Myrcella and Tommen, who had come to see him. No one believed the vivid and tragic narrative he spun, not even the 7-year-old Tommen Baratheon. For the so-called truths that spilled from Joffrey's lips were far too absurd and implausible to be taken seriously. In Joffrey's account, the character of the supposed savior, called Drogo, morphed into that of a malevolent demon, an evil sorcerer, the true architect of his torment. It need not be said that Joffrey's damning accusations garnered no credence. Even Jaime, who was present, presumed that Joffrey's near brush with death had induced a fear-fueled hallucination. Yet, amidst the skepticism surrounding him, there was one individual who remained unwavering in her belief: his mother, the fiercely devoted Queen Cersei Lannister. Upon hearing Joffrey's accusations, her eyes blazed with fury, her mind engulfed by rage in an instant. Distraught by the misfortune that had befallen her cherished son, she was consumed by an anger that had no outlet. At that moment, she paid no heed to whether Joffrey was lying. Nor did she care if she was aware of the truth, but was unprepared to delve into its authenticity. Thus, it was only natural that, driven by maternal instinct, Queen Cersei disregarded Jaime Lannister's attempts to restrain her, along with Tyrion's well-meaning counsel, simply because he was Joffrey's uncle. With a fierce shout, she lifted her skirts and charged out of the quarters, rallying the guards and proclaiming her intent to slay Khal Drogo, the treacherous fiend. Even the two Kingsguard sent to protect Joffrey by Robert, Sir Meryn Trant and Ser Boros Blunt, were taken along by Cersei. They did not refuse the Queen's command. Instead, they bowed deeply and sincerely proclaimed, "We serve you, Your Majesty." Challenging your patience? Huh. In the face of Robert's reprimand, Cersei merely offered a scornful laugh, not even deigning to glance at the long sword poised at Jaime's throat. She then turned her gaze, venomous and malicious, towards the composed Carl Stone. She had little interest in Robert Baratheon. All her attention was fixated upon Carl, her spiteful eyes boring into him. If one's gaze could manifest into tangible blades, Carl might well have been sliced to pieces under Cersei's scrutiny, left to lie on the ground, his eyes wide with helplessness and despair, reduced to mere wails. Unfazed by Robert's sword, she boldly sidestepped the confrontation between the two men, advancing directly to stand before Carl. Then Robert heard Cersei speak in a chilling tone. "Robert, do you know how Joffrey fell into the river?" A cold smile graced her lips, though her eyes were fixed on Carl. Her words were directed at the king behind her. Upon hearing her words, not only did King Robert Baratheon stir, but the onlookers around them could not help but react as well. Yet, unnoticed by all, Jaime's expression grew increasingly grim. "Cersei, listen." Jaime Lannister's tone turned serious, eager to interject. However, Cersei had no intention of granting him the opportunity, abruptly interrupting him to continue her tirade. "Do you know that your son, the heir to the kingdom, nearly perished at the hands of this vile and malicious bastard? But what did you do? You knighted the very one who almost killed your son, even elevating him to the status of a hero." Without waiting for Robert to inquire further, Cersei posed the question herself, her voice rising in intensity as she unleashed her accusations upon Carl. The previously bustling scene fell into an immediate hush, silenced by Cersei Lannister's sudden and forceful allegations. As the last rays of the setting sun faded, darkness enveloped the realm. The roaring bonfire cast a crimson glow upon Cersei's increasingly twisted visage, imbuing the atmosphere with an unsettling eeriness. The wind whispered past, and the embers crackled as fat, dripping from the heat, sizzled upon the coals, releasing a wisp of blue smoke. Yet, the flames that should have radiated warmth now sent a chill through the hearts of those present. In that moment, silence reigned supreme. Yet instinctively, the crowd widened their eyes, shock evident in their gazes as they stared at Carl Stone and the queen who had made such accusations against him. A chill ran down their spines. As moments ticked by, the onlookers gradually comprehended the queen's words, and they could not help but gasp in disbelief. With Cersei's vehement allegations laid bare, Robert, who had been fuming over her tirade, found himself momentarily stunned by her words. His mind, already clouded by intoxication, struggled to grasp the situation. This was not the Cersei he knew. As her increasingly outrageous claims persisted, Jaime Lannister's countenance darkened, nearly dripping with despair. Observing the crowd being swept up in Cersei's slander against Carl, he instinctively glanced at Carl, who appeared dazed and shocked by the queen's outburst. Jaime was still attempting to mount a final defense. He understood Cersei's intentions all too well, having been confided in just days prior. Yet he was unwilling to proceed in such a manner, particularly not by casting unjust aspersions upon an individual who had saved their children. How could Jaime Lannister reconcile such actions within himself? Meanwhile, Cersei was beyond receptive to Jaime's pleas. She had descended into madness. Upon hearing Jaime's words of consolation, Robert's brow furrowed even more, sensing that something was amiss. However, before he could grasp the gravity of the situation, the frenzied Cersei Lannister was far from finished with her accusations. With a venomous glare fixed upon Carl, her eyes blazing red, she bared her teeth as if she wished to consume him whole and drain his blood. Suddenly, Cersei raised her hand, her fingers, pale and bloodless from rage, pointed accusingly at Carl's eyes. Her words dripped with venom. "Such a despicable villain, and you dare to knight him? Huh, Robert, let me tell you. A bastard is forever a bastard, nothing more than a maggot crawling through filth. From the moment of his birth, his very essence is composed of greed, hypocrisy, and malice." After a fervent outburst, Cersei paused momentarily, yet the raging inferno within her showed no signs of abating. Rather, her fervor intensified with each word. She firmly believed in her convictions. Whipping her head around, her expression twisted with fury, her eyes glimmering with murderous intent, she fixed her gaze on Robert Baratheon, who was momentarily stunned by her proclamation. She continued to shout vehemently, "And now, this despicable bastard, your illegitimate child, seeks to murder Joffrey in such treacherous fashion. He will torment him in the shadows, then deceive the populace with lies, ensnaring their reason within the illusion he has crafted. Ultimately, he will extinguish their vigilance through repeated deceit and falsehoods. In the end, he will silently eliminate Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella, usurping their places." Cersei unleashed this alarming tirade in one breath. Though her piercing accusations fell silent at that moment, their echoes lingered in the hearts of those present. Yet, amidst the chilling air that accompanied the encroaching night, only the crackling of the burning coals remained. In the hearts of the people, it seemed as if all sound had faded into silence. Their gazes instinctively turned to Queen Cersei, listening to her allegations against the newly appointed knight. As they absorbed her seemingly definitive claims, an unbidden belief began to take root in their minds. However, a sense of confusion and shock enveloped the majority. They exchanged glances, seeking reassurance in one another's faces, wondering if they were merely hallucinating. What had they just heard? Could it be that Carl Stone was actually the illegitimate son of Robert Baratheon I, and this bastard was being accused by the queen of plotting to kill the king's son, the heir to the Iron Throne? What a fantastical turn of events. Yet, gazing at the silent scene before them, They could not shake the suspicion that they had perhaps indulged too much and were merely dreaming. Just as this near-total silence enveloped them, a somewhat breathless yet composed voice broke through. If the 7 gods have eyes, I believe they must have created me in the instant they blinked. So, might anyone show some pity for a poor little dwarf? At the very least, grant him a modicum of patience while he walks. Chapter 40. I demand trial by combat. The sudden voice shattered the eerie stillness. Cersei, who had just leveled her harsh accusations at Carl Stone, turned her head with a grim expression upon hearing that distinctive voice, glaring at the disgrace of House Lannister. Even though he was her own brother, Tyrion. Cersei scoffed coldly. The 7 gods would never create a demon. Her implication was that Tyrion had no connection to the 7. It was a remark that sounded refined yet was undeniably harsh. However, Tyrion seemed oblivious to her malicious undertone. Instead, as he approached, he spread his arms and raised an eyebrow, adopting an expression of feigned helplessness as he looked at Cersei. My beautiful queen sister. Could this also be an accusation against me? Yet, perhaps the 7 have spared my life. That alone might be their judgment. Tyrion suffered no loss. With a few deft words, he deftly turned Cersei's humiliation back upon her, perhaps with a touch too much skill. After a casual rebuttal of Cersei's remarks, he approached Robert Baratheon with a radiant smile and offered a respectful bow, seemingly oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere surrounding them. I am honored that my dear sister, the Queen, remembers her dwarf brother. Although she does not appear particularly fond of me, I believe it is only proper to pay my respects to our king. With that, he added, Good afternoon, Your Majesty. My apologies, I seem to have lost track of time. It is, in fact, evening. As he spoke, he performed another gesture of contrition, placing his hand over his heart. He then gestured towards the long sword that rested against his brother's neck. I cannot help but worry that my only brother, who loves me dearly, might inadvertently suffer a grave fate at your hands, should your grip falter. Therefore, Your Majesty, might I beseech you, in consideration of this poor dwarf, who has but one person in this world that loves him, to lay down your sword and forgive his unintentional slight. After all, the tears of a half-man bring no miraculous remedy, save for evoking smiles from others. Though Tyrion spoke in jest, sincerity rang clear in his tone. After pleading on behalf of his brother, Jaime Lannister, he bowed once more with genuine respect. Faced with the imp's entreaty, Robert, somewhat calmed by the wine, let out a huff and, taking advantage of the dwarf's offered reprieve, relinquished his sword. For he could never truly bring himself to slay Jaime Lannister. However, after lowering his weapon, he did not cast a glance at the relieved dwarf but instead turned his gaze towards the queen, who had just declared that Cersei had accused him of fathering a bastard named Gendry and laid severe charges against him. What is the meaning of this? I hope it is not some tiresome jest. Robert's fury flared, his tone heavy with discontent. Having long understood Cersei's character, he was beginning to piece together the situation. As for Cersei's claim regarding Gendry, he did not deny it, for who among the 7 kingdoms was unaware of his bastards? Moreover, he cared little for such matters. He had never bothered with his only acknowledged bastard, merely raising him in Storm's End. Yet, the accusations Cersei leveled against Gendry demanded his attention. One was his recently knighted bastard, while the other was his legitimate son and primary heir. A charge of princely murder, in truth, was a far graver offense than treason in many respects. Although Joffrey's temperament can sometimes be rather extreme, it is undeniable that Robert holds a genuine affection for his son. However, it is utterly absurd that Cersei would accuse her illegitimate child of plotting to murder her own son. Such an allegation reeks of illogical jealousy. Thus, upon grasping the situation, Robert's ire intensified. With Cersei's accusations now laid bare, it implied a direct affront to his authority, whether these were mere fabrications born of jealousy or, as the queen asserted, the malevolent deceit of the bastard, Gendry. Consequently, Robert, disregarding the presence of others, unleashed a vehement rebuke towards Cersei, his tone heavy with indignation. Before Cersei could further malign Gendry, Tyrion, who had been eavesdropping on the entire exchange and had already formulated a plan to intervene, seamlessly interjected. Your Grace, please temper your anger. This is merely a misunderstanding. The incident stemmed from Joffrey's fright after falling into the water, compounded by the chill that left him dazed and uttering nonsensical remarks. Tyrion succinctly clarified the origins of the matter. He then turned to point at Cersei, whose face was still twisted with resentment. It is understandable that a child, having experienced such a fright and exposure to the cold, would indeed become feverish and speak irrationally. This cannot be taken at face value. After all, Joffrey may not even be aware of what he was saying. And as a mother who loves her child, Cersei's haste to protect him led to this unfortunate situation. I am willing to apologize to Sir Gendry on her behalf. Tyrion spoke rapidly, not affording Cersei the opportunity to interject, hastily striving to mitigate the situation. He was keen to prevent it from escalating, given that it involved his family and his closest friend. To him, the truth was evident. He had been a witness to the events. Perhaps, in a different context, Tyrion might have spun this into an intriguing tale. Thus, only a woman as irrational as Cersei would take it seriously. Or perhaps she was merely seeking to exploit the situation. Regardless of her motivations, Tyrion could not remain passive while his friend was ensnared by Cersei's machinations. He was compelled to act decisively. With Tyrion's words, the onlookers began to grasp the unfolding drama. The silence that had followed Cersei's ludicrous accusations swiftly transformed into a cacophony of discussion as the crowd processed the revelations. No wonder the queen is so furious. It turns out that Prince Joffrey, in a feverish state, uttered some nonsensical remarks, leading her to misunderstand the situation. I wondered how everything could have escalated so drastically. Furthermore, there is simply no reason for Karl Stone to conspire against Joffrey. Why would he? While there are few wise individuals, there are also not many fools within this group. As Tyrion's words resonated, those who had been bewildered by Cersei's outburst began to regain their clarity. Some individuals started to follow Tyrion's line of reasoning, quickly arriving at conclusions. Firstly, Karl had no motive to engage in such a thankless endeavor. After all, even if the situation was as Cersei described, the first question that arises is why Karl Stone did not simply eliminate Joffrey directly. The fact that Joffrey fell into the water is undeniably true. If Karl truly harbored such intentions, he could have pretended to exert effort while ostensibly rescuing the prince. Thus, the prince could have vanished quietly amidst the mountains and rivers, leaving behind merely a tale for speculation. For if one considers this, Karl Stone had no necessity to save the prince at all. He could have easily chosen to ignore the situation. Moreover, the disappearance or death of the prince would not connect to an inconsequential hired knight in anyone's mind. Therefore, the logic is straightforward and the reasoning is clear. Earlier, those who were confused by Cersei's commotion began to identify various inconsistencies once they calmed down and contemplated the matter. They also recognized that Queen Cersei was merely creating trouble without cause. As for the reason, the crowd's gaze instinctively lingered on Karl. The king's illegitimate son in the valley became an intriguing topic for gossip, especially when mixed with the queen's jealousy, making it all the more delicious. With Tyrion's revelations, Robert, infuriated and feeling the heat rise in his forehead, also began to grasp the situation. His gaze towards Cersei grew increasingly hostile, and he instinctively raised his hand. However, perhaps considering the public setting, he merely snorted in disdain and ultimately refrained from delivering the slap intended for the queen. Instead, he opted for a scathing rebuke. "Return to your cursed quarters, woman. You had better stay in that wretched palace of yours during this time, and not let me lay eyes on you. And take good care of that son of yours, whom you are ruining with your indulgence. I do not wish to hear any more gossip stemming from your jealousy." Robert's hand remained unraised in the public eye, transforming his punishment into a form of house arrest for the queen. After reprimanding the foolish woman who had come seeking trouble without a shred of sense, Robert finally turned his gaze towards the Lannister brothers. "Take your sister back, for I wish to see no more Lannisters parading before me. The caravan shall depart tomorrow, by the seven hells." With that command issued, Robert cursed under his breath and turned away, unwilling to remain in a place where he might become the subject of ridicule. However, following Robert's decree, though equally affected, Tyrion and Jaime instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, at that moment, as the dust settled from Robert's remarks, the situation was deemed to stem from jealousy-induced madness. Nevertheless, Tyrion cleverly reframed it as a mother's anguish over her beloved son, a perspective that diffused the unexpected outburst. Cersei Lannister, however, harbored a different sentiment. Watching Robert's retreating figure, she let out a scornful laugh. "Do you know why I say that cursed bastard has deceived your foolish eyes with lies?" Upon hearing this, Robert halted. Tyrion's previously relieved expression morphed into one of concern, while Jaime Lannister's lips twitched as he prepared to forcibly escort Cersei away. Yet, as Jaime moved, Cersei unhesitatingly struck him across the face in front of everyone. The sudden slap left the Kingslayer momentarily stunned, gazing at her in bewilderment. What greeted him, however, was only Cersei's disappointed visage and the steely resolve glimmering in her eyes, as she uttered a chillingly simple statement. "Jaime, you do not love your family at all." Cersei's indifferent gaze and her flat tone pierced through Jaime's heart like a dagger, leaving him frozen in place, unsure of how to respond. With the unexpected slap and Cersei's dispassionate yet disillusioned words, the onlookers, who had thought the matter resolved, were suddenly invigorated. The affair was far from over. There was more intrigue to unfold. In an instant, that notion sparked in the minds of the spectators, and hundreds of eager eyes turned toward the scene. Robert, who had intended to leave, was compelled to stop, unable to contain the fury boiling within him as he directed his ire towards the woman who continued to provoke him. Perhaps I should prepare a rag and a cage for you. The rag to silence your tongue, and the cage to confine you. Yet, Robert's fury was met only with Cersei Lannister's dismissive scoffs. Huh, foolish imbecile. Are you truly so resolute that the events concerning your son transpired precisely as you have perceived? Do you harbor such doubt towards your own son's words, preferring instead to believe the claims of a despicable, illegitimate child? Or do you genuinely think that Joffrey, who should have been under the protection of Sandor Clegane, could so easily fall into the river and fortuitously be rescued by this very illegitimate child of yours, and thus receive a knighthood as a reward from you? Cersei refrained from further discourse, even releasing her grasp on Carl. After uttering a single curse at Robert's foolishness, she coldly interrogated him thrice, laced with disdain and bitterness. Her words sparked curiosity among the onlookers, prompting someone to instinctively inquire of their neighbor, "Indeed, what is the hound doing? I have heard he was inebriated and was likewise brought back by Carl. Yet, I also heard that he was actually rescued from the river by Carl, as he foolishly donned armor to save the drowning Prince Joffrey. Is that so?" With Cersei's remark, the situation morphed into a living tapestry of conflicting narratives. Although Robert still regarded Cersei as unreasonable, he became more vigilant. He cast a glance at Carl, who had maintained a calm demeanor even while accusing him of Joffrey's murder, and paused before turning to a nearby guard to inquire, "Where is Sandor Clegane?" However, before the guard, taken aback by Robert's sudden question, could respond, Tyrion unexpectedly approached, his expression far from pleasant. "I have seen the hound," he stated, "but he remains unconscious, soaked to the bone and reeking of alcohol. Yet, Joffrey bears the same scent. It is said that during an outing with Sandor, Joffrey demanded food and wine from a peasant household, a detail confirmed by a farmer who visited us earlier." Sensing Robert's potential skepticism, Tyrion hastily added, "If you are doubtful, you may verify with your steward." Following Tyrion's words, the previously bustling scene fell silent once more. No one anticipated that this dwarf would exhibit such attentiveness, promptly discerning intricate details of the incident and clarifying its sequence. As for the verification that Tyrion mentioned, given his assertion, it must undoubtedly hold merit. Consequently, the crowd's gaze instinctively turned towards the little imp, who, after delivering his statement, shook his head with a rueful smile, evoking a sense of admiration in their eyes. Yet, in response to their scrutiny, Tyrion could only muster a resigned smile, his mind astute and his information well-informed. Indeed, when Carl brought both Joffrey and Sandor Clegane back, he had already caught wind of the news. The reason he refrained from rushing to the scene immediately was that he sensed something amiss. Seizing this brief moment, he sought out the relevant clues and discerned the situation. This was the foundation of his unwavering confidence in offering counsel. Realizing he couldn't prevent Cersei from escalating matters, he wished to avoid an unwarranted uproar and to protect his only friend from the baseless accusations of the deranged Cersei. Upon hearing Tyrion's words, Robert was rendered speechless with rage. Suddenly, he took a deep breath and ceased to regard Cersei Lannister, whose expression had turned to one of astonishment following Tyrion's remarks. Calmly, he turned to face the young man he had just knighted. "Carl, speak your mind freely. I shall not permit any unfounded jealousy to tarnish the honor of my knight, nor allow him to be slandered and humiliated, regardless of who the perpetrator may be." Robert averted his gaze from Cersei and directed it towards Carl, his tone remarkably composed. However, as soon as Robert uttered these words, tension gripped everyone present, including Tyrion. For all were aware that Robert Baratheon had lost his patience amid his queen's incessant provocations and was no longer inclined to indulge her whims. Simultaneously, it was clear to all that Robert's demeanor indicated a determination to seek accountability from Carl. This signified that he intended to pursue the matter to its conclusion. Cersei's expression changed upon hearing Robert's declaration. Yet, upon noticing the soldiers of House Lannister by her side, along with the complex gaze of Jaime Lannister upon her, a smile gradually returned to her face. Strike while the iron is hot. Her relentless pursuit was merely a ploy to seize this opportunity to eliminate Carl. If this approach failed to rid her of Carl, she had one final strategy left, one that would surely provoke Robert and test his patience. As events unfolded in the direction he most dreaded, Tyrion resigned himself to no longer play the peacemaker, his countenance reflecting deep concern. Meanwhile, Carl, who had stood aloof since Cersei began her troublemaking, unexpectedly smiled in response to the gazes of the crowd. His visage showed no trace of anxiety. Even as the sky darkened and the area was illuminated by the torches and bonfires lit by guards and servants alike. Yet, Carl's smile remained undiminished. Observing the relaxed demeanor of Carl Stone, who even managed to smile, those who beheld him instinctively paused, bewildered by his intentions. Yet, it was not long before they witnessed Carl shake his head and turn to face Robert. In truth, I have always been unaware of my father's identity and have never cared much for it. Carl suddenly uttered these words, slightly shrugging his shoulders with an air of nonchalance. Robert, however, furrowed his brow but remained silent. Noticing this, Carl seemed unconcerned, merely offering a faint smile before shifting his gaze toward the relentless Queen Cersei Lannister. Prejudice in the hearts of men is akin to a towering mountain. In the face of the Queen's accusations, I find myself at a loss for a suitable defense. Furthermore, I am convinced that the Queen has thoroughly prepared for this confrontation. The only recourse left to me is to seek the judgment of the seven gods. Thus, I demand trial by combat. Chapter 41. I shall reclaim my honor. Trial by combat. As Carl's words echoed, the onlookers were momentarily taken aback, quickly erupting into a chorus of astonished exclamations. Eyes widened in disbelief, for none had anticipated that Carl would make such a choice. After all, following King Robert's declarations, it was evident that Carl had more favorable options available to him. Given Robert Baratheon's overt stance, it seemed that as long as Carl's requests were reasonable, Robert would have no grounds for refusal. Cersei believed the crowd to be foolish, but Robert was not one to tolerate her whims without consequence. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Carl not only refrained from making demands, but unexpectedly opted for trial by combat. What could possibly justify this decision? Was it not in accordance with Queen Cersei Lannister's desires? Why would Carl Stone act so recklessly? This unexpected choice sent shockwaves through the crowd, which erupted into a cacophony of murmurs. However, as the noise subsided, people began to reflect on Carl's earlier proclamation. Prejudice in the hearts of men is akin to a towering mountain, and his assertion that the Queen has surely made thorough preparations. It had been previously noted that not all present were oblivious. As some individuals pondered Carl's statements, a dawning realization washed over them. This revelation tightened their expressions and instilled a sense of solemnity within them. They turned their peculiar gazes toward the Queen and the armed forces that had accompanied her with such formidable presence. As evening approached, a time typically reserved for rest, these individuals remained clad in heavy armor, weapons in hand, prepared for the impending confrontation. Upon reflecting on the words spoken by Carl, certain astute individuals suddenly grasped the true meaning behind his assertion that the Queen must have thoroughly prepared herself. As they unraveled the crux of the matter, they couldn't help but think to themselves how unexpectedly perceptive this young man was. It was even conceivable that Carl Stone had anticipated the Queen's public accusation of him plotting to harm the prince when she mobilized her forces. Thus, for this recently knighted bastard, it appeared that he had options, though in reality, he did not. Faced with the Queen's grave allegations of treachery against the prince, compounded by the prince's own accusations against Carl Stone, the situation seemed dire. Moreover, the sole witness capable of verifying the truth, Sandor Clegane, remained unconscious. Clearly, for Carl Stone, the facts had already solidified on some level. Confronted with the Queen's charges, he was left without any beneficial evidence to present. Those who could vouch for him were not only loyal servants of House Lannister, but were also incapacitated. The remaining horses and cattle, unfortunately, lacked the ability to testify, while the latter was currently being roasted over the fire. This constituted the most distressing and puzzling aspect of the predicament. The Queen's blatant disregard for decorum and her blunt, aggressive demeanor left Carl in a position where he could do little in response. Those who realized the unfolding situation could palpably sense Carl's despair. As he found himself forsaken by both heaven and earth, they cast sympathetic glances toward this illegitimate son, bewildered as to how he had offended the Queen. For this bastard, marked by the Queen, a trial by combat might indeed represent his sole means of escape. He would relinquish the truth and the answers to the seven gods. Yet, despite the pity reflected in their gazes, there was also an overwhelming sense of astonishment. In the midst of this chaos, Carl Stone not only perceived the reality more clearly than anyone else, but also stood unflinchingly in the face of the Queen's oppressive targeting. He rose to the challenge, boldly and courageously opting for the only path that lay before him. Such bravery. People marveled in silence. Meanwhile, Tyrion, who had foreseen this outcome earlier than anyone else, wore a mask of bitterness. Why had he involved himself like a jester, attempting to mediate and prevent Cersei from taking such drastic actions? Yet now, he found himself utterly powerless. Seizing the opportunity, Cersei struck a devastating blow at Carl's vulnerable spot. At this juncture, Carl Stone had indeed been left with no choice but to face trial by combat. No, I will not allow this. Just as the crowd collectively sighed in despair, Robert, too, came to a profound understanding of the situation. He outright rejected Carl's request for trial by combat. He cast a deep gaze at Carl before turning to Cersei, his eyes ablaze with barely contained fury. After years of marriage, this was the first time he witnessed such malevolence from her. Yet, at that moment, he found himself at a loss for words, as his urgency to reach Winterfell and seek aid from Eddard Stark to counterbalance the Lannisters intensified. He had never felt so acutely aware of the Lannisters' unchecked power since the death of Jon Arryn. Suppressing his rage, he returned Cersei's glare, declaring, "I am the king, and I possess the authority to halt the trial by combat. Furthermore, in the name of the crown, I assert that your accusations against Carl Stone are unfounded." With that, Robert turned away, clearly wishing to leave the scene. Following Robert's royal decree, Cersei's previously confident demeanor crumbled, her expression darkening as she had not anticipated Robert's defiance. Yet, it was astonishing that Robert Baratheon would also audaciously stand against her, using his royal status to intimidate her. Faced with Robert's challenge, she realized her powerlessness, her eyes growing increasingly venomous, even as she regarded his retreating figure with a hint of inscrutable intent. Just as Robert prepared to suppress the matter as king, he was suddenly met with a series of gasps, and a towering figure stepped into his path. "Your Majesty, it is an honor for your knight Carl Stone to receive justice from you, but I believe that often, one must earn their honor through their own hands." Carl had not anticipated the situation would unfold in this manner, especially with Robert intending to forcefully quash the matter. However, this contradicted Carl's intentions, and without hesitation, he stepped forward to stand before Robert. The crowd erupted in murmurs upon hearing Carl's words. Robert, illuminated by the flickering firelight, regarded Carl intently, noting the striking resemblance to his younger self, particularly in the color of his eyes. Suddenly, Robert broke into laughter. "Perhaps you are the first knight to truly heed the tenets of knighthood, rather than merely a sycophant lurking behind his king. You are right. I should not impede your pursuit of honor." With that, Robert glanced at the sword he still held, then raised his hand to personally hand the blade to Carl. "Until you achieve victory, I shall provide you with the acknowledgement you deserve." Chapter 42. You may join forces. The events of today have unfolded in a tumultuous and unpredictable manner, leaving the onlookers utterly bewildered. Initially, it was presumed that the queen would prevail. However, the tide turned dramatically when the king himself stepped in as the judge, rejecting the petition for a trial by combat. Surprisingly, it was Carl Stone who expressed reluctance regarding the king's refusal, asserting that his honor should be reclaimed by his own hand. The crowd was perplexed by Carl's stance. Yet, in that moment, no one could help but respect the young man, who had only just reached adulthood, and acknowledge him as a true gentleman. Thus, upon the confirmation that a trial by combat would indeed resolve the matter, the spectators' emotions surged as they hastily cleared a space within the courtyard of the Crossroads Inn. Carl declared his intent to resolve the issue today without disrupting the plans for their departure the following day. Consequently, the trial by combat would not be postponed to Winterfell, but rather would be held immediately, right on the spot. The crowd's excitement grew, dissipating any earlier pity they felt for Carl. After all, in this world, no one cares about the number of bowls of noodles one consumes. They are merely interested in the spectacle and how many bowls one can produce from within. Several hundred individuals crowded the modest courtyard, which only became more congested after the space was cleared. In the center, aside from the wild bull captured by Carl, which remained immobile on the pile of charcoal, for new bonfires were hastily erected to illuminate the impending trial by combat. At that moment, Kosi and others, who had been anxiously observing the unfolding events, yet felt powerless to speak on Carl's behalf, approached. Each held a piece of armor belonging to Carl, removed the previous day. After confirming that Carl was indeed committed to the trial by combat, Kosi had called upon others to bring the necessary equipment. Upon seeing the armor in Kosi's hands, Carl was momentarily taken aback, but then he glanced at this motley crew, with whom he had shared his journey for half a year, and who ultimately chose to stand by him. Observing their concerned expressions, he gradually broke into a smile. Rising from a wooden stump beneath him, he firmly patted Kosi on the shoulder. "You should have faith in your leader, Kosi. Do not forget, I am known as the Wheel King." Upon concluding his statement, Carl erupted into hearty laughter, pushing aside Cersei as he prepared to stride towards the open ground. The unexpectedness of Carl's actions left not only Cersei, but also the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Notably, Tyrion, who had been seated quietly in a corner with his gaze cast downwards and a dejected expression, was equally taken aback by Carl's audacity. Overcome by concern, He disregarded his previous irritation and hastily approached Carl in an attempt to intervene. Are you seeking death? If so, at least repay the gold dragons you owe me first. Surprised by Tyrion's intervention, Carl suddenly felt a sense of validation regarding his own worth. With a grin, he seized Tyrion by the collar and handed him over to the capable hands of Hodder, who was adept at swift swordplay. When I return, we shall discuss the matter of debts. Carl, uninterested in explaining that he could easily best 10 opponents, was equally disinclined to don the armor that would hinder him in a one-on-one challenge. In the midst of the myriad of complex reactions from the crowd, Carl confidently approached the open area, positioning himself with his long sword upright before him, resting a hand on the hilt, his demeanor calm as he regarded Cersei from a distance. With a slight smirk gracing his lips, he first inclined his head respectfully towards King Robert, then turned his attention to Cersei, addressing her directly. Pray tell, Queen Cersei Lannister, have you selected your champion to accuse me of attempting to harm the prince? For my sword informs me that it is quite eager for action. Carl wasted no time in urging Cersei to send forth her challenger. Observing Carl's reckless bravado, dressed merely in his half-leather armor for the duel, Cersei's smile radiated with increasing brightness. Dismissing Carl's provocation, she shifted her gaze to her silent companion, Jaime Lannister, who, clad in the distinctive white armor of the Kingsguard, appeared somewhat dazed as he regarded Carl, his thoughts obscured. Yet, upon hearing Carl's challenge and noticing Cersei's fervent gaze, Jaime hesitated, casting a fleeting glance at Cersei before refraining from stepping forward to accept the challenge. His heart was fraught with indecision, and he even regretted acquiescing to Cersei's wishes on that fateful day. Meanwhile, as he lingered in uncertainty, the keen eyes of Martin Trant and Boros Blunt exchanged glances, instinctively aware of Jaime's inaction. Just then, Cersei, noticing Jaime's reluctance to step forward, could not suppress her frown. Jaime, what are you doing? Cersei gazed at Jaime, who appeared hesitant and fearful, and immediately a look of displeasure crossed her face, prompting her to scold him sharply. Upon hearing Cersei's reprimand, Jaime glanced once more at Carl, his expression fraught with inner turmoil. He then closed his eyes and took a deep breath. I am sorry, Cersei, but I cannot do this. After uttering those words, Jaime reopened his eyes to cast one last look at Carl, followed by a glance at Tyrion, who had mingled among Carl's ranks. With a swift motion, he discarded the white cloak draped over his shoulders and turned away, departing from the scene under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd. Cersei, taken aback by Jaime's cowardice at such a critical moment, felt an overwhelming surge of anger. You wretched, she began instinctively, but before she could finish her tirade, the two Kingsguard, Meryn Trant and Boros Blunt, who had been standing vigil beside the king and queen, exchanged glances. In that moment, a spark of resolve ignited in their eyes as they recognized an opportunity to prove themselves. Your esteemed majesty, may I be honored to serve as your proxy knight? Meryn proclaimed. Your majesty, I would take great pride in acting as your champion in the upcoming trial of combat. As Jaime departed, both Meryn and Boros simultaneously realized that they could seize this unexpected chance. Without hesitation, they knelt before Cersei, eagerly requesting the honor of becoming her proxy knights, expressing their desire to serve her in this capacity. Seeing the two men step forward to fill the void left by Jaime's retreat, a smile finally graced Cersei's face. Despite her earlier frustration, however, Robert's expression shifted slightly, though he remained silent, casting a complex glance at Cersei before redirecting his focus to Carl. His gaze was equally inscrutable, shrouded in the darkness of the night, leaving no one aware of his thoughts. Meanwhile, in the center of the arena, Carl was taken aback by Jaime Lannister's unexpected refusal to become Cersei's proxy knight at the last moment. He had anticipated that his adversary would be Tyrion's brother, Cersei's lover, the infamous Kingslayer. He had even contemplated whether he should eliminate Jaime right then and there. Yet, to his surprise, this man chose to reject the challenge outright, citing a sense of injustice, and turned to leave. However, with Jaime's departure, Carl felt a sense of relief wash over him. After all, had he truly slain Jaime or rendered him incapable of fighting, he would have been at a loss on how to explain such an act to Tyrion. The dwarf had bravely stood by his side during this tumultuous moment, solidifying his status as a true friend in Carl's heart. Yet, as he observed the two Kingsguard, who seemed eager to pounce upon the opportunity like moths to a flame, Carl felt the last remnants of his psychological burden dissipate. As Cersei hesitated in her decision, Carl swiftly made the choice for her without a moment's doubt. He raised his longsword, pointing it at the two contenders with a tone saturated in disdain and contempt. There is no need for choice. You may come at me together. Chapter 43. It is your turn. Rest assured, I shall not deem this unfair. Carl's words were delivered with an air of monotony, yet the scorn and arrogance woven into his voice were unmistakable to any who heard. The crowd was left astonished, staring at him in disbelief, as he not only opted for a trial by combat, but also audaciously challenged two opponents at once. Amidst the spectators' incredulous gazes, Martell and Boros Blunt, who had been eager to discover whom Queen Cersei would select as her champion, were momentarily taken aback by Carl's proclamation. Their faces soon contorted with anger, for Carl's words were not merely generous. They were a blatant insult, a stark manifestation of his contempt for them. Before the duo could respond to Carl's humiliation, Cersei's eyes sparkled with intrigue upon hearing his declaration. "Really?" she exclaimed, seemingly anxious that Carl might retract his challenge. The onlookers, along with Martell and Boros, were momentarily stunned, forgetting their intent to retaliate against Carl's derision. They exchanged glances with Cersei, their expressions mirroring disbelief. After all, everyone assumed Carl's challenge was a mere act of provocation, for a 2-against-1 scenario would undeniably be unjust. Victory would be hollow, and defeat even more so. This was a trial by combat, a sacred and revered institution recognized for its fairness, a rule upheld even by the king himself once the final verdict had been rendered. Yet, who would have thought the queen would take him seriously? However, Cersei Lannister's audacious response did not catch Carl off guard. Bathed in the flickering light of the campfire, he regarded her with a knowing glint in his eyes and nodded. "Of course, I am not lying, and I am quite earnest," he replied calmly, the flames reflecting in his gaze. Perhaps sensing skepticism from the crowd, he added, "For I believe in justice, and the Father protects me." With that, Carl lifted his chin, exuding an air of unshakable confidence, as if stating the most natural of truths. The spectators were left at a loss for words, caught between the impulse to label him naive and the fear of disrespecting the Seven. Yet, unspoken words lingered in the air, for each individual present possessed an internal scale of judgment. Thus, they exchanged glances, opting for silence. However, the admiration that once shone in their eyes when gazing at Carl had shifted to a semblance of pity, reflecting their belief that the young man had been led astray by the doctrines of the Seven. Initially, they had harbored hopes for Carl's triumph, but it now appeared that fate had other plans. A madman, a deluded egotist. As they watched Carl, a thought crept into their minds. Perhaps the queen was not mistaken after all. Carl, oblivious to the thoughts of others, would merely smile if he were aware. Perhaps concerned that Cersei would prevent their ascent or that Robert would once again intervene, Carl, in his impatience, urged them, "Could you hasten your pace, please?" As he spoke, he executed a flourish with his sword and took 2 steps back, signaling his readiness. Seeing Carl's arrogance persist, even invoking the Seven, Cersei's amusement only deepened, her smile widening with glee. She then lowered her gaze to the 2 Kingsguard kneeling before her, beseeching her to bestow this honor upon them. The sight of them filled Cersei with a sense of satisfaction. She mused on the intriguing thought of whether Robert Baratheon was aware of how many of the 7 Kingsguard truly remained loyal to him. With a flick of her wrist, she removed a decorative flower from her attire and a ring from her finger. Gracefully, Cersei bent forward, personally handing the 2 tokens to Ser Lancel Lannister and Ser Boros Blunt. Ser Lancel Lannister, Ser Boros Blunt, I, Cersei Lannister, eagerly anticipate your bringing me glory and justice. A sweet smile graced her face as she regarded them with unwavering confidence. She wished to avoid any unforeseen mishaps, thus hastening the completion of this matter. The 2 tokens she had relinquished served as symbols of their role as her appointed knights and were intended to inspire their fighting spirit. After all, in Westeros, it is a tradition for knights to request a personal token from their beloved women as a talisman before battles or duels. This figure could be a lady of noble standing or an elder, yet typically, such requests were made towards those of the opposite sex whom they admired. As Ser Lancel and Ser Boros stared, momentarily taken aback by the tokens bestowed upon them by Queen Cersei, their previous hesitation about the potential embarrassment of a 2-on-1 confrontation dissipated. The moment they received her personally gifted tokens, they transformed, bursting with an eagerness akin to that of a roused bull, disregarding any trivial concerns. Having attained the coveted honor bestowed by the most beautiful woman in the 7 kingdoms. Along with her token, the 2 individuals were now so exhilarated that they were panting heavily through flared nostrils. At this moment, Marlon Talon and Polos Browen no longer hesitated. They carefully stowed away the token gifted by Cersei, bowed respectfully to the queen, donned their helmets, and rose to their feet. Subsequently, they turned to face their opponent, Carl Stone, and exchanged a knowing glance before each swiftly unsheathed their long swords from their waists. With expressions now stark and resolute, they began to advance slowly towards Carl. Observing their choice to confront him together after a lengthy pause, Karl's gaze grew increasingly disdainful, accompanied by a burgeoning aura of malevolence. As he watched the two approach, Karl cast a sidelong glance at their white cloaks, then shifted his focus to Cersei standing behind them. Noticing the confident smile adorning her face, he reciprocated with a similar grin. The onlookers, witnessing the two Kingsguard truly opting to engage a newly minted knight, a mere child in his teens, felt a collective sense of disdain. Yet, none dared to voice their objections. The trial by combat was a profoundly sacred affair, conducted under the watchful eyes of the seven gods. As long as both combatants were in agreement, it signified that the duel remained a fair contest under divine scrutiny. Therefore, regardless of any unforeseen events that might transpire, the crowd would ultimately acknowledge the final outcome as the will of the gods. As the fateful moment drew near, the spectators quieted, their hearts racing yet compelling themselves to maintain silence. It is a pleasure to meet you both. Although, in truth, I do not know you. You should consider yourselves fortunate. After all, this will be the last time you hear my words in this world. Karl casually regarded the two advancing towards him. His demeanor relaxed as he raised his sword and greeted them. However, before Marlon Talon and Polos Brown could instinctively respond, they were taken aback as they suddenly perceived a blur before them. To their astonishment, Karl had stealthily plunged his sword into a nearby brazier. In the next instant, he hurled the blazing brazier filled with smoldering coals towards them. Beneath the ink-black night sky, amidst the circle of flickering flames, a rain of fire descended upon the two Kingsguard. What? Caught unprepared by this sudden assault, Marlon Talon and Polos Brown instantly became tense. Gazing at the rain of fire that flew in with the wind, scattering wildly, the intense radiance enveloped the entirety of the two men's vision. They instinctively began to dodge the oncoming burning embers, wildly brandishing their long swords in an attempt to disperse the fiery downpour. Fortunately, the rain arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Clad in full armor and draped in white robes, the two men, despite their initial panic, suffered no significant harm. However, as they steadied themselves, remnants of the fire's glow lingered on their retinas, and they soon realized that their target had vanished from sight. Instinctively, both turned to scan their surroundings in search of the elusive adversary. "Damn it, you've angered me," barked Brolos Braun, seething with fury. Yet, as he called out and turned, searching for Karl, he was unexpectedly met by the muffled cry of Marintlan, who had somehow appeared behind him. The sound sent a chill down his spine, and an inexplicable sense of danger enveloped him in an instant. "Are you looking for me?" came Karl's calm voice from behind the two, at the precise moment they stood back to back. Without a moment's hesitation, Brolos Braun's first instinct was not to turn and check on his sworn brother Marintlan, but rather to leap forward, taking 2 quick steps away from their original position. Once he had ensured his safety, he hurriedly turned back, only to find that Karl, who had seemingly disappeared before their eyes, was now standing precisely between him and Marintlan. He stood there, unremarkable, with his unadorned long sword held aloft. Yet, the sword's tip had found its way through the gap between Marintlan's helmet and neck armor, precise and elegant. Meanwhile, Marintlan, who had lost sight of his foe in a mere flash of rain, was now struggling to utter incomprehensible sounds. He could scarcely believe that he had been pierced through the throat in a single strike, unable to react in time. Thus, he twisted his head, trying to comprehend how Karl had dispatched him. However, it seemed that the sword had lodged in his throat, catching on bone, rendering him unable to turn. Instead, it only tore the wound wider. He was left with no strength to move his neck further, as he felt the chilling sensation settling in his throat. Alongside the unprecedented coldness of a foreign object lodged within, Sir Marintlan found that blood was uncontrollably spilling from his mouth. As he felt the strength within his body gradually fading, the scenes before him became increasingly obscured. The flames that were meant to fiercely burn, illuminating the night with warmth and light, dimmed in his vision, retreating into nothingness. With each surge of blood gushing from the wound, it spilled from his mouth, cascading down to his chin and staining his armor. Sir Marintlan could no longer maintain his grasp on his beloved sword. A sharp clatter echoed as it fell. Before he could utter a single word, Marintlan collapsed to his knees, instinctively raising a hand to clutch his throat, yet ultimately powerless. He fell into the mud, his finely crafted white-scaled armor and heavy woolen cloak gradually becoming saturated with the blood pouring from his throat. In the cold, silent darkness of the night, the once vibrant body convulsed a few times before succumbing to stillness. His eyes remained open, reflecting a hollow sense of unwillingness mingled with a hint of regret. Meanwhile, Karl calmly withdrew his long sword, lifting his gaze with an indifferent expression towards the now ashen-faced Sir Polos Braun. It is your turn, esteemed Sir Polos Braun. Chapter 44, Kill. With an air of nonchalance, Carl effortlessly dispatched a life, his visage devoid of any excess emotion, as if this were the most natural occurrence. However, upon uttering these words, Polos Braun, witnessing his sworn brother perish before him, felt as if he had plunged into a frigid abyss. The earlier arrogance he held towards Carl dissipated entirely. Clad in a similarly white armor adorned with snow, and draped in a white velvet cloak, his armor bore a golden lion crest set with red gemstones. Yet beneath that formidable exterior, cold sweat dripped uncontrollably, akin to fabric pierced by needles, sending chills coursing through Polos Braun's body, causing him to tremble slightly. He raised a trembling hand, pointing at Carl, who stood before him, his sword stained with blood. Regarding him with an icy demeanor, with a stutter born of fear, he inquired, "Why you? How did you appear behind us?" As the one directly involved, Polos Braun had not witnessed how Carl launched his attack. He was utterly oblivious to how Carl had suddenly materialized and slain Marinland, for just moments ago. He had been evading the flying embers, a matter of mere seconds. Yet, when both had evaded danger, Carl had vanished from his sight like a specter. Just as he prepared to search for Carl once more, he was met with the grim realization that Marinland had already been dispatched. It was so casually done, as effortless as killing a mere chicken, taking no more time than a quick visit to the restroom. For Polos Braun, Carl Sherdong's disappearance was sudden. However, for the onlookers, it was not quite the same. Beyond their shock at Marinland's unexpected demise, a profound bewilderment lingered in their hearts. As mere spectators, although Polos Braun had not discerned Carl's precise movements, they had clearly witnessed the unfolding events. Carl Sherdong had simply hurled a basin filled with glowing embers directly upon the heads of the two men. Seizing the moment of their confusion amidst this rain of fire, he casually took 2 steps back before hastening his pace to maneuver around the 2 bonfires, positioning himself behind the Imperial Guards. Indeed, with such a straightforward tactic, Carl Sherdong had secured his pivotal stance. The subsequent events were all too evident. Anyone clad in armor understood that once their head was encased within a metal helmet, their view was limited to what lay directly ahead. Following this, Carl exhibited no flamboyant maneuvers. He merely raised his long sword and swiftly thrust it towards the gap in Marinland's armor, exposed as he turned his head. The entire sequence of combat was absurdly reminiscent of a peculiar game of hide-and-seek, with Carl seemingly dancing through the fray. His adversaries, the 2 men, were his most unsuspecting allies. Had Marinland not perished with his eyes wide open, one might have believed he had deliberately offered his neck to Carl's blade. Nonetheless, the astonishment of the onlookers had nothing to do with Carl. When confronted by Polos Braun's inquiry, Carl had little to say. After all, what could he possibly articulate to a corpse? More importantly, he had no inclination towards such trivialities. Thus, after wiping the blood from his sword's tip onto Marinland's white robe, he approached Polos Braun with a stern countenance, silent and resolute. This time, however, Carl did not swiftly dispatch another foe. Instead, he bore his longsword, striding toward Polos Braun with the leisurely gait of a postprandial stroll. Yet, as Carl drew near, Polos Braun, already paralyzed by the inexplicable and swift demise of his sworn brother, found himself stripped of all courage. To him, Carl appeared as a specter. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, only for his brother to collapse lifelessly the next second. How could this not instill fear within him? Nevertheless, regardless of his trepidation, this was a duel of judgment. As Carl drew ever closer, the towering figure illuminated by the flickering flames bore remnants of blood upon his blade, casting a shadow on the ground that loomed like a malevolent specter, overwhelming him with terror. The scorn and courage he had felt while standing alongside Marlon Lant had long since dissipated, swept away by the flow of blood from Marlon's neck. With a subconscious gulp, Polos Braun swallowed hard, attempting to ease his tension, though it proved futile. Each step Carl took magnified his imposing presence, sending waves of dread coursing through Polos, whose body trembled uncontrollably under the weight of an inexplicable pressure. His heart raced, and his breathing quickened as he involuntarily glanced at the lifeless Marlon Lant before lifting his gaze to the Queen, Cersei Lannister, who had shifted her position following the recent commotion and now sat just behind Carl. Cersei's eyes were fixed upon the fallen Kingsguard, and perhaps sensing the gravity of the moment, she raised her head, meeting Polos' gaze. Yet, in the next heartbeat, all courage abandoned him. He abruptly discarded his weapon and, without warning, sank to his knees mere paces from Carl, effectively placing himself between Cersei and the looming threat behind him. I yield. I yield. Please, do not kill me, I beg you," he implored. There was no hint of forewarning, no prior skirmish. Polos was crushed by the sheer force of Karl's presence, surrendering without hesitation in a desperate bid to preserve his life. In that instant, he relinquished all semblance of valor, driven solely by the instinct for survival. This unexpected display caught Karl off guard. He had not anticipated that Polo's brawn would so ignominiously cast aside his weapon and plead for mercy. Just moments ago, this very man had hurled insults at him, and Karl had contemplated ending him swiftly. Yet, recognizing Polos as a renowned member of the Kingsguard, a noble knight despite his frequent visits to the brothels of Silk Street, Karl was taken aback. He understood that beneath Polos's tempestuous exterior lay a coward, a man whose bravado evaporated in the face of true confrontation. Without the honor of his white cloak and armor, Polos would bluster initially, but would soon acquiesce after facing even the slightest resistance. However, what astounded Karl was Polos's utter refusal to engage, opting instead to kneel and plead for mercy. As he gazed upon the kneeling, weeping Boros Blunt, who was begging for mercy, Karl suddenly found himself devoid of interest in the man. With a dismissive snicker, he turned his attention to Queen Cersei Lannister. According to the rules of trial by combat, there were 3 ways to conclude the contest prematurely. The first was the death or surrender of one party involved in the trial. The second occurred when the plaintiff withdrew their accusations during the duel. The third was when the defendant admitted their guilt. Now that Boros Blunt had forsaken both his own honor and that of Cersei by kneeling and pleading for mercy, Karl saw no reason to continue the fight. His objectives had been achieved, and he had no desire to sully his sword with the man's blood. Instead, he found himself more intrigued by the prospect of observing Cersei's reaction upon witnessing the downfall of her chosen champions. One dead, the other surrendered. Logically, all Cersei needed to do was speak as the accuser, and Karl would emerge victorious in the trial by combat, having secured his innocence through sheer strength. Boros Blunt's abrupt capitulation left not only Karl, but also the hundreds of onlookers in a state of stunned disbelief. No one could have anticipated that a member of the Kingsguard, a man standing at the pinnacle of chivalric honor in Westeros, would succumb to fear and kneel without a single blow being struck. Frankly, even the most cowardly of dogs would likely whimper and bark before tucking their tail and begging for mercy. Boros Blunt was not merely pleading for his life. He was publicly humiliating Cersei. His actions had fundamentally altered their perceptions of the Kingsguard. In truth, it became clear that these once proud figures were merely arrogant pretenders. "Your Grace, one of your knights has perished, and the other has chosen to surrender," Karl remarked, turning to Cersei, his smile radiating warmth as he endeavored to frame his words in a palatable manner. In stark contrast, Cersei's expression was one of profound displeasure. Though Karl's words were ostensibly respectful, the tone was laden with sardonic undertones. As their exchange unfolded, the crowd momentarily forgot the kneeling Boros Blunt, now a mere footnote in the spectacle. They were far more eager to witness how the defeated queen would respond. For Boros Blunt's kneeling was as much a blow to her dignity as it was to his own. Moreover, 2 confronted one but were met with an inexplicable demise, as one fell and the other was subdued by Karl Sherdong. Does this not precisely illustrate that the 7 gods stand in favor of Karl Sherdong? This absurd scene, in the eyes of the onlookers, was no less than a manifestation of divine intervention. Thus, the hundreds of gazes surrounding them were tinged with a fervent intensity. Just as the crowd's attention was irresistibly drawn to Cersei Lannister, eager to discern her next move, the flickering flames revealed a sudden look of astonishment upon her otherwise unappealing visage. Before the spectators could comprehend the unfolding events, a crisp sound of clashing swords resonated through the previously silent arena. "Ah, is it not preferable to be alive?" Karl turned his back, not even glancing over his shoulder. Yet, in a fortunate twist, his longsword deftly parried a dagger aimed at his flank. With a resigned sigh, he faced the assailant, whose expression contorted into a grotesque mask of rage, now frozen in shock as his ambush was thwarted. Without uttering another word, Karl swiftly twirled his blade, sending the dagger from Boros Bron's grasp flying, and with a deft stroke, severed half of the man's palm. Then, Karl reached out, seizing the edge of Boros Bron's breastplate. "Please, I beg you, it was unintentional. I realize my folly. Spare me. I can compensate. I possess great wealth." Perhaps sensing the grim fate that awaited him, Boros Bron succumbed to despair. He struggled desperately in Karl's grip, attempting to extricate himself from the vice-like hold. However, in Karl's hands, he was as feeble as a fledgling. Thus, under the watchful silence of the gathered crowd, Karl dragged the vociferous Boros Bron, who clamored for the preservation of his life, toward the king and queen. Upon reaching their presence, Karl halted. He regarded the once pristine white cloak of the Kingsguard, now sullied with mud from the dragging. Only then did he utter, "No, you do not regret your actions. You merely comprehend the reality of your impending demise." With that, Carl positioned Boros Braun on his knees and stood behind him. He did not cast his gaze upon him, but fixated intently on the face of Queen Cersei Lannister. Then, in a calm tone, he proclaimed, "Sir Boros Braun, do not tarnish the honor of the white cloak you wear. It signifies the highest accolade of knighthood." After delivering this remark, Carl supported Boros Braun's head, tilting it to reveal the area just above his collarbone. Carl believed he had offered the most suitable words of consolation. Yet, upon hearing his words, the fear-stricken Boros Braun found himself in a state of utter terror, his features contorted, tears streaming down his face, and an unpleasant, murky substance seeping from beneath him. He had already come to realize the grim fate that awaited him. With his mouth agape, he gazed at Queen Cersei, but no sound escaped his lips. This was due to Carl's sword, which he held firmly against Borlos's head, preventing any movement, while the blade pressed against his ear, its tip poised ominously at the gap of his collarbone. Slowly and resolutely, it was thrust inward until the entire blade was engulfed. Chapter 45. The North, Winterfell. "Boss, we are almost at Winterfell," exclaimed Kashi, his voice tinged with disbelief. "God, this wretched place is truly frigid." As he spoke, he longed to withdraw his head into the hood of his cloak, and dense white mist escaped from his nostrils and mouth, despite the woolen scarf wrapped around his face. Hearing Kashi's words, Carl halted Fox. He lifted his gaze toward the city ahead. Before them loomed a castle, its overall gray-black hue starkly contrasting with the surrounding white snow, standing silently amidst the icy landscape. Surrounding Winterfell was a thin veil of mist, lending it an air of vitality. "Have you been here before?" After coming to a stop, Carl lowered the scarf from his face, white mist billowing from his mouth as he inquired of Kashi. At that moment, Carl remained clad in his armor, but he also wore a heavy, snow-white cloak fashioned from bear fur draped over his shoulders. This cloak enveloped him entirely, with its excess fabric shielding Fox's midsection and posterior. Additionally, his helmet was lined with fur of the same hue, a fortunate find from a white fox he had slain with a single arrow, generously offering its flesh and fur. It must be said, it was indeed quite warm. "What would compel me to venture to this wretched place?" In response to Carl's question, Kashi could not suppress his complaints. "Here, it's nothing but snow, an endless expanse of it. It's absurd. I even doubt how the northerners survive in this dreadful locale." Since entering the Neck, the journey north had only become increasingly arduous, with the king relentlessly urging them onward each day. Beyond the Neck, the environment diverged entirely from that of the Vale. The further north they traveled, the colder it became, with snowflakes and biting winds lacerating their faces. To say nothing of the treacherous roads through the marshes of the Neck, which were enough to vex anyone, compounded by the swarms of bothersome insects and venomous serpents. In the marshy expanse of the Neck, dense thickets remained perpetually immersed in decay, with fungi cascading from the branches like drapes. One might be fortunate enough to glimpse a lizard lion or the resplendent bloom of magnificent flowers. Yet, lurking within are serpents of indeterminate venom, necessitating caution. Thus, should the need arise, Kosi would prefer to avoid this place. However, to traverse the land towards the north, the Neck is an unavoidable passage. After all, this region delineates the boundary between the southern and northern parts of the continent. And entering here signifies one has stepped into northern territory, as long as one is not foolish enough to stray from the embankment while crossing the Neck. The lurking quicksand poses little threat. Ah, how delightful it would be to travel by ship. Kosi could not suppress a sigh. Nonetheless, he recalled his visit to White Harbor, where a square known as Fish King Plaza lies within the Seal Gate, a cobblestone square adorned with a fountain at its center. Yet, this is of little consequence. What truly matters is that beyond the square, a narrow alley leads to a rather decent brothel. Moreover, there exists a tavern named Lazy Eel. If one is disinterested in the oldest courtesan of White Harbor and the inferior wine, the meat pie, filled with lard and soft bones, offers a delightful taste. It is perfect for savoring in a warm tavern on a chilly day. Though Kosi indulged in complaints, his thoughts began to wander. Upon further reflection, he realized he had indeed visited the north before. Thus, he resumed his incessant chatter. Carl, of course, showed no interest in Kosi's tales of aged courtesans and poor wine. Yet at the mention of the meat pie, he found himself salivating. His stomach growled in hunger. "I could go for a bowl of rich soup." "Damn you, Kosi. Are you out of your mind for bringing this up?" He had heard rumors of hot springs in Winterfell. Perhaps later, they could explore them. "I would fancy some dark beer, preferably warm." Evidently, Carl was not alone in his desires. As Kosi opened the floodgates of conversation, the group, now invigorated by the biting northern winds that had numbed their senses, could not help but share their excitement. They began to discuss their plans for leisure after completing their tasks. Hearing their animated discussions, Kosi was quick to interject with a sarcastic remark. "What's that? Are you barking, you wretched hall? With your kind of luck, if your fingers aren't frostbitten, perhaps you can order something else. This place might not charge you extra for your peculiar cravings. In fact, they might even offer you a discount, provided your fingers and tongue can move as swiftly as your dagger." Laughter erupted at Corsi's defiance, igniting a spark of warmth among the group, who were as chilled as grandchildren. Except for Hall. Upon hearing those familiar ribald jokes, Carl could not restrain his laughter. He gazed at Winterfell, shrouded in mist, shook his head, and then patted Fox, who was wagging its tail and snorting impatiently, signaling it to move forward. "Let us go, you rascals. Although the Duke of Winterfell may not prepare a lavish feast for us, I am certain that the women eager to lighten your pockets are well prepared. They will offer you the warmth of home," Carl called out, adjusting his mask as they resumed their journey. The hooves pounded against the ground, sinking into snow at least a hand's breadth deep, stirring up the black earth beneath, as they raced towards the comforting embrace of Winterfell. Not long into their journey, distant dog barks reached their ears. Slowing their pace, Carl soon spotted the banners of a patrol from House Stark approaching. The emblem depicted a silver-gray direwolf racing across a wide expanse of snow, the very symbol of the Stark family. "Halt!" The barking grew louder as Stark's patrol cavalry positioned themselves before Carl and his companions, bringing them to a stop. One soldier, clad in iron-gray chainmail and draped in a thick woolen cloak, approached them after they had ceased movement. He first glanced at the flag held by Carl's group, then seemed to exhale in relief as he turned his gaze towards Carl, who had stepped forward. "Are you the king's vanguard?" inquired the soldier, who appeared to be the squad leader. Upon hearing the question, Carl lowered the scarf wrapped around his face and regarded the soldier with a serious expression. "I am Carl Stone, the vanguard of the King's Guard. King Robert's retinue is less than 10 miles from here. I must inform you so that your lord, Duke Eddard Stark, can prepare to receive the king." At the mention of Carl's name, the soldier's squad leader hesitated momentarily. However, he soon nodded and turned his horse. "The Duke and his family have long been prepared to welcome His Majesty. I can lead you into the city." Satisfied that communication had been smooth and no issues arose, Carl nodded, signaling his companions to follow the troop onward. He was eager to reconnect with those familiar faces from his past. Chapter 46. Shadows of Winter. As they drew closer to Winterfell, the surrounding snow noticeably diminished. The biting cold wind that once stung their faces transformed into a gentler, slightly moist breeze, offering a far more comfortable warmth. It appears that the assertion in the book regarding this city being built upon hot springs holds true. Following the deliberate cadence of the patrolling cavalry, Carl's inquisitive gaze swept across his surroundings. What met his eyes, aside from the treacherous, muddy roads born from the fluctuating temperatures, were the row of houses constructed from timber and unrefined stone. In stark contrast to the architectural elegance of King's Landing, this locale exuded a rugged charm unique to itself. However, it struck Carl as peculiar that the population inhabiting this town, situated just outside Winterfell, seemed to comprise less than a fifth of what one might expect. Was it typically uninhabited? Or did Winterfell usually not witness such a congregation of people? Intrigued by this anomaly, Carl ventured to inquire. Upon hearing his question, the squad leader cast a glance in his direction, then allowed his gaze to linger on the street before them. "We commonly refer to this place as Winter's Market. True to its name, it remains largely deserted throughout the summer months, with only the common folk gathering here during winter. At that time, the area becomes bustling with activity. Those wooden stalls you see are set up for merchants, and hunters from the mountains arrive beforehand, bringing leather goods or local wares to trade for food to take home." The squad leader appeared quite amiable, not only elucidating the circumstances surrounding Winterfell, but also providing detailed insights. Carl's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. Such information had eluded him in his readings. Experiencing the atmosphere firsthand imparted a distinctly different sensation. How fascinating. It seems this is an age-old tradition. Carl couldn't help but express his admiration. In response to his words, the squad leader chuckled. "If you find it intriguing, southern lad, you might want to explore Winterfell a bit more. Thank you for the invitation." Carl's inquiry did not solely capture his own attention. Corsi and the others, who had never ventured into this frigid northern realm, were equally curious. However, upon hearing the squad leader mention that the town would fill up only in winter, a look of bemusement, characteristic of southern folk, spread across Corsi's face. "You mean winter? Is it not cold enough already? At night, I wonder if my ears will decide to stay in bed the next morning." Corsi, unable to restrain his curiosity, voiced his thoughts. He already felt quite chilly, even needing to be cautious while relieving himself. Worried that a sudden gust of wind might force him to seek shelter in a brothel instead of remaining with the Blackstone mercenaries. Yet, in this biting cold, it was astonishing to hear the cavalryman refer to it as summer. What a bewildering contradiction. Koshi's timely inquiry momentarily stunned the group of over 10 cavalrymen, who exchanged glances before bursting into hearty laughter. The captain, after a few chuckles, suddenly composed himself and sighed softly. In the north, winter is harsher than one might imagine. We remain ever in awe of it. This profound statement seemed to envelop Carl and his companions in an immediate chill, prompting them to close their mouths in unison, silently praying that their stay in this dismal place would be brief. As Carl and his companions fell silent, so too did the patrolling cavalrymen. They smoothly escorted Carl and his group into Winterfell. They first passed through an imposing outer wall, approximately 80 feet high, and shortly thereafter encountered an inner wall reaching about 100 feet. These formidable barriers were crafted from immense granite blocks, separated by a protective moat. Numerous guard towers adorned the outer wall, where shadowy figures could be seen on duty. It was likely that their presence had been detected by these sentinels, prompting the cavalry to intercept them. The inner wall featured narrow slits, which during times of war might reveal to approaching foes the reason Winterfell had stood resolute for a millennium. After traversing both walls, Carl and the cavalry soon arrived at a small courtyard. Unfamiliar with his surroundings, he noted the abundance of stables. "Sir Carl Stone, please follow me. I shall take you to meet our lord," the leading sergeant kindly stated, preemptively addressing any concerns Carl might have for his men, assuring him they would be well looked after. Respecting the customs of this territory, Carl complied with the arrangements. "Please take care of my horse. I must return to report after meeting your lord," he requested. "Of course," was the sergeant's prompt reply. Between men, conversation typically thrived only during moments of merriment, political discourse, or discussions about women during sleepless nights. Thus, the sergeant swiftly guided Carl towards the Lord's keep. "Forgive my boldness, but may I inquire if you, Sir Carl Stone, are one of the King's Guard?" he ventured, unable to suppress his curiosity upon noticing Carl's armor and white cloak. Taken aback by the question, Carl pondered for a moment before smiling and shaking his head. "No, I am not a King's Guard." The sergeant's expression flickered upon hearing this, but he chose not to press further, having discerned an unusual demeanor on Carl's face. Contemplating his next words, he opted for silence. "Indeed, I am grateful for your guidance. It seems I have yet to inquire about your name." "Liam Locke, though I am not a knight." Upon hearing Carl's inquiry, Liam smiled and proceeded to lead Carl to a bespectacled scholar with gray eyes and hair, clad in a long-sleeved gray robe, of slight stature. "This is the scholar of Winterfell, Maester Luwin." After introducing Carl, Sir Carl Stone, the vanguard of King Robert, to Maester Luwin, Liam withdrew. Once Liam had departed, Luwin turned his gaze towards Carl, his expression imbued with a contemplative air. "Come, Sir Carl Stone, I shall take you to meet Duke Eddard Stark." Chapter 47. Duke Eddard Stark. Within the main keep of Winterfell, Duke Eddard Stark emerged from a passageway, immediately spotting his wife Catelyn Tully, who was busily directing the servants in the hall. The Duke, sporting a short beard, and with his hair meticulously groomed and oiled, appeared unusually tidy. He was dressed in well-fitted leather armor, with a long sword sheathed at his side. Draped over his shoulders was a cloak fashioned from an entire gray wolf pelt, lined with soft black velvet and silk, projecting both warmth and authority. In anticipation of the king's arrival, Lady Catelyn Tully was also adorned in her finest attire. Though she had foregone a warm cloak, yet a hint of weariness graced her features, as she had been tirelessly managing the city's provisions and coordination for several days. Recent news indicated that the king's entourage was nearing Winterfell, likely to arrive today. Thus, to avoid any oversight, Catelyn was still engaged in final preparations, diligently checking for any deficiencies. "Hey, Catelyn, have you seen Bran?" Eddard greeted his busy wife, while his eyes scanned the surroundings. Failing to locate the figure he sought near her, he sighed, glancing down at Catelyn with a hint of exasperation, and added, "I am looking for him. And Arya seems to have vanished as well. Sister Modin just complained that she hasn't seen her since breakfast." The mischievous antics of these two children left Duke Eddard Stark feeling quite troubled. Hearing her husband's words, the industrious Catelyn paused her tasks momentarily, furrowing her brow in concern. "By the Seven, has anyone been sent to find them?" As the daughter of House Tully of the Riverlands, Catelyn's beliefs diverged from those of the Northmen. After offering her prayers, she noticed the helpless expression on her husband's face and immediately realized something, prompting her to add with a slightly firmer tone, We must not act disrespectfully in front of the king and queen. We must find someone to locate them promptly. Ed pressed his fingers against his brow and nodded. After all, since his wife had not yet found the two mischievous little ones, he had no choice but to send someone to search for them. As Caitlin had rightly pointed out, given the king's personal visit, they were obliged to exhibit their utmost decorum as a mark of respect. Just as Ed leaned in to kiss Caitlin's forehead and prepared to turn away to make his own arrangements, he suddenly noticed two figures approaching him. Scholar Lewin was completely unfazed by the affectionate display between the lord and his lady. To him, although the two were of high rank and considerable age, they were no different from a pair of unruly children. Thus, he maneuvered through the throngs of people, accompanied by a conspicuous knight, and approached Ed. After a slight bow, he promptly announced, "My lord, the banner of the crowned stag has arrived in Winterfell. It is the king's vanguard." The busy servants, drawn by the familiar presence of the old scholar and the unfamiliar figure he brought, turned their curious gazes toward them. Upon locating Eddard Stark, Scholar Lewin bowed again to express his purpose, then stepped aside to introduce the knight following him. "This is Sir Karstark, the captain of the vanguard in the king's retinue." Whether intentional or not, Scholar Lewin took care to introduce Karstark to Eddard Stark by name. Hearing the introduction, Karstark regarded the man before him, who appeared considerably older than in his hazy memories, and then removed his helmet with a gesture of respect. He stepped forward and bowed, saying, "It is an honor to meet you, Lord Stark. I bring greetings from His Majesty the King." Upon realizing that this man was the king's vanguard, Ed's expression shifted. However, when he recalled the name Karstark, the Duke, as the protector of the North, displayed a look of astonishment. "Karst, it is truly you." His tone carried a hint of surprise, suggesting a prior acquaintance. Momentarily taken aback by the mention of his name, he quickly stepped forward, instinctively placing a hand on Karstark's shoulder as he scrutinized him. Karstark, taken aback by the warmth of the Duke's initial greeting, instinctively looked up at him. As he did so, Eddard Stark's gray eyes met Karstark's deep blue ones. He then observed Karstark's coal-black hair, allowing his gaze to linger on the familiar features of the man's face, which suddenly conjured a sense of bewilderment within him. "Ah, my lord. The arrival of Sir Carl Stone is to ascertain whether we are adequately prepared." Noticing his lord's indiscretion, Bachelor Reuven discreetly coughed to remind the lord not to act inappropriately. Upon being prompted by Reuven, Duke Stark realized his lapse in decorum. With a slightly embarrassed smile, he withdrew his large hand from Carl's shoulder, stepping back a couple of paces while his gaze continued to scrutinize Carl. Observing her husband's lapse, Lady of Winterfell displayed no unusual reaction. Rather, she felt a twinge of curiosity regarding her husband's distraction upon seeing Carl. Furthermore, the name Carl Stone seemed vaguely familiar to Caitlin, she pondered. Duke Eddard Stark then turned his gaze toward Carl with a hint of apology, saying, "Forgive me, Carl. I did not expect you to be knighted by Robert. I have heard of the events that transpired at the inn at the crossroads." After regaining his composure, Eddard bore a faint smile as he recounted matters concerning Carl. However, upon noticing the appropriate confusion on Carl's face, Eddard quickly realized that Carl, in all likelihood, should not recognize him. Thus, he felt compelled to explain further. "I believe you have no recollection of me, but I am not unfamiliar with you, for when you were but a child, I held you in my arms back in the Vale at the Eyrie." As he spoke, a subtle sadness crept across Eddard's face. At Eddard's words, Lady of Winterfell also recalled who Carl was. He was the boy whose message was delivered by a raven from the king's entourage during his journey north. Chapter 48. Arrival. Upon hearing Duke Stark's words, a look of appropriate bewilderment returned to Carl's face. He promptly lowered his head slightly, his tone tinged with shyness. "It is my honor. However, my Lord Stark, I truly do not possess any memories of that time. I apologize." Eddard, realizing the situation, felt a flicker of embarrassment. He waved his hand dismissively, reassuring Carl, "It is of no consequence. You were only 2 years old then, and we have not crossed paths since. It is entirely natural for you to have no recollection." Eddard Stark's expression bore a hint of awkwardness. After all, it was rather absurd to expect a mere infant like Carl to remember him. Nonetheless, upon encountering Carl's familiar visage and recalling the recent chain of events, coupled with memories of the Vale, Eddard Stark found himself in a moment of indiscretion. Carl, on the other hand, found himself at a loss for a response, merely smiling in an attempt to navigate through the awkwardness. Standing before Eddard Stark felt reminiscent of his childhood during festive occasions when adults introduced him to distant relatives he barely recognized. He felt an undeniable discomfort that lingered. After all, he was only somewhat acquainted with Jon Arryn, and even that acquaintance was rather superficial. Nevertheless, It was evident to Carl that John Aaron harbored a peculiar fondness for him. Following their somewhat awkward pleasantries, Eddard's mood inevitably sank. Gazing at the young man before him, who bore a striking resemblance to a youthful Robert, yet possessed an even greater allure and charisma, stirred within Eddard a plethora of long-buried memories. The last time he had seen Robert was indeed quite a while ago. It was unexpected that their reunion, after Robert ascended to the throne, would unfold in such a manner. Eddard contemplated Carl, recalling the contents of the letter he had received from Robert, which conveyed his adoptive father's sudden demise and the desperate plea for aid from his brother, the king, amidst a nation teetering on a delicate precipice. Coupled with a series of troubling events, Eddard regarded Carl with a hint of melancholy, which diminished his interest in further conversation. After such a taxing journey, you must be weary. Are you adjusting to the chill of the north? Perhaps I should have Maester Lewin escort you to rest? Although the Duke of Stark maintained his customary gentle smile, his concern for Carl was apparent. However, Carl, discerning the subtle shift in Eddard's demeanor, politely declined the offer. He adopted a more businesslike posture, addressing the Lord of the North. Thank you for your concern, Your Grace, but I still have duties to attend to, Carl replied, surveying the bustling surroundings. I need to ascertain whether you are adequately prepared, as I must report back to the king. Seeing Carl's earnest demeanor, Eddard chuckled. Indeed, we shall not be remiss in our hospitality. That is reassuring. I appreciate your diligent preparations, Your Grace. Oh, and upon entering the city, I noticed that the width of the city gates may not accommodate the Queen's litter. Therefore, further preparations on your part will be necessary. Having expressed his gratitude for Eddard's efforts, Carl proceeded to discuss certain details he had observed, engaging in dialogue with the Lord of Winterfell. By the time Carl concluded his discussions with Eddard Stark, nearly a full meal's duration had passed. The king's procession necessitated that Eddard Stark, as his vassal, uphold the appropriate ceremonial decorum. As a part of the vanguard's responsibilities, Carl was tasked with this, although both parties had scholars to handle the main duties. However, it was Carl's task to identify finer details, such as the condition of the city gates. Fortunately, after completing his work for the day, he anticipated a brief respite before resuming his duties. Stepping out of the main fortress, Carl adjusted his collar, feeling the somewhat damp warmth of the city that felt foreign to him, and glanced up at the overcast sky. I wonder if it will snow, he murmured, only to soon spot a small black figure seemingly climbing up and down the city tower, not far away. Before the king's entourage truly arrived in Winterfell, the Stark family had gathered together. Arya Stark, who had somehow slipped out of the city, was found and brought back by the guards. Aside from receiving a scolding from the Septa, she was also ridiculed by her sister, Sansa Stark. Meanwhile, Bran Stark, who had been missing, was located by Catelyn Tully, following the sounds of barking dogs atop a tall tower. After being dealt with, the two mischievous children joined the assembly awaiting the king, led by Lord Eddard Stark. The 5 Stark children, Robb, Sansa, Arya, Bran, and the youngest, Rickon, were all present. Additionally, besides the immediate Stark family in the front row, there was also Jon Snow, Eddard Stark's acknowledged illegitimate son, and his adopted son, Theon Greyjoy. Following them were the retainers and families of Winterfell, such as Maester Lewin, Ser Roderick Castle, Septa Mordane, and the commander of the guards, Ser Jory Castle, all standing in the crowd, awaiting the arrival. At that moment, the entire Stark family stood at the eastern gate of Winterfell, for Carl had mentioned that the Queen's procession was too grand to enter the city. Thus, the eyes of the gathered multitude were filled with a suppressed anticipation and excitement as they gazed ahead. Suddenly, within Eddard's line of sight, a brilliant cascade of gold, silver, and steel surged through the castle gates. The cold northern wind whipped against the numerous golden banners they held aloft, each embroidered with the crowned stag, the emblem of House Baratheon. In this procession, Eddard recognized several familiar faces: the strikingly golden-haired Ser Jaime Lannister, the burn-scarred Sandor Clegane, and the tall boy beside them, who must be the Crown Prince. As for the deformed dwarf riding on horseback, there was no doubt it was the infamous Tyrion Lannister. However, among the procession, the rotund figure leading the way, an attendant of Carl Stone whom he had encountered earlier, was unfamiliar to Eddard Stark. It wasn't he until the man dismounted with a loud, familiar bellow and hurried towards him, embracing him tightly, that Eddard found himself questioning whether his bones were about to be shattered. Yet, in that instant, he recognized who it was. Ned. Oh, it is so good to see you, especially to behold your face, frozen and purple. Chapter 49. Lead me to your family's crypt. I wish to pay my respects upon reuniting with his dearest friend. Robert could hardly contain the excitement swelling within him. He approached and embraced the astonished Duke of Stark, whose wide eyes reflected a mix of surprise and joy. before taking a moment to scrutinize him thoroughly. With a hearty laugh, he exclaimed, "You have not changed one bit." Ned, hearing Robert's familiar words, Eddard Stark, now recognizing the exuberant figure before him, could only respond with a resigned expression. Gazing at Robert, Stark found himself wishing he could utter the same sentiment to the king. After all, 15 years ago, when they fought side by side for the throne, the Duke of Storm's End was a striking figure, cleanly groomed, clear-eyed, and a paragon of masculinity that many a maiden dreamt of. In those days, Robert Baratheon stood an imposing 6 feet 5 inches tall, radiating an aura of command akin to a towering edifice. He stood out in any crowd, his brilliance unchallenged. Clad in battle armor, crowned with a formidable antlered helm, he was indeed a giant, both in stature and in strength. His favored weapon, a massive iron warhammer, was a burden even for him to lift, let alone wield with ease. In those times, the scent of leather and blood clung to him like the finest perfume, an inseparable companion to the Duke of Storm's End. Yet, upon this reunion, he now found himself crowned as king, and the fragrance of royalty accompanied him just as persistently. Even his waistline had become as remarkable as his height. Observing the excited figure before him, Stark was suddenly reminded that the last time he had seen the king was 9 years prior, during the Iron Islands rebellion led by Balon Greyjoy, which had unleashed chaos upon the Westerlands, culminating in the burning of Lannisport. That day, the banners of the Stag and the Direwolf flew proudly together as the armies of the Seven Kingdoms united against the lord who aspired to crown himself king of the Iron Islands. On the victorious night, they stood together in the ruined halls of the Greyjoy stronghold. As king, Robert Baratheon received the letter of surrender from the rebel leader, Balon Greyjoy, while Eddard took in his care the young heir of House Greyjoy, Theon. Who could have predicted that upon their next meeting, Robert would present such a disheveled appearance? Eddard observed his dear friend, whose thick, wiry beard obscured his double chin, yet could not conceal the protruding belly and the dark circles beneath his eyes. He thought to himself that this king, whom he knew to be ensnared by the vices of drink and indulgence, had at least gained 8 stone. The Lord of Winterfell shook his head with a bittersweet smile. Regardless, Robert Baratheon remained his sovereign, and their bond transcended mere friendship. Thus, in response to the king's jest, Duke Eddard Stark could only bow his head, kneeling on one knee in the snow, and respectfully salute his sovereign. "Your Majesty, Winterfell stands ready to serve." Observing their father, the Lord, and the liege kneeling before the king, the bewildered Arya and Bran, under the guidance of their mother and elder siblings, followed suit and knelt in reverence. Instantly, apart from the king's retinue, the subjects of Winterfell also bowed in salute. Amidst the cordial exchange between the king and the duke, the king's entourage, having entered the castle, dismounted promptly. The stable hands hurried forward to take the reins from their hands. At that moment, Queen Cersei Lannister, accompanied by her young children, approached the Stark family. Following the customary protocol, Duke Stark kissed the ruby ring on the queen's hand before rising at King Robert's command. Subsequently, Robert embraced the duke's wife, Catelyn, as if reuniting with a long-lost sister, albeit tempering his strength to avoid complaints from the duke about his bones being jostled. Next, the children from both families were brought forth for formal introductions, receiving accolades from their respective parents. However, as the formalities concluded, Robert hastily seized Eddard Stark's arm. "Ned, take me to your family crypt. I wish to pay my respects." Upon hearing this, Duke Stark momentarily paused, a resigned smile gracing his lips. After all these years, he still harbored fond thoughts of her. He then summoned a lantern, and everything remained unspoken. At this juncture, Cersei, with an impassive expression, turned to Robert and spoke. "We have been traveling swiftly for nearly a month, and having risen early today, everyone is now cold and weary. My dear, I believe we should rest, after all. There is no need to rush to see the dead, for they cannot flee." The displeasure etched on Cersei's face was evident to all, and she openly opposed Robert's intentions. Yet, in response to her words, King Robert regarded her with a frigid gaze, remaining silent. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Jaime Lannister stepped forward, gently grasping Cersei's hand, preventing her from continuing. Witnessing this, Robert scoffed derisively and turned away, striding towards the Stark family crypt. The Crypt of Winterfell is the final resting place for generations of the Stark family, where each Lord of Winterfell ultimately finds their repose. However, each lord is honored with a stone effigy, and according to tradition, a long sword of iron is placed upon the knees of every statue representing a former Lord of Winterfell. It is said that the purpose of this action is to ensure that vengeful spirits, filled with resentment, remain sealed within the tomb, preventing them from wreaking havoc upon the living world and disturbing the lives of the living. Among these, the oldest of swords has long succumbed to rust, leaving behind only the remnants of reddish-brown corrosion where it was once housed. Therefore, this crypt does not maintain a constant warmth like other vaults. Rather, it envelopes those who traverse its depths in a chilling embrace, reminiscent of the icy breath from the profound abyss below. Dressed in heavy layers, Duke Stark shivered, lifting his lantern to cast a glance at the spiral staircase leading into the crypt. The passage being narrow, he had no choice but to proceed ahead with the light held aloft. With the two overseers having whimsically departed, Lady Caitlin, the Lord's wife, found herself in a somewhat awkward predicament. She was acutely aware of why the Queen's husband was in such a hurry and understood the underlying circumstances. Instinctively, she glanced at the Queen, eager to discern her reaction. However, the Queen remained oblivious to her gaze, her icy stare fixated on the departing figure of Robert. Moments later, she shifted her focus towards Carl, who stood resolutely in place, still adorned in his helmet. Seemingly aware of the Queen's scrutiny, Carl turned his head in her direction. Yet, a white figure swiftly interposed itself between them. Chapter 50. The blushing Jon Snow. What the King and the Duke were about to do piqued the curiosity of some, while others remained indifferent. As the Queen remarked, the people were weary, cold, and hungry, leaving little room for concern, particularly when the individual in question was the King himself. Nevertheless, they maintained a grand display, preserving the royal dignity. Carl, naturally, belonged to the latter group. After all, in this world, aside from the elusive deity and the three-eyed raven capable of rewriting fate, and excluding the two individuals directly involved, Carl possessed the clearest understanding of the matter. Thus, while everyone busied themselves with catering to the King's vast entourage, Carl, having completed his duties and relishing his leisure, discreetly distanced himself from the unfolding events. After entrusting Fox to the stable hands in Winterfell, Carl turned to seek out his companions, perhaps influenced by the Queen's intervention, which had prevented the King from visiting the deceased. Lady Caitlin promptly coordinated with the steward and servants to usher the 300 guests to the main hall of the castle, instructing the kitchen to serve the pre-prepared food for distribution. The hall, designated for entertaining guests and hosting family meals, could comfortably accommodate over 500 individuals, making this task effortless. Soon, the crowd dispersed, encircling the 8 long tables within the hall, each finding a spot to prepare for their meal. Carl was unaware of what others had consumed, but upon locating his comrades from the Blackstone Mercenary Corps, he received a steaming loaf of rye bread from a chubby kitchen assistant, accompanied by a bowl of turnips and peas stewed with generous chunks of rabbit meat. After hastily devouring the meal, Carl removed the remnants from his teeth with his tongue, patting his stomach as he resolved to seek another opportunity for sustenance in the gaming world. At that moment, Hall, who had been fixated on Carl, approached him with a rather lewd grin. "Hey, boss, I've heard that you know Lord Stark of Winterfell." Upon hearing Hall's nonsensical chatter, Carl casually placed his empty wooden bowl on a nearby barrel. He tilted his head to glance at Hall, puzzled by the absence of Kosi, who typically occupied this time with a keen sense for interpreting the mood before returning to impress his companions. Spitting out a small bone fragment, Carl relaxed his eyes, wearing a boastful expression as he declared, "You must have misheard. I am not well acquainted with the Duke." Just then, Carl perceived a faint sound of fur brushing against the ground beneath him. Lowering his gaze, he spotted a small white creature, approximately the height of a knee, that had approached his feet, sniffing at him with its nostrils. The little wolf, with its striking snow-white fur, instinctively raised its head upon realizing it was being observed, locking eyes with Carl and revealing a pair of crimson orbs. Hall, curious about the newfound canine presence, also noticed the creature and exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, this dog is white. Boss, it resembles the white fox you shot, but its snout isn't as pointed. Could it have caught your scent? Do you think it might bite you?" As Hall's words lingered in the air, the little wolf seemed to comprehend the conversation. Its nose wrinkled, revealing sharp teeth as it took 2 steps back, lowering its head and fixing its blood-red gaze upon Hall, yet no sound escaped its throat. Hall suddenly felt a chill creeping around his neck, just as the little wolf appeared to sense a threat and bristle in anger. A slightly frostbitten hand gently rested on its head, smoothing its fur in a soothing manner. White Ling is an ice wolf, not a dog or a white fox. Jon Snow, who had also emerged from an unknown location, gazed curiously at Carl and the others, his eyes widening in surprise. He seemed to have caught wind of Hall's remarks and turned his attention to the helmet that Carl had casually set aside, which indeed bore a conspicuous patch of white fur. However, after a brief glance at the helmet, Jon's gaze returned to linger on the white cloak draped over Carl's shoulders. The cloak appears remarkably soft, with its pure white fur facing inward. Although it lacks ostentation, it emanates an extraordinary warmth. Is your cloak made of white fox fur as well? The curious 14-year-old Jon Snow inquired, observing Carl and instinctively commenting on the cloak behind him. He sensed that his dire wolf, Ghost, was drawn to this individual due to the similarity of their fur colors. The last time he beheld such dazzling attire was on a certain Sir Waymar Royce, who rode a robust black warhorse and donned black leather boots, woolen trousers, and even a pair of black marten fur gloves. His ensemble included a black woolen tunic layered over hardened leather armor, all topped with a resplendent black chainmail. However, the piece d'resistance of his attire was undoubtedly that thick, yet supple black mink cloak. The monochromatic nature of his garb was intentional. As he was bound for the wall to join the Night's Watch, it was said that he was the third son in his family, with little hope of inheriting, which led him to choose a life in the Watch. Jon had a vivid memory of him, having briefly hosted the night during his stopover in Winterfell on his way to the wall. Moreover, Jon was aware that his sister Sansa seemed to harbor feelings for him. Alas, Jon knew that one of the Night's Watch vows was to take no wife, claim no lands, and father no children. Thus, observing Carl's attire, which, aside from its color, was evidently more luxurious than that of Sir Waymar Royce, Jon found himself wondering if the cloak draped over the knight's shoulder was also crafted from white fox fur. Upon hearing Jon's question, Carl first glanced at Ghost, then turned his attention to the slender, long-faced boy with brown hair and gray eyes before him. A playful thought crossed his mind. Perhaps you ought to introduce yourself before posing questions to strangers, young lad. Unless, of course, you are the master of this place, Carl remarked, rising from the pillar against which he had leaned, resting his hands on his knees and fixing an imposing gaze on the diminutive figure before him. But I wager you are not, for I have only recently seen the true master of this domain, bowing to the king and kissing the queen's hand. And I only spotted you in their wake, Carl added, a smirk gracing his lips. At Carl's admonishment for his rudeness, Jon Snow, who had been petting Ghost's fluffy white fur, felt his cheeks flush crimson. He hurriedly stood, unsure of where to place his hands. Nevertheless, he feigned composure. Looking at Carl and introducing himself with a serious expression, I am Jon Snow. I apologize for Ghost approaching you, but please believe me, he means no harm, my lord. Jon himself was unsure why he spoke to Carl in such a manner. As he conversed, he instinctively straightened his posture, as if to prevent the formidable warrior before him, resembling an iron tower, from looking down upon him. Indeed, Carl stood out in the crowd, much like the former king, towering above the rest. His tall frame was mounted upon a chestnut steed, and the striking, heavy snow-white fur draped over his shoulders served as a cloak. Jon perceived the man before him to be a member of the Kingsguard, for just moments ago, he had seen him standing behind the king. Chapter 51. The Bastard's Choice. Nearby, Hall, who was watching the spectacle unfold, could not suppress a chuckle at Jon's pretense of adulthood. Amusement sparked within him. Hey lad, if it truly harbored ill intentions, that little rabbit you see would have had its neck twisted by now, and then our leader would have a new pair of gloves and boots. And you say your name is Snow? How amusing. Upon hearing Hall's words, Jon instinctively froze. Meanwhile, Ghost bared his sharp teeth even more. Noticing Hall's antics, Carl turned without a glance and silenced the troublemaker with a steady gaze directed at Jon. My name is Carl Stone, pleased to meet you, as well as your dire wolf. I can sense that it bears no malice, so you needn't be anxious, Carl reassured Jon, hoping to ease the tension for both him and his wolf, then turned his curious gaze back to Ghost. This was his first encounter with a dire wolf. Truthfully, it bore some resemblance to the wild wolves from the game world, albeit those creatures wandered aimlessly in the forests with their gray fur. Carl had slain numerous of those while leveling up. However, the ghost before him was evidently still a mere pup. He wondered if it would grow larger than the wild wolves from the game, or perhaps even surpass the size of the wolves owned by the giantess Frida, who resided north of the Goblin Forest. Frida had two colossal wolves, one of which also possessed red eyes and white fur, and upon first sight, it had startled Carl. Those wolves, even on all fours, stood as tall as Carl himself, a true monstrosity. Moreover, in the world of ice and fire, dire wolves carried a hint of magical traits. So it was not surprising if they grew to great sizes. Yet, Carl merely glanced at Jon's ghost without lingering too long on it, redirecting his attention back to Jon. So, Snow, may I inquire as to your age? Carl casually asked, no longer teasing the young wolf. Upon hearing Carl's question, Jon focused on the man who had just mocked him, disregarding Hall's jests, and instead fixated on Carl's surname. Jon Snow was particularly sensitive to matters concerning bastards. Thus, when Sir Carl announced his surname as Stone, Jon's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice tinged with disbelief. I will be 15 on my name day next year. Sir Carlstone, are you a knight from the Vale? I've heard there are many knights in the Vale. I even met a knight named Sir Waymar Royce, who went to the wall to become a night's watchman. John stumbled over his words, hesitating to express his thoughts directly. Yet, upon speaking, he feared he might have inadvertently offended, prompting him to hastily amend his tone. Carl found John's youthful mixture of surprise and fluster rather amusing. Meanwhile, Hall, who had just been subdued, couldn't resist rejoining the fray, seemingly intrigued by John's fascination with the knight. Boss, how about I tell him about your glorious deeds? Trust me, I'm reliable. You don't speak, and no one will think you're mute. Carl attempted to swat Hall away, but Hall eluded him with laughter. Despite this, Carl showed no inclination to pursue Hall further. Instead, he furrowed his brow slightly at Hall's words and turned his attention back to the visibly anxious John. Jon Snow, Carl muttered, crossing his arms and thoughtfully stroking his chin. He then fixed his gaze on John's gray eyes, adopting a more serious tone. As a bastard, what are your thoughts on the life that lies ahead? Do you intend to remain in this dreary castle, where the only view is a perpetually gray sky, serving as the right hand to the stark air? Or will you don the black and venture to the wall, where the cold could freeze your very essence? Becoming a night's watchman, facing frigid temperatures, and a motley crew of rough men who bathe perhaps once a year? Oh, and let me inform you, the night's watch today is nothing like what you've read in books or heard from your wet nurse. They are scoundrels, rapists, thieves, scum of the earth. Hall, invigorated by Carl's words, chimed in once more, yet Carl showed no sign of displeasure at the interruption, tacitly acknowledging Hall's comments. John, at only 14, found himself at a loss for words. The interplay between the two left him bewildered as he gazed vacantly at them. The choices Carl laid before him felt like daggers piercing his chest, suffocating him with their weight. He found himself unable to refute them. As if he were destined from birth to endure such a fate, an outcast, subjected to scorn and bullying. He found himself in a state of confusion, pondering whether he would one day become a vassal of Robb, remain in Winterfell, or perhaps depart for a smaller, colder castle where the work would be monotonous and predictable. Alternatively, he could don black garb, akin to the guest who once lingered here, Waymar Royce, and journey to the wall to become a crow that could not soar. This train of thought stirred something within John, igniting a curiosity about what the wall might resemble. In truth, it was not only Sansa who felt a pang of affection for Waymar Royce. From the moment he beheld the second son clad in black, the notion had flickered in his own mind as well. John mused that perhaps heading to the wall and donning the black cloak would be his true destiny, for it was there that bastards found their best refuge. The Stark family crypt would never hold a vacant stone coffin dedicated to him. He had no desire to serve as Robb's vassal, to kneel and bow before his own brother, for he was merely a lowly bastard, even though his father loved him as he did his other children. Yet, unlike Robb and the others, he had no mother to dote upon him, to envelop him in her nurturing embrace. He was even unaware of his mother's identity. Lady Catelyn Tully had once sought the answer to this question, but after the following day, the topic was never broached again within the walls of Winterfell. The identity of Jon Snow's mother had become a taboo subject. As a bastard, he had long learned to read the room and naturally refrained from posing this question to his father. Carl observed John's sudden silence, noting that the young man's eyes had inexplicably reddened. In his mind, he thought that if John's eyes grew a bit redder and he sported silver-white hair, he might resemble a brother to Ghost. As long as John could ensure that the tears in his eyes would not fall, there might still be hope. Thus, Carl chuckled and rose, taking a couple of steps to stand before Jon Snow, looking down at the lad who barely reached his chest. John was startled by Carl's abrupt movement and instinctively took a step back, failing to notice that Ghost had crept up to nuzzle against his leg. Fortunately, Carl caught him, preventing him from tumbling to the ground. However, Carl was oblivious to John's embarrassment and suddenly raised his hand, pointing at the long sword sheathed at John's waist, inquiring, "What is that at your side, a dagger?" At the mention of the sword, John felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him, as if he were being stripped bare under the gaze of many. Upon hearing John's explanation, Carl unexpectedly reached for the sword, drawing it from John's waist with little regard for the boy's protests. John was taken aback, unable to react in time to prevent his sword from being seized. The redness around his eyes had subsided somewhat, yet that flush had merely shifted to his cheeks. Carl paid little heed to the boy's embarrassment. Instead, he lifted John's sword and examined it. In terms of feel, it bore resemblance to what John had described as a sword, but regrettably, it was merely a wooden replica. It had not been unwrapped, and essentially, it only resembled a sword in shape. Carl chuckled lightly. "Oh, so this is a stick. When I was a child, I too had a fondness for such straight sticks, and I would call them swords. However, I would only craft such things with my own hands. So tell me, did your father carve this for you? As he gazed at the object, Carl suddenly burst into laughter. Consequently, John's face grew even redder. Yet he remained steadfast, resisting the urge to turn and flee, and instead stood his ground, defiantly staring at Carl. This is our practice weapon. I can actually wield a real sword. It's just that our instructor, Sir Roderick Castle, does not permit us to use them, and my swordsmanship is quite commendable, John exclaimed, loudly defending himself as if such assertions could alleviate his discomfort in the face of mockery. He emphasized certain aspects he believed showcased his strengths. After all, among Lord Eddard Stark's children, even Robb was only slightly superior in spear techniques, and when it came to swordplay, John was convinced he surpassed him. Oh, is that so? Carl replied, skepticism evident in his expression. Suddenly, he unfastened his belt, unsheathed his long sword along with its leather scabbard, and tossed it toward the illegitimate son before him, who was struggling to maintain his meager dignity. As John caught the sword, Carl coldly commanded, "Draw it," and thrust it toward me. The look on Carl's face was devoid of jest. Even Hall, who had been watching, was momentarily taken aback. John, caught off guard by Carl's unexpected action and the apparent anger behind it, stared in bewilderment after hastily accepting the long sword. However, Sir Carl Stone, bearing a surname typical of bastards, took a few steps back, gripping his wooden sword, adopting a serious demeanor. Hall blinked, glancing between John and his superior, and then, as if a realization struck him, his eyes lit up, his expression transforming into one of malicious delight. Wow, Hall exclaimed, the show is about to begin. The atmosphere became increasingly tense, and coupled with Hall's outburst, onlookers instinctively turned their attention to the unfolding scene. Worry etched on their faces, the people of Winterfell, unsure of how the Stark bastard had come into conflict with the King's Guard, began to gather around. Among the onlookers was the blacksmith Micken, who had come merely to witness the spectacle of the king's appearance. He called out to John, "Hey, John, what is happening?" Encouraged by Micken's inquiry, the townsfolk who had watched John grow up began to voice their support for him. In an instant, the residents of Winterfell, believing their own had been wronged by an outsider, cast furious glances at Carl. Yet, in the face of this collective support, Jon Snow remained motionless, clutching his sword in confusion. Hearing familiar voices defending him left him at a loss for words. He was bewildered, unsure how to address the situation, especially as he had merely followed the White Spirit to confront a knight, never anticipating such a turn of events. As Jon stood there in disarray, the crowd swelled around him. It was not just the local residents of Winterfell. Even members of the Blackstone Mercenary Company noticed the commotion and approached Carl. They remained silent, standing resolutely beside Carl, their intense gazes fixed on those accusing their leader. Within less than a minute, over 30 individuals had gathered to observe the unfolding drama, drawing the attention of the Winterfell guards. Noticing the situation, they whispered amongst themselves, and soon one guard hurriedly departed, while the remaining 6 or 7 pressed into the crowd. "What is happening?" One who appeared to be a squad leader bellowed at the gathering. Despite his harsh tone, he moved to the front of the crowd, positioning himself protectively in front of his comrades, his gaze fixated on the wooden sword in Carl's grasp. This knight was demanding a duel with Jon Snow. With the Lord's guards backing them, the townspeople grew bolder. However, Jon, who had been unable to interject amidst the clamor, felt genuine panic at the mention of a duel, still clutching the sword that Carl had tossed to him. "No, it's not a duel. Sir Carl Stonehill hasn't bullied me." Jon stepped forward to clarify, clearly wishing to avoid escalating the matter. Confused and at a loss, he held onto the sword, striving to articulate the truth. Yet, Carl had other intentions. He waved his wooden sword, reiterating his demand. "No, this is indeed a duel. Boy, I told you, draw your sword and strike at me." Thus unfolded Chapter 53. Quick-Blade Carl, as Carl insisted on dueling Jon, leaving the bastard son of House Stark in a precarious position, torn between action and inaction. As Jon Snow stood bewildered, clutching the long sword that Carl had cast upon him, a voice laced with palpable irritation interjected. "This knight, Jon Snow's swordsmanship is a craft I have imparted. If you wish to assess his prowess, perhaps you should seek me out." Carl lifted his gaze, eager to discern the source of the interruption, and beheld a stout, middle-aged man with a face adorned in white whiskers and a magnificent beard, draped in a dark cloak. He advanced directly to Jon's side, lifting his cloak to reveal a striking long sword at his waist, his gaze piercing as he addressed Carl. "If you question his skill, it is evident you doubt my tutelage." Roderick Castle's eyes bore into Carl, his voice chilling as he continued. "Thus, you may test it yourself." Observing the support Jon received within Winterfell, a smile crept onto Carl's lips. He glanced at the venerable knight, standing resolutely before John, only to shake his head in response to the challenge. Then, Karl brandished the weapon that rightfully belonged to John. I have already stated I am 14, my good sir. Do you believe you can stand before him for eternity, allowing him to wield nothing but a ludicrous wooden sword to hack at immobile straw dummies? His fate is of no concern to you, knight. It was clear that Roderick was unfazed by Karl's bravado, his tone stern and unwavering. As the tension escalated, it naturally drew the attention of onlookers. Unexpectedly, a blond dwarf, whose presence was unanticipated, squeezed through the crowd and emerged from behind Karl. He first glanced up at his stubborn friend, Karl, before his gaze shifted to the bewildered John. After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of understanding lit his eyes. Suddenly, Tyrion burst into laughter, capturing the attention of everyone present, and regarded Roderick with an amused expression. I believe he speaks truth, dear white-bearded sir. We shall all meet our end in the earth one day, including myself. However, I suggest that when that time comes, do not allow this lad, whom you coddle like a chick beneath your wing, to weep for the lack of protection. I shall not weep. John instinctively retorted at the mention of tears by the queen's brother. Yet, the imp paid him no heed, his gaze still fixed on the Winterfell instructor. A relaxed demeanor as he leaned back against a wooden railing, idly spinning a golden ring upon his finger. The old knight added, And are you truly certain you can decide his fate for a lifetime? Upon concluding his words, his gaze leisurely shifted from the old knight to Jon Snow, who had stepped forward to assert his resolve not to weep. Tyrion regarded Jon with a smile that held a profound significance. Was he destined to remain a marginalized bastard, confined to this frigid place where one would rather not even remove their trousers? Perhaps it would be wise to afford him the opportunity to choose a different path for his future. Upon hearing the imp's remark, Roderick instinctively furrowed his brow, ready to retort. However, noticing the smile at the corner of Tyrion's mouth, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, instead falling into contemplation. 3 seconds later, his eyes shifted as if he grasped something. Habitually tugging at his beard, he cast a penetrating glance at the peculiar little imp who was focused on Jon. His gaze then drifted to Karl, who had, unbeknownst to them, propped his wooden sword against the ground and was resting at an angle. After a moment of reflection, Sir Roderick Castle, now enlightened, ceased his previous actions. He readjusted his cloak and stepped aside slightly. Jon, draw your sword. Since Sir Karl of Stonehenge is so eager to witness your swordsmanship. Before Jon could respond, Roderick unexpectedly declared this. His expression was stern, clearly devoid of jest, as he never indulged in frivolity. The onlookers, who had anticipated a suitable resolution, now found themselves taken aback by the old knight's sudden deviation from his principles. Their expressions were a blend of confusion and disbelief, unable to fathom that the venerable knight would betray their expectations. Yet, it was evident that Roderick had no intention of offering explanations. Even in the face of skeptical gazes, he maintained a serious demeanor, genuinely prepared to allow Jon Snow to duel the king's knight before him. With no obstructions in sight, Karl's smile grew ever more radiant. He discreetly exchanged a glance with Tyrion and raised an eyebrow, their unspoken understanding palpable. Then, with a chuckle, he turned his attention back to Jon. Did you hear that, lad? Your mentor has commanded you to draw your sword. Faced with this scenario, the spectators, mindful of the old knight standing, found themselves at a loss for words. After all, Roderick Castle was the trainer in Winterfell and Jon's swordsmanship instructor. Thus, although the crowd was puzzled by his sudden shift, they remained silent. They reluctantly made way, allowing their young charge to confront the knight who had just arrived in Winterfell to stir trouble. However, observing the knight's wooden sword, they understood that the encounter would likely result in little more than a light scuffle to vent some frustration. Consequently, despite their indignation, they chose to remain quiet. In a bewildering turn of events, Jon Snow found himself standing before Karl, wielding the latter's long sword. Instinctively, he unsheathed the blade. Mesmerized by the gleaming reflections dancing upon its surface, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. It was his first encounter with such a formidable weapon, and an inexplicable nervousness washed over him. After a prolonged moment of mental preparation, he abruptly turned to his mentor, declaring earnestly, Sir Roderick, I believe it would be wiser to exchange this for a wooden sword. However, scarcely had his words faded when a figure materialized before him. Karl, brandishing a wooden sword high above his head, regarded Jon with a serious expression devoid of mirth. Do you hold me in contempt? You little brat. The man standing before you is none other than the quick-sword Karl. As the confrontation loomed, Tyrion, ever the observer of chaos, interjected with a mischievous remark. Jon, instinctively looking back, found himself momentarily lost in a haze of confusion. Noting Jon's distraction during their duel, Carl swiftly brought his raised wooden sword crashing down, striking the muscle near the outer side of John's thigh. With a sharp crack, John, still dazed from wielding the long sword, fell to the ground, overwhelmed by the sudden pain and weakness that surged through him. In the face of Carl's rapid assault, John had no time to react, resulting in his embarrassing defeat in the first round, grimacing in agony. Observing John's comical predicament, Carl did not hesitate to mock him. "Get up, lad. Let us continue. Your true adversary will not give you a warning before striking. Perhaps I should contemplate where to attack you next. Do you have any suggestions?" Carl's taunts were merciless. After being blindsided, John, feeling the discomfort in his thigh, glared at Carl with indignation. Previously eager to avoid such a confrontation, John found himself genuinely angered. He no longer sought to revert to a wooden sword for their duel, understanding that to do so in front of so many would only serve to further bruise his already fragile pride. Suppressing his pain, he remained silent and swiftly rose to his feet, facing Carl once more. This time, his gaze was resolute, brimming with seriousness and a hint of fury directed at the dishonorable knight who had ambushed him. "I will offer you suggestions, but not verbally." With that, John cast aside any pretense of politeness, raising Carl's long sword and charging at him. He was a man, after all, and possessed a temper of his own. Although Jon Snow, as a bastard in Winterfell, did not lead a particularly joyful existence and had learned early on the art of reading others' intentions, this did not imply that he would simply endure when faced with bullying. He would not retreat to a secluded spot, humiliated and weeping. Thus, after rising and delivering a fierce remark to Carl, he swung his sword horizontally in a diagonal strike towards Carl's arm. However, observing the sluggishness of Jon's movement, Carl merely chuckled derisively. Just as Jon advanced, Carl suddenly stepped forward, dodging the attack while deftly tripping him. Caught off guard by Carl's unexpected aggression, Jon, lacking practical combat experience, instinctively panicked. It was too late for words, and he could not react in time. He felt a foot trip him, causing him to stumble and lose his balance. Coupled with the force of his sword swing, his initial anger swiftly transformed into alarm, and he flailed his arms forward before tumbling down. With a resounding splash, Jon Snow fell face first into a mud pit created by horse hooves, splattering mud and water around him. When he finally lifted his head, his face and mouth were smeared with the filthy muck, leaving only his two wide eyes barely visible. "Oh, so your mouth is busy because you have no time for words?" Carl's laughter grew louder at the sight of Jon in the mud. Jon lay stunned in the pit, speechless as he spat out the muddy water from his mouth. Nonetheless, he refrained from further complaints, silently retrieving his long sword in response to Carl's taunts. Rising in quiet determination, he turned to face Carl once more, raising the very sword that Carl had thrown to him. It seemed some had yet to learn the meaning of surrender. "Come on, little one. Let me first teach you how to stand firm, rather than running off at the start." Carl continued his verbal onslaught, even raising a finger in a mocking challenge. After delivering his scorn, Carl did not wait for Jon to charge again. Instead, he took the initiative and lunged forward. With another sharp sound, Jon was caught off guard by Carl's illogical assault, leaving him unable to mount any effective defense as he was struck on the arm. This time, he could barely maintain his grip on the sword, which clattered to the ground. Jon winced in pain, his arm trembling as he involuntarily gasped. Despite failing to defend against Carl's advance, in that moment when his sword was knocked from his grasp, Jon Snow was uncertain of his own motivations as he suddenly lunged at Carl, seemingly attempting to bring him down to engage in a ground battle. However, while the notion was appealing, reality proved to be merciless. In response to Jon's charge, Carl exhibited no unnecessary movements. Instead, he relied on the simple advantage of his longer reach. With a straightforward yet effective motion, he deftly pushed Jon's chest, once again leveraging Jon's momentum to send him sprawling into the mud. Carl was mercilessly dominating the young lad. Meanwhile, Tyrion deftly sidestepped the two combatants and quietly approached Sir Roderick Castle. "Isn't it riveting? If you mean the adults bullying the children, I have no words." Upon hearing Tyrion's remark, Roderick's expression morphed from stern seriousness to one resembling the displeasure of a month-old, unwashed garment as he tugged at his beard. Yet, as he regarded the stubborn boy who defiantly rose yet again to charge at Carl, Tyrion chuckled softly. "My friend is quite fond of him. Except for you. No one would think that. Is that the reason you are called the imp?" Tyrion raised an eyebrow, unfazed by Roderick's discontent. No, my dear sir. If my friend had no interest in someone, he would completely disregard this little bastard as well." Carl often gave off the impression of being out of sync with the world, as if he were indifferent to many things. Perhaps one might say he was aloof. Yes, that would be the word. Tyrion observed the unfolding spectacle, mimicking Roderick's gesture of tugging at his beard, though regrettably, he had none, so he simply pinched his chin instead. Upon hearing his words, Roderick shifted his gaze from Jon, who was consistently on the receiving end of the punishment, and regarded the infamous Lannister dwarf with a hint of seriousness. "Apologies, but I fail to see it." The tone of Sir Roderick softened slightly. Tyrion chuckled. "Then can you discern whether the lad you are training has the potential to become a knight?" Roderick Castle fell silent. As he watched Jon Snow being toyed with like a mere plaything in Carl's hands, he began to question whether his previous evaluations of the boy were misguided. After approximately another 10 minutes of relentless struggle, Jon found himself once again lying in the mud, staring vacantly at the sky, overwhelmed by the abyss of despair. "Young man, you still have much to practice. Thus, we shall conclude for today. Clean yourself up and ensure that by dawn, I expect to see you in the training yard." Carl's words were cold and unyielding as he stood over the prostrate Jon, who had lost all hope. Upon hearing his voice, Jon's gaze sharpened, and with the last remnants of his strength, he turned his head to look at him. "Why?" "For no particular reason," Carl chuckled, turning to retrieve his longsword, merely inquiring if Jon had any interest in becoming his squire. The remuneration was exceptional, with 3 warhorses and a complete suit of armor promised upon graduation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky darkened, yet Winterfell did not succumb to the usual evening silence. The sporadic barking of dogs and the harsh cawing of crows echoed through the air. The arrival of the king's retinue brought a rare vibrancy to the frigid northern city, with the lively atmosphere concentrated within the great hall and its surroundings. Several hundred individuals crowded together, the long tables abuzz with fervent conversation and the clinking of cups. Seated at the far end of the hall, Jon Snow occasionally found himself grateful for his status as a bastard, albeit in certain situations, which were few and far between. As he grasped the wine jug being passed to him and refilled his recently emptied cup, he suddenly realized that this was indeed one of those moments. Just then, a voice interrupted his reverie. "Pour me a cup as well, squire." Without turning, Carl extended his horn cup towards Jon while engaging in conversation with others. "Certainly, my lord," Jon replied, reluctantly accepting Carl's cup and filling it with a generous measure of summer red. He felt somewhat out of place in such a role. Carl then took the cup from Jon's hands, and after tasting the wine that had spilled onto his hand, he could not help but compliment him. "Thank you. But perhaps next time you might consider tying a string around the rim to catch any overflow. Such fine wine should not be wasted. If I recall correctly, there should still be ample supply in the stables outside. I believe you all have to replenish this from White Harbor, correct? I might suggest to Lord Stark that you take charge of the transactions next time." Upon hearing Carl's praise, Jon felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. He then realized that this well-meaning knight, who had taken him under his wing, could indeed wield his words with sharpness at times. Unfortunately, Jon knew he was no match for him, so he sulkily returned to his seat amidst a cluster of seasoned mercenaries, envisioning that perhaps his knight was more suited to a circus, entertaining audiences by jesting with clowns. After a moment of self-consolation, Jon's spirits lifted considerably. He raised his cup and savored the exquisite vintage within, the sweet, fruity aroma of the summer red wine drawing a faint smile to his lips. In the grand hall of Winterfell, warmth enveloped the air, with the enticing aromas of roasted meats and freshly baked bread wafting through. At that moment, Carl found a brief interlude in the conversation, bursting into hearty laughter before pausing. He picked up a dagger from the table, casually skewered a piece of tender turnip, and savored its rich flavor infused with the juices of the meat as his gaze wandered over the crowd, surveying the surrounding stone walls. Countless candles illuminated the hall, casting a daylight-like glow, while the gray stone walls were adorned with the banners of various houses. The eye was drawn to the stark white of House Stark's dire wolf, the gleaming gold of House Baratheon's crowned stag, and the vivid crimson of House Lannister's roaring lion. As Carl beheld these emblems, he narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. Amidst the delectable scents of the feast and the peculiar mix of sweat, musk, and foot odor that permeated the air, a melodic voice floated through the hall. A bard sat near the elevated platform, strumming a lute and singing a ballad. However, drowned out by the crackling fire, the clinking of dishes, and the raucous chatter of inebriated revelers, Carl, who had seated himself at the far end of the hall, could hardly discern the lyrics. Observing the lively scene before him, Carl raised the filled goblet Jon had poured for him to his lips. Just as he was about to indulge in a hearty sip, his eyes widened in surprise, and the goblet froze in midair. His gaze traversed the throng, landing on the singer, partially obscured by the shifting crowd. A flicker of reminiscence crossed Carl's features. Though he remained silent, merely curling his lips into a subtle smile before swallowing the morsels he had been chewing. How fascinating, truly fascinating, Carl exclaimed unexpectedly. What is intriguing? Boss. Kosi, sitting beside him and slightly inebriated, leaned closer, having caught a hint of Carl's words. Indeed, the tale is beginning to unfold, Carl replied with a grin, lifting the goblet to his lips without the intention of elaborating further, and proceeded to gulp down a couple of hearty swigs. Kosi, undeterred, chuckled and shrugged. Wiping the grease from his chin with his sleeve, he turned his attention to a 14-year-old boy, trapped in the midst of a group of men. His expression one of helplessness. Boss, the story is certainly engaging, but I prefer other things, heh. By the way, what made you choose this lad as your squire? Is it merely because he is a bastard too? And isn't he a tad too old for that role? Kuzi's eyes were clouded with curiosity as he pondered his own questions, oblivious to whether he had offended anyone. Observing this fool who became loquacious after a sip of liquor, Carl shot him a disdainful glance. He then remarked coldly, if you are indeed a bastard, perhaps I might consider you as my attendant. Though I am not indifferent to the fact that you are nearly 40 and still unaccomplished. Realizing the displeasure in his superior's tone, Kuzi scratched his head, chuckling at his own foolishness. However, he quickly shifted his gaze, leaned closer to Carl's ear and whispered, Boss, I may not have witnessed your glorious deeds today. But guess what I discovered? Not wanting to endure the stench of Kuzi's breath, Carl distanced himself, yet he begrudgingly inquired, what did you find? A talking female dragon? He added, and where the devil were you during that time? Carl was indeed curious about where this imbecile had vanished. Just as he awaited Carl's question, Kuzi, grinning with his toothless smile, prepared to boast. Meanwhile, Hall and the others, who had also been observing them, halted their conversation and immediately undermined Kuzi, declaring, Boss, don't listen to this fool. He was off looking for a brothel. What do you mean by looking for a brothel? Kuzi retorted, his eyes widening. I was gathering intelligence. Information is life, don't you know? It was evident that Hall and the others did not believe his ridiculous claims, and they began to jeer at him. Sure, then tell us, which of the prostitutes here is the most beautiful? Don't tell me that in this freezing hellhole, there are indeed lovely flowers blooming. However, the moment Hall and the others raised this topic, Kuzi's eyes gleamed with excitement. There really was someone. Sensing that Kuzi was not merely boasting, Hall and the others paused, their expressions turning serious. What is her name, and what does she look like? John, who felt out of place in this conversation, turned his attention towards them. Under the flickering candlelight, no one noticed his flushed cheeks, though his eyes sparkled with interest. Kuzi, puffing out his chest with pride, boldly proclaimed, she is a girl with fiery red hair, named Rose. At the mention of this name, John was momentarily taken aback. He was familiar with this girl and had once paid for her services. However, he had refrained from engaging further, fearing the consequences of fathering an illegitimate child, a burden he had wrestled with for a lifetime. He was also aware that Theon Greyjoy was a frequent patron of hers. Upon hearing this, Carl's interest was piqued. Rose, red hair, and quite beautiful. As he spoke, he stroked his chin, his gaze falling upon the boy whose face betrayed his inner thoughts. In that case, I shall assign you a task. I require you to escort my new squire tomorrow to attend to her affairs. For I do not wish for my squire to remain an inexperienced and timid virgin, untouched by the allure of womanhood, before mastering the art of swordsmanship. I have no desire to be the subject of ridicule. Thus, let this serve as his inaugural lesson in manhood. Chapter 56, The Night Banquet. 10 silver stags. Ensure they treat her gently. A newly born fawn cannot withstand the torment of ravenous wolves. Before Jon Snow, who appeared bewildered and confused, could even comprehend the situation, Carl readily provided his own funds. Upon hearing Carl's command, the members of the Blackstone Mercenary Company erupted in jubilant cheers. Abandoning their leader to swarm around Jon Snow, their excitement surpassing even that of the man himself. Some, with loose tongues, surrounded the unfortunate bastard, regaling tales of their own leader's illustrious exploits in King's Landing, asserting that, as another bastard, their chief roamed the Silk Street without hindrance and never had to spend a dime. It was all due to sheer prowess. Thus, at that moment, John found himself utterly overwhelmed, unable to voice a single protest against the cacophony of voices surrounding him, drowning in the sea of popular acclaim. Observing this scene, Carl lurked in the shadows, a sinister smile playing upon his lips, pondering what expression Jon Snow would wear once the event was concluded. Moreover, since this lad had been intercepted by him, it implied he had forfeited the chance to encounter his future wildling girlfriend. In light of this, Carl shamelessly conjured a righteous justification to compensate him. The welcome feast, held to honor the king, had been underway for a full 4 hours. during which Carl seamlessly blended into the ambience like water. He relished the company of these individuals, savoring their tales of war, hunting, and even clandestine affairs. Meanwhile, he concealed his amusement, reminiscing about the splendid 5 years he had spent wandering the free cities. As the banquet continued, the host and primary guests finally made their grand entrance through the main door. Coincidentally, the procession passed right behind his seat, prompting Carl to turn and observe the gathering with a smiling yet earnest gaze. Leading the procession was the lord of the castle, Duke Stark, escorting the queen at the forefront. Bathed in candlelight, the most beautiful woman in the Seven Kingdoms, Queen Cersei Lannister, was indeed as stunning as the rumors suggested. Her jeweled crown accentuated her golden locks, sparkling brilliantly. The emerald set within it perfectly complemented her radiant green eyes, creating an exquisite harmony. The Duke guided her through the banquet, ascending the dais and leading her to her designated seat. Yet, the haughty Lannister never once cast a glance at the Duke of Winterfell. Even her smile was merely a fade. After Queen Cersei took her seat, her gaze instinctively swept the room, yet she did not spot the person she wished to avoid. A barely perceptible furrow crossed her brow, which she quickly smoothed over, as if nothing had transpired. Following closely behind her were none other than the king himself. He strutted into the banquet hall, his ample belly leading the way. Arm in arm with Lady Stark, a triumphant smile adorning his face. If only his other hand were not occupied by a goblet of gold, encrusted with gems. Behind them trailed the children of both houses. The youngest, Rickon, walked alone at the forefront. At merely 3 years of age, he endeavored to present himself with the solemnity befitting a child of his age. His adorable demeanor elicited a chuckle from Carl, who nearly reached into his pocket to offer him a copper star. Rickon, spotting Jon surrounded by his peers, paused to greet him. Jon, feeling a headache approaching, urged him to hurry along. Next came Robb Stark, the current heir of Winterfell, clad in the gray and white wool emblematic of House Stark. He failed to notice his brother, as he was preoccupied with mimicking the king's gesture of clasping Princess Mira's hand. Alas, Princess Mira, still just a child of under 8 years, could barely manage to reach his arm, creating an awkward tableau. She wore a resplendent hairnet adorned with pearls, her golden curls cascading like a waterfall. As she passed Carl, she seemed to catch sight of him but quickly averted her gaze, blushing and feigning ignorance while smiling as she continued forward. Robb's attention remained fixed on her, grinning foolishly. Following them was Arya, paired with the plump Tommen, whose platinum locks were even longer than hers. Meanwhile, Sansa, merely 2 years Arya's senior, accompanied Prince Joffrey Baratheon. Though only 12, he towered over both Jon and Robb. Observing this, Carl resolved to ensure Jon received some fortifying dishes later on, perhaps including muscle-building supplements. Joffrey, clearly dressed with care for the evening, fixed his piercing blue eyes ahead, his golden curls cascading smoothly over his shoulders, overshadowing the lavish gold cravat and noble velvet collar. Sansa Stark walked beside him, radiating beauty. However, she soon noticed a sudden change in Joffrey's countenance. His previously carefree smile tightened, and he appeared to have witnessed something ghastly, his rosy cheeks paling in an instant. Instinctively, she turned to look, only to behold a man of strikingly handsome features, even more alluring than the usurper, waving at the two of them. Upon clearly discerning the figure of Carl not far from her, Sansa instinctively froze for a moment, her gaze flitting in panic as she lowered her blushing face and quickened her steps forward. This scene inadvertently propelled Joffrey to follow her lead. Regrettably, Carl was not waving at the two of them. Instead, it was a dwarf who walked alongside the strikingly tall and handsome Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, whose golden hair flowed and whose piercing blue eyes shone with a smile as sharp as a blade. The dwarf ambled awkwardly, partially concealed beside his brother, seemingly attempting to shield himself from prying eyes behind Jaime's flamboyant crimson silk attire, glossy black boots, and dark satin cloak, embellished with a golden-stitched roaring lion, the sigil of House Lannister. Yet, despite his diminutive stature, which was merely half of his brother's height, the dwarf's oddly proportioned head and misshapen legs could not be hidden, drawing even more attention to him. In response to his friend's greeting, this dishonor of House Lannister imitated the gesture Carl had once shown him, raising a middle finger and mouthing the foulest of curses. Following closely behind these two Lannister brothers was a figure that piqued Carl's curiosity, the first ranger of the Night's Watch, Benjen Stark. Carl regarded him thoughtfully, stroking his chin before letting his hand drop. Benjen, as if noticing Jon, bestowed upon him a gentle smile. Accompanying him was a young man, albeit with an unmistakably disreputable air, Theon Greyjoy. However, Theon appeared entirely oblivious to Jon, his gaze fixated instead on Carl. Jon, for his part, remained indifferent, as this was not an unusual occurrence. Once all the esteemed guests were seated, glasses were raised in toasts and congratulatory exchanges, marking the official commencement of the banquet. Chapter 57. Benjen Stark. As both host and guests settled into their designated places, the atmosphere surged to a new pinnacle. As a bastard, Jon found himself separated from his siblings by the expanse of the hall. They sat exclusively with the princes and princesses, positioned just one seat lower than the Duke and Duchess Stark and the King and Queen on their elevated dais. On such special occasions, the Duke of Stark customarily permitted each of his children to partake in a single cup of wine, forbidding any excess. Thus, apart from little Rickon, even Sansa and Arya each had a glass of summer red before them, while Rickon was limited to a single cup of warmed milk. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, as toasts were exchanged and cups clinked, Jon found himself indulging in the wine, seemingly unaware of the rarity of such an opportunity. As he continued to drink without pause, beneath the glow of the flames, he appeared with a flushed complexion, clad only in a thin leather jacket. The far end of the long hall was less strictly overseen than the front, and the direwolves belonging to Robb and the others were not permitted to partake in such a gathering. However, the white direwolf, Ghost, was clearly benefiting from its master's status and was not included in that prohibition. Jon reached beneath the table to stroke its head, discreetly dismantling an entire chicken bone to offer it. After silently dispelling the other competitors, Ghost savored the bounty bestowed by its master. The unsuccessful contenders were left to meander between the tables, trailing the serving maidens. Witnessing this, Jon smiled with satisfaction. You should take a lesson from it. At some point, Carl had also noticed Jon's subtle actions beneath the table and witnessed the silent triumph of the little creature. It was merely a third of the size of the she-wolf, yet it effortlessly claimed its food through intimidation. Upon hearing Carl's remark, Jon's previously proud expression faltered. Just then, a familiar voice resonated in his ear. Is this the renowned direwolf? A smile immediately graced Jon's face as he looked up joyfully. His uncle Benjen placed a hand on his head, ruffling his hair as he had just done to Ghost. In response to Jon, he remarked, its name is Ghost. Benjen Stark chuckled at Jon's words and then turned his gaze to Carl, who sat across from Jon. Sir Carl Stone, I have heard tales of your exploits today. It is an honor for Jon that you have chosen to make him your squire. Upon hearing Benjen's praise, Carl recognized the identity of the speaker, but, out of courtesy, directed his attention to Jon. My Lord Carl, this is my father, Lord Eddard Stark's brother, Benjen Stark. He is now the first ranger of the Night's Watch. Jon understood the etiquette and promptly introduced the two, realizing that the newcomer was the brother of Lord Stark. Carl politely stood from his seat and bowed his chest toward Benjen. It is a glorious brotherhood. The peace of the Seven Kingdoms relies on your sacrifices. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lord Benjen Stark. Hearing Carl's words, Benjen's eyes reflected a hint of surprise, followed by a smile as he waved his hand, indicating that Carl's words were overly humble. The former glories had long since faded into the realm of legend, and what we defend has vanished over millennia. Now, we merely play at house with the wildlings beyond the wall. In response to Benjen's modesty, Carl wore a slightly serious expression. I firmly believe that the contributions of the Night's Watch have never been diminished by the passage of time. Noticing the respect and courtesy shown by his superior, and hearing that this man was the brother of Lord Stark, the young corsair hastily vacated his position beside Jon. Upon hearing the knight before him express such admiration for the Night's Watch, and sensing the sincerity behind the words, a newfound earnestness flickered in Banyang's eyes. Jon is truly fortunate. With that, Banyang smiled, patted Carl's shoulder, and without hesitation, took a seat on the bench, casually accepting the wine cup from Jon's hands. The atmosphere lightened considerably. After merely a sip of the summer red, Banyang discerned the exquisite sweetness of the wine. Nothing could rival its delightful flavor. He then turned to observe Jon's flushed face and the unmistakable scent of alcohol that enveloped him. Jon, how many cups have you had tonight? Upon hearing this, Jon merely chuckled foolishly, offering no reply. As expected, Banyang thought, shaking his head in resignation, recalling his own first experience of drunkenness at an even younger age than Jon. He bore no reproach towards Jon's indulgence. Instead, he reminisced about his own past. With that, he turned to Carl Sherdong, who had also seated himself across from him, and raised his cup to engage him in conversation. Sir Carl, how old were you when you first tasted alcohol? Carl stroked his chin, appearing lost in thought. I can't quite remember. Perhaps I was knocked out by a kick from a donkey. I can't be certain whether it was the donkey's hoof or the alcohol that had me in such a state. With that, he raised his cup to clink it against Banyang's, shrugging with a grin. Sir Carl is quite the character. Banyang laughed heartily, downing half of his summer red in delight. He then set down his cup and picked up a roasted onion dripping with savory brown juice from a nearby platter, taking a crisp bite that echoed with a satisfying crunch. After sipping from his own cup, Carl set it down with a smile. Glancing at the chief ranger of the Night's Watch, Banyang Stark possessed a sharp visage, his slender frame reminiscent of a rugged cliff. Adorned in leather-high boots and a heavy silver chain around his neck, he was clad in a velvet long tunic that matched the black garments of the Night's Watch. Yet, despite his keen and capable appearance, a twinkle of mirth always gleamed in his gray-blue eyes, rendering him quite approachable. After sharing a jest, Banyang suddenly regarded John with a touch of wistfulness. Perhaps it is a good thing for John to venture south. At this, Carl merely chuckled. However, John leaned forward, a hint of defiance in his gaze. I would rather accompany you to the north. I had even planned to join you upon your return. Upon hearing John's words, Banyang paused momentarily, taken aback. With a meaningful glance at the obstinate bastard before him, John, it was evident that the wall was a harsh place, particularly for a boy. And you now evidently possess a more favorable option. At this, Banyang directed his gaze towards Carl. I cannot offer him any guarantees. In my view, there remains much for him to learn. Upon hearing Banyang's words, Carl shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. At least prior to this, I had just prepared the first lesson for him, and afterward, it would be about how to wield a sword. Hearing this, Banyang's curiosity was piqued. What could that be? First, let him transition from a boy into a man. This is not a formidable task. Carl's brows twitched with an expression of understanding. Banyang could not suppress his surprise at this unexpected response, his mouth agape. Indeed, once he has a couple of bastards of his own out there, perhaps then he will reconsider his stance. Chapter 58. Conversations at night. I shall never sire any bastards outside. The exchange between Carl and the other seemed to provoke a nerve within the boy, causing not just his cheeks to flush but also his eyes to redden as he stood up, a defiant expression directed towards his knight and uncle. I am nearly of age, and I do not wish to be treated as a child. My next name day will mark my 15th year. And Master Reuven has stated that bastards grow faster than other children. Jon Snow's sudden rise drew the attention of those at the table, who instinctively quieted to observe him. Upon mentioning bastards, Jon caught sight of the knight who had just become his lord, and instinctively refrained from voicing his unfinished thought. He knew well that this man was also a bastard, and indeed, a bastard of the king. This realization made him aware of his faux pas. Thus, after a brief pause, he hurriedly sought to amend his statement. Just as he was about to flee, feeling embarrassed and somewhat wronged, Hall, who stood beside him, reached out to pat the empty space where John's belt should have been. Is that so, lad? Do you not recall the longsword the Lord gifted you this afternoon? Startled by Hall's words, John was puzzled by their meaning. Yes, I remember, but what of it? The events of that afternoon were vividly etched in his memory, particularly the disarray he had experienced at the hands of Sir Carl. Reflecting on this, he touched the empty space at his waist. For after Sir Carl had appointed him as his squire, he had bestowed that true sword upon him as a gift. Lad, I have never wielded a wooden sword. Those who fear injury shall never become true warriors. This sword I forged with my own hands, devoid of a name. Should you find it lacking, you may choose to name it. Now it belongs to you, and my first request of you is to learn how to properly maintain your own weapon. John still vividly recalls the words spoken by Sir Carl when he gifted him the longsword. You surely are unaware of the tale surrounding this blade. Observing John's look of bewilderment, Hall chuckled and gently pulled him back onto the stool. After all, he was unaccustomed to gazing upwards at others, save for his superior. Upon hearing Hall's words, Banyang's curiosity was piqued, and he turned his gaze in their direction. Hall, noticing their interest, cleared his throat and began to speak with confidence. I cannot say how long the boss has wielded this sword, nor can I ascertain how much blood has stained its blade. However, prior to this, 2 members of the King's Guard fell before it, their throats and hearts pierced by the boss's strike. Pausing to illustrate the motion with a gesture, Hall continued, stating that in their encounter, the 2 King's Guard had not even managed to touch the boss's sword. They had not even had the chance to glimpse his figure before collapsing to the ground. The boss used 2 white cloaks to clean the blood from the blade. For reasons unknown, Hall recounted this story, which caused John's complexion to pale dramatically. John had not anticipated that the sword gifted to him by Sir Carl bore such a history. The King's Guard, truly? John muttered, disbelief etched across his face. Hall shrugged, indicating he had no intention of prolonging the topic. Instead, he pointed at the long table before him and meaningfully remarked, so before this, did you dare to claim you were not a child? Whether it be a woman or an enemy, you must conquer one to prove yourself, lad. At this, John fell into a state of shock. Banyang, however, grasped the essence of Hall's advice, though he paid little heed to it. Instead, He was struck by the revelation that Karl had slain 2 Kingsguard, and his smile faded as he turned to regard Karl Sherdong, pondering deeply. It seems you are discussing quite an unexpected topic? At that moment, a half-sized figure, no taller than the table, approached with curiosity, instinctively inquiring about the suddenly quiet gathering. The banquet continued late into the night, concluding only when most guests, including the king, succumbed to inebriation. Meanwhile, the queen, who had remained displeased since Duke Stark escorted the king to the underground tomb that afternoon, resembled a cold statue throughout the festivities, ignoring her husband as he fell into a drunken stupor. After politely bidding farewell to the Duke and Duchess, she left the banquet with a frosty demeanor, taking her children with her. The Duke of Stark, left with no choice, announced the conclusion of the gathering and instructed that the king be escorted to the chambers in Winterfell that had been prepared for his rest. Thus, the festivities came to an end. The Duke and Duchess then retreated to their own quarters. Among all the rooms in the great hall of Winterfell, Lady Catelyn's chamber was the most stifling, rendering the need for a fire almost obsolete. The castle was built atop natural hot springs, the steamy waters circulating through the high-walled bedroom like the blood within the human body, banishing the chill from the stone hall. Once the evening concluded, Ned Stark turned over and rose from Catelyn's bed. As he had done countless times before, he traversed the room, drew back the heavy tapestry curtains, and opened the narrow windows one by one, allowing the night's cool air to sweep into the bedroom. Ned stood quietly by the window, unclothed, his form silhouetted against the dark sky. The cold wind whistled around him, bringing a refreshing breeze, while Catelyn could only pull the warm furs up to her chin. She longed to bear another son for the man before her. She was still young, and it had been 3 years since the birth of Rickon. I shall refuse him, Ned suddenly muttered, turning to face his wife while gazing out into the night. Yet, despite his words, the clouds of doubt lingered in his eyes, and his tone was laden with uncertainty. Upon hearing her husband's statement, Catelyn instinctively jolted upright in bed. No, you cannot refuse, she exclaimed. My duty lies here, in the north. I have no intention of taking Robert's position as Hand of the King. Ned regarded his wife, his brow furrowing, and Catelyn mirrored his concern. He did not comprehend the gravity of the situation. He was now the king, a title that could not be treated lightly. Should you refuse him, he would undoubtedly question the motives behind your decision and, with the passage of time, begin to suspect your loyalty. Robert would never do anything to harm me or my family, Ned Stark declared emphatically upon hearing his wife's words. However, observing the worry etched across her features, he could empathize with Catelyn's apprehensions. Shaking his head, he softened his tone to explain. He loves me more than his own brother. If I simply refuse, he would be furious and unleash a torrent of curses. Yet, in a week's time, we shall dismiss this matter with scorn. Catelyn, I know Robert, but you only know the man he was, an immature Lord of Storm's End. Catelyn countered, clearly unconvinced by Ned's optimism. He is now a king, and after all these years, you have become strangers. Catelyn did not share Ned's confidence. Time would not erase everything, especially not a bond that had once been forged in friendship. As Catelyn pondered, her thoughts drifted back to the ice wolf lying supine in the snow, its throat impaled by a stag's antler. She perceived this as an ominous sign. The arrival of the king only heightened Lady Stark's disquietude, compelling her to make her husband aware of the gravity of the situation. My lord, the king's pride is everything to him. Since Robert has traversed such vast distances to visit you, bringing with him such exalted honor, how can you so resolutely refuse him? It would be akin to delivering him a public slap. The entire realm of Westeros was aware of Robert's grand northern expedition and its purpose, honor. Hearing his wife's counsel, Ned offered a bitter smile. Did he not comprehend the implications of refusal? Is there any honor in the king's eyes that surpasses this? Catelyn retorted. Ned met his wife's gaze. And in your eyes? In mine as well. Catelyn's frustration flared as she chastised him for being so preoccupied with family at such a critical moment. Not only has Robert humbled himself to seek your aid, but he is also willing to betroth his eldest son to Sansa. What could be more glorious? She was perplexed as to why Ned could not grasp this. Catelyn swiftly altered her approach, asserting that Sansa would one day become queen, her children ruling over the vast lands stretching from the Wall in the north to the mountains of Dorne in the south. Is this not desirable? My heavens, Catelyn. Sansa is merely 11. Ned lamented, feeling a headache coming on. And Joffrey, he is the crown prince, the heir to the Iron Throne. Catelyn interjected. When my father betrothed me to your brother Brandon, I was only 12. Ned knew what his wife was implying, prompting her to interject once more. However, upon hearing his brother Brandon's name, a deeper bitterness settled upon his lips. Brandon, yes, Brandon knew how to act. He was confident and assured in all he did. Winterfell, and you, should have belonged to him. He would have made an excellent hand of the king and a worthy father to a queen, while I should have accompanied Benjen to the wall. I never asked to drink from this bitter cup. His wife's words wounded him, for according to custom, he had wed in place of his deceased brother Brandon Stark. Yet, the shadow of his late brother loomed between them, much like that of another woman, a woman whose name he wished to keep unspoken, yet who bore him a bastard. Between Catelyn and him lay the specter of that woman, just as between him and Catelyn lay Brandon. Perhaps you do not, but Brandon is long gone, and the cup has been passed to you. Whether you like it or not, you must drink. Catelyn regarded her husband, her tone softening as she ceased her fervent insistence. She would never wish for her husband to depart, although she still struggled to acclimate to the frigid climate of the north. She had long since become a member of House Stark. Her children, her family, her very essence resided here. The bustling town of Riverrun, to which she had been betrothed at the tender age of 12, had lost all significance for her. Thus, she must strive for the well-being of this household. Observing her husband, who remained sullenly gazing into the enveloping darkness outside, Catelyn prepared to rise and join him. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. Both Lord and Lady Stark furrowed their brows at the unexpected intrusion. At such a moment, the sound of knocking was particularly jarring. "Who is it?" the Duke inquired. "My lord, Bachelor Lewin is outside. He insists on urgent business," came the voice of Desmond from beyond the door. He was one of Lord Eddard Stark's guards, on duty that night, and among those who had discovered the dire wolf. Upon hearing Desmond's message, Ned glanced at his own unclothed state and at his wife, who was pulling furs around herself while seated on the bed. "Did you inform him that I instructed no one to disturb us?" "I did, my lord. But the bachelor insisted he must see you," Desmond replied candidly. "Very well, let him in," Ned conceded, realizing that Bachelor Lewin must indeed have something pressing to report. He approached the wardrobe and donned a heavy robe before rising. Catelyn, who had just sat up, suddenly noticed that the warmth of the room had been overtaken by an unexpected chill. "Should we not close the window?" she suggested with a hint of resignation, pulling the blanket up to her chin. The Duke appeared somewhat distracted but nodded in agreement, just as Bachelor Lewin was ushered into the room. Desmond, ever perceptive, respectfully closed the heavy oak door behind him and stepped away from the chamber. Time had turned the bachelor's remaining hair a shade of gray, and his robe was woven from gray wool, trimmed with white fur, colors emblematic of House Stark. Once the door was securely shut and the sound of departing footsteps faded, he turned to the Duke of Winterfell and spoke. "My lord, I beg your pardon for interrupting your rest, but I have received a letter." Ned, his expression clouded with irritation, responded, "Someone left you a letter? Who is it? Did a messenger come today?" "I was unaware. My lord, it was not a messenger," Lewin replied, lowering his gaze. "While I was dozing, someone placed an intricately crafted wooden box upon the desk in my observatory. My servant claims he saw no one enter or exit, and we have no other guests." Lewin's words were easily comprehensible, and both the Duke and Duchess were taken aback by his revelation. At this moment, Catelyn noticed Reuven's choice of words. "Are you referring to the wooden box?" Reuven nodded, revealing that it contained a beautifully crafted lens, specifically designed for stargazing, likely of Mill's exquisite workmanship. He was certain that this item was unparalleled in quality. A lens? In regard to this riddle, Lord Ned displayed a notable lack of patience. "What relevance does it have to me?" Yet, Lady Stark, concealed beneath her furs, involuntarily trembled. Did the lens symbolize the clarity of truth? Indeed, Reuven silently affirmed, then retrieved a tightly rolled letter from his sleeve. "This is precisely the issue. I disassembled the wooden box and discovered the genuine letter at the false bottom. However, this letter is not addressed to me." As Reuven spoke, he glanced at the two individuals while holding the letter. "Allow me to take that." Lord Ed instinctively reached out. Reuven, however, remained unresponsive. "I'm afraid not, my lord. The letter clearly states that it is for Lady Catelyn's eyes only. May I deliver it?" Reuven inquired, looking towards Catelyn. She nodded, prompting Reuven to step forward and place the letter on the low table beside her bed. Bathed in the flickering candlelight, Catelyn instinctively cast her gaze upon the mysterious letter. She soon noticed the blue wax seal, emblazoned with the crescent moon and falcon crest of House Arryn. Chapter 60. The First Lesson in Swordsmanship. After a hearty meal and fine wine, coupled with a warm bed, Carl had truly enjoyed a restful sleep. He did not seize the opportunity to venture into the game world for respite this night. Accompanying the king's entourage on their journey, and now experiencing the previously uncharted northern landscapes, Carl allowed himself a rare moment of relaxation, savoring this unusual experience. He used his bear fur cloak as a blanket, sleeping soundly, and even indulged in a delightful dream. However, upon awakening, Carl found himself somewhat disoriented while attempting to recall the dream's contents. Yet nothing was clear in his memory. Raking his fingers through his tousled hair, he sat up and gazed out the window. The dim sky bore a hint of gray-blue, but felt oppressive. Although a faint golden line flickered on the horizon, it was soon swallowed by thick fog. Pushing open the window, Carl inhaled the cold air deeply, and gradually, his still groggy mind began to clear. The crowing of a rooster announced dawn. What is this? Is there no poultry in Winterfell? Bored, he muttered to himself before yawning and vanishing from sight. After approximately 10 minutes, when he reappeared in the same spot, Carl was now impeccably dressed, even his hairstyle neatly arranged. Most importantly, a faint smile of satisfaction graced his face. Just moments ago, he had enjoyed a warm meal at the mayor's residence, followed by a refreshing bath. As he gazed out at the gradually brightening sky, Carl recalled that he had recently acquired a new squire. He stroked his chin, pondering whether Jon Snow had absorbed his earlier words. It was time to check on the lad. After all, war was imminent, and if he did not hone his meager skills, how could he face the battlefield? While contemplating these grim thoughts, Carl casually stowed away his cloak, which he had used as a blanket, into his belongings and turned to exit his chamber. The training grounds represented the most spacious area within Winterfell, and upon descending from the guest quarters, Carl made his way directly there. This location occupied the very heart of Winterfell, with the room he had stayed in the previous night situated nearby. Upon his arrival, he found that, with the arrival of the king's entourage, some supplies from the previous day that had yet to be fully organized were still scattered about the open space. In one corner, a small boy was vigorously striking a target with a wooden sword in front of a straw dummy. The dummy won't dodge your wooden stick, lad. Seeing that Jon Snow had taken his advice to heart and was diligently practicing, a sense of gratification washed over Carl, complementing the bliss he felt from his recent meal. He wished to lend a hand to the boy, but if Jon lacked ambition, Carl would not be overly concerned. After all, he had no expectation of gaining anything from him, and thus felt no obligation toward Jon. Hearing a sound from behind him, Jon Snow paused mid-swing, a frown replacing his earlier focus. He could not comprehend why someone who spoke so eloquently and courteously with his uncle could not muster a few jabs in his presence. The man who had conversed with his uncle so effortlessly now seemed like a mere illusion. "My teeth aren't that sharp, my lord," Jon retorted, turning to face his knight with a hint of defiance. "Oh, it appears you have this peculiar habit," Carl replied, having adopted a sharp wit reminiscent of the little imp. His words laced with cleverness. Caught off guard by this unexpected jab, Jon felt momentarily disoriented. Carl leaned closer, and in the dim light, he could clearly discern the marks left on the straw dummy by Jon's strikes. "Has no one ever told you that your swordsmanship is rather lacking?" Carl remarked, running his fingers over the severed straw. Upon hearing this knight's immediate critique, Jon, feeling frustrated, wiped the sweat from his brow and muttered in displeasure, "Now I do. TSK. How pitiable you are, having grown up ensconced in nothing but deception." Carl's words were relentless, a source of frustration for Jon. Upon hearing this, Jon instinctively began to defend himself, asserting, "But my mentor tells me I am doing quite well." "Then you are even more unfortunate," Carl retorted. "Why?" "Because the one teaching you is not only inept, but also blind." At this remark, Jon's expression hardened, and he raised his wooden sword, clearly dissatisfied with Carl's assessment of Sir Roderick Castle. "Though you are now my knight, I believe you owe Sir Castle an apology. He is a good man." Jon's eyes burned with determination as he fixed his gaze on Carl, revealing his earnestness. However, Carl, glancing down at the wooden sword Jon held, nodded in acknowledgement, but then shook his head. "Well, it seems you have gained a strength, yet you have also acquired a flaw. How am I to assess you now?" With that, Carl surveyed his surroundings before focusing on the straw dummy Jon had struck. A smirk appeared on his face as he stepped forward, pulling a stick from the dummy's arm. He swung the stick in his hand, pleased with its balance, as it sliced through the air with a satisfying whoosh, showcasing its resilience. Satisfied, he nodded. "The straw dummy may have been immobile before, but now it can move. If you wish for me to apologize on behalf of your mentor for my words, it will depend on how you perform." Turning his attention to Jon Snow, who was watching him with wide eyes, Carl declared, "From this moment forth, I shall take over your training. Everything you exhibit now will reflect what your mentor has imparted to you, and whether he deserves my apology. Therefore, I hope you do not disappoint me." With the stick in hand, Carl regarded Jon with a smile that sent an involuntary shiver down Jon's spine. For reasons unfathomable, Jon felt a pang of regret, his throat tightening. He then looked up at Carl, instinctively asking, "What do you want me to do?" "To learn the first lesson you must grasp. What is swordsmanship?" Carl replied nonchalantly. "What is that?" Jon asked, his eyes reflecting innocence. It is a dilemma to ponder. What dilemma? The dilemma is, if you encounter someone you cannot defeat, what will you do? Upon hearing Carl's words, John could not help but recall the scene from the previous day when Carl had bested him. Yet, he was uncertain how to respond to the question. However, after a moment, as he regarded Carl's towering figure, a spark of intelligence ignited in his eyes, and he cleverly returned the question. Then what would you do? Me? Carl pointed to himself, yet his smile grew colder, instilling a sense of dread. If it were up to me, I would immediately, at once, turn around and flee. Chapter 61. Look, how anxious. I heard that Sir Carl Stone was chasing your brother outside Winterfell at the break of dawn. Many heard his anguished cries. Princess Myrcella was sewing a piece of silk, seemingly lost in thought as she turned to converse with Sansa nearby. What she did not mention was that her mother likened it to a donkey herding a sheep. Sister Modin, observing the girls' distraction as they chatted, chose to ignore it, for it is entirely natural for young ladies to engage in their own social interactions. Upon hearing Princess Myrcella mention her half-brother, Sansa instinctively furrowed her brow. However, upon hearing the name of Carl Stone, her eyes brightened, and she smoothed her brow once more. Just last night, she had sought an opportunity to inquire about the striking gentleman who stood out in the crowd. His tall stature and handsome visage made it impossible to overlook him. Most importantly, he seemed to be a member of the King's Guard, though she wondered why it was not the White Knights protecting their king, but rather a young knight. Stone. That seemed to be the title of a bastard from the Vale. Could it be that Sir Carl was also an illegitimate son? Yet, he was already a knight. Why had he not chosen to adopt a different name? Sansa mused, lost in thought. However, despite her wandering mind, she did not neglect Princess Myrcella, instead offering a sweet smile as she praised the knight who had arrived with the king's entourage. Sir Carl Stone was a responsible and kind knight. Not only had he taken John as his squire, but he also seemed quite devoted to his training. Sansa complimented this knight, with whom she had yet to exchange a word, aware, as a noble, of the appropriate moments to speak. Yet, her words were genuine, as she truly believed Sir Carl Stone embodied the essence of a true knight, possessing noble qualities. John is most fortunate, Sansa declared with a smile. Upon hearing Sansa praise Sir Carl Stone, Princess Myrcella's sewing needle inadvertently veered, nearly pricking her own finger, her face betraying a peculiar expression. Sister Modin immediately noticed this and hurried over, setting aside her own work. I am fine, Sister Modin, there is no need to worry. Princess Myrcella politely reassured the concerned nun. Meanwhile, Arya, whose own needle had also gone awry, merely pursed her lips at the scene. Seeing that the princess was unharmed, Sansa breathed a sigh of relief, and her keen perception noted that Myrcella's mishap occurred right after she had spoken those words. Thus, she believed she must have said something amiss. What is it, Princess Myrcella? Have I erred in some manner? No, not at all. I merely tilted my head a bit too forcefully. There is no need for undue concern. Upon hearing Sansa's inquiry and observing the perplexed expression upon her face, Myrcella found herself at a loss for how to elucidate the situation. After all, it could indeed be argued that Sir Carl Stone East bore a sense of responsibility and kindness. He not only saved his brother but also exhibited no sign of anger in response to the subsequent accusations hurled at him by that very brother. Instead, he graciously dismissed the king's demand for the prince to apologize to him. Myrcella recalled that Sir Carl had asserted that the prince need not apologize to anyone, emphasizing that safeguarding the dignity of the royal family was his duty as a knight of the crown. Her father, visibly pleased by his words, nonetheless insisted that Joffrey personally apologize and even presented him with a dagger crafted from Valyrian steel as a token of goodwill. However, this remarkably benevolent knight, while preserving his own dignity, had personally slain 2 formidable Kingsguard. Myrcella had not witnessed the trial by combat firsthand, yet the rumors that drifted through the air over time inevitably reached her ears. At merely 8 years of age, people often unconsciously overlooked her presence when discussing such matters. Contemplating this stark dichotomy, Myrcella found herself entranced by the contradictions. She pondered that perhaps Sansa was partly correct, but not entirely. For Sir Carl was indeed powerful and exceptionally humble, having later declined the king's offer to elevate him to the Kingsguard. He contended that he fought for justice and sought to clear his name through the trial by combat, not out of a desire to become a member of the Kingsguard. Having slain Ser Meryn Trant and Ser Boros Blunt, he further suggested that the king should appoint individuals of greater virtue to serve as protectors of the crown. Myrcella mused that perhaps Sir Carl was the true embodiment of what a Kingsguard should be. Should he ascend to the role of the White Knight, she ought to recommend to her father that Sir Carl be designated as her own protector, akin to how Joffrey had Sandor Clegane. Hound, what brings you here? Do not tell me you aspire to be my squire. One 14-year-old boy is already enough of a burden. After allowing John to finish his breakfast and rest for 20 minutes, Carl, having administered half a vial of energy potion, once again summoned John to the training grounds for sword practice. As he toppled John yet again during their sparring, his peripheral vision caught sight of Sandor Clegane, who had unexpectedly drawn near, his helmet adorned with a custom-made doghead design that could open and close, even clad in a full suit of plate armor. With a massive sword slung across his back, he approached with an intimidating demeanor that naturally captured Carl's attention. As he reached Carl, Sandor merely cast a fleeting glance at John, who was hastily scrambling to his feet, before turning to Carl and in a low, gravelly voice inquired, "What transpired that day?" "That day? Which day?" Carl was well aware of the inquiry Sandor posed, yet he relished the opportunity to feign ignorance. Noticing Carl's act of confusion, Sandor raised his hand and removed his helmet, revealing the disfigured left side of his face, which was entangled beneath his long hair, startling John beside him. The left half of Sandor Clegane's visage was marred by grotesque scars, with a multitude of pockmarks and depressions surrounding the bridge of his nose. Fortunately, it seemed that his eye remained intact despite the severe injuries. The right side of his face, characterized by sharp cheekbones and thick brows with gray eyes, bore an unsettling yet fierce appearance, displaying a certain weariness. What truly happened on the day Prince Joffrey fell into the water? Why can I recall nothing at all? Sandor Clegane wasted no time in articulating his concerns. As he spoke, Carl observed the scars on his face stretch and reveal crimson fissures, painfully accentuated by the charred area of his jaw that hinted at bone beneath. The sight was profoundly grotesque, prompting Carl to withdraw his inquisitive gaze, choosing instead to direct John to proceed, nonchalantly remarking, "Perhaps you've lost your memory, after all. Your endeavor to plunge into the water while clad in armor was hardly a stroke of brilliance." Upon hearing this familiar phrasing, Sandor fell momentarily silent. Then, amidst John's exclamations of alarm, he unsheathed the long sword from his back, retreating a couple of steps to create distance while fixing his steely gaze upon Carl Stone. "I refuse to believe that I could be foolish to the extent you suggest. I demand the truth, or I shall resort to other means to extract it from you," the hound declared, raising his sword, its tip ominously directed at Carl. Feeling the chill emanating from behind him, Carl could only sigh in resignation before turning to face Sandor. "Look, you're getting anxious again." Chapter 62. I wouldn't mind if you called me father. It had been half a month since Sandor Clegane had last sought trouble. Yet the amusement of that encounter had not faded with the passage of time. In the north, where even the slightest event could become fodder for gossip for well over 6 months, the tale remained a topic of conversation among the locals. Moreover, with the king's northern expedition, the Duke of Stark, the guardian of the north, consented the very next day to accompany the king southward. Political matters could only be whispered about in private, with the most fervent hope being that their own duke might ascend to the position of prime minister. Beyond this, the most suitable outlet for one's vigor, aside from indulging in drink, feasting, and the company of women, was undoubtedly the vast training grounds. Ever since Carl Stone had emerged as a figure of great interest at the Crossroads Inn, his arrival in Winterfell had marked the beginning of his first squire's service, allowing him to witness the lively spectacle on the training field each day. 2 weeks prior, Sandor Clegane had initiated a duel that concluded in a most anticlimactic fashion. The burly hound, Sandor, appeared diminutive before Carl, with his massive sword resembling a mere toy in the hands of the latter. With a wooden sword he humorously dubbed Jon Snow's toothpick, Carl effortlessly parried Sandor's great sword in a single exchange, following it with a headbutt that executed a splendid disarm. In the second round, seizing upon Sandor's broken nose and the ensuing mix of pain and bitterness, Carl yanked him by the collar and delivered a punch that sent Sandor back into a deep slumber. It seems the Duke of Stark would not appreciate having someone asleep in such a place. Perhaps a few men could be summoned to drag this fellow back, ideally with a maester to reset his nose, for he was already quite unsightly. Carl merely clapped his hands, his demeanor as relaxed as one might be after a morning's visit to relieve oneself. This bout instantly elevated Carl Stone's name to prominence in Winterfell. While the moniker of Quick Sword was not witnessed, his undeniable prowess was evident to all. Thus, during his training sessions with John, aside from the guards from various houses also engaged in drills, most onlookers gathered around John and Carl to witness the spectacle. In this era of scarce entertainment, nothing could rival such exhilarating amusement. Carl showed no inclination to disperse the crowd. In fact, he relished the opportunity. Each day, he could select a few fortunate spectators from the throng to engage in spirited bouts of man-to-man combat with the beleaguered Jon Snow. It was akin to the final essay prompt on a language exam, allowing for boundless creative expression aside from poetry. Consequently, Carl established a rule on the training grounds for John. Aside from engaging with him using real weapons, there were no restrictions on the other's methods. And among the spectators, aside from the truly inept, who was not a seasoned soldier or a battle-hardened warrior. Thus, when it came to caring for a young lad, they naturally possessed ample experience. Henceforth, there will be little need for Carl to personally engage, as these freely acquired yet remarkably efficient laborers adeptly fulfilled Carl's training regimen for John. Throughout this process, even the ladies would occasionally gather to observe. However, Carl surmised that their interest was primarily in him. As this enriching training continued day after day, curiosity inevitably arose regarding the resilience of the Stark Duke's illegitimate son, who seemed impervious to fatigue, growing stronger with each passing day and advancing at an astonishing rate. Consequently, doubts about the rumors suggesting that bastards mature rapidly began to circulate. Come on, hit him in the face. Use your fists, not your hooves. Kick him where it hurts, harder. Was last night's escapade too exhausting for you? Yes, just like that. Dig in, bite his ear. At this moment, a throng of over 100 people had gathered, their faces flushed with excitement as they crowded around the center, spewing profanities and nearly shedding their garments in anticipation. At the heart of this raucous assembly were two figures entangled in the mud, their appearances obscured as they exchanged blows, each retaliating with punches and kicks. Perhaps due to the duration of their struggle, both combatants gasped for breath, their movements lacking the vigor they once possessed. John, amidst the cacophony of curses surrounding him, strained to tilt his head back, using his chin to brace against a hand that sought to grasp his hair. His own hands were similarly occupied, gripping the hair of the individual rolling in the mud alongside him, preventing any advances towards himself. Seizing a rare opportunity, John inhaled deeply, disregarding the frigid air that filled his lungs, and endeavored to regain his strength. 3 seconds later, feeling a slight restoration of his energy, John suddenly kicked free from the grasp that had ensnared his calf. In that fleeting moment, he summoned all his strength, bent his knee, and tightened his grip on his opponent's head, delivering a decisive blow to his face. Ow! Damn it! I surrender. The individual, rendered powerless by the strike, hastily tossed aside a white cloth to signify his defeat. John, at last, released his hold on the opponent's head and collapsed wearily onto the ground. However, despite John's arduous victory, the cheers were scarce, overshadowed by the lamentations of those surrounding him, echoing the despair of the fallen. By the 7 hells! I can't believe I bet on Harris to win. Damn it, I must still be dreaming from last night's drunken stupor. Ha ha ha, I knew Jon Snow would prevail. This has netted me a handsome profit. Damn it all. The cacophony of complaints and triumphant laughter resonated around Jon Snow's ears, prompting him to chuckle despite his labored breaths. These damned rascals, after initially observing cautiously for 3 days, had begun to revel in the jest when they noticed Sir Carl Stone's indifference to their scrutiny and even invited them to join in the fun. Thus, a private betting pool naturally emerged. A fortnight prior, due to a lack of practical experience, John not only failed to secure a victory, but also found himself the target of wagers against his success. Therefore, at this moment, John was not only elated by his own triumph, but also delighted that during the last 3 days, he had managed to extract a considerable sum from those who had previously amassed a fortune in silver stacks. As he pondered this absurdity, a large hand appeared before him. Get up. I recall mentioning that Duke Stark would not appreciate anyone sleeping in his training yard. My father never uttered such words. If this troubles you, I would not mind you addressing me as father. Blast it. Chapter 63. I shall hunt boars. Ned, your bastard is progressing remarkably. It is your bastard who is teaching him well, your grace. On the enclosed bridge connecting the main keep to the armory, a window afforded a complete view of the training yard. Behind this window stood 2 middle-aged men, exchanging playful banter, yet both wore expressions of joy. One possessed a long, horse-like face, while the other was so corpulent that he could block the entire window. As their laughter subsided, King Robert Baratheon gazed down at the remarkable young man in the yard and sighed suddenly. Damn it. This little rascal has dispatched 2 of my Kingsguard, and then strolled off as if it were of no consequence. Perhaps I should command him, in my capacity as king, to fill this damned vacancy. As for the remaining position, I believe it would be quite fitting for your bastard. What think you, Ned? His name is John. Is it not? It seems you have a great affection for him. The astute King Robert was pleased with his own cunning plan. Meanwhile, Duke Stark, who had been watching Jon Snow's remarkable transformation over the span of merely half a month, was momentarily taken aback by the king's proposal. He had not anticipated such a notion from Robert. Instinctively, he turned his gaze toward the king, noting that he did not appear to be jesting. And after a moment of contemplation, he could only shake his head in response. I am grateful for your majesty's trust in John, should he be willing. However, Jon is not yet a knight and lacks any noteworthy honors to present. I can only speculate what is on the mind of Lord Stark, as he seems to harbor some reservations. His soft-spoken demeanor has undoubtedly stirred the king's discontent. Is it truly a shameful matter to become one's own Kingsguard? Why do these individuals insist on declining a position that would drive knights across the Seven Kingdoms to madness? In his displeasure, the king chided his dear friend, saying, "I despise this about you, Ned. You always dampen the mood. I am the king, and I shall do as I please." Faced with the king's dissatisfaction, Duke Stark could only muster a bitter smile, pondering whether he could reveal to his friend that it was not merely about the Kingsguard. Even he, the newly appointed prime minister who had yet to officially assume his duties, wished to steer clear of this murky situation. Alas, Lord Eddard Stark was evidently unable to voice such thoughts. Otherwise, the king, Robert, would undoubtedly erupt in fury, his spittle dampening his hair. Noticing the bitter smile on Ned's face, Robert recognized the predicament of his friend and softened his tone. "Rest assured, I would never have a child guard over me. A mere drunken swine. I shall wait until he comes of age and is formally knighted by the call. Until then, I will keep this position vacant for him." Faced with such an honor bestowed once more by Robert, Duke Stark could no longer refuse, nodding in acquiescence. Catelyn was right. The king must not lose his dignity. Ned consoled himself with this rationale. Seeing that he did not reject the offer, Robert's spirits lifted, and he laughed heartily as he turned to stride along the corridor towards the great hall. Enough of that long face. Sometimes I truly wonder how your woman can endure you. Do you suppose she turns her back to you during those moments? Furthermore, our party departs the day after tomorrow, and I have yet to enjoy this cursed place. Thus, I intend to add a wild boar feast to tomorrow's dinner. What do you think? The king became increasingly animated at the mention of hunting, making a decision with glee, although his tone seemed to solicit the opinion of his royal advisor. Duke Stark could not afford to slight the king's honor, having done so just moments ago. Moreover, it was a trivial matter. "I shall ensure preparations are made," Ned replied with a nod. "At that time, gather your children, and do not forget your brother." Bran and Rickon were still quite young, yet to assume their roles, and Ned had already begun to grasp the arduous nature of serving the king. He found himself curious about how his foster father, Jon Arryn, managed to endure Robert's capriciousness. Upon hearing Ned's words, an expression of displeasure crossed Robert's face. "I would never allow them to accompany us. Do you take your king for a fool? Perhaps I should impose a punishment upon you. It would be best if I were barred from being your hand, Stark," he jested, "though you may not be handsome. Your thoughts are rather grand." The two exchanged banter as they had a decade ago. Time seemed to have left little impression upon them. However, the camaraderie that once saw them walking side by side now felt slightly altered, as one had intentionally fallen a step behind, speaking with a lowered gaze. The hunting party set out at dawn, the king hoping to enhance the evening feast with a wild boar. In response to the king's wishes from the previous day, Joffrey, who had become increasingly reluctant to venture outside since arriving at Winterfell, was dragged from his chamber to accompany the king. Robb had also received word and was prepared since the previous night, now trailing behind the hunting party. His archery skills were commendable, and perhaps today would yield significant success. Accompanying them were Benjen Stark, Jory, Theon Greyjoy, and Ser Roderick. Even the queen's amusing younger brother joined the throng with evident enthusiasm. After all, this was their last opportunity to hunt in the north before the king's retinue would depart southward, taking with them the hand they had journeyed so far to greet. Though the imp, seated in his custom-made saddle, decided to continue northward to witness the wonders of the books, this did not deter him from joining the festivities. Yet, neither Carl nor Jon accompanied the king's hunting party. Carl explained that it was the final day, and he required rest to prepare for future plans. The king was indifferent to this excuse. After all, attendance was voluntary. However, the imp, familiar with his dear friend's tendencies, suspected that Carl merely sought to evade exertion, as his behavior seemed rather peculiar. As the king's party departed, Carl, seeking an excuse to have Jon show him what the so-called heart tree resembled, suddenly lifted his gaze from the cold spring before him. Standing amidst the sacred woods of Winterfell, he furrowed his brow and gazed towards the high walls of the castle. "That is your brother, if I recall correctly, named Bran?" Carl pointed towards a small figure leaping across the interconnected rooftops of the castle. Chapter 64. The little wolf beneath the broken tower. Having left his dire wolf beneath one of the sentinel trees outside the armory, Bran settled the creature and, after scratching the back of its ears, turned with excitement and leaped forward. He grasped the drooping branches, and with a swift motion, he ascended the tree. However, just as he was skillfully navigating through the boughs halfway up, the little wolf suddenly sprang up and began to howl at him. The sound was sharp and piercing, demanding attention. Bran instinctively halted his movements and looked down. The little wolf immediately fell silent, gazing up at him with its bright, gleaming yellow eyes. For reasons unknown, Bran was suddenly enveloped by a strange chill that coursed through his body. Nonetheless, he brushed it aside and resumed his climb. Yet, the moment he moved, the little wolf resumed its howling. "Stop howling," Bran scolded, settling down obediently. "You're more bothersome than mother." After reprimanding his wolf, Bran turned back to continue his endeavor. However, the wolf's howls persisted, following him until he leapt onto the roof of the armory and disappeared from sight. Meanwhile, in the ancient woods, Carl suddenly turned to Jon and asked, "Did you hear a dog barking?" Jon rolled his eyes. "That's the howl of a wolf. It must be Bran's wolf. But I haven't heard your ghost make such a noise. Is it mute?" Carl's eyes were filled with skepticism. "Ghost is somewhat quiet," Jon admitted, feeling puzzled. Among the 6 direwolf pups, Ghost seemed to be the most singular in its demeanor. Even a lady would be chatty compared to it. Thus, Jon reasoned that Ghost was simply different from its siblings, unique in its own right, much like himself. Moreover, one must exercise caution to thrive. "There's an old saying in my hometown, a dog that bites doesn't bark. You should be wary," Carl said nonchalantly, stroking his chin. "I told you, Ghost is a wolf. A direwolf, just like Sansa's wolf." Jon's fists clenched defiantly. Meanwhile, Carl continued to mutter, "Is it a wolf or a dog? A wolf or a dog?" The rooftops of Winterfell could almost be deemed Bran's second home. His mother had told him that before he had even learned to walk, he had already mastered climbing walls. However, Bran could not recall when he had learned to walk, nor did he know when he had acquired the skill of climbing. He guessed his mother must be correct. For Bran, the rooftops of Winterfell were akin to the closest point to the sky. When he reached the highest point, he could behold the entire city spread out beneath him. He relished this view, as Winterfell would unfold its vastness before his eyes. The bustling activity within the castle, the clamor of voices, all lay at his feet, while birds circled in the sky above him. Furthermore, it allowed Bran to uncover many of Winterfell's hidden secrets. The builders of the castle initially neglected to level the terrain surrounding it, resulting in undulating hills and even ravines beyond the walls. He was also aware of a concealed passage that could lead directly from the 4th floor of the bell tower to the 2nd level of the crow's nest. Additionally, from the inner city wall accessed through the south gate, one could ascend the staircase to the 3rd level and discover a narrow stone corridor. This passage could circumvent Winterfell, ultimately reaching the lower section of the north gate, shrouded in the shadow of the towering walls. "So, have you truly allowed Bran to climb up and down each day? I fear he might one day break his leg." Carl led Jon towards Bran while cursing indiscriminately. Upon hearing his lord's candid words, Jon involuntarily flinched. Lady Catelyn was equally terrified that he might one day fall, perhaps even to his death. Yet, despite Bran's vow to refrain from climbing higher, he could only uphold this promise for a fortnight before, on the last night, he quietly slipped out of the window while Robb slept. Upon hearing this anecdote from Jon, Carl nearly lost his composure. He gazed at the vanishing silhouette and sighed, suddenly gripped by a foreboding sense. And what happened next? Out of guilt, he confessed his actions, and Duke Ed punished him by sending him alone to the Godswood for repentance. Their father was infuriated, even dispatching guards to keep watch. However, by the next morning, Bran had vanished once more. Ultimately, he was discovered sleeping soundly among the upper branches of the tallest sentinel tree in the woods. At this point, Jon wore an expression of resignation. Thus, everyone resigned themselves to his willfulness. Carl halted and raised his hand to point ahead. "What lies beyond? Is it accessible?" Jon glanced and replied without hesitation, "The inner city, where we practice archery." "And what of that domed building?" "It is the keep, the oldest structure in Winterfell, now unused. I have heard it is home only to rats and spiders." Jon looked up, well versed in the state of Winterfell. Carl continued to inquire, "What is that tallest structure?" "The ruined tower, which was struck by lightning and engulfed in flames over a century ago. It was originally much taller, reportedly. A third of the structure collapsed inward at that time, and it has never been rebuilt since. Nonetheless, Lord Stark occasionally sends people to clear away the debris and nests of rodents from its base." Before Carl could ask further, Jon took it upon himself to elaborate. As today Carl had summoned him to gain a thorough understanding of Winterfell's situation, he speculated that perhaps Sir Carl Stone was interested in understanding the construction of the castle. For it was conceivable that upon acquiring his own domain, he might wish to leave a castle for his future lineage. Thus, Jon's introduction was quite thorough. However, it currently stood as nothing more than a ruin. "Oh, is that so?" Carl squinted towards the remnants of the tower. "But I noticed your brother seems to have ventured there. Let us go see. I worry he may fall. Believe me, sometimes my instincts are more accurate than you might imagine." Carl remarked with a slight smile, a peculiar glint in his eyes. Meanwhile, Bran Stark had finally ascended the remains of the tower at the north end of the castle wall, effortlessly navigating among the grotesque gargoyle statues as he always did. Just then, he suddenly heard voices. Startled, he nearly lost his grip. Steadying himself, Bran's face reflected a mix of curiosity and bewilderment. After all, the castle had always been a place of solitude. Chapter 65. What are you doing? I dislike this. Bran hung suspended in midair, having heard a woman's voice emanating from a window below. There was a row of windows beneath him. It should be you. The one who ought to be the Prime Minister. Spare me, a man's voice lazily replied. I have no desire for such a burdensome task. There are many other pursuits I wish to engage in. Upon hearing their conversation, Bran felt a surge of fear, causing him to hesitate and refrain from moving forward, terrified that he might be discovered. Thus, he could only cling to a protruding stone of a statue, suspending himself in the air. Can't you see the hidden dangers lurking behind? Robert treats that fellow like a brother. The woman in the window seemed displeased with the man's response, raising her voice slightly. However, the man appeared indifferent to her remarks, even indulging in jest. Robert can hardly tolerate his two brothers, but who can be blamed for that? With someone like Stannis around, anyone would feel nauseated. Don't be foolish. Stannis and Renly are one matter, while Eddard Stark is another. In due time, Robert will undoubtedly heed Stark's counsel. Damn it, both of them should go to hell. I should have insisted he choose you as Prime Minister. I always believed Stark would refuse. We have been fortunate enough. The man chuckled lightly upon seeing the woman's anger, then gently reassured her. By the gods, if Stark truly refuses, who knows whether the king will appoint his brother or that little finger fellow as Prime Minister. Compared to ambitious adversaries, I find I can sleep soundly when facing an honorable foe. Their conversation was perplexing, yet Bran instinctively flared his nostrils, eager to glean more about their discussion, which he realized centered on his father, Eddard Stark. As Bran gazed at the window beneath him, he pondered the necessity of drawing closer by a few more feet. We must keep a vigilant watch over him. And his illegitimate son, we must devise a plan, for I firmly believe that Littlefinger has not spoken falsely. The woman within the window seemed to have been swayed by the man's reassurances. After a brief moment of contemplation, she rendered her decision and recalled a past incident. The man, comprehending her implications, displayed a lack of enthusiasm, continuing in a tone tinged with ennui. Joffrey is merely frightened. Let it be. Compared to this, I would much rather focus my attention on you. Come here. After a 2-second pause, Bran outside the window detected the faint sound of fabric rustling. Were his gaze to penetrate the stone facade, he might behold a fair-haired man embracing a woman who bore a striking resemblance to him. However, this tranquility was soon shattered by the woman's somewhat piercing voice. Eddard Stark has never interfered in southern affairs. Never. I tell you, he must intend to confront us. Otherwise, why would he leave his stronghold? Her words were laden with deep concern and forewarning. Yet the man appeared solely interested in the woman he held. He closed his eyes, greedily inhaling the scent of her hair nestled against her neck, murmuring, there are myriad reasons, sense of duty, honor, perhaps even a desire to aid a friend. His voice buzzed, rendering it difficult for Bran outside to discern. Perhaps he yearned for everlasting fame, or maybe marital discord had prompted our Duke to seek refuge in a warm embrace. Upon hearing this, the woman, whose breath had nearly been stolen by his heated whispers, suddenly widened her eyes, the previous haze of longing evaporating. Wait, his wife is Lady Erin's sister. Why hasn't Lisa come here to greet us with her accusations? You are overthinking, for Lady Erin is but a frightened cow. That very cow has shared a bed with Jon Arryn. Had she known, she would have gone to Robert with her grievances long before departing King's Landing, right when Robert resolved to send her ineffectual son to the Eyrie as a ward. In that moment, she would have remained silent, for she knew her son would become a hostage. The man and woman exchanged words, the man's voice growing ever more murmurous. Bran listened from outside the wall, his gaze fixed on the crevice of the brick wall before him. He attempted to lower himself, but the distance was insufficient, and he could not reach. He dared not make excessive noise, lest he be discovered. He was uncertain of the full implications of what he had overheard. Yet he was certain that these words were not intended for his ears. The conversation within the window continued unabated. You, like Robert, are blinded by the curses of women. If you imply that my views align with his, then you are correct. Men appear to be raising their heads, for in my eyes, Eddard Stark is a man who would rather die than betray his king. Has he not already betrayed a king? The woman remarked, her voice gradually growing chilling. I do not deny his unwavering loyalty to Robert, but what if Robert were to perish and young Joffrey ascended the throne? The sooner Robert dies, the safer we shall be. Upon hearing her words, the man seemed to cease his actions, and the soft rustle of fabric fell silent. Outside, Bran instinctively halted his small movements upon hearing this. His eyes widened, and an overwhelming fear seized him. He yearned to retreat along the path he had come and seek his brothers for assistance. Yet, he pondered, what could he possibly tell them? He needed to draw closer, enough to discern the identities of those speaking. Do not dwell so much on the future. Let us relish the happiness of the present, the man sighed softly. Speak not of such matters. The woman rebuked. Dear sister, your words tire me. Will you cease your chatter and come here? The discussion surrounding the king's mortality abruptly ceased, followed by the sudden sound of flesh slapping and the man's laughter. Outside, Bran resolved to continue his ascent. If he could scale the gargoyle and reach the rooftop, he could position himself directly above the room from which the voices emanated. He moved swiftly and nimbly, akin to a monkey. Once he perched atop the gargoyle, he tightened his legs around it and inverted himself, head down. The upside-down world felt exceedingly strange. The courtyard spun chaotically beneath him, remnants of unmelting snow clinging to the stones. Bran paid little mind to the novel scenery before him. His focus lay on identifying the two individuals within the room. He peered through the window, and as his gaze fell upon the figures inside, he noted they seemed unperturbed by the north's chill. They were entangled, pushing against one another, accompanied by faint, damp sounds. No, stop. Oh, please. The voice of the golden-haired woman pleaded softly, yet curiously, she made no attempt to push the man away. Instead, she buried her hands in his tousled golden hair, drawing his face toward her chest. At that moment, Bran caught a glimpse of her face. Though her eyes were tightly shut, and she moaned, her golden locks swaying with her movements, Bran recognized her as none other than Queen Cersei, the Queen of Robert. Witnessing the scene before him, a wave of shock instantaneously enveloped Bran's heart, causing him to inadvertently emit a sound. Coincidentally, Cersei, lost in her reverie, heard this noise. She abruptly opened her eyes, her gaze fixated on the figure suspended outside the window. In the next moment, a piercing scream shattered the silence, reverberating through the air. He saw us, Cersei Lannister exclaimed, her voice tinged with panic. She frantically shoved the man aside, shouting loudly, her finger pointing wildly toward the window. He has indeed seen us. In stark contrast to the woman, Jaime Lannister maintained a semblance of composure. Upon realizing he had been discovered, Bran instinctively attempted to grasp the gargoyle statue with all his might, hoping to swing himself back. However, this time he exerted too much force, merely grazing the statue's smooth surface with his hands, his fingertips failing to secure any grip. As he felt his hold slip away, an unfamiliar sense of fear gripped Bran's heart, and without warning, his legs, which had been tightly clenched, suddenly relaxed. With the loss of his anchor on the gargoyle, he plummeted towards the courtyard below. The window frame rushed past him, and the sensation of weightlessness brought a dizzying tightness to his chest. In a frantic attempt to save himself, he reached out, but as soon as his hand brushed the window frame, it slipped away again. The stone, which had always felt solid in his grasp, now seemed as if it were coated with a thick layer of grease. Fortunately, at that moment, a large hand reached out from the room, firmly grasping him. Bran did not fall into the courtyard, but as he was pulled back, he collided painfully with the wall. The force of the impact and the pain left him breathless, suspended in midair. Despite the struggle to breathe, the instinct to survive compelled him to seek a point of support. This time, he managed to clutch the window frame he had previously slipped past, his nails digging deep into the crevices of the hard rock wall. Realizing he had not fallen, Bran instinctively looked up, and two faces appeared at the window above him. Come, quickly grab my hand, don't let go. The owner of the hand that had caught Bran spoke softly, extending another hand downward. The sight of this hand felt like a lifeline to Bran, and he summoned all his strength to grasp it, while the man effortlessly pulled him back onto the windowsill. What do you think you're doing? Cersei questioned coldly, observing Jaime's actions. At that moment, she merely picked up her gown from the ground, instinctively holding it in front of herself, as if this could help her maintain her dignity. Only that pale, bluish complexion was rather unappealing. Nevertheless, Jaime paid her no heed. He simply used his strong, robust hands to steady Bran on the windowsill. How old are you, little one? He inquired, his expression tranquil as he regarded the Stark boy before him, as if merely commenting on a pleasant vista. 7, came the reply, although still trembling uncontrollably after being rescued. Bran felt a sense of relief after his brush with death. He dared not glance down at the tower below, his gaze instinctively fixed upon the man who had saved him. It was only then that he realized his fingers had dug deeply into the arm of Ser Jaime Lannister, his sharp nails piercing the skin and leaving traces of blood. Upon noticing this, Bran quickly released his grip in shame. Jaime seemed unfazed by his actions. yet his brow furrowed slightly, his expression betraying a hint of turmoil. Almost instinctively, he turned to the woman standing beside him. After a moment's contemplation, Jamie spoke with great reluctance. "What have I truly done for love?" He then abruptly withdrew his hand from Bran, unexpectedly pushing him out of the window with sudden force. A piercing, terrified scream echoed from outside, fading into the distance. Far away, a lone wolf howled. Above the remnants of the tower, crows circled ominously. At that moment, another wolf's howl echoed, as if in response, yet it also seemed to urge them onward. "Are you certain this is the way?" Jon Snow queried, glancing at the path ahead, where he was hacking at the brambles that had overtaken the trail due to its neglect. Carl followed closely behind, but his gaze remained fixed on the tower's remnants. Jon's vision was not as keen. He could only discern a dark shape writhing atop the tower through the mist rising from Winterfell. Upon hearing Carl's question, Jon instinctively looked up, exhaling a long stream of white vapor. "It is this direction, but there is hardly anyone who comes here," he affirmed, though concern tinged his voice. Carl shrugged, his hand brushing against the dagger at his waist, fingers gliding over its dragonbone hilt. "We should hasten. We wouldn't want to miss the climax of the feast." Jon shot Carl a puzzled glance, unable to grasp the meaning behind his words. However, he soon wiped the sweat from his brow and continued to wield the sword, said to be stained with the blood of 2 Kingsguard, forcefully cleaving through the obstructing thorns. After all, Carl had specifically urged him not to feel regret. For no matter how precious a weapon, it was ultimately just a consumable. In no time, the two had carved a small path and arrived at the foot of the crumbling tower. Before Jon could even pose a question, Carl merely lifted his gaze and pointed to the right, urging them to proceed in that direction, and Bran glided forward once more. Beneath the remnants of the tower, not only was the ground overrun with weeds and vines, but thorns proliferated as well. They extended their life as constraints, vigorously climbing up through the crevices of the stone tower. Fortunately, upon arriving here, the absence of trees allowed for a relatively unobstructed view. Hearing Carl's words, Jon also looked up. Although the sky remained shrouded in heavy clouds, it still emanated a dazzling allure that was difficult to behold directly, prompting Jon to lower his head once more. "When Lord Eddard returns, I shall ensure he gives Bran a sound thrashing." Contemplating the fleeting dark spot he had just glimpsed atop the crumbling tower, Jon felt an unusual surge of anger, his tone imbued with palpable discontent. "Now, tell me truthfully, have any of you brothers ever doubted that Brandon Stark is not truly the biological son of Lord Stark? I believe I could use this to gauge whether Lord Stark would be able to take action." Upon hearing Jon's seemingly accusatory tone, Carl, who had been gazing upward at the remnants of the tower, jested in response. Hearing this, Jon pressed his lips together, appearing to stifle a laugh. Then, with a voice that was scarcely audible, he replied in a deep, rumbling tone, "Of course, my brothers would never question Bran. However, after the last confession incident, Lord Eddard, infuriated, did scold him, saying, 'You are certainly not my son. You are but a squirrel.'" Just as the jest was halfway through, Jon seemed to recall something amusing, mimicking Eddard Stark's exasperated tone towards Bran. Yet, as his words concluded, an eerie silence enveloped him. Jon suddenly felt a peculiar chill, even his heartbeat skipping a beat. Instinctively alarmed, he turned around, only to find Carl's figure had vanished from behind him. As he turned back to survey his surroundings, he discovered that his knight had unexpectedly leaped ahead of him. With a grave expression, he was crouched low, intently staring toward the apex of the crumbling tower, poised as if anticipating something. The next moment, a heart-wrenching, youthful scream echoed above Jon's head. Upon hearing the scream, Jon felt a tightness in his chest, his smile freezing in place. Simultaneously, as he instinctively looked up, a resolute voice resonated in his ear. "I shall have Eddard Stark treat me to a bull." Without a doubt. Chapter 7. "Cersei, my beloved, you have no part in this." As Carl's words faded, he suddenly surged forward, launching himself towards the remnants of the tower in a burst of speed. He strode forward with long strides, as if taking flight, effortlessly covering the considerable distance between himself and the dilapidated tower in just a few steps. When he was still 2 or 3 meters away from the stone wall of the tower, he suddenly planted one foot firmly on the ground and leaped into the air. Hearing the commotion, Jon, who had been gazing up in alarm at Bran falling from the high tower, instinctively turned to glance back. In that fleeting moment, he beheld Carl appearing before the crumbling tower with an astonishing swiftness. Then, Carl propelled himself upwards once more, using the toes of his rear foot to push forcefully against the stone wall of the tower, gaining additional height. In that instant, he resembled a mountain goat leaping between sheer cliffs, or a stealthy hunting cat prowling through the forest. As he soared upwards, just as he approached his zenith, The toes of his other foot swiftly tapped against the tower's surface, providing another boost. With his massive frame, Carl executed a remarkably agile aerial somersault. At that precise moment, as he completed his rotation to face upward, Bran Stark, plummeting from the tower's apex, landed squarely in his embrace. Immediately, a flurry of white enveloped them, and Jon's ears were filled with the sound of fabric whipping through the air, reminiscent of a fluttering banner. In an instant, before Jon could fully comprehend the unfolding scene, both the falling figure and the soaring Carl had tumbled into a thicket below, rolling into a tangle. Bran, without a moment to ponder what had transpired, Jon's instinctive reaction was to rush towards the two. Meanwhile, Carl, having rolled to the ground, stood up, guided by the force of inertia. Just as he lifted his head, he was met with Jon's alarmed expression rushing toward him. In response, a faint smile curved Carl's lips as he swept aside his heavy bearskin cloak. From beneath it emerged a small head with chestnut hair and blue eyes. Though the child's expression was one of sheer terror, his face as pale as a ghost. "Bran, are you all right?" Jon exclaimed, his heart racing as he instinctively questioned the boy after throwing himself toward them. He swiftly snatched Bran from Carl's arms. Although he could feel Bran's body trembling slightly in rigidity, Jon, upon a hasty examination, discovered that the boy, wrapped in Carl's cloak, seemed to bear no injuries. A wave of relief washed over him, allowing him to exhale the breath he had been holding. Yet, an unshakable sense of dread surged within him, accompanied by a cold sweat trickling down his back. Once he confirmed that Bran appeared to be unharmed, he enveloped him tightly in his embrace. Jon buried his head, cradling his forehead while pressing Bran's face against his chest. He gently patted Bran's back to soothe him, whispering reassurances, it's all right, Bran. Do not fear." It seemed that the warmth and care he offered, or perhaps the comfort of Jon's words, brought Bran back from the brink of despair. After wandering before the House of the Undying, Bran finally reacted in his brother's embrace. He shuddered violently at first, followed by a heart-wrenching wail. This only deepened Jon's sense of anguish. Instinctively, Jon glanced upward towards where Bran had fallen, but unexpectedly, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a golden hue through an empty window. What was that? Jon's eyes widened in disbelief, overwhelmed by the incredulity of the moment. Before he could fully comprehend what had transpired, Carl, who had been observing the tower above, shook off the remnants of foliage and debris from his cloak, his voice growing increasingly icy. It was the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister. I witnessed him push Bran from the tower. Upon hearing Carl's words, Jon Snow felt a deafening buzz in his mind, momentarily rendered speechless. Yet, surging alongside his disbelief was a torrent of rage, fueled by the thought that his brother had nearly fallen victim to the very knight he once believed possessed the semblance of a true king. That damn bastard. I shall kill him. I want to look into his eyes, to understand why he did this, and then I will sever his head from his shoulders. Jon's gaze remained fixed on the tower above, his face pale with fury, his teeth clenched, the fire of vengeance raging within him. You? Allow me to handle this. My lord Jon Snow, Carl interjected, dismissively scoffing at Jon's fervent desire for retribution. After mocking Jon's apparent overconfidence, he stepped towards a nearby thicket. Before Jon could inquire as to why, he witnessed Carl bend down to retrieve the longsword that had been carelessly discarded in his earlier panic. As a warrior, I cannot fathom you relinquishing your weapon. Carl's voice was stern as he chastised Jon, his words laced with scorn. It seems you have forgotten what I said when I entrusted you with this sword, and before you realize the magnitude of your actions, you have forfeited the right to wield it. He then regarded the sword that rightfully belonged to him, lightly tapping its blade, producing a delightful chime, as though it were eager for the impending confrontation. Turning his gaze back to the tower, he casually remarked, "This tower must have no other exits, I presume? If we do not hurry, your brother's injuries may very well become an unfortunate accident. After all, accusing the queen and her brother is no trivial matter." Jon, overwhelmed with shame after Carl's words, felt a flicker of confusion cross his face as he held his brother close. The queen. Jon struggled to comprehend the situation. Upon hearing his Na'vi question, Carl let out a cold snort. "Who else do you suppose is there? Jon, someone has rightly pointed out, you know nothing at all. Even if you have indeed accomplished the first significant milestone in becoming a man." Carl mocked the bewildered bastard, yet he offered no further explanation. After all, no amount of words could rival the impact of first-hand experience. With a slight exhale, Carl's breath seemed to carry a hint of complexity, akin to a sigh. However, he simply shook his head, his gaze regaining clarity and decisiveness. Grasping the long sword that emanated a chilling glimmer, he strode boldly towards a small door beneath the tower. Under Jon Snow's watchful eyes, his towering figure vanished into the darkness, leaving behind a calm directive before you can wield that sword again. I expect you to protect your brother. Do not disappoint me, Jon Snow. At that moment atop the tower, the face of the Kingslayer, who had just pulled his head back from the window, underwent a rare transformation. His expression darkened, starkly contrasting the earlier resolve with which he had coldly murdered a child. He had felt no remorse when he had pushed Bran out. However, the piercing screams that followed, along with faint calls from below the tower, immediately captured his attention. His heart lurched instinctively, prompting him to peek outside once more. As anticipated, the situation was dire. Damn it! Jaime Lannister couldn't refrain from cursing. What is it? Cersei, noticing her brother's sudden withdrawal and the grim change in his expression, instinctively inquired, reacting a beat too late. The queen also felt compelled to peer out and discern what had transpired. Yet before she could act, Jaime seized her and pulled her away from the window. Don't look. That little bastard has been caught, the Kingslayer explained, his tone heavy with gravity, suggesting that someone had witnessed the entire ordeal. Upon hearing this, Cersei's heart sank, her expression mirroring his sudden dismay, tinged with a hint of malice. Who is it? Wasn't it said that this wretched place was so remote that no one would come? No, we must kill him. We must eliminate them all. None can escape. Not a single one must be spared. After the initial chaos, the queen, upon realizing the implications of the situation, suddenly had a thought. Recognizing the potential fallout if this matter were to be disclosed, her expression shifted dramatically, and her piercing voice was now infused with a venomous bitterness. However, upon hearing her words, Jaime, who had taken a deep breath to force himself to remain composed, shook his head. It was the illegitimate offspring of Robert and the bastard of Eddard. He gazed at Cersei, whose once brilliant blue eyes were now filled with grave profundity. It was better that Jaime remained silent, but as soon as the subject of the bastards was broached, Cersei Lannister reacted as if struck by a serpent. She erupted in a frenzy, shouting like a madwoman, "What? Kill them. They must be killed. I want them dead. I want them to silence forever. And that little wretch, the one who discovered us. They must be silenced. Jaime, I demand you kill him. It is imperative. Cast aside your damned chivalrous honor. They must be eliminated. Otherwise, we shall surely be ruined by this despicable bastard." At Cersei's frenzied outburst, the Kingslayer furrowed his brow in deeper contemplation. He instinctively turned to glance out the window, as if his gaze could penetrate the solid stone walls to discern what transpired beneath the towering spire outside. He then took a deep breath, tilting his head to the ceiling, slowly exhaling. It was as if the Kingslayer had made his decision. In a brief span, his previously tumultuous and panic-stricken expression transformed back to clarity. He grasped his beloved's shoulders firmly, shaking her vigorously to awaken her from her panic-induced frenzy. "Cersei, no amount of turmoil will serve us now. We must regain our composure." Jaime's voice boomed. Cersei paused, instinctively looking towards him. "And what you must do now," Jaime continued, casting a glance at Cersei's unclothed form, his pupils trembling slightly. "Put on your clothes and detach yourself from this affair." The Kingslayer breathed heavily, his tone imbued with the same weight. "Listen, they did not see you. No one knows what has transpired, and all of this is my doing alone. Only I. Do you understand? Do you grasp my meaning?" Jaime remained remarkably calm, while Cersei was still flustered by the unexpected turn of events. He had already reached a resolution. "What I must do next, I shall accomplish. I will ensure that those who need to be silenced will remain so forever. Only in this way can we ensure our survival." Awakened from her stupor by Jaime's vigorous shaking, Cersei absorbed his words, gaining a measure of calm. Yet, as she processed Jaime's declaration, she simultaneously came to understand the profound implications of her beloved's intent. He yearned for a companion, someone to shoulder all burdens and thereby distance himself from the chaos. He understood, yet Cersei, swallowing hard, found her voice tinged with panic, desperate to articulate her thoughts. However, the Kingslayer offered her no opportunity to speak. He hastily thrust the garments strewn on the floor into her embrace before casually donning a pair of trousers and a tunic. With resolute determination, he turned and grasped the gilded sword that had previously leaned against the wall. Yet, as he beheld the long blade in his hand, Jaime had never felt its weight as he did in that moment, even when it had severed a king's throat. Observing Jaime's actions, Cersei's rationality surged back to the forefront of her mind. Yet, in the presence of her steadfast and resolute lover, upon hearing his final, heartfelt words, tears cascaded down her cheeks. "No, Jaime, I cannot agree. We can change everything if we only find a way." In the face of her beloved's sacrifice, the queen sought to reclaim what was slipping away. But all that awaited her was the smile of the Kingslayer, accompanied by a calm voice of reassurance. That once razor-sharp smile now radiated an unexpected tenderness. Listen, Circe, my love, I shall do what I must, and you must leave this place, ensuring that everyone knows you are not connected to what has transpired here.